Part 11. Daughter of Ice and Fire. Thy passing guest, the Empress, things that could be, It's a man's world, the Job's mask cracked, the kiss. Chapter 64. First light came shrouded in a dense fog that lay close to the alleys and shacks of Mary's Rest, and a funeral procession moved quietly through the mist. Josh led the way, carrying Swan in his arms. She was protected from the chill by a thick sweater and coat, her head resting against Josh's shoulder. He was determined not to let her out of his sight again, for fear of whatever had come after her the night before and set Rusty ablaze. Man with a scarlet eye, devil or demon, whatever it was, Josh was going to protect Swan with his final breath. But she was both shivering and hot with fever, and Josh didn't know if he could save her from what was killing her from the inside out. He prayed to God that he wouldn't soon have to dig a second grave. Glory and Aaron followed behind Josh, and right behind them the handyman with the northern accent, whose name was Zekiel Epstein, and the gray-bearded man in the plaid coat, Gene Scully, carried between them a crudely constructed pine-wood box that resembled a child's coffin. All that remained of Rusty Weathers had fit inside it, and before the lid had been nailed shut, Josh had put his cowboy boots in with him. Others who'd watched over Rusty's body during the night followed as well, including the woman with the keloid-scarred face, an ex-carnival roustabout from Arkansas named Anna McClay, and the man who'd provided the coffee grounds, whose name was John Gallagher, and who'd been a policeman in Louisiana. The teenage girl with close-cropped brown hair had forgotten her last name and just went by Katie. The young man who had been a woodcarver in Jefferson City was named Roy Creel, and he limped along on a crooked left leg that had been badly broken and never properly set. In his arms he carried a pine-wood plank that had Rusty Weathers carved into it in scrolled letters. Bringing up the rear was Mule, who stopped every few yards to sniff the air and paw at the hard ground. Fog shrouded the field and clung close to the earth, and the wind was still. The reek of the pond didn't seem so bad today, Josh thought, or maybe that just meant he was getting used to it. Walking through the mist was like entering a ghostly world where time had halted, and the place might have been the edge of a medieval settlement 6 centuries before. The only sounds were the crunching of boots in the snow, the rush of breath pluming from their mouths and nostrils, and the distant cawing of crows. Josh could barely see 10 feet ahead. He continued up through the low-flying mist into the field for what he took to be about 40 or 50 yards before he stopped. This was as good a spot as any, he decided, and a whole hell of a lot better than the pit. "Right here will do," he told the others. He carefully laid Swan down a few feet away. Anna McClay was carrying the shovel and pickaxe. He took the shovel from her and scooped the snow away from a rectangular area a little larger than the coffin. Then he took the pickaxe and began to dig Rusty's grave. Anna joined in the work, shoveling the earth to one side as Josh broke it loose. The first 6 or 8 inches was cold and clayey, full of a network of thick roots that resisted Josh's pickaxe. Anna pulled the roots up and tossed them aside to be boiled in soup. Beneath the top layer of earth, the dirt became darker, crumbly, and easier to move. Its rich odor reminded Josh oddly of a fudge cake his mother had baked and left to cool on the kitchen window-sill. When Josh's shoulders got tired, John Gallagher hefted the pickaxe and took over, while Glory shoveled the dirt aside. And so they alternated the work like that for the next hour, digging the grave deep enough so that the wild animals wouldn't disturb it. When it was ready, Josh, John, and Zekiel lowered the coffin into the earth. Josh looked down at the pine-wood box. "Well," he said quietly and resignedly, "I guess that's that. I wish there was a tree out here to bury you under, but there's not enough sunlight to throw shade anyway. I remember you told me you dug graves for all your friends back at that train wreck. Well, I figured it was the least your friend could do for you. I think you saved Swan last night. I don't know from who or what, but I'm going to find out. That I promise you." He lifted his gaze to the others. I guess that's all I've got to say. Josh, Glory had gone into the shack to get something from under her mattress before they'd come out here, and now she drew it from the folds of her coat. This was Jackson's Bible, she told him, and she opened the dog-eared, battered old book. Can I read something from it? Yes, please. She found the part she was looking for, on a page that was crinkled and hardly legible any more. Lord, she began reading, let me know my end, and what is the measure of my days. Let me know how fleetin' my life is. Behold, thou hast made my days a few hand-breadths, and my lifetime is nothing in thy sight. Surely every man stands as a mere breath. Surely every man goes about as a shadow. Surely for naught are they in turmoil. Man heaps up, and knows not who will gather. She rested her hand on Aaron's shoulder. And now, Lord, for what do I wait? She read. My hope is in thee. Deliver me from all my transgressions. Make me not the scorn of the fool. I am dumb, I do not open my mouth, for it is thou who hast done it. Remove thy stroke from me. I am spent by the blows of thy hand. When thou dost chasten man with rebukes for sin, thou dost consume like a moth what is dear to him. Surely every man is a mere breath. Josh heard the crows cawing, way off in the distance. The mist was undisturbed by wind, and Josh could only see the immediate area around Rusty's grave. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and give ear to my cry. Hold not thy peace at my tears, for I am thy passing guest, a sojourner, like all my fathers. Look away from me, that I may know gladness before I depart and be no more. Glory hesitated for a few seconds, her head bowed, and then she closed the Bible. That was the 39th Psalm, she told Josh. Jackson used to like for me to read it to him. Josh nodded, stared down at the coffin a moment longer, then scooped up the first shovelful of earth and dropped it into the grave. When the grave was filled and the dirt was packed tight, Josh tapped the pine wood marker into the ground. The young wood-carver had done a good job on it, and it would last a while. "Might cold out here," Anna McClay said. "We ought to be getting back." Josh gave the pickaxe and shovel to John Gallagher and walked over to where Swan lay sleeping in the folds of her coat. He bent down to pick her up, and he felt a chill breeze sweep past him. The walls of mist shifted and swirled. He heard something rustle in the breeze, a noise like leaves being disturbed somewhere off through the mist to his right. The breeze faltered and died, and the sound was gone. Josh stood up, staring in the direction from which it had come. "There's nothing out here," he thought. "This is an empty field." "What is it?" Glory asked, standing beside him. "Listen," he said softly. "I don't hear anything." "Come on," Anna called. "You're going to freeze your butt solid out here." The air moved again, a breath of cold wind slanting from a different angle across the field. And then both Josh and Glory heard the rustling noise, and Josh looked at her and said, "What's that?" She couldn't answer. Josh realized he hadn't seen Mule for a while. The horse could be anywhere out on the field, hidden by the mist. He took a step toward the rustling noise, and as the wind ebbed, the sound ebbed as well. But he kept walking and heard Zekiel shout, "Come on, Josh!" He continued on, and Glory followed, with Aaron right at her side. The wind turned. The rustling sound was getting nearer. Josh was reminded of a hot summer day when he was a boy, lying on his back in a field of high grass, chewing on a weed and listening to the wind sing like a harp. The mist was tattering apart like old cloth. Josh vaguely made out Mule's shape through it, about 15 or 20 feet ahead. He heard the horse whinny, and then Josh abruptly stopped in his tracks, because right in front of him was something wonderful. It was a row of plants, all about 2 feet tall, and as the breeze stirred the mist away, the long, slender fronds swayed and rustled together. Josh reached down, gently running his fingers over one of the delicate stalks. The plant was a pale green, but scattered on the fronds were dark red splotches that almost resembled bloodstains.
"My Lord," Glory breathed. "Josh, that's new corn growin'."
And Josh remembered the dried kernel that had been stuck to the blood-caked palm of Swan's hand. He knew what she'd been doing out there in the cold and dark. The wind picked up strength, shrilled around Josh's head, and made the young cornstalks dance. It punched holes through the gray walls of mist, and then the mist began to lift. And in the next moment Josh and Glory could see most of the field around them. They stood amid several irregular weaving rows of pale green stalks, all about 2 feet high, and all spotted with what Josh realized could very well have been drops of Swan's blood, absorbed right into the dirt and the dormant roots like fuel into a thirsty engine. The sight of green life in that devastated, snow-swept field almost knocked Josh to his knees. It was like seeing color again after a long blindness. Mule was nibbling tentatively at one of the plants, and a few crows swirled over his head, cawing indignantly. He snapped at them, then chased them between the rows with the exuberance of a colt. "I don't know what's inside that girl," Josh recalled Sly Moody saying, "but she's got the power of life." He shook his head, unable to find words. He reached out to the stalk in front of him and touched a small green nub that he knew was an ear of corn, forming in its protective sheath. There were 4 or 5 others just on the one stalk alone. "Mister," Sly Moody had said, "that swan could wake the whole land up again." Yes, Josh thought, his heart pounding. Yes, she can. And now he understood at last the commandment that had come from Pawpaw's lips back in the dark basement in Kansas. He heard a holler and a whoop, and he looked back to see John Gallagher running toward them. Behind him, Zekiel and Gene Scully followed. Anna stood, staring with her mouth open, next to the teenage girl. John fell down on his knees before one of the stalks and touched it with trembling hands. "It's alive," he said. "The earth's still alive. Oh, God! Oh, Jesus, we're going to have food!" "Josh, how can this be?" Glory asked him, while Aaron grinned and poked at a stalk with Crybaby. He inhaled the air. It seemed fresher, cleaner, infused with electricity. He looked at Glory, and his deformed mouth smiled. "I want to tell you about Swan," he said, his voice shaking. "I want to tell everybody in Mary's Rest about her. She's got the power of life in her, Glory. She can wake the whole land up again." And then he was running across the field toward the figure that lay on the ground, and he bent down and lifted her in his arms and squeezed her against him. "She can!" he shouted. His voice rolled like thunder toward the shacks of Mary's Rest. "She can!" Swan shifted drowsily. The slit of her mouth opened, and she asked in a soft, irritated voice, "Can what?" Chapter 65. The wind had strengthened, and was blowing through the forest from the southwest. It carried the aroma of wood smoke, mingled with a bitter, sulphurous smell that made Sister think of rotten eggs. And then she, Paul, Robin Oakes, and the 3 other highwaymen emerged from the forest onto a wide field covered with ashy snow. Ahead of them, lying under a haze of smoke from hundreds of stovepipe chimneys, were the close-clustered shacks and alleys of a settlement. "That's Mary's Rest," Robin said. He stopped, gazing around at the field. "And I think this is where I saw Swan and the big dude. Yeah, I think it is." Sister knew it was. They were close now, very close. Her nerves were jangling, and she wanted to run toward those shacks, but her aching, weary legs would not permit it. One step at a time, she thought. One step and then the next gets you where you're going. They neared a mud-hole full of skeletons. The sulphurous odor was coming off it, and they gave it a wide berth as they passed. But Sister didn't even mind that smell. She felt as if she were dream-walking in real life, exhilarated and strong, her gaze set toward the smoke-shrouded shacks. And then she knew she must be dreaming, because she imagined she heard the skittering music of a fiddle. "Look there," Paul said, and he pointed. Off to their left was a gathering of what looked to be 30 or 40 people, possibly more. They were dancing in the snow, doing old-fashioned clogging steps and square dance spins around a bonfire. Sister saw musicians, an old man in a faded red cap and a fleece-lined coat, sawing away at a fiddle, a white-bearded black man seated on a chair, scraping a stone across the ribs of a washboard he held between his knees, a young boy plucking chords on a guitar, and a thick-set woman beating a cardboard box like a bass drum. Their music was rough, but it swelled like a raw-boned symphony across the field, inviting the dancers to clog and spin with greater abandon. Snow kicked from their heels, and Sister heard merry shouts and whoops over the music. It had been a long time since she'd heard music, and she'd never seen a sight like this before. They were having a hoedown in the midst of a wasteland. But then Sister realized that it was not quite a wasteland, for beyond the bonfire and the dancers were several rows of small, pale green plants. Sister heard Paul say, awestruck, "My God, something's growing again." They walked across the field toward the celebrants and past what appeared to be a newly dug grave. There was a pine-wood marker with rusty weathers carved into it. Sleep well, she thought. And then they were getting close to the bonfire, and some of the people stopped dancing to watch their approach. The music faltered and ceased with the last fiddle whine. "How do?" a man in a dark green coat said, stepping away from the woman he'd been dancing with. He was wearing a Braves baseball cap, and underneath its brim almost all of his face was scarred by an ugly brown keloid, but he was smiling, and his eyes were bright. "Hello," Sister replied. The faces here were different from others she'd seen. They were hopeful, joyful faces, in spite of the scars and keloids that marred many, in spite of the protruding cheekbones and shrunken eyes that spoke of long hunger, in spite of the pallid skin that had not felt the sun in 7 years. She stared at the pale green plants, mesmerized by their motion as they swayed in the wind. Paul walked past her and bent over to reach toward one of them with a trembling hand, as if he feared the delicate wonder might evaporate like smoke. "She says not to touch 'em," the black man who'd been scraping the washboard said. "She says to let 'em be, and they'll take care of themselves." Paul drew his hand back. "It's been a long time since I've seen anything growing," he said. "I thought the earth was dead. What is it?" "Corn," another man told him. "Stalks just came up almost overnight. I used to be a farmer, and I thought the dirt wasn't fit to plant in, too. Thought the radiation and the cold had about finished it." He shrugged, admiring the green stalks. "I'm glad to be wrong. Of course, they're not too strong yet, but anything that grows in that dirt, well, it's a miracle." "She says to let 'em be," the black musician continued. "Says she can seed a whole crop field if we lets these first ones ripen, and we stands guard and keeps them crows away. She's sick, though." The husky woman, who had a vivid red keloid on her face, laid aside the cardboard box she'd been beating time to. "She's burning up with fever, and there ain't no medicine." "She," Sister repeated. She heard herself speaking as if in a dream. "Who are you talking about?" "The girl," Anna McClay said. "Swan's her name. She's in pretty bad shape. Got that stuff on her face even worse than you do. And she's blind to boot." "Swan!" Sister's knees were weak. "She done this." The black musician motioned toward the young cornstalks. "Planted 'em with her own hands. Everybody knows it. That Josh fella's telling the whole town." He looked at Sister, grinned, and showed a single gold tooth in the front of his head. "Ain't it something?" he said proudly. "Where have you folks come from?" Anna asked. "A long way off," Sister replied, close to tears. "A long, long way." "Where's the girl now?" Paul took a few steps toward Anna McClay. His own heart was pounding, and the faint, rich odor of the stalks had been sweeter than the smell of any whiskey he'd ever poured into a glass. Anna pointed at Mary's Rest. "That way. In Glory Bowen's shack. It ain't too far." "Take us there," Paul urged. Please." Anna hesitated, trying to read their eyes like she used to do with the Marks strolling on the Kearney Midway. Both of them were strong and steady, she decided, and furthermore they would take no shit. The gaunt boy with the long hair full of feathers and bones looked to be a real hell-raiser, and the other kids appeared pretty tough, too. All of them probably knew very well how to use the rifles they were carrying. She'd already seen that the man had a gun tucked down in the waistband of his trousers, and the woman most likely was packing iron as well. But both of them had a need in their eyes, too, like the glimmer of a fire that burned deep inside. Josh had told her to be wary of strangers who wanted to see Swan, but she knew it was not for her to deny that need. "Come on, then," she said, and she walked toward the shacks. Behind them the fiddler warmed his hands at the fire and then began playing again, and the black man scraped merrily at his washboard as the celebrants danced. They followed Anna McClay through the alleys of Mary's Rest, and as Sister turned a corner about 5 or 6 paces behind the other woman, something shot out into her path from the mouth of another alley. She had to draw up sharply to keep from stumbling and falling, and suddenly she had a sensation of numbing cold that seemed to draw the breath from her lungs. She instinctively whipped the shotgun from its holster beneath her coat and stuck it into the leering face of a man who sat in a child's red wagon. He stared up at her through deep-set eyes, and he lifted one hand toward the satchel that Sister held under her arm. "Welcome," he said. Sister was aware of a series of clicks, and the man's fathomless eyes moved to look past her. She glanced back and saw that Paul had his magnum in his hand. Robin was aiming his rifle, and so were the other 3 boys. They all had a deadly bead on the man in the red wagon. Sister stared into his eyes. He cocked his head to one side, the grin widening to show a mouthful of broken teeth. Slowly he withdrew his hand and laid it across the stumps of his legs. "That's Mr. Welcome," Anna said. "He's crazy. Just push him to one side." The man's gaze ticked between Sister's face and the satchel. He nodded. "Welcome," he whispered. Her finger tightened on the shotgun's trigger. Tendrils of cold seemed to be sliding around her, gripping her, slithering down through her clothes. The shotgun's barrel was about 8 inches from the man's head, and Sister was seized with an impulse to blow that hideous, grinning face away. But what would be under it, she wondered? Tissue and bone? Or another face? Because she thought she recognized the cunning glint in those eyes, like a beast patiently waiting for the moment to destroy. She thought she saw something of a monster who'd called himself Doyle Halland in them. Her finger twitched, ready to fire, ready to unmask the face. "Come on," Anna said. "He won't bite you. Fellow's been hanging around here a couple of days, and he's crazy, but he ain't dangerous." The man in the red wagon suddenly drew a lungful of air and released it in a quiet hiss between clenched teeth. He lifted his fist and held it up before Sister's face for a few seconds. Then one finger protruded to form the barrel of an imaginary weapon aimed at her head. "Gun goes bang," he said. Anna laughed. "See? He's a loony." Sister hesitated. Shoot him, she thought. Squeeze the trigger. Just a little harder. You know who it is. Shoot him. But what if I'm wrong? The shotgun's barrel wavered. And then her chance was gone. The man cackled, muttered something in a sing-song rhythm, and pushed himself past her with his arms. He entered an alley to the left, and Sister stood watching the demented cripple go. He did not look back. "Getting colder," Anna shivered, pulling her collar up. She motioned ahead. "Glory Bowen's shack is this way." The man in the red wagon turned down another alley and pushed himself out of Sister's sight. She let out the breath she'd been holding, and the white steam floated past her face. Then she returned her shotgun to its sheath and followed the other woman again. But she felt like an exposed nerve. Another bonfire was burning on the main street of Mary's Rest, casting warmth and light over 12 or 15 people who stood around it. The ugliest, most sway-backed old horse Sister had ever seen was tied to a post on the front porch of one of the shacks. The horse was covered with a number of blankets to keep him warm, and his head was nodding as if he were about to fall asleep. Nearby, a small black boy was trying to balance a crooked stick on the ends of his fingers. Two men, both armed with rifles, sat on the shack's cinder-block front steps, talking and drinking hot coffee from clay mugs. Their attention turned from their quiet talk to Anna. "Folks here say they want to see the girl," Anna told one of them, a man in a plaid coat and tan cap. "I think they're all right." He'd seen their weapons, and now he rested his own rifle across his knees. "Josh said no strangers were allowed in." Sister stepped forward. "My name's Sister. This is Paul Thorson, Robin Oakes, and I can vouch for the other boys. Now, if you'll tell me your name, we won't be strangers any more, will we?" "Gene Scully," he answered. "Are you folks from around here?" "No," Paul said. "Listen, we're not going to hurt Swan. We just want to see her. We want to talk to her." "She can't talk," Scully said. "She's sick, and I've been told not to let any strangers through that door." "You need your ears cleaned out, mister." Robin, smiling with cold menace, stood between Sister and Paul. "We've come a long way. We said we want to see the girl." Scully rose to his feet, ready to swing the rifle's barrel up at them. Beside him, Zachariah Epstein, also nervously, stood up. The silence stretched, and then Sister gritted her teeth and started to climb the steps, and if the men tried to stop her, she thought, she was going to blast both of them to hell. "Hey, Anna!" Aaron called suddenly. "Come look at the magic!" She glanced over at him. He was still playing with that dumb stick. "Later," she told him. Aaron shrugged and started swinging it like an imaginary sword. Anna returned to the problem at hand. "Listen, we don't need any more shit around here, and nobody needs to get riled or hurt either. Gene, why don't you just go on in and ask Josh to come speak to these folks?" "We want to see Swan." Anger reddened Paul's face. "We're not going to be turned back, lady." "Who's Josh?" Sister asked. "Fellow who's been traveling with the girl, taking care of her. Her guardian, I guess you'd say. Well, do you want to state your business to him or not?" "Bring him out." "Go get him, Gene." Anna took the rifle from him and immediately turned it on the strangers. "And now you folks can dump all that hardware in a neat pile next to the steps, if you please. You too, kiddies. I ain't your mama. Drop 'em." Scully started into the shack, but Sister said, "Wait." She opened her satchel, attracting the direct interest of the rifle the other woman had, but she took care to move slowly, without threat. She reached past the glass ring into the bottom of the satchel, fished out what she was after, and handed it up to Anna. "Here, give this to Josh. It might mean something to him." Anna looked at it, frowned, and passed it back to Scully, who took it and went in. They waited. "Some town you've got here," Robin said. "How much rent do the rats charge?" Anna smiled. "You'll be glad we've got plenty of rats after you taste some cooked up in a stew, smart-ass." "We were better off back in the cave," he told Sister. "At least we had fresh air. This place smells like somebody's shit bucket over." The door opened, and a monster walked out. Gene Scully followed behind. Robin just stood and stared, his mouth agape, because he'd never seen anybody so ugly before. The big dude was easily the size of 3 regular men. "Jesus," Paul whispered, and he couldn't help but be repelled. The man's single eye fixed on him for a few seconds, then moved to Sister. She didn't budge. Monster or not, she decided, nobody was going to stop her from seeing Swan. "Where did you find this?" Josh asked, holding up the object Gene Scully had given him. "In the parking lot of what used to be a Kmart. It was in a town in Kansas called—" "Matheson," Josh interrupted. "I know the place from a long time ago. This belonged to a friend. But do I know you?" "No. Paul and I have been traveling for years, searching for someone, and I think the person we've been led toward is in that house. Will you let us see her?" Josh looked again at what he held in his hand. It was one of Leona Skelton's tarot cards. The colors faded, the edges curled and yellowed. The legend on the card said, "The Empress." "Yes," Josh said. "But just you and the man." And he opened the door to let them enter. Chapter 66. "You sure?" Glory asked as Josh shut the door. She was stirring a pot of root soup on the stove, and she eyed the two strangers cautiously. "I don't like the looks of 'em." "Sorry," Paul told her. "I left my tuxedo at the cleaner's this morning." The room smelled like sassafras, and the stove was putting out a lot of heat. A couple of lanterns were set in the room, and by their smoky light both Paul and Sister could see what appeared to be bloodstains on the floor. "We had some trouble here last night," Josh explained. "That's why we have to be so careful about strangers wanting to see Swan." Sister went cold, in spite of the room's comfortable warmth. She was thinking of that grinning cripple in the child's red wagon. If it was him, he could be wearing any face at all. She wished she had that moment back, wished she'd blown the mask right off his skull to see what was hiding behind it. Josh turned up a lantern's wick and examined the tarot card again. "So you found this in Matheson? Okay. But how did this card lead you here?" "It wasn't the card that brought us. Tell me, is there a tree somewhere that's in blossom, with Swan's name burned into the trunk? I remember smelling apples. Is it an apple tree in bloom?" "Yes, but that's back about 50 or 60 miles from here. Did Sly Moody send you after us?" She shook her head, reaching into the satchel. "This sent us here," she said, and she withdrew the glass circle. The colors leaped and pulsed. Glory gasped, dropping her spoon as her hand fluttered to her mouth. The walls glittered with lights. Josh stared at it, transfixed by its beauty, and then he laid the Empress card down on the table. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "Why are you looking for Swan, and where did you find that?" Sister said, "I think we have a lot to talk about. I want to know everything about you, and everything about Swan. I want to hear everything that's happened to you, and I want to tell you our stories, too. But right now I have to see her. Please." With an effort, Josh pulled his gaze away from the glass ring and looked into Sister's face, looked long and deep, saw the tribulations and hardships there, but he also recognized tenacity and a will of iron. He nodded and led Paul and Sister into the next room. A single lantern, backed with a shiny piece of tin, hung on the wall, casting a muted golden glow. Swan lay on Glory's iron-framed cot, on the mattress that was stuffed with rags and papers. She was covered with a number of blankets that various people had donated, and her face was turned away from the light. Josh walked to the bedside, lifted the blankets, and gently touched Swan's shoulder. She was still burning up with fever, yet she shivered and held the blankets. "Swan, can you hear me?" Her breathing was harsh. Sister's hand found Paul's and clenched it. In her other hand the shades of the glass ring had turned to silver and gold. "Swan," Josh whispered, "someone's come to see you." She heard his voice, summoning her back from a nightmare landscape where a skeleton on a skeletal horse reaped a human field. Pain shot through the nerves and bones of her face. "Josh," she replied. "Rusty. Where's Rusty?" "I told you. We buried him this morning out in the field." "Oh, I remember now." Her voice was weak, drifting toward delirium again. "Tell them to watch the corn. Keep the crows away. But tell them not to touch it yet, Josh. Tell them." "I have. They're doing what you say." He motioned Paul and Sister closer. "Someone's here to see you. They say they've come a long way." "Who are they?" "A man and a woman. They're here right now. Can you speak to them?" Swan tried to focus her mind on what he was saying. She could sense someone else in the room, waiting. And there was something more, too. Swan didn't know what it was, but she felt her skin tingling as if in anticipation of a touch. In her mind she was a child again, staring with fascination at the fireflies' lights as they glowed against the window-screen. "Yes," she decided.
Will you help me sit up?"
He did, propping a couple of pillows up to support her. As Josh stepped away from the cot, Paul and Sister had their first view of Swan's growth-covered head. Both eye-holes were now sealed up, and there were only small slits over her nostrils and mouth. It was the most horrifying Job's mask that Sister had ever seen, much worse even than Josh's, and she had to fight off a shudder. Paul flinched, wondering how she could breathe or eat through that hideous crust.
"Who's there?"
Swan whispered.
"My name is—"
She lost her voice. She was scared to death. Then she drew her shoulders back, pulled in a deep breath, and stepped to the side of the cot. "You can call me Sister," she began. "There's a man named Paul Thorson with me. We've—" Sister glanced quickly at Josh, then back to the girl. Swan's head was cocked to one side, listening through a tiny hole at her ear. "We've been looking for you for a long time, 7 years. We missed you in Matheson, Kansas. I believe we probably missed you in a lot of places and never knew it. I found a doll that belonged to you. Do you remember it?" Swan did remember.
"My Cookie Monster. I lost it in Matheson. I used to love that thing when I was a little girl."
Sister had to listen hard to understand everything she was saying. "I wish I could have brought it to you, but it didn't survive the trip."
"That's all right," Swan said. "I'm not a little girl any more."
She suddenly lifted her bandaged right hand and felt in the air for the woman's face. Sister drew away, but then she realized that Swan wanted to know what she looked like. Sister gently grasped her slender wrist and guided the hand over her facial features. Swan's touch was as soft as smoke. Her fingers stopped when they found the growths.
"You've got it, too."
Swan's fingers continued across Sister's left cheek and then down to her chin.
"Feels like a cobblestone road."
"I guess so. A doctor friend of ours calls it Job's mask. He thinks what's in the air causes some people's skin to crust over. Damned if I can figure out why it just screws up the face and head, though." She reached out and touched the girl's forehead, then quickly jerked her hand back. Under the Job's mask, Swan was running a fever that had almost scorched Sister's fingers.
"Does it hurt?"
Sister asked.
"Yes. It didn't used to hurt so much, but now it's all the time."
"Yeah, mine too. How old are you?"
16. Josh keeps track of my birthday for me. How old are you?"
"I'm—" She couldn't recall. She hadn't kept up with her birthdays. "Let's see, I think I was in my 40s on the 17th of July. I guess I might be in my 50s now. Early 50s, that is. I feel like I'm gaining on 80.
Josh said you came a long way to see me."
Swan's head was heavy, and she was getting very tired again.
"Why?"
"I'm not sure," Sister admitted. "But we've been looking for you for 7 years because of this." And she held the glowing ring with its single remaining spire up before Swan's face. Swan's skin prickled. She sensed a bright light beating at her sealed-up eye-holes.
"What is it?"
"I think it's a lot of things, all rolled up into a circle of beautiful glass and filled with jewels. I found it on the 17th of July in New York City. I think it's a ring of miracles, Swan. I think it's a gift, like a magic survival kit. Or a life ring. Maybe anybody could have found it. Maybe I'm the only one who could have. I don't know. But I do know that it led Paul and me to you. I wish I knew why. All I can say is that I think you're someone very special, Swan. I saw the corn growing out in that field, where nothing ought to be alive. I looked into this glass ring, and I saw a tree in bloom, with your name burned into the wood." She leaned forward, her heart pounding. "I think there's work ahead of you. Very important work, enough to fill up a lifetime. After seeing that corn growing out there, I think I know what it is." Swan was listening carefully. She didn't feel very special. She just felt weary, and the fever was pulling at her again, trying to drag her back to that awful place where the bloody scythe reaped a human field. And then what Sister had said dawned on her.
A ring of miracles, all rolled up into a circle of beautiful glass and filled with jewels. She thought of the magic mirror, and the figure she'd seen bearing a ring of light. That figure, she knew, had been the woman who now stood at her bedside, and what she'd been carrying had finally arrived. Swan held out both hands toward the light. "May I hold it?" Sister glanced at Josh. He was standing behind Paul, and Glory had come from the other room. Josh didn't know what was going on, and all this ring of miracles talk was beyond him. But he trusted the woman, and he let himself nod. "Here." Sister put it into Swan's hands. Her fingers curled around the glass. There was heat in it, a heat that began to spread into her hands, through her wrists and forearms. Under the bandages, the raw skin of her hands had begun itching and stinging. "Oh," she said, more in surprise than in pain. "Swan?" Josh stepped forward, alarmed at the sound. The glass circle was getting brighter and pulsating faster. "Are you The ring flared like a golden nova. All of them were blinded for a few seconds, as the room was lit up as if by the flaring of a million candles. The memory of the white-hot blast in front of Pawpaw's grocery streaked through Josh's mind. Now a searing pain coursed in Swan's hands, and her fingers seemed locked to the glass. The pain rippled through her bones, and she started to cry out. But in the next instant the anguish had passed, and left in her mind were scenes beautiful beyond dreams, fields of golden corn and wheat, orchards where trees bent under the weight of fruit, meadows of flowers, and verdant green forests, stirred by a breeze. The images poured forth as if from a cornucopia, so vivid that Swan smelled the aromas of barley, apples, plums, and cherry trees in full bloom. She beheld dandelions blowing in the wind, forests of oaks dripping acorns into the moss, maples running sap, and sunflowers thrusting up from the earth. Yes, Swan thought, as the images continued to flood through her mind in brilliant patterns of color and light, my work. I know what my work is now. Josh was first to recover from the glare. He saw that Swan's hands were engulfed by golden fire, the flames licking up along her arms. "She's burning up," he realized, and, horrified, he shoved Sister aside and grabbed the fiery ring to pull it away from Swan. But as soon as his fingertips touched the glass, he was flung backward with such force that he left his feet before crashing into the wall, narrowly missing breaking most of the bones in Paul's body. The air was forced from his lungs with a noise like a ruptured steam pipe, and he crumpled to the floor, dazed from the worst knock he'd taken since Haystacks Muldoon had thrown him from the wrestling ring in Winston-Salem 11 years before. "Damn thing repelled me," he thought, when thinking was possible again. He tried to struggle up and realized that the flaming ring had been cool under his fingers. Still half blinded, Sister saw the strange fire too, saw it crawling up Swan's arms. It snapped like the uncoiling of a whip, and began to wrap itself around the girl's head. The fire, noiseless and without heat, had shrouded Swan's face and head before Josh could get up from the floor. Swan made no sound and lay motionless, but she could hear a sizzling over the wonderful scenes that kept swirling through her mind. Sister was about to grasp the ring herself, but as she reached for it, Josh charged toward the cot again, almost flung her through the wall, braced his legs, and got ready to withstand the jolt as he clenched his fingers around the ring. This time it came smoothly free from Swan's hands. As he turned to smash it against the wall, he heard Sister scream, "No!" and she was on him like a wildcat. "Wait!" Paul shouted. "Look at her!" Josh held Sister at arm's length and swiveled his head toward Swan. The golden flames that covered her hands were going out. The bandages had turned black. As they watched, they saw the fire, or what had appeared to be fire, being drawn into the Job's mask, like liquid into a dry sponge. The flames rippled, flared, and then disappeared. Sister wrenched the ring from him and backed out of his reach. He went to Swan's side, put his arms beneath her shoulders, and lifted her up, supporting her head with one hand. "Swan!" His voice was frantic. "Swan, answer me!" She was silent. "You've killed her!" Glory shouted at Sister. "God Almighty, you've killed her with that damn thing!" She rushed to the bedside, while Sister retreated against the far wall. Her mind was reeling, and the explosion of light still burned behind her eyes. But Josh could feel Swan's heart beating like the wings of a captured bird against a cage. He rocked the girl in his arms, praying that this shock wouldn't be the final burden. He looked up fiercely at Sister and Paul. "Get them out of here," he told Glory. "Call Anna. Tell her to lock them away somewhere. Get them out before I kill them, Swan's hand drifted up, touched Josh's lips to silence him. Sister stared at the glass ring. Its colors had paled, and some of the trapped jewels had turned ebony, like little burned-up pieces of charcoal. But the colors were getting stronger again, as if drawing power from her own body. Glory grasped her arm to pull her from the room, but Sister jerked free. Then Glory ran out to summon Anna McClay, who came with the rifle, ready for business. "Get them out," Josh shouted, "and get that thing away from her." Anna started to reach for the ring. Sister's fist was faster. She struck the other woman with a noise like a hammer, whacking a board, and Anna McClay went down with a bloody nose. Anna struggled to her feet and aimed the rifle point-blank at Sister's head. "Stop it," Swan said suddenly, her voice frail. She'd heard the shouts, the scuffling, and the sound of the blow. The majestic scenes that had so ignited her imagination began to fade. "Stop it," she repeated. Strength was returning to her voice. "No more fighting." "They tried to kill you with that thing," Josh said. "No, we didn't," Paul protested. "We came here to see her, that's all. We weren't trying to hurt her." Josh ignored him. "Are you all right?" he asked Swan. "Yes, just tired. But, Josh, when I held it, I saw wonderful things, wonderful things." "What things?" "Things that could be," she replied. "If I want them to be, if I work hard enough." "Josh?" Anna was itching to put a bullet through the scraggly old woman who'd decked her. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "You want me to lock 'em up somewhere?" "No," Swan said. "Leave them alone. They weren't trying to hurt me." "Well, this bitch sure hurt me. I think my damned schnoz is busted." Josh eased Swan's head down onto the pillow. His face felt strange, itching and burning. Where Swan's fingers had touched. "You sure you're okay?" he asked. "I don't want you to be." And then he glanced at one of her hands, and his voice trailed off. "Don't try to hide it if you're—" The bandages, black and oily-looking, had come loose. Josh could see a glimpse of pink flesh. He took her hand gently in his own and began to unwind the bandages. The cloth was stiff and started coming apart with little crackling sounds. Sister pushed the rifle barrel out of her face and walked past Anna to the side of the cot. Anna made no move to stop her, because she came forward to see as well. With nervous fingers, Josh carefully peeled part of the black bandage away. It came off with some of Swan's injured skin adhered to it, and revealed underneath was bright pink, healing flesh. "What is it?" Swan asked, breaking the silence. "What's wrong?" He cracked part of the other bandage off. It crumbled like ashes between his fingers, and he saw pink, clean, unscarred skin across a section of Swan's palm. He knew that it should have taken at least a week for Swan's hands to scab over, and maybe a month for them to heal. He'd been most worried about her wounds getting infected, that maybe her hands would be scarred and ruined for the rest of her life. But now? Josh pressed his finger against her pink palm. "Ow!" she said, pulling her hand away from him. "That's sore." Her hands were stinging and tingling, and as warm as if they'd been deeply sunburned. Josh was afraid to peel any more of the bandages off, not wanting to expose the tender skin. He looked up at Glory, who stood beside him, then over at Sister. His gaze fell to the gleaming glass ring in her protective grip. "A ring of miracles," she'd said, and Josh believed it. He stood up. "I think we've got a lot to talk about," he said. "Yes," Sister agreed. "I believe we do." Chapter 67. The shout of the Lord shook the trailer's walls,
and the woman who lay on a bare mattress with a coarse blanket wrapped around her moaned in her tortured sleep. Rudy was crawling into her bed again, and he held an infant with a crushed head. She kicked at him, but his rotting mouth grinned. "Come on, Sheila," he chided her, his voice hissing through the blue-edged slash across his throat. "Is that how you treat an old friend?" "Get away!" she screamed. "Get away! Get away!" But he was sliding up against her with slimy skin. His eyes had rolled back into his head, and decayed holes cratered his face. "Aw," he said. "Don't be like that, Sheila. We got high and happy too many times for you to kick me out of your bed. You let everybody else in these days, don't you?" He offered her the blue-skinned infant. "See," he said, "I brought you a present." And then the tiny mouth opened in that battered head, and a wail came from it that made Sheila Fontana go rigid, her hands clamped to her ears, and tears streaming from her wide-open, staring eyes. The ghosts fragmented and whirled away, and Sheila was left with her own scream echoing within the filthy trailer. But the shout of the Lord continued, this time pounding on the trailer's door. A voice from outside yelled, "Shut up, you crazy fool! You trying to wake up the fucking dead?" Tears ran down her face, and she felt sick to her stomach. The trailer already smelled of vomit and stale cigarette smoke, and there was a bucket next to her mattress where she relieved herself during the night. She couldn't stop shaking, couldn't get enough air into her lungs. She fumbled for the bottle of vodka that she knew was there on the floor beside her bed, but she couldn't find it, and she wailed again with frustration. "Come on, open the damn door!" It was Judd Lowry's voice, and he hammered on the door with the butt of his rifle. "He wants you!" She froze, her fingers finally locked on the neck of the half-full bottle. "He wants me," she thought. Her heart kicked. "He wants me." "You hear what I said? He sent me to get you. Come on, get your ass moving." She crawled out of bed and stood with the bottle in one hand and the blanket in the other. The trailer was cold, and red light came from a bonfire blazing outside. "Speak if you can understand English," Lowry said. "Yes," she told him. "I hear you. He wants me." She was shaking, and she dropped the blanket to take the top off the vodka bottle. "Well, come on, then. And he says for you to put on some perfume this time." "Yes, he wants me, he wants me." She drank from the bottle again, capped it, and searched for her lantern and matches. She found them, got the lantern lit, and placed it on her dressing table next to the cracked mirror that hung on the wall. Atop the dresser was a forest of dried-up makeup bottles, lipsticks, bottles of scent that had long ago gone skunky, jars of cream and mascara applicators. Taped to the mirror were yellowed pictures of fresh-faced models clipped from ancient copies of Glamour and Mademoiselle. She placed the vodka bottle next to the lantern and sat down in her chair. The mirror caught her face. Her eyes resembled dull bits of glass sunken into a sickly, heavily lined ruin. Much of her hair had turned from black to a yellowish-gray, and at her crown the scalp was beginning to show. Her mouth was tight and etched with deep lines, as if she'd been holding back a scream that she dared not release. She peered into the eyes that looked back. Makeup, she decided. Sure, I need to use a little makeup. And she opened one of the bottles to smear the stuff on her face like a healing balm, her hands unsteady, because she wanted to look pretty for the colonel. He'd been nice to her lately, had called for her several times, had even given her a few bottles of precious alcohol from a deserted liquor store. "He wants me," she told herself, as she scrawled lipstick across her mouth. The colonel used to prefer the other two women who'd lived in the trailer with Sheila, but Kathy had moved in with a captain, and Gina had taken a .45 to bed one night, which meant that Sheila was on her own and driving the pickup truck that hauled the trailer, and earning enough gasoline, food, and water to keep both the truck and herself going. She knew most of the other RLs, recreation ladies, who followed the Army of Excellence in their own convoy of trucks, cars, and trailers. A lot of the women had diseases. Some were young girls with ancient eyes. A few enjoyed their work, and most were searching for the golden dream, being taken in by an AOE officer who had plenty of supplies and a decent bed. It's a man's world, Sheila thought. That had never been as true as it was now. But she was happy, because being summoned to the colonel's trailer meant she wouldn't have to sleep alone, and for a few hours at least, Rudy couldn't come crawling into her bed with his grisly gift. Rudy had been a kick in life, but in death he was a real drag. "Hurry it up," Lowry shouted. "It's cold out here." She finished her makeup and ran a brush through her hair. She didn't like to do that, though, because so much of her hair was falling out. Then she searched the many bottles of perfume for the right scent. Most of their labels had come off, but she found the distinctive bottle she wanted and sprayed perfume on her throat. She remembered an ad she'd seen in a Cosmo magazine a long time ago. Every man loves Chanel No. 5. She hurriedly pulled a dark red sweater over her sagging breasts, squeezed herself into a pair of jeans, and put on her boots. It was too late to do anything about her fingernails. Anyhow, they were all but bitten away. She shrugged into a fur coat that had belonged to Gina. One more peek in the mirror to check her makeup. "He wants me," she thought, and then she blew the lantern out, went to the door, unbolted, and opened it. Judd Lowry, his beard cropped close to his jawline and a bandana wrapped around his forehead, glared at her and laughed. "Geez," he said. "You ever heard of a movie called The Bride of Frankenstein?" She knew not to answer him as she dug a key out of the fur coat and locked her door. He was always picking at her, and she hated his guts. Whenever she looked at him, she heard the wail of a baby and the sound of a rifle butt striking innocent flesh. She walked right past him, in the direction of Colonel Macklin's Silver Airstream Command Center, on the western edge of what had been Sutton, Nebraska. "You sure do smell nice," Lowry said, as he followed her between the parked trailers, trucks, cars, and pitched tents of the Army of Excellence. Firelight glinted off the barrel of the M16, slung over his shoulder. "You smell like an open sore. When's the last time you took a bath?" She couldn't remember. Bathing used up water, and she didn't have a lot of that to spare. "I don't know why he wants you," Lowry continued, walking right at her heels. "He could have a young RL, a pretty one who takes baths. You're a two-legged lice farm." She ignored him. She knew he hated her because she'd never let him touch her, not even once. She'd taken on everybody who could pay her with gasoline, food, water, pretty trinkets, cigarettes, clothes, or alcohol, but she wouldn't take on Judd Lowry if his prick gushed refined oil. Even in a man's world, a woman had her pride. He was still ranting at her when she walked between two tents and almost into a squat, square trailer painted pitch black. She stopped abruptly, and Lowry almost barreled into her. His nagging ceased. Both of them knew what went on inside Roland Croninger's black trailer, the AOE's interrogation center, and being so close to it stirred in their minds the stories they'd heard of Captain Croninger's inquisition methods. Lowry remembered what Croninger had done to Freddie Kemke years ago, and he knew that the captain was best avoided. Sheila regained her composure first. She walked past the trailer, its windows sealed with sheet metal, and on toward the colonel's command center. Lowry silently followed. The Airstream trailer was hooked to the cab of a diesel truck surrounded by 6 armed guards. Spaced at intervals were fires that burned in oil drums. As Sheila approached, one of the guards rested his hand on the pistol beneath his coat. "It's okay," Lowry said. "He's expecting her." The guard relaxed and let them pass, and they walked up a set of intricately carved wooden risers that led to the Airstream's closed door. The 3-step staircase even had a banister, into which was cut the grotesque faces of demons with lolling tongues, contorted nude human figures, and deformed gargoyles. The subject matter was nightmarish, but the workmanship was beautiful. The faces and figures carved by a hand that knew blades, then sanded and polished to a high luster. Red velvet pads had been tacked down on the surface of each riser, as if on the steps to an emperor's throne. Sheila had never seen the staircase before, but Lowry knew it was a recent gift from the man who'd joined the AOE back in Broken Bow. It galled Lowry that Alvin Mangrum had already been made a corporal, and he wondered how Mangrum had gotten his nose chewed off. He'd seen the man working with the mechanical brigade, and hanging around with a gnarled little dwarf he called Imp, and Mangrum was another son of a bitch he wouldn't dare turn his back on. Lowry knocked on the door. "Enter," came Colonel Macklin's raspy voice. They went in. The front room was dark, but for the single oil lamp burning atop Macklin's desk. He was sitting behind the desk, studying maps. His right arm lay across the desktop, almost like a forgotten appendage, but the black-gloved palm of his new right hand was turned up, and the lamplight glinted on the sharp points of the many nails that pierced it. "Thank you, Lieutenant," Macklin said, without lifting his leather-masked face. "You're dismissed." "Yes, sir." Lowry shot a smirking glance at Sheila, then left the trailer and closed the door. Macklin was calculating the rate of march between Sutton and Nebraska City, where he planned to lead the Army of Excellence across the Missouri River. But the supplies were dwindling by the day, and the AOE hadn't made a successful raid since the destruction of Franklin Hayes's army back in Broken Bow. Still, the ranks of the AOE continued to swell as stragglers from other dead settlements drifted in, seeking shelter and protection. The AOE had abundant manpower, weapons, and ammunition, but the grease that slicked the wheels of forward movement was running out. The ruins of Sutton had still been smoking when the AOE's advance armored cars pulled in just before full dark. All that was worth taking was already gone, even the clothes and shoes from the piles of dead bodies. There were signs that grenades and Molotov cocktails had been used, and at the eastern edge of the burning debris were the tread marks of heavy vehicles and the footprints of soldiers marching off through the snow. And Macklin had realized that there was another army, perhaps as large as or larger than the AOE, heading east right in front of them, looting settlements and taking the supplies that the Army of Excellence needed to survive. Roland had seen blood in the snow, and reasoned that there would be wounded soldiers struggling to keep up with the main body. A small recon force might be able to capture some of those stragglers, Roland had suggested. They might be brought back and interrogated. Colonel Macklin had agreed, and Roland had taken Captain Braden, Sergeant Ulrich, and a few soldiers out in an armored truck. "Sit down," the colonel told Sheila. She walked into the circle of light. A chair had been prepared for her, facing the colonel's desk. She sat down, edgy and not knowing what to expect. In the past, he'd always waited for her in his bed. He continued to work on his maps and charts. He was dressed in his uniform, with the Army of Excellence patch sewn over the right breast pocket, and 4 bars of gold-colored thread attached to each shoulder to signify his rank. Covering his scalp was a gray woolen cap, and the black leather mask obscured his face except for his left eye. She hadn't seen him without that mask for several years, and she didn't particularly care to. Behind Macklin was a rack of pistols and rifles, and a black, green, and silver AOE flag was tacked neatly to the pine paneling. He let her wait a few more minutes, and then he lifted his head. His frosty blue eye chilled her. "Hello, Sheila." "Hello." "Were you alone, or did you have company?" "I was alone." She had to listen hard to understand all his words. His speech had gotten worse since the last time she'd visited there, less than a week ago. "Well," Macklin said, "sometimes it's good to sleep alone. You get more rest that way, don't you?" He opened a filigreed silver box that sat atop his desk. In it were about 20 precious cigarettes, not soggy butts or re-rolled chewing tobacco, but the real thing. He offered the box to her, and she immediately took a cigarette. "Take another," he urged. She took 2 more. Macklin pushed a pack of matches across the desktop to her, and she lit up the first cigarette and inhaled it like true oxygen. "Remember when we bluffed our way into here?" he asked her. "You, me, and Roland. Remember when we bargained with Freddie Kemke?" "Yeah." She'd wished 1,000 times that she still had a supply of cocaine and uppers, but that stuff was hard to come by these days. I do. I trust you, Sheila. You and Roland are about the only ones I can trust. He pulled his right arm toward him and cradled it against his chest. That's because we know each other so well. People who've been through so much together should trust each other. His gaze lifted from Sheila's face. He looked at the shadow soldier who was standing behind her chair, just at the edge of the darkness. His eye shifted back to her again. Have you been entertaining many officers lately? A few. How about Captain Hewlett, Sergeant Oldfield, Lieutenant Van? Any of those? I guess. She shrugged, and her mouth curled into a faint smile through the haze of smoke. They come and go. I've heard things, Macklin said. It seems that some of my officers, I don't know who, aren't very pleased with the way I'm running the Army of Excellence. They think we should plant roots, start a settlement of our own. They don't understand why we're moving east, or why we have to stamp out the mark of Cain. They can't see the grand scheme, Sheila, especially the young ones, like Hewlett and Van. I made them officers against my better judgment. I should have waited to see what they were made of. Well, I know now. I believe they want to take my command away from me. She was silent. Tonight there would be no screwing, just one of the colonel's sessions of raving. But that was fine with Sheila. At least Rudy couldn't find her here. Look at this, he said, and he turned one of the maps that he'd been working on toward her. It was an old, creased and stained map of the United States, torn from an atlas. The names of the states had been marked through, and large areas were outlined heavily in pencil. Substitute names had been scrawled in. Summerland for the area of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Industrial Park for Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Port Complex for the Carolinas and Virginia. Military training for the Southwest, and also for Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. The Dakotas, Montana, and Wyoming were marked prison area, and across the entire map Macklin had written AOE, America of Enlightenment. This is the grand scheme, he told her. But to make it come true, we have to destroy the people who don't think like us. We have to wipe out the mark of Cain. He turned the map around and grazed the nails across it. We have to stamp it out so we can forget what happened and put it behind us. But we've got to get ready for the Russians, too. They're going to be dropping paratroopers and landing invasion barges. They think we're dead and finished, but they're wrong. He leaned forward, the nails digging into the scarred desktop. We'll pay them back. We'll pay the bastards back 1,000 times. He blinked. The shadow soldier was smiling thinly, his face streaked with camouflage paint under the brow of his helmet. Macklin's heart was hammering, and he had to wait for it to settle down before he could speak again. They don't see the grand scheme, he said quietly. The AOE has almost 5,000 soldiers now. We have to move to survive, and we have to take what we need. We're not farmers. We're warriors. That's why I need you, Sheila. Need me? For what? You get around. You hear things. You know most of the other RLs. I want you to find out whom I can trust among my officers, and who needs to be disposed of. Like I say, I don't trust Hewlett, Oldfield, or Van, but it's nothing I can prove before a court-martial. And the cancer might run deep, very deep. They think that just because of this, and he touched the black leather mask, I'm not fit for command any more. But this isn't the mark of Cain. This is different. This'll go away when the air gets clean again and the sun comes out. The mark of Cain won't go away until we destroy it. He angled his head to one side, watching her carefully. For every name you can put on an execution list and verify, I'll give you a carton of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. How about it? It was a generous offer. She already had a name in mind. It started with an L and ended with a Y. but she didn't know if Lowry was loyal or not. Anyway, she sure would like to see him in front of a firing squad, but only if she could smash his brains out first. She was about to answer when someone knocked at the door. "Colonel?" It was Roland Croninger's voice. "I've got a couple of presents for you." Macklin strode to the door and opened it. Outside, illuminated by the firelight, was the armored truck that Captain Croninger and the others had gone out in, and chained to the rear fender were two men, both bloody and battered, one on his knees, and the other standing straight and staring defiantly. "We found them about 12 miles east, along Highway 6, Roland said. He was wearing his long coat with the hood pulled up over his head. An automatic rifle was slung over his shoulder, and at his waist was a holstered .45. The dirty bandages still covered most of his face, but growths protruded like gnarled knuckles through spaces between them. The firelight burned red in the lenses of his goggles. "There were 4 of them at first. They wanted to fight. Captain Braden bought it. We brought back his clothes and guns. Anyway, that's what's left of them." Roland's growth-knotted lips parted in a slick smile. "We decided to see if they could keep up with the truck." "Have you questioned them?" "No, sir. We were saving that." Macklin walked past him, down the carved staircase. Roland followed, and Sheila Fontana watched from the doorway. The soldiers who stood around the two men parted to make way for Colonel Macklin. He stood face to face with the prisoner, who refused to fall in defeat, even though the man's knees were shredded and he had a bullet wound in his left shoulder. "What's your name?" Macklin asked him. The man closed his eyes. "The Saviour is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my—" Macklin interrupted him with a swipe of the nail-studded palm across the side of his face. The man dropped to his knees, his slashed face lowered to the ground. Macklin prodded the second man in the side with his boot. "You, up!" "My legs, please. Oh, God, my legs." "Get up!" The prisoner struggled to his feet. Blood streamed down both his legs. He looked at Macklin through horrified, dazed eyes. "Please," he begged, "give me something for the pain. Please." "You give me information first. What's your name?" The man blinked. "Brother Gary," he said. "Gary Cates." "That's good, Gary." Macklin patted his shoulder with his left hand. "Now, where were you going?" "Don't tell him anything," the man on the ground shouted. "Don't tell the heathen." "You want to be a good boy, don't you, Gary?" Macklin asked, his masked face about 4 inches away from Cates's. "You want something to take your mind off the pain, don't you? Tell me what I want to know." Don't, the other man sobbed. "It's over for you," Macklin stated. "It's finished. There's no need to make things more difficult than they have to be. Isn't that right, Gary? I'll ask you once more. Where were you going?" Cates hunched his shoulders as if afraid he might be struck down from above. He shivered, and then he said, "We were trying to catch up with them. Brother Ray got shot. He couldn't make it on his own. I didn't want to leave him. Brother Nick's eyes were burned, and he was blind. The Saviour says to leave the wounded. But they were my friends." "The Saviour? Who's that?" "Him, the Saviour, the true Lord and Master. He leads the American allegiance. That's who we were trying to catch up with." "No," the other man said. "Please, don't tell." "The American allegiance," Macklin repeated. He'd heard of them before, from wanderers who'd joined the AOE's fold. They were led, as he understood it, by an ex-minister from California who had had a cable television program. Macklin had been looking forward to meeting him. "So he calls himself the Saviour. How many are traveling with him, and where are they headed?" The fallen man sat up on his knees and began shrieking crazily. "The Saviour is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures." He heard the click of Roland's .45 as its barrel pressed against his skull. Roland did not hesitate. He squeezed the trigger. The noise of the gun made Sheila jump. The man toppled over. "Gary?" Macklin asked. Cates was staring down at the corpse, his eyes wide and one corner of his mouth twitching in a hysterical grin. "How many are traveling with the Savior? And where are they headed?" Kate stammered. 3,000, he managed to say. "Maybe 4. I don't know for sure." "They have armored vehicles?" Roland inquired. "Automatic weapons? Grenades?" "All those. We found an Army supply center up in South Dakota. There were trucks, armored cars, machine guns, flamethrowers, grenades, everything for the taking. Even 6 tanks and crates of heavy ammunition." Colonel Macklin and Roland looked at each other. The same thought flashed through their minds. 6 tanks and crates of heavy ammunition. "What kind of tanks?" The blood was pounding through Macklin's veins. "I don't know. Big tanks with big guns. But one of them wouldn't run right from the first. We left 3 others because they broke down and the mechanics couldn't get them started again." "So they've still got 2? Cates nodded. He lowered his head in shame, could feel the Savior's eyes burning on the back of his neck. The Savior had 3 commandments: disobey and die, to kill is merciful, and love me. "All right, Gary." Macklin traced the other man's jawline with his finger. "Where are they going?" Cates mumbled something, and Macklin wrenched his head up. "I didn't hear you." Cates's gaze skittered to the .45 Roland was holding, then back to the black-masked face with its single cold blue eye. "To West Virginia," he said. "They're going to West Virginia. A place called Warwick Mountain. I don't know exactly where it is." "West Virginia? Why there?" "Because—" He trembled. He could feel the man with the bandaged face and the .45 just aching to kill him. "If I tell you, will you let me live?" he asked Macklin. "We won't kill you," the colonel promised. "Tell me, Gary. Tell me." "They're going to West Virginia because God lives there," the other man said, and his face folded with agony at betraying the Savior. "God lives on top of Warwick Mountain. Brother Timothy saw God up there a long time ago. God showed him the black box and the silver key, and told him how the world will end. And now Brother Timothy's leading the Savior to find God." Macklin paused for a few seconds. Then he laughed out loud. It sounded like the grunting of an animal. When he'd stopped laughing, he grasped the collar of Cates's shirt with his left hand and pressed the nails of his right against the man's cheek. "You're not among crazy religious fanatics now, my friend. You're among warriors. So stop the bullshitting and tell the truth, now." "I swear it! I swear it!" Tears rolled from Cates's eyes and through the grime on his face. "God lives on Warwick Mountain. Brother Timothy's leading the Savior to find him. I swear it." "Let me have him," Roland said. There was a moment of silence. Macklin stared into Gary Cates's eyes, and then drew his right hand away. Little dots of blood were rising from the man's cheek. "I'll take good care of him." Roland holstered his .45. "I'll make him forget that pain in his legs. Then we'll have a nice talk." "Yes," Macklin nodded. "I think that's a good idea. Unshackle him," Roland told the soldiers. They obeyed at once. His eyes gleamed with excitement behind the goggles. He was a happy young man. It was a hard life, yes, and sometimes he wished for a Pepsi and a Baby Ruth candy bar, or he craved a hot shower and then a good late-night war movie on TV. But those were all things that belonged to a past life. He was Sir Roland now, and he lived to serve the king in this never-ending game of King's Knight. He missed his computer, though.
That was the only really bad thing about not having electricity. And sometimes he had a strange dream in which he seemed to be in an underground maze at the king's side, and in that maze there were two tunnel trolls, a man and a woman, who had familiar faces. Their faces disturbed him, and always brought him awake in a cold sweat. But those faces were not real. They were just dreams, and Roland was always able to go back to sleep again. He could sleep like the dead when his mind was clear. "Help him walk," Roland ordered two of the soldiers. "This way," he said, and he led them in the direction of the black trailer. McCammon prodded the corpse at his feet. "Clean it up," he told one of the guards, and then he stood facing the eastern horizon. The American allegiance couldn't be very far ahead of them, maybe only 20 or 30 miles. They'd be loaded down with supplies from what had been a thriving community at Sutton, and they had plenty of guns, ammunition, and 2 tanks. "We can catch them," McCammon thought. "We can catch them and take what they have, and I'll grind the Savior's face under my boot, because nothing can stand before the Army of Excellence, and nothing can stop the grand scheme." "God lives on Warwick Mountain," the man had said. "God showed him the black box and the silver key and told him how the world will end." The crazy religious fanatics had to be destroyed. There was no room for their kind in the grand scheme. He turned back toward the trailer. Sheila Fontana was standing in the doorway, and suddenly McCammon realized that all this excitement had given him an erection. It was a good erection, too. It promised to stay around a while. He walked up the carved staircase with its banister of demon faces, entered the trailer, and shut the door. Chapter 68. "Sister! Sister, wake up!" She opened her eyes and saw a figure standing over her. For a few seconds she didn't know where she was, and she instinctively tightened her grip around the leather satchel. Then she remembered. She was in Glory Bowen's shack, and she'd dozed off in the warmth of the stove. The last thing she recalled was listening to someone playing a flute at the bonfire outside. Glory had awakened her. "Josh wants you," she told Sister in a frightened voice. "Hurry! Something's happening to Swan!" Sister stood up. Nearby, Paul had heard and was getting to his feet where he'd been sleeping on the floor. They followed Glory into the next room, where they saw Josh leaning over Swan. Aaron stood watching, wide-eyed, and holding on to the dowsing rod. "What is it?" Sister asked. "Her fever. She's burning up." Josh took a cloth from a pail of melted snow and wrung it out. He began to rub the cold cloth over Swan's neck and arms, and he could swear he saw steam swirling up through the golden lamplight. He was afraid her entire body might suddenly hit the point of ignition and explode. "We've got to get her fever down." Paul touched Swan's arm and quickly drew his hand back, as if he'd placed it against the stove's grate. "My God! How long's she been like this?" "I don't know. She had a fever when I checked her about an hour ago, but it wasn't nearly this high." He put the cloth into the cold water again, and this time he applied it to Swan's flesh without wringing it out. Swan trembled violently. Her head thrashed back and forth, and she made a low, terrible moaning. "She's dying, Josh!" Aaron yelled. There were tears in his eyes. "Don't let her die!" Josh put his hands into the cold water and rubbed it over Swan's burning skin. She was so hot inside, so terribly hot. He didn't know what to do, and he looked up at Sister. "Please," he said, "help me save her." "Get her outside." Sister was already reaching for Swan to help carry her. "We can cover her with snow." Josh put his arms underneath Swan and started to lift her. Swan thrashed, and her rebandaged hands clawed at the air. He got her up in his arms and supported her head against his shoulder. The heat radiating through her Job's mask almost seared his skin. He'd taken 2 strides when Swan cried out, shuddered, and went limp. Josh felt the fever break, felt the terrible heat leave her body as if someone had opened the door of an oven right in his face, felt it rise like a shroud of steam and cling to the ceiling a foot above his head. She lay motionless in his arms, and Sister thought, "She's dead. Oh, my God, Swan is dead." Josh's knees almost buckled. "Swan," he said, and his voice cracked. Her long, frail body was cooling. A tear almost burned him blind, and he released a sob that shook his bones. Carefully, tenderly, he laid her down on the bed again. She lay like a crushed flower, her arms and legs asprawl. Josh was afraid to pick up her wrist and feel for a pulse, afraid that this time the spark of life would be gone. But he did. Couldn't feel anything. He lowered his head for a few seconds. "Oh, no," he whispered. "Oh, no, I think she's—" There was a faint tremor beneath his fingers, and another, then a third and a fourth, getting stronger. He looked up at Swan's face. Her body shivered. And then there was an eerie noise that sounded like hard, dried clay cracking apart. "Her face," Paul whispered, standing at the foot of the bed. A hairline crack crept along the Job's mask. It ran across where her forehead would be, zigzagging back over the nose, then down along the left cheek to the jawline. The single crack began to widen, became a fissure that gave birth to more cracks. Parts of the Job's mask began to peel and flake off, like pieces of a huge scab that had finally healed over a deep and hideous wound. Swan's pulse was wild. Josh let go of her wrist and stepped back, his eye so wide it looked about to burst from the surface of his own mask. Sister said, "Oh, Lord," Glory finished. She grabbed Aaron, hugging him against her hip and putting a hand over his face to shield his eyes. He brushed it away. The Job's mask continued to break apart with quick little popping and crackling noises. Swan lay still, except for the rapid rise and fall of her breathing. Josh started to touch her again, but did not, because the Job's mask suddenly cracked into two halves and fell away from Swan's face. No one moved. Paul released his breath. Sister was too stunned to do anything but stare. Swan was still breathing. Josh reached up, took the lantern from its wall hook, and held it over Swan's head. She had no face. Down amid the cracked clay fragments of Job's mask, Swan's features had been wiped white and smooth as candle wax, except for two small nostril holes and a slit over her mouth. With a trembling hand, Josh ran his fingers across where her right cheek should be. They came away coated with a slick, whitish substance that had the consistency of petroleum jelly, and underneath the jelly-like stuff was a glimpse of pale, faintly pink flesh. "Sister," he said quickly, "will you hold this?" He gave her the lantern, and she saw what was in the cavity, and almost swooned. "Hold it steady now," he said, as he took the cloth from the bucket of snow water. Then slowly and carefully he began to clean the jelly away. "My God!" Josh's voice shook. "Look at this! Look!" Glory and Paul came forward to see, and Aaron stood on his tiptoes. Sister saw. She picked aside a fragment of the Job's mask and touched a lock of Swan's hair. It was darkened by the slick jelly that covered it, but it shone with deep gold and red highlights. It was the most beautiful hair she'd ever seen, and it was growing strong and thick from Swan's scalp. "Aaron," Josh said, "go get Anna and Jean. Hurry!" The boy darted out. As Josh continued to clean the film away, Swan's features began to emerge. And then he looked down at her face and touched her forehead. Her fever was gone, and her temperature felt near normal. Her eyes were still closed, but she was breathing just fine, and Josh decided to let her sleep. "What the hell's the ruckus?" Anna McClay asked as she came in. "This," Josh said softly, and he stepped back so Anna could see. She stopped as if she'd hit a wall, and the eyes in her tough old face filled with tears. Chapter 69. "Here you go, fellas. Breakfast time." Robin Oakes snorted with disinterest as Anna McClay brought a pot of soup and some bowls out on the front porch. He and the 3 other young highwaymen had spent the night sleeping by the bonfire, along with 6 or 7 other people who were keeping watch on Glory's shack. It was another dark, cold morning, and small flakes of snow were whirling before the wind. "Well, come on,"
Anna urged. "You want breakfast or not?" Robin stood up, his muscles stiff, and walked past the horse that was tied to the porch's support post. 2 blankets were laid across Mule's back and shoulders, and he was close enough to the warmth of the bonfire that he was in no danger of frostbite. The other boys followed Robin, and a few other people stirred and came over to be fed as well. Anna ladled the soup out into a bowl for him. He wrinkled his nose. "This junk again. Didn't we have this for dinner?" "Sure did. You'll have it for lunch, too, so you'd better like it." Robin restrained the urge to throw the stuff out on the ground. He knew it was made of boiled roots, with a few shreds of good old wholesome rat meat. Now even the food in the orphanage cafeteria seemed like it had been manna from heaven, and he would have walked to China if he knew he could get a Burger King Whopper there. He moved out of the chow line so the next person could get his dose, tilted the bowl to his mouth, and drank. He'd had a miserable night, jumpy and restless, and had finally grabbed a few hours of sleep in spite of an old man who'd sat by the fire playing a flute. Robin would have thrown a boot at him, but some of the others seemed to actually enjoy that dumb music, and Robin had seen the old man's face glow in the firelight as he trilled notes into the air. Robin remembered what heavy metal had used to sound like, crashing, strutting guitar chords, and a thunder of drums, as if the world was about to blow up. That used to be his kind of music, but it dawned on him that the world really had blown up. Maybe it was time for peace now, he thought. Peace in action, words, and music, too. Damn, he told himself, I must be getting old. He had awakened once, sometime in the night. He'd sat up stiff and cranky to find a warmer place when he'd seen the man standing over on the other side of the fire, just standing there, his dirty coat sweeping around him in the wind, and staring at Glory's shack. Robin didn't remember what the man's face had looked like, but the man had prowled slowly through the sleeping figures, approaching to within 20 feet of the shack's porch. Anna and Jean sat on the steps, armed with rifles and guarding the door, but they were talking to each other and didn't pay any attention. Robin recalled that Jean had shivered and drawn his collar up around his neck, and Anna had blown into her hands, as if caught by a sudden sneaking chill. The man had turned and walked purposefully away. It was the stride of a man who had things to do and places to go, and maybe that was why Robin remembered him. But then Robin had shifted his position, laid his head back down, and slept until awakened by cold bits of snow on his eyelids. "When do we get our guns back?" he asked her. "Not until Josh says so." "Listen, lady, nobody takes my gun away from me. I want it back." She smiled at him indulgently. "You'll get it when Josh says so." "Hey, Anna," Aaron called from a little further down the road. He was playing with Crybaby. "Can you come see the magic now?" "Later," she replied, and she went back to ladling out the root and rat meat concoction. She even began to whistle as she worked, one of her favorite tunes, Valley High from South Pacific. Robin knew there was no way to get his rifle back except to storm the shack. Neither he nor the other boys had been allowed inside since they'd gotten there, and Robin was getting pissed. "What the hell are you so happy about?" he snapped. "Because," she answered, "this is a great and glorious morning. So glorious that not even a punk like you can get under my skin. See?" And she flashed him a quick grin that showed all of her front teeth. "What's so great and glorious about it?" He flung out the rest of his soup. "Looks about the same to me, dark and cold." But he'd noted that her eyes were different. They were clear and excited. "What's going on?" Sister came outside, with the leather satchel that never left her. She drew in a breath of cold air to clear her head, because she'd been up and watching over Swan, along with the others, since well before dawn. "Can I help you?" she asked Anna. "No, I got it. That's the last one." She ladled soup into the final bowl. All but Robin had returned to the bonfire to eat their meals. "How is she?" "Still the same." Sister stretched and heard her old joints pop and click. "She's breathing fine, and her fever's gone, but she's still the same." "What's going on?" Robin demanded. Anna took his empty bowl from him and dropped it into the pot. "When Josh wants you to know, he'll tell you. And everybody else, too." Robin looked at Sister. "What's wrong with Swan?" he asked in a quieter voice. Sister glanced quickly at Anna, then back to the young man. He was awaiting an answer, and she thought he deserved one. "She's changed." "Changed? Into what? A frog?" He smiled, but Sister didn't return it, and he let the smile slip away. "Why don't I get to see her? I'm not going to attack her or anything. Besides, I'm the one who saw her and the big dude in that glass thing. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be here. Doesn't that make me rate anything?" Anna said, "When Josh says you—" "I'm not talking to you, Big Mama," Robin interrupted, and his cool, level gaze bored right into her skull. She flinched just a fraction, then returned his stare full force. "I don't give a damn what Josh says or wants," he continued, unshaken. "I should be able to see Swan." He motioned to the leather satchel. "I know you believe that glass ring guided you here," he told Sister. "Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe it guided me here, too?" That idea gave her food for thought. He might be right. Besides herself, he was the only person who'd seen a vision of Swan in the depths of the glass circle. "How about it?" he asked. "All right," she decided. "Come on." "Hey, don't you think we ought to ask Josh first?" "No, it's okay." She went to the door and opened it. "Why don't you comb that hair?" Anna told him as he came up the steps. "It looks like a freaking bird's nest." He smiled sourly at her. "Why don't you grow some hair? Like on your face?" And then he walked past Sister and into the shack. Before she went in, Sister asked Anna if Jean and Zekiel had found the cripple in the child's red wagon. Anna said they hadn't reported back yet, that they'd been gone for about 2 hours, and that she was getting worried about them. "What do you want with him?" she asked. "He's crazy in the head, is all." "Maybe so, and maybe he's crazy like a fox, too." And then Sister entered the shack while the other woman went to collect the empty soup bowls. "Hey, Anna," Erin called, "will you come see the magic now?" Inside the shack, Paul had shown an interest in the printing press and had taken some of it apart, and he and Glory were cleaning the gears and rollers with ashes. She looked warily at Robin as he walked to the stove and warmed his hands, but Paul said, "He's all right," and she returned to work. Sister motioned for Robin to follow. They started into the next room, but Josh's bulk suddenly blocked the doorway. "What's he doing in here?" "I invited him. I told him he could see Swan." "She's still asleep. Either she was awfully exhausted, or there's something still wrong with her." He angled his head so his eye was aimed at Robin. "I don't think it's a good idea for him to go in." "Come on, man. What's the big mystery? I just want to see what she looks like, that's all." Josh ignored him, but did not move from the doorway. He turned his attention to Sister. "Aren't Jean and Zekiel back yet?" "No. Anna says she's getting worried. I am, too." Josh grunted. He, too, was deeply concerned. Sister had told him about the man with the flaming hand in the 42nd Street Theater, and about her meeting with Doyle Halland in New Jersey. She'd told him about the man who was bicycling on the Pennsylvania highway, with a pack of wolves jogging at his heels, and who'd just missed her at the rescue station of Homewood. He could change his face and his body, too, she'd said. He could appear to be anyone, even a cripple. That would be a good disguise, she'd told Josh, because who would expect that a crippled man was as dangerous as a mad dog among sheep? What she couldn't figure out, though, was how he'd tracked her down. Had he decided to settle here and been waiting for her, or for somebody who might have seen the glass ring? Anna had said that Mr. Welcome had only been there a couple of days. But then again, he could have been living in Mary's Rest in any number of disguises. However and whenever he'd arrived, Mr. Welcome had to be found, and Jean and Zekiel had gone looking for him, armed to the teeth. "He was here," Josh remembered Swan saying, The man with the scarlet eye. "Should we send somebody to find them?" Sister asked. "What?" He came back from his thoughts. "Jean and Zakyle. Should we start looking for them?" No, not yet. He'd wanted to go with them, but Glory had grasped his sleeve and said he needed to stay near Swan. She knows what he is, Josh had thought, and maybe she was trying to save his life, too. "The man with the scarlet eye," he said softly. "Huh?" Robin frowned, not knowing if he'd heard correctly. "That's what Swan calls him." He did not tell the boy that the lettering on that particular tarot card had read, "The Devil." "Right," Robin scoffed. "You two must have some strong medicine stashed around here, big dude." "I wish." Josh decided that Robin was okay. A little rough around the edges, of course, but wasn't everybody these days. "I'm going to get a cup of coffee. You can go in, but you can only stay for 2 minutes, understand?" He waited until the boy nodded, and then he went to the front room. The entrance to where Swan lay sleeping was unblocked. But Robin hesitated. His palms were clammy. By the lamplight he could make out a figure lying on the cot. A blanket was pulled up to her chin, but her face was averted, and he couldn't see it. "Go on," Sister told him. "I'm scared shitless," he realized. "What did you mean she's changed? Is she, messed up?" "Go in and see for yourself." His feet refused to budge. "She's pretty important, isn't she? I mean, if she made the corn start growing again, she must really be somebody special, right?" "You'd better go in. You're wasting your 2 minutes." She gave him a shove, and he entered the bedroom. Sister followed him. Robin walked to the side of the bed. He was as nervous as if he was about to get his hands whacked by one of the nuns for throwing spitballs. He saw a spill of golden hair on the patchwork pillow. It shone in the lamplight like newly mown hay, but it was flecked here and there with hints of red. His knees bumped the edge of the bed. He was entranced by that hair. He'd forgotten what clean hair looked like. And then she shifted position under the blankets and turned onto her back, and Robin saw her face. She was still sleeping, her features peaceful. Her hair flowed back like a mane from her high, unlined forehead, and streaks of red coursed through the hair at her temples, like flames in a yellow field. She had an oval-shaped face, and she was— Yes, Robin thought. Yes! She was beautiful, the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Reddish-blonde brows made crescents over her closed eyes. She had a straight, elegant nose and sharp cheekbones, and in her chin was a small star-shaped cleft. Her skin was very pale, almost translucent. Its hue reminded Robin of what the moon had looked like on a clear summer night in the world that used to be. Robin's gaze wandered over her face, but timidly, like someone exploring a lovely garden where there is no path. He wondered what she'd look like awake, what color her eyes would be, what her voice would sound like, how her lips would move. His eyes couldn't get enough of her. She looked like the daughter of a marriage between ice and fire. "Wake up," he thought. "Please wake up." She lay sleeping and still. But something awakened within himself. "Wake up. Wake up, Swan," he wished. Her eyes remained closed. A voice jarred his rapture. "Josh! Glory! Come out here and look at this!" It was that old bat Anna, he realized, calling from the front door. He returned his attention to Swan. "Let me see what's going on," Sister said. "I'll be right back." She left the room, but Robin had hardly heard her. He reached out to touch Swan's cheek, but stopped himself. He didn't feel clean enough to touch her. His clothes were tattered and stiff with sweat and grime, and his hands were dirty. Anna was right about his hair looking like a bird's nest. Why the hell had he ever wanted to braid feathers and bones in his hair, he wondered. It had been something to do, he guessed, and at the time he'd thought it was pretty cool. Now he just felt dumb. "Wake up, Swan," he whispered. There was still no response. A fly suddenly dropped down, hovering above her face. and Robin snatched it in his fist and crushed it against his leg, because a filthy thing like that had no business in here with her. The insect stung his skin just a little bit, but he barely noticed. He stood staring down at her face and thinking of all the things he'd ever heard about love. Man, he thought, the guys sure would howl if they could see me right now. But she was so beautiful that he thought his heart might crack. Sister would be back at any second. If he was going to do what he yearned to do, he would have to do it fast. "Wake up," he whispered again. And when she still didn't move, he lowered his head and lightly kissed the corner of her mouth. The warmth of her lips under his own shocked him, and he caught the aroma of her skin like a faint breeze through a peach orchard. His heart was hammering like a heavy metal drumbeat, but he let the kiss linger, and linger, and linger. Then he ended it, scared to death that Sister or one of the others would barge in. That big dude would boot him so high and far he could hitch a ride on a satellite. If any of those were still up... Swan moved. Robin was sure of it. Something had moved. An eyebrow, the corner of her mouth, maybe a twitch of the cheek or jaw. He leaned over her, his face only a few inches from hers. Her eyes opened without warning. He was so startled he jerked his head back, as if she were a statue coming to life. Her eyes were dark blue, flecked with red and gold, and their colors made him think of the glass ring. She sat up, one hand fluttering to her lips where the kiss had lingered. And then Robin saw her pale cheeks bloom vivid pink. She lifted her right hand, and before Robin could think to duck, a stinging slap was delivered to the side of his face. He staggered back a few feet before he caught himself. His own cheek was reddening now, but he managed a goofy grin. He could think of nothing better to say than, "Hi." Swan stared at her hands, touched her face, ran her fingers along her nose, across her mouth, felt the ridges of her cheekbones and the line of her jaw. She was shaking and about to cry, and she didn't know who the boy with feathers and bones in his hair was, but she'd hit him because she'd thought he was about to attack her. Everything was confused and crazy, but she had a face again, and she could see clearly through both eyes. She caught a glint of reddish gold from the corner of her eye, and she took a long strand of her own hair between her fingers. She stared at it, as if she wasn't sure what the stuff was. The last time she'd had hair, she remembered, was on the day she and her mamma had walked into that dusty grocery store in Kansas. "My hair used to be pale blonde," she recalled. Now it was the color of fire. "I can see," she told the boy as tears slid down her smooth cheeks. "I can see again." Her voice, without the Job's mask, pressing at her mouth and nostrils, was different too. It was the soft, smoky voice of a girl on the edge of being a woman. And now her voice strained with excitement as she called, "Josh! Josh!" Robin ran out to get Sister with the image of the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, stamped like a cameo into his brain. But Sister wasn't in the front room. She was standing at the foot of the porch steps, along with Glory and Paul. Josh and Anna stood on either side of Aaron, about 35 feet from the porch, and almost dead center in the road. Aaron was the focus of rapt attention. "See?" he crowed. "I told you it was magic. You just got to know how to hold it." The two small branches that jutted off at opposite angles from Crybaby were balanced on the tips of Aaron's forefingers. The dowsing rod's other end was going up and down, like the action of a pump. Aaron grinned proudly at his magic trick, all eyes and shining teeth, as more people gathered around. "I do believe you might have found us a well," Josh said, wonderingly. "Huh?" Aaron asked, as Crybaby continued to point the way to fresh water. At the steps, Sister felt a hand grip her shoulder. She turned and saw Robin standing there. He was trying to speak, but he was so flustered he couldn't get the words out. She saw the splayed red handprint on his cheek, and she was about to push him aside and run into the shack when Swan came through the doorway, the blanket wrapped around her tall, thin body, and her legs as uncertain as a fawn's. She squinted and blinked in the dim gray light. Sister could have been knocked over by a snowflake, and then she heard Robin whisper, "Oh, as if he'd been physically struck. And she knew. Anna looked up from the bobbing dowsing rod. Josh turned around and saw what the others had already seen. He took one step, a second, and a third, and then he broke into a run that would have bowled even Haystack's Muldoon flat on his back. The people who'd gathered around scrambled out of his way. He bounded up the steps, and Swan was already reaching out for him and just about to fall. He swept her off her feet before she tumbled, and he squeezed her to his chest and thought, thank God, my daughter's come back." He sank his deformed head against her shoulder and began to cry, and Swan heard it not as a hurting sound this time, but as a song of new-found joy. Part 12. True Faces. Mr. Kaiden's Son, A Visit with the Savior, A Lady Storming the Fortress, The Lair. Chapter 70. Swan walked amid the rows of green and growing cornstalks, as flurries of snow hissed upon the bonfires. Josh and Sister walked on either side of her, and they were flanked by 2 men with rifles who kept a sharp lookout for bobcats, or any other kind of predator. It had been 3 days since Swan's awakening. Her slender body was warmed by a patchwork coat of many colors that Glory had sewn for her, and her head was protected by a white knit cap, one of dozens of gifts that the grateful people of Mary's Rest left for her on Glory's front porch. She couldn't use all the coats, gloves, pairs of socks, and caps that were offered, so the excess clothing went into cardboard boxes, to be distributed among those whose clothes were almost worn out. Her intense dark blue eyes, with their flecks of red and gold, took in the new cornstalks, which were now about 4 feet tall and beginning to turn a darker green. Around the edges of her cap, Swan's hair flowed back like flames. Her skin was still very pale, but her cheeks were reddened by the chill wind. Her face was bony, in need of food and filling out, but that would come later. Right now all that occupied her attention was the corn. Bonfires burned across the field, and volunteers from Mary's Rest watched around the clock to keep away the bobcats, crows, and whatever else might try to destroy the cornstalks. Every so often another group of volunteers would come with buckets and dippers to offer fresh water from the new well that the pickaxes and shovels had hit 2 days before. The water's taste blossomed the memories of all who sipped it, reminding them of things half forgotten: the smell of clean, cold mountain air, the sweetness of Christmas candy, fine wine that had sat in a bottle for 50 years awaiting appreciation, and dozens of others, each unique and part of a happier life. Water was no longer melted from the radioactive snow, and people were already beginning to feel stronger, their sore throats, headaches, and other ailments starting to fade. Gene Scully and Zekiel Epstein had never returned. Their bodies were still missing, and Sister was certain they were dead, and certain also that the man with the scarlet eye was still somewhere in Mary's Rest. Sister kept her leather satchel in a tighter grip than ever, but now she wondered if he'd lost interest in the ring and had shifted his attention to Swan. Sister and Josh had talked about what kind of creature the man with the scarlet eye might be. She didn't know if she believed in a horned and fork-tailed devil, but she knew well enough what evil was. If he'd searched for them for 7 years, that meant he didn't know everything. He might be cunning, and maybe his intuition was razor-sharp, and maybe he could change his face as he pleased and burst people into flame with a touch, but he was flawed and dumb, and maybe his greatest weakness was that he thought himself so damned much smarter than human beings. Swan paused in her inspection, then approached one of the smaller cornstalks. Its fronds were still speckled with the dark red spots of blood her hands had shed. She took off one of her gloves and touched the thin stalk, felt the prickling sensation that began at her feet, moved up her legs to her spine, then through her arm and fingers into the plant like a low current of electricity. She'd thought of that sensation as normal ever since she was a child, but now she wondered if her entire body wasn't, in a way, like Crybaby. She was receptive to and drew up power from the battery of the earth, and could direct it through her fingers into seeds, trees, and plants. Maybe it was a whole lot more, and maybe she could never really understand what it was, but she closed her eyes and could see again the wonderful scenes that the glass ring had shown her, and she knew what she must devote the rest of her life to doing. At Swan's suggestion, rags and old papers had been bundled around the bases of the cornstalks to keep the new roots as warm as possible. The hard dirt had been broken up with shovels and holes dug every 4 or 5 feet between the rows. Into these holes clean water was poured, and if you listened hard and the wind was still, you could hear the earth gasping as it drank. Swan went on, stopping every so often to touch one of the stalks or bend down and knead the dirt between her fingers. It felt like sparks were jumping off her hands, but she was uncomfortable having so many people around her all the time, especially the men with the rifles. It was weird having people watch you and want to touch you and give you the clothes right off their backs. She'd never felt special, and she didn't feel special now either. Being able to make the corn grow was just something she could do, like Glory could sew the patchwork coat, and Paul could make the little printing press work again. Everybody had a talent, and Swan knew that this was hers. She walked on a few more feet, and then she knew someone was staring at her. She turned her head to look back toward Mary's Rest, and she saw him standing across the field, his shoulder-length brown hair blowing in the wind. Sister followed Swan's line of sight and saw him too. She knew Robin Oakes had been following them all morning, but he wouldn't come any closer. In the past 3 days he'd declined any offer to enter Glory's shack. He was content to sleep by the bonfire, and Sister noted with interest that he'd cleaned all the feathers and animal bones out of his hair. Sister glanced at Swan and saw her blush before she turned quickly away. Josh was occupied with watching the woods for bobcats, and he didn't notice the little drama. Just like a man, Sister mused. He can't see the forest for the trees. "They're doing fine," Swan told Sister to take her mind off Robin Oakes. Her voice was nervous and a little high-pitched, and underneath the crust of her Job's mask, Sister smiled. "The fires are keeping the air warmer out here. I think the corn's doing just fine." "I'm glad to hear it," Sister answered. Swan was satisfied. She went around to every bonfire, speaking to the volunteers, finding out if anyone needed to be replaced, if they wanted water or any of the root soup that Glory, Anna, or one of the other women was always cooking up. She made sure to thank them for helping watch the field and chase the circling crows away. Of course the crows needed to eat too, but they'd have to find their own food somewhere else. Swan noticed a teenage girl who had no gloves, and she gave her her own pair. Dead skin was still flaking off Swan's palms, but otherwise her hands had healed. She stopped at the plank of wood that marked Rusty's grave. She still didn't remember anything of that night but her dream of the man with the scarlet eye. There had been no time to tell Rusty what he'd meant to her, and how much she'd loved him. She remembered Rusty making red balls appear and disappear as part of the Travelin' Show's magic act, and earning an old can of beans or fruit cocktail for his work. The earth had him now, had folded strong arms around him so that he would sleep long and undisturbed, and his magic was still alive, in her and Josh, and in the green stalks that swayed in the wind with the promise of life yet to be. Swan, Josh, and Sister walked back across the field, accompanied by the 2 armed guards. Both Swan and Sister noted that Robin Oakes had already slipped away, and Swan felt a twinge of disappointment. Children hopped and jumped around Swan as they continued through the alleys toward Glory's shack. Sister's heart pounded as she watched every alley they passed for a sudden snake-like movement, and she thought she heard the squeak of red wagon wheels somewhere nearby. But the sound faded, and she wasn't sure if it had been there at all. A tall, gaunt man with pale blue keloids burned diagonally across his face was waiting for them, standing at the foot of the steps, talking to Paul Thorson. Paul's hands were stained dark brown from the mud and dyes he and Glory were mixing, to be used as ink for the bulletin sheet. There were dozens of people in the street and around the shack who'd come to catch a glimpse of Swan, and they made a path for her as she approached the waiting man. Sister stepped between them, tense and ready for anything, but she caught no repulsive, dank wave of cold coming off him, just body odor. His eyes were almost the same color as the keloids. He wore a thin cloth coat, and his head was bare. Tufts of black hair stuck up on a burn-scarred scalp. "Mr. Caden's been waiting to see Swan," Paul said. "He's all right." Sister immediately relaxed, trusting Paul's judgment. "I think you should listen to what he says." Caden turned his attention to Swan. "My family and I live over there." He motioned in the direction of the burned-out church. He had a flat Midwestern accent, and his voice was shaky but articulate. "My wife and I have 3 boys. The oldest is 16, and up until this morning he had the same thing on his face that I understand you did." He nodded toward Josh. "Like that. Those growths." "The Job's mask," Sister said. "What do you mean, up until this morning?" "Ben was running a high fever. He was so weak he could hardly move. And then, early this morning, it just cracked open." Sister and Swan looked at each other. "I heard that yours did the same thing," Caden continued. "That's why I'm here. I know a lot of people must be waiting to see you, but could you come to my place and look at Ben?" "I don't think there's anything Swan can do for your son," Josh said. "She's not a doctor." "It's not that. Ben's fine. I thank God that stuff cracked open, because he could barely draw a breath. It's just that—" He looked at Swan again. "He's different," Caden said softly. "Please come see him. It won't take very long." The need in the man's face moved her. She nodded, and they followed him along the street into an alley past the charred ruins of Jackson Bowen's church and back through a maze of shacks, smaller shanties, piles of human waste and debris, and even cardboard boxes that some people had fastened together to huddle in. They waded through a muddy, ankle-deep pool, and then went up a pair of wooden steps into a shack that was even smaller and draftier than Glory's. It only had 1 room, and as insulation old newspaper and magazine pages had been nailed up all over the walls, until there was no space not covered by yellowed headlines, type, and pictures from a dead world. Caden's wife, her face sallow in the light of the room's single lantern, held a sleeping infant in her thin arms. A boy about 9 or 10 years old, frail and frightened-looking, clutched at his mother's legs, and tried to hide when the strangers entered. The room held a couch with broken springs, an old crank-operated washing machine, and an electric stove, an antique, Josh thought, in which chips of wood, embers, and trash yielded a cheerless fire and little warmth. A wooden chair sat next to a pile of mattresses on the floor, where the eldest Caden boy lay under a coarse brown blanket. Swan approached the mattresses and looked down into the boy's face. Pieces of the Job's mask lay like broken gray pottery around his head, and she could see the slick jelly-like stuff clinging to the inside of the fragments. The boy, his face white and his blue eyes still bright from fever, tried to sit up, but he was too weak. He pushed thick dark hair back from his forehead. "You're her, aren't you?" he asked. "The girl who started the corn growing?" "Yes." "That's really great. You can use corn a lot of different ways." "I guess so." Swan examined the boy's features. His skin was smooth and flawless, almost luminescent in the lantern's light. He had a strong, square jawline and a thin, ridged nose that was brightly sharp at the end. Overall, he was a handsome boy, and Swan knew he would grow up to be a handsome man if he survived. She couldn't understand what Caden had wanted her to see. "Sure." This time the boy did sit up, his eyes glittering and excited. "You can fry it and boil it, make muffins and cakes, even squeeze oil out of it. You can make whiskey from it, too. I know all about it because I did a science project on corn back at my elementary school in Iowa. I won first prize at the state fair." He paused, and then he touched the left side of his face with a trembling hand. "What's happened to me?" She looked over at Caden, who motioned for her, Josh, and Sister to follow him outside. As Swan started to turn away from the mattresses, a headline on a newspaper plastered to the wall caught her eye. "Arms Talks Crash as Star Wars Gets A-OK." There was a photograph of important-looking men in suits and ties, smiling and lifting their hands in some kind of victory celebration. She didn't know what it was all about, because none of those men were familiar to her. They looked like very satisfied men, and their clothes looked clean and new, and their hair was perfectly in place. All of them were clean-shaven, and Swan wondered if any of them had ever squatted down over a bucket to use the bathroom. Then she went out to join the others. "Your son's a fine-looking boy," Sister was telling Caden. "You ought to be glad." "I am glad. I'm thankful to God that stuff's off his face. But that's not the point." "Okay, what is?" "That's not my son's face. At least, that's not what he used to look like before he got that damned stuff on him." "Swan's face was burned when the bombs hit," Josh said. "She doesn't look like she did then, either." "My son wasn't disfigured on the 17th of July, Caden replied calmly. "He was hardly hurt at all. He's always been a good, fine boy, and his mother and I love him very much, but Ben was born with birth defects. He had a red birthmark that covered the entire left side of his face. The doctors called it a port wine stain, and his jaw was malformed. We had a specialist operate on him in Cedar Rapids, but the problem was so severe that there wasn't much to hope for. Still, Ben's always had guts. He wanted to go to a regular school and be treated like anybody else, no better and no worse." He looked at Swan. "The color of his hair and eyes are the same as they always were. The shape of his face is the same. But the birthmark's gone, and his jaw isn't deformed any more, and—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "And what?" Sister prompted. He hesitated, trying to find the words, and then he lifted his gaze to hers. "I used to tell him that real beauty is deeper than skin. I used to tell him that real beauty is what's inside, in the heart and soul." A tear trickled down Caden's right cheek. "No, Ben, looks like I always knew he did, deep down inside. I think that now the face of his soul is showing through." His own visage was stretched between laughing and crying. "Is that a crazy thing to think?" "No," Sister answered. "I think it's a wonderful thing. He's a handsome boy." "Always was," Caden said, and this time he let himself smile. The man returned to his family, and the others walked back through the muddy maze to the road. They were quiet, each occupied by private thoughts. Josh and Sister reflecting on Caden's story, wondering if and when their own Job's masks might reach the point where they began to crack, and what might be revealed underneath. And Swan remembering something that Leona Skelton had told her a long time ago. "Everybody's got two faces, child, the outside face and the inside face. A face under the face, you see. It's your true face, and if it was flipped to the outside, you'd show the world what kind of person you are." "Flipped to the outside?" Swan recalled asking. "How?" And Leona had smiled. "Well, God hasn't figured a way to do that yet, but He will." "The face of his soul is showing through," Mr. Caden had said. "But He will. Face of his soul, but He will." "Truck's coming in." "Truck's coming." Approaching along the road was a pickup truck, its sides and hood pitted with rust. It was coming at a crawl, and around it surged a tide of people, hollering and laughing. Josh imagined it had been a long time since most of them had seen a car or a truck that still actually ran. He put his hand on Swan's shoulder, and Sister stood behind them on the roadside as the truck rumbled toward them. "Here she is, mister," a boy shouted, scrambling up onto the front fender and hood. "She's right here." The truck came to a stop, trailing a wake of people. Its engine sputtered, popped, and backfired, but the vehicle might have been a shiny new Cadillac from the way folks were rubbing the rust-eaten metal. The driver, a florid-faced man wearing a red baseball cap and clenching the stub of a real cigar between his teeth, looked warily out his window at the excited crowd, as if he wasn't quite sure what kind of madhouse he'd driven into. "Swan's right here, mister," the boy on the hood said, pointing at her. He was talking to the man on the passenger side.
The passenger's door opened, and a man with curly white hair and a long, untrimmed beard leaned out, craning his neck to see who the boy was pointing to. His dark brown eyes, set in a tough, wrinkled old face, searched the crowd. "Where?" he asked. "I don't see her." But Josh knew who the man had come to find. He raised his arm and said, "Swan's over here, Sly." Sylvester Moody recognized the huge wrestler from the travelin' show, and realized with a start exactly why he'd worn that black ski mask. His gaze moved to the girl who stood beside Josh, and for a moment he could not speak. "Sweet dancing Jesus," he finally exclaimed, as he stepped out of the truck. He hesitated, still not sure it was her, glanced at Josh, and saw him nod. "Your face," Sly said. "It's all healed up." "It happened a few nights ago," Swan told him, "and I think other people are starting to heal up, too. If the wind had been blowing any harder, he might have keeled flat over." "You're beautiful," he said. "Oh, Lord, you're beautiful." He turned toward the truck, and his voice quavered. "Bill, this here's the girl. This is Swan." Bill McHenry, Sly's nearest neighbor and owner of the truck, cautiously opened his door and got out. "We had a hell of a time on that road," Sly complained. "One more bump and my ass would have busted. Lucky we brought along extra go-juice, or we'd have been walking the last 20 miles. He glanced around for someone else. "Where's the cowboy?" "We buried Rusty a few days ago," Josh said. "He's in a field not too far from here." "Oh," Sly frowned. "Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm awful sorry. He seemed like a decent fella." "He was." Josh tilted his head, peering at the truck. "What are you doing here?" "I knew you folks were going to Mary's Rest. That's where you said you were headed when you left my place. I decided to come visit." "Why? It's at least 50 miles of bad road between here and your house." "Don't my aching ass know it? God Almighty, I'd like to sit on a nice soft pillow." He rubbed his sore rump. "It's no pleasure trip, that's for sure," Josh agreed. "But you knew that before you started. You didn't say why you came all that way." "No?" His eyes sparkled. "I don't reckon I did." He gazed at the shacks of Mary's Rest. "Lord, is this a town or a toilet? What's that awful smell?" "You stay around long enough, you'll get used to it." "Well, I'm just here for 1 day. 1 day's all I need to pay my debt." "Debt? What debt?" "What I owe Swan, and you for bringing Swan to my door." "Throw it back, Bill." And Bill McHenry, who'd gone around to the rear of the truck, pulled back a canvas tarpaulin that covered the truck's bed. It was piled full of small red apples, perhaps 200 or more of them. At the sight of the apples there was a collective gasp that went back like a wave over the gathered onlookers. The smell of fresh apples sweetened the air. Sly started laughing fit to bust, and then he climbed up into the truck's bed and picked up a shovel that was lying there. "I brought you some apples from my tree, Swan," Sly yelled, his face split by a smile. "Where do you want 'em?" She didn't know what to say. She'd never seen so many apples outside of a supermarket before. They were bright red, and each one about the size of a boy's fist. She just stood staring at them, and she figured she must look like a dumb fool. But then she knew where she wanted the apples to go. "Out there," she said, and she pointed to the people crowding around the tailgate. Sly nodded. "Yes, ma'am," he said, and then he dug the shovel into the pile of apples and let them fly over the heads of the crowd. Apples rained from the sky, and the starving people of Mary's Rest snatched them as they fell. Apples bounced off their heads, shoulders, and backs, but no one cared. There was a roar of voices as other people ran from the alleys and shacks to grab an apple, and they were dancing in the showers of apples, capering and hollering and clapping their hands. Sly Moody's shovel kept working as more and more people came flooding out of the alleys, but there was no fighting for the precious delicacies. Everyone was too intent on getting an apple, and as Sly Moody kept throwing them into the air, the pile hardly seemed to have been dented. Sly grinned deliriously, and he wanted to tell Swan that 2 days before he'd awakened to find his tree burdened down with hundreds of apples, the branches dragging on the ground, and as soon as those were picked, there were already new buds bursting open, and the whole incredibly short cycle was going to be repeated. It was the most amazing, miraculous thing he'd ever seen in his life, and that single tree looked healthy enough to produce hundreds more apples, maybe thousands. He and Carla had already filled their buckets to overflowing. Every time Sly's shovel tossed the apples, there was a roar of whooping and laughing. The crowd surged in all directions as apples bounced off them and rolled on the ground. Swan, Sister, and Josh were jostled and pushed apart, and suddenly Swan felt herself being carried along with the crowd's momentum like a reed in a river. "Swan!" she heard Sister shout. But she was already at least 30 feet from Sister, and Josh was doing his best to plow through the people without hurting anyone. An apple hit Swan's shoulder, fell to the ground in front of her, and rolled a few feet. She bent to pick it up before she was swept away again, and as her fingers closed on it, someone in a pair of scuffed brown boots stepped to within 3 feet of her. She felt cold, a gnawing, bone-aching cold, and she knew who it was. Her heart hammered. Panic skittered up her spine. The man in the brown boots did not move, and people were not jostling him. They avoided him, as if repelled by the cold. Apples continued to fall to the ground, and the crowd surged, but nobody picked up the apples that lay between Swan and the man who watched her. Her first, almost overwhelming impulse was to cry for help from Josh or Sister, but she knew he expected that. As soon as she stood up and opened her mouth, the burning hand would be on her throat. She didn't know exactly what she was going to do, but she was so scared she was about to wet herself, and then she clenched her teeth and slowly, gracefully stood up with the apple gripped in her hand. She looked at him, because she wanted to see the face of the man with the scarlet eye. He was wearing the mask of a skinny black man, wearing jeans and a Boston Celtics T-shirt under an olive-green coat. A red scarf was wrapped around his neck, and his piercing, terrible eyes were pale amber. Their stares locked, and Swan saw a silver tooth flash in the front of his mouth when he grinned. Sister was too far away. Josh was still fighting the crowd. The man with the scarlet eye stood 3 feet away, and to Swan it seemed that everyone was swirling around them in nightmarish slow motion, that she and the man stood alone in a trance of time. She knew she must decide her own fate, because there was no one else to help her, and she was aware of something else in the eyes of the mask he was wearing, something beyond the cold, lizard-like sheen of evil, something deeper and almost human. She remembered seeing the same thing in the eyes of Uncle Tommy the night he'd crushed her flowers back in the Kansas trailer park 7 years ago. It was something wandering and longing, forever locked away from the light, and maddened like a tiger in a dark cage. It was dumb arrogance and bastard pride, stupidity and rage stoked to atomic power. But it was something of a little boy, too, wailing and lost. Swan knew him, knew what he'd done and what he would do, and in that moment of knowledge she lifted her arm, reached out her hand toward him, and offered him the apple. "I forgive you," she said.
His grin went crooked, like the reflection in a mirror abruptly shattered.
He blinked uncertainly, and in his eyes Swan saw fire and savagery, a core of pain past human suffering, and so furious that it almost ripped her own heart to shreds. He was a scream wrapped up in straw, a little, weak, vicious thing gnashing inside a monstrous facade. She saw what he was made of, and she knew him very well. "Take it," she told him, and her heart was beating wildly, but she knew he'd be on her at the first smell of fear. "It's time." The grin faded. His eyes ticked from her face to the apple and back again, like a deadly metronome. "Take it," she urged, the blood pounding so hard in her head that she couldn't hear herself. He stared into her eyes, and Swan felt him probe her mind like a freezing ice-pick. Little cuts here and there, and then a dark examination of her memories. It was as if every moment of her life was being invaded, picked up and soiled with dirty hands, tossed aside. But she kept her gaze steady and strong, and she would not retreat before him.
The apple snagged his attention again, and the cold ice-pick jabbing within Swan's mind ceased. She saw his eyes glaze over and his mouth open, and from that mouth crawled a green fly that weakly spun around her head and fell into the mud.
His hand began to rise, slowly, very slowly. Swan didn't look at it, but she sensed it rising like the head of a cobra. She was waiting for it to burst into flame, but it did not. His fingers strained for the apple, and Swan saw that his hand was trembling. He almost took it. Almost. His other hand shot out and grabbed his own wrist, wrenched his arm back, and pinned the offending hand underneath his chin. He made a gasping, moaning noise that sounded like wind through the battlements of hell's castles, and his eyes almost bulged from his skull. He shrank backward from Swan, his teeth gritted in a snarl, and for an instant he lost control. One eye bleached to blue, and white pigment streaked across the ebony flesh. A second mouth, full of shiny white nubs, gaped like a scar across his right cheekbone. In his eyes was hatred and fury and longing for what could never be. He turned and fled, and with his first running stride the trance of time broke, and the crowd was whirling around Swan again, grabbing up the last of the apples. Josh was just a few feet away, trying to get through to protect her. But it was all right now, she knew. She needed no more protection. Someone else plucked the apple from her hand. She looked into Robin's face. "I hope this one's for me," he said, and he smiled before he bit into it. He ran through the muddy alleys of Mary's Rest with his hand trapped beneath his chin, and where he was going he didn't know. The hand tensed and shivered, as if trying to fight free with a will of its own. Dogs scattered out of his path, and then he tripped over debris and went down in the mud, got up and staggered on again. And if anyone had seen his face, they would have witnessed 1,000 transformations. "Too late," he screamed inwardly. "Too late! Too late!" He'd planned to set her afire, right there in the midst of them, and laugh as he watched her dance. But he'd looked into her eyes and seen forgiveness, and he could not stand up to such a thing. Forgiveness, even for him. He'd started to take the apple. For a brief instant he'd wanted it, like taking the first step along a dark corridor that led back to light. But then the rage and pain had flared within him, and he'd felt the very walls of the universe warp and the wheels of time start to clog and lock. Too late. Too late. But he needed no one and nothing to survive, he told himself. He had endured and would endure, and this was his party now. He had always walked alone, always walked alone, always walked. A scream echoed from the edge of Mary's Rest, and those who heard it thought it sounded like someone being flayed alive. But most of the people were busy collecting apples, shouting and laughing as they ate, and they did not hear. Chapter 71. A ring of torches lit the night, burning around the perimeter of a huge parking lot 15 miles south of the ruins of Lincoln, Nebraska. At the center of the parking lot was a complex of brick buildings connected by sheltered walkways, and with skylights and ventilators set in their flat roofs. In the side of one of the buildings that faced Highway 77 south were rusted metal letters that read, "Greenbrier R. Shop in Mall." On the western edge of the parking lot, a Jeep's lights flashed twice. About 20 seconds later, there was an answering double flash of headlights from a pickup truck with an armored windshield parked near one of the entrances to the mall. "There's the signal," Roland Croninger said. "Let's go." Judd Lowry drove the Jeep slowly across the parking lot, aiming at the headlights that grew closer as the pickup truck approached. The tires jarred roughly over bricks, pieces of metal, old bones, and other debris that littered the snow-slick concrete. In the seat behind Roland was a soldier with an automatic rifle, and Lowry wore a .38 and a shoulder holster, but Roland was unarmed. He watched the range between the two vehicles steadily decrease.
Both the jeep and the truck were flying white pieces of cloth from their radio antennas. "They'll never let you out of there alive," Lowry said, almost casually. He glanced quickly over at Captain Croninger's bandage-wrapped face, cowled by the hood of his coat. "Why'd you volunteer for this?" The cowled face slowly swiveled toward Lowry. "I like excitement." "Yeah. Well, you're about to get it, sir." Lowry negotiated the jeep past the hulk of a burned-out car and tapped the brakes. The pickup truck was about 50 feet away and beginning to slow down. The vehicles stopped 30 feet apart. There was no movement from the truck. "We're waiting," Roland shouted out his window, the breath steaming through his gnarled lips. The seconds ticked past with no response, and then the passenger door opened and a blond man wearing a dark blue parka, brown trousers, and boots got out. He stepped a few paces away from the door and leveled a shotgun at the jeep's windshield. "Steady," Roland cautioned as Lowry started to reach for his .38. Another man got out of the truck and stood beside the first. He was slight and had close-cropped dark hair, and he lifted his hands to show he was unarmed. "Okay," the one with the shotgun shouted, getting edgy. "Let's make the trade." Roland was afraid, but he'd learned long before how to push the child Roland away and summon forth the Sir Roland in himself, the adventurer in service to the king. The king's will be done. Amen. His palms were wet inside his black gloves, but he opened the door and got out. The soldier with the automatic rifle followed him and stood off to the side a few feet, aiming at the other armed man. Roland glanced back at Lowry, making sure the fool wasn't going to fuck this up, and then he began walking to the truck. The dark-haired man started walking to the jeep, his eyes darting and nervous. The two figures passed, neither one looking at the other, and the man with the shotgun grabbed Roland's arm about the same time as the AOE soldier pushed his captive against the jeep's side. Roland was made to lean against the truck, spread his arms and legs, and submit to a search. When it was over, the man spun him around and pressed the snout of the shotgun underneath his chin. "What's wrong with your face?" the man demanded. "What's under those bandages?" "I was burned pretty bad," Roland answered. "That's all." "I don't like it." The man had lank, thinning blonde hair and fierce blue eyes like a maniac surfer boy. "Imperfection is Satan's work. Praise the Savior." "The trade's been done," Roland said. The American Allegiance hostage was already being shoved into the jeep. "The Savior's waiting for me." The man paused, jittery and uncertain, and then Lowry began to back the jeep up, clinching the deal. Roland didn't know if that was smart or stupid. "Get in." The American Allegiance soldier hustled him into the truck's cab, where Roland sat squeezed between him and the heavy-set, black-bearded driver. The truck veered across the parking lot and turned back toward the mall. Through the narrow view slit in the armored windshield, Roland saw the headlights pick out more vehicles protecting the American Allegiance's fortress. An armored truck with Brinks still barely legible on its side, a jeep with a mounted machine gun in the rear seat, a tractor-trailer rig with dozens of gun ports, each showing a rifle or machine-gun barrel, cut into the long metal trailer, a postman's truck with a metal mesh turret on top, more cars and trucks, and then the vehicle that put a lump like a hen's egg in Roland's throat, a low-slung, wicked-looking tank, covered with multicolored graffiti that said things like, "The Love Bug," and "The Savior Lives." The tank's main cannon, Roland noted, was aimed in the general direction of Colonel Macklin's Airstream trailer, where the king was now incapacitated, suffering from a fever that had struck him down the previous night. The truck passed between the tank and another armored car, went over the curb, and continued up a ramp for the handicapped, entering the mall through the dark open space where glass doors had once been. The headlights illuminated a wide central mall area, with stores on either side that had been looted and wrecked a long time before. Soldiers with rifles, pistols, and shotguns waved the truck on, and hundreds of lanterns were burning in the central corridor and in the stores, casting a flickering orange glow, like the light at a Halloween party, throughout the building. And Roland saw hundreds of tents set up as well, cramped into every possible space, except for a path along which the truck traveled. Roland realized that the whole American Allegiance had set up camp inside the shopping mall, and as the truck turned into a larger skylighted atrium, he heard singing and saw the glare of a fire. Perhaps 1,000 people were jammed into the atrium, clapping their hands rhythmically, singing and swaying around a large campfire, the smoke whirling up through the skylight's broken glass. Almost all of them had rifles slung over their shoulders, and Roland knew that one reason the Savior had invited an AOE officer here was to display his weapons and troops. But the reason Roland had accepted the courier's invitation was to find a weak spot in the Savior's fortress. The truck did not enter the atrium, but continued along another corridor that branched off from it, again lined with looted stores now filled with tents, drums of gasoline and oil, what looked like cases of canned food and bottled water, clothes, weapons, and other supplies. The truck stopped in front of a store, and the blond man with the shotgun got out and motioned for Roland to follow. Roland saw the broken fragments of a sign that had once said, "B. Dalton Booksellers," over the entrance before he walked into the store. 3 lanterns burned on the cashier's desk, where both registers had been battered into junk. The walls of the store were scorched, and Roland's boots crunched over the skeletons of charred books. Not a volume remained on the shelves or display tables. Everything had been piled up and set afire. More lanterns glowed back at the store's information desk, and the man with the shotgun pushed Roland toward the closed door of the stockroom, where another American Allegiance soldier with an automatic rifle stood at attention. As Roland approached, the soldier lowered his rifle and clicked the safety off. "Halt," he said. Roland stopped. The soldier rapped on the door. A short, bald man with narrow, fox-like features peered out. He smiled warmly. "Hello there. He's almost ready to see you. He wants to know your name." "Roland Croninger." The man pulled his head back into the room and closed the door again. Then abruptly it opened, and the bald man asked, "Are you Jewish?" "No." And then the hood of Roland's coat was yanked back. "Look," the man with the shotgun said. "Tell him they sent us somebody with a disease." "Oh. Oh, dear." The other one looked fretfully at Roland's bandaged face. "What's wrong with you, Roland?" "I was burned, back on the 7... He's a fork-tongued liar, Brother Norman." The shotgun's barrel pressed against the hard growths on Roland's skull. "He's got the Satan leprosy." Brother Norman frowned and made a clicking sound of sympathy with his lips. "Wait 1 minute," he said, and again he disappeared into the stockroom. He returned, approached Roland, and said, "Open your mouth, please." "What?" The shotgun nudged his skull. "Do it." Roland did. Brother Norman smiled. "That's good. Now stick out your tongue." My, I believe you need a new toothbrush." He placed a small silver crucifix on Roland's tongue. "Now keep that inside your mouth for a few seconds, all right? Don't swallow it." Roland drew the crucifix in on his tongue and closed his mouth. Brother Norman smiled cheerfully. "That crucifix was blessed by the Savior," he explained. "It's very special. If you have corruption in you, the crucifix will be black when you open your mouth again, and if it is black, Brother Edward will blow your brains out." Roland's eyes widened momentarily behind the goggles. Perhaps 40 seconds crept by. "Open up," Brother Norman announced in a merry voice. Roland opened his mouth, slowly stuck his tongue out, and watched the other man's face for a reaction. "Guess what?" Brother Norman said. He took the crucifix from Roland's tongue and held it up. It was still bright silver. "You passed. The Savior will see you now." Brother Edward gave Roland's skull a final shove for good measure, and Roland followed Brother Norman into the stockroom. Sweat was trickling down Roland's sides, but his mind was calm and detached. Illuminated by lamplight, a man with brushed-back wavy gray hair sat in a chair before a table, being attended to by another man and a young woman. There were 2 or 3 other people in the room, all standing back beyond the light's edge. "Hello, Roland," the gray-haired man in the chair said gently, a smile twisting the left side of his mouth. He was holding his head very still, and Roland could only see his left profile, a high, aristocratic forehead, a strong and hawk-like nose, a straight gray brow over a clear azure eye, clean-shaven cheek and jaw, and a chin as powerful as a mallet. Roland thought he was probably in his late 50s, but the Savior seemed in robust health, and his face was unmarred. He was wearing a pinstriped suit with a vest and a blue tie, and he looked ready to preach before the cameras on one of his cable TV telecasts. But on closer observation, Roland saw well-worn patches here and there at stress points on the coat, and leather pads had been sewn onto the knees. The Savior was wearing hiking boots. Around his neck, dangling down in front of his vest, were maybe 12 or 15 silver and gold crucifixes on chains, some of them studded with precious stones. The Savior's sturdy hands were decorated with half a dozen glittering diamond rings. The man and young woman attending him were working on his face with pencils and powder applicators. Roland saw an open makeup case on the table. The Savior lifted his head slightly so the woman could powder his neck. "I'm going before my people in about 5 minutes, Roland. They're singing for me right now. They have voices like angels, don't they?" Roland didn't answer, and the Savior smiled faintly. "How long has it been since you've heard music?" "I make my own," Roland replied. The Savior tilted his head to the right as the man penciled his eyebrow. "I like to look my best," he said. "There's no excuse for a shabby appearance, not even in this day and age. I like for my people to look at me and see confidence. And confidence is a good thing, isn't it? It means you're strong, and you can deal with the traps Satan lays for you. Oh, Satan's very busy these days, Roland. Yes, he is." He folded his hands in his lap. "Of course, Satan has many faces, many names, and one of those names might be Roland. Is it?" "No." "Well, Satan's a liar, so what did I expect?" He laughed, and the others laughed too. When he was through laughing, he let the woman rub rouge onto his left cheek. "All right, Roland. Tell me what you want, and tell me why you and your army of demons have been following us for the last 2 days, and why you've now encircled us. If I knew anything about military tactics, I might think you were about to lay siege. I wouldn't like to think that. It might disturb me, thinking of all the poor demons who are about to die for their master. Speak, Satan!" His voice snapped like a whip, and everybody in the room jumped but Roland. "I'm Captain Roland Croninger, of the Army of Excellence. Colonel James Macklin is my superior officer. We want your gasoline, oil, food, and weapons. If you give those to us within 6 hours, we'll withdraw and leave you in peace." "You mean leave us in pieces, don't you?" The Savior grinned and almost turned his face toward Roland, but the woman was powdering his forehead. "The Army of Excellence? I think I've heard of you. I thought you were in Colorado." "We moved." "Well, I guess that's what armies do, isn't it? Oh, we've met armies before," he said, slurring the word with disgust. "Some of them wore little uniforms and had little pop guns, and all of them crumpled like paper dolls. No army can stand before the Savior, Roland. You go back and tell your superior officer that. Tell him I'll say a prayer for both your souls." Roland was about to be dismissed. He decided to try another tactic. "Who are you going to pray to? The God on top of Warwick Mountain?" There was silence. The 2 makeup artists froze, and both of them looked at Roland. He could hear the Savior's breathing in the quiet. "Brother Gary's joined us," Roland continued calmly. "He's told us everything, where you're going and why." Under Roland's persuasion in the black trailer, Gary Cates had repeated his tale of God living atop Warwick Mountain, West Virginia, and something about a black box and a silver key that could decide whether the earth lived or died. Even the grinding wheel hadn't changed the man's story. True to his word, Macklin had spared Brother Gary's life, and Brother Gary had been skinned and hung by his ankles from a flagpole in front of Sutton's post office. The silence stretched. Finally, the Savior said softly, "I don't know any Brother Gary." "He knows you. He told us how many soldiers you have. He told us about the 2 tanks. I've seen one of them, and I guess the other is around back somewhere. Brother Gary's a real fountain of information. He told us about Brother Timothy leading you to Warwick Mountain to find God." Roland smiled, showing bad teeth between the folds of his bandages. "But God's closer than West Virginia. Much closer. He's right out there, and he's going to blast you to hell in 6 hours if we don't get what we want." The Savior was sitting very still. Roland saw him tremble, saw the left side of his mouth twitch, and his left eye begin to bulge, as if shoved forward by a volcanic pressure. The Savior shoved the 2 makeup artists aside. His head swiveled toward Roland, and Roland saw both sides of his face. The left side was perfect, brightened by rouge and smoothed with powder. The right side was a nightmare of scar tissue, the flesh gouged out by a terrible wound, and the eye white and dead as a river pebble. The Savior's living eye fixed on Roland like judgment hour, and as he stood up he grabbed the chair and flung it across the room. He advanced on Roland, the little crucifixes jingling around his neck, and lifted his fist. Roland stood his ground. They stared at each other, and there was a great empty silence like that before the clash of an irresistible force and an immovable object. "Savior," a voice spoke, "he's a fool, and he's trying to bait you." The Savior wavered. His eye blinked, and Roland could see the wheels turning in his head, trying to connect and make sense of things again. A figure stepped out of the gloom to Roland's right. It was a tall, frail-looking man in his late 20s, with slicked-back black hair and wire-rimmed glasses over deep-socketed brown eyes. A burn scar zigzagged like a lightning bolt from his forehead to the back of his skull, and along its root the hair had turned white. "Don't touch him, Savior," the man urged quietly. "They have Brother Kenneth." "Brother Kenneth?" The Savior shook his head, uncomprehending. "You sent Brother Kenneth as a trade for this man. Brother Kenneth is a good mechanic. We don't want him harmed, do we?" "Brother Kenneth," the Savior repeated. "A good mechanic. Yes, he's a good mechanic." "It's almost time for you to go on," the man said. "They're singing for you." "Yes, singing. For me." The Savior looked up at his fist, hanging in the air. He opened it and let his arm fall back to his side. Then he stood staring at the floor, the left corner of his mouth twitching in an on-again, off-again grin. "Dear me," Brother Norman fretted. "Let's finish the job now, kiddies. He's on presently, and we want him to look confident." A couple of other people emerged from the shadows, took the Savior's arms, and turned him around like a marionette so the makeup artists could finish. "You're a foolish, stupid heathen," the man with the eyeglasses said to Roland. "You must want to die very much. We'll see who lives and dies when 6 hours are up. God is on Warwick Mountain. He lives up near the top, where the coal mines are. I've seen him. I've touched him. My name is Brother Timothy." "Good for you. You can go with us if you like. You can join us and go to find God and learn how the wicked will die at the final hour. He'll still be there waiting for us. I know he will." "When's the final hour going to be?" Brother Timothy smiled. "That only God knows. But he showed me how the fire will rain from heaven, and in that rain even Noah's ark would drown. In the final hour all the imperfection and wickedness will be washed clean, and the world will be fresh and new again." "Right," Roland said. "Yes, it is right.
I stayed with God for 7 days and 7 nights up on Warwick Mountain, and he taught me the prayer that he will speak at the final hour." Brother Timothy closed his eyes, smiling beatifically, and began to recite. "Here is Belladonna, the Lady of the Rocks, the Lady of Situations. Here is the man with 3 staves, and here the wheel, and here is the one-eyed merchant. And this card, which is blank, is something he carries on his back which I am forbidden to see. I do not find the hanged man. Fear death by water." And when he opened his eyes, they glistened with tears. "Get that Satan out of here," the Savior croaked. "Get him out!" 6 hours, Roland said, but in his mind the prayer for the final hour echoed like the memory of a funeral bell. "Get thee behind me, Satan! Get thee behind me, Satan! Get thee behind me, the Savior intoned, and then Roland was taken out of the stockroom and delivered to Brother Edward again for the return trip. Roland impressed everything he saw on his mind to report back to Colonel Macklin. He'd discovered no obviously weak areas, but once he sat down to draw a map of what he'd seen, maybe one would become apparent. The ritual of the headlights was repeated. Roland was returned to the jeep, and again he and Brother Kenneth passed without looking at each other. Then he was in the jeep and breathing easily once more, as Judd Lowry drove toward the fires of the AOE's camp. "Have fun?" Lowry asked him. "Yeah. Get me to the command center fast." "I do not find the hanged man," Roland thought. God's prayer for the final hour was somehow familiar to him, but it wasn't a prayer. No, it was... There was some kind of activity around the colonel's trailer. The guards were out of formation, and one of them was hammering at the door with the butt of his rifle. Roland leapt out of the jeep as it slowed down, and he ran toward the trailer. "What's going on?" One of the guards hastily saluted. "The colonel's locked himself in, sir. We can't get the door open, and, well, you'd better hear it for yourself." Roland went up the steps, pushed the other guard aside, and listened. The sound of breaking furniture and shattering glass came through the Airstream's metal door. Then there was a barely human wailing that sent a shiver creeping up even Roland Croninger's spine. "Jesus," Lowry said, blanching. "There's some kind of animal in there with him." The last time Roland had seen him, the colonel was immobile on his cot and burning up with fever. "Somebody was supposed to be with him at all times," Roland snapped. "What happened?" "I just stepped out for about 5 minutes to have a smoke," the other guard said, and in his eyes was the fearful knowledge that he would have to pay dearly for that cigarette. "It was just 5 minutes, sir." Roland hammered on the door with his fist. "Colonel, open up! It's Roland!" The noise became a guttural grunting that sounded like a bestial equivalent of sobs. Something else shattered, and then there was silence. Roland beat on the door again, stepped back and told the guard to get it open if he had to blast it off its hinges. But someone else walked calmly up the steps, and a hand gripping a thin-bladed knife slid toward the door's lock. "Mind if I give it a try, Captain?" Air whistled through the hole where Alvin Mangram's nose had been. Roland detested the sight of him, and also of that damned ugly dwarf who stood jumping up and down a few feet away. But it was worth a shot, and Roland said, "Go ahead." Mangrum inserted the blade into the door's keyhole. He began to twist the knife back and forth, a hair at a time. "If he's got the bolts thrown, this won't do much good," he said. "We'll see. Just do what you can." "Knives know my name, Captain. They speak to me and tell me what to do. This one's talking to me right now. It says, 'Easy, Alvin. Real easy does the trick.'" He gently swiveled the blade, and there was a click as the lock popped open. "See?" The bolts had not been thrown, and the door opened. Roland entered the darkened trailer, with Lowry and Mangrum right behind him. "We need some light," Roland shouted, and the guard who'd sneaked a cigarette popped the flame up on his lighter and gave it to him. The front room was a shambles, the map table overthrown and the chair broken to pieces, the rifles pulled off the wall rack and used to shatter lanterns and more furniture.
Roland went into the bedroom, which was equally wrecked. Colonel McCammon was not there, but the lighter's flame showed what looked at first like fragments of gray pottery lying all over the sweat-damp pillow. He picked one up and examined it. Couldn't quite figure out what it was, but some kind of white jelly-like stuff got on his fingers, and Roland flung the thing aside. "He's not back here," Lowry yelled from the other end of the trailer. "He's got to be somewhere," Roland shouted back, and when his voice faded he heard something. The sound of whimpering, coming from the bedroom closet. "Colonel?" The whimpering stopped, but Roland could still hear rapid, frightened breathing. Roland walked to the closet, put his hand on the knob, and started to turn it. "Go away, damn you!" a voice thundered from behind the door. Roland froze. That voice was a nightmarish mockery of Colonel McCammon's. It sounded as if he'd been gargling with razor blades. "I have to open the door, Colonel." "No, no! Please go away!" Then there was that guttural grunting again, and Roland realized he was crying. Roland's spine stiffened. He hated it when the king sounded weak. It wasn't the proper way for a king to behave. A king should never show weakness. Never. He twisted the doorknob and pulled the closet door open, holding the lighter up to see what was inside. Roland saw and screamed. He backpedaled, still screaming, as the beast within the closet, the beast wearing Colonel McCammon's uniform and even the nail-studded hand, crawled out and, grinning crazily, began to stand up. The crust of growths was gone from the colonel's face and head, and as Roland retreated across the room, he realized the cracked pieces of it were lying over on the pillow. McCammon's face had turned inside out. The flesh was bone-white. The nose had collapsed inward. The veins, muscles, and knots of cartilage ran on the surface of his face, twitching and quivering as he opened those awful jaws to laugh with a shriek like fingernails on a chalkboard. His teeth had curved into jagged fangs, and his gums were mottled and yellow. The veins on his face were as thick as worms, lacing and intertwining across his bony cheeks, beneath the sockets of his stunned and staring ice-blue eyes, across his forehead and back into his thick, newly grown mat of graying hair. It looked as if the entire outer layer of facial flesh had either been peeled back or rotted away, and exposed was something as close to a living skull as Roland had ever seen. He was laughing, and the hideously exposed jaw muscles jerked and quivered. The veins writhed as the pressure of blood filled them up, but as he laughed, his eyes swam with tears, and he began to slam his nail-studded hand against the wall again and again, dragging the nails down through the cheap paneling. Lowry and Mangrum had entered the room. Lowry stopped short when he saw the monster in Colonel McCammon's clothes, and he reached for his .38, but Roland grabbed his wrist. Mangrum just smiled. "Far out, man." Chapter 72. Sister was dreaming of the sun. It burned hot in a dazzling blue sky, and she could actually see her shadow again. The sun's royal heat played on her face, settled into the lines and cracks, and seeped down through her skin and to her bones. "Oh, Lord," she thought, "it feels so good not to be cold any more, and to see the blue sky, and your own shadow looking up at you." The summer day promised to be a scorcher, and Sister's face was already sweating, but that was all right, too. To see the sky no longer somber and overcast was one of the happiest moments of her life, and if she had to die, she asked God to let it be in sunshine. She stretched her arms up toward the sun and cried aloud with joy, because the long, terrible winter was finally over. Sitting in a chair next to the bed, Paul Thorson thought he heard Sister say something, just a drowsy whisper. He leaned forward, listening, but Sister was silent. The air around her seemed to ripple with heat, though the wind was shrilling outside the shack's walls, and the temperature had fallen to well below zero just after dark. That morning Sister had told Paul that she'd felt weak, but she'd kept going all day until the fever finally struck her down. She'd collapsed on the porch and had been sleeping, fading in and out of delirium, for about 6 hours. In her sleep, though, Sister kept the leather satchel with the glass ring inside locked between her hands, and even Josh couldn't loosen her grip. Paul knew she'd come too far with the glass ring, had watched over it and protected it from harm for too long. She wasn't yet ready to give it up. Paul had presumed that finding Swan meant the end of the dream-walk path, but in the morning he'd watched Sister peer into the depths of the glass, just as she had done before they'd reached Mary's Rest. He'd seen the lights glitter in her eyes, and he knew her stare. The ring had taken her away again, and she was dream-walking somewhere beyond Paul's realm of senses and imagination. Afterward, when Sister had come back, and it was over in about 15 or 20 seconds, she shook her head and wouldn't talk about it. She had returned the glass circle to the satchel and hadn't looked into it again. But Paul had seen that Sister was troubled, and he knew that this time the dream-walk path had taken a dark turn. "How is she?" Swan was standing a few feet behind him, and how long she'd been there he didn't know. "About the same," he said. "As hot as a 4-alarm fire." Swan approached the bed. She was familiar by now with the symptoms. In the 2 days since Sylvester Moody had brought his gift of apples, she and Josh had seen 8 other people with Job's mask who'd drifted into feverish, coma-like sleep. When the growths had cracked open from the faces of 7 of them, their skin was unmarked, their faces back to, or better than, what they'd been before. But the 8th one had been different. It was a man named DeLorean, who lived alone in a small shed on the eastern edge of Mary's Rest. Josh and Swan had been summoned by a neighbor who'd found DeLorean lying on the shed's dirty floor, unconscious and feverish. Josh had picked the man up and carried him across the shed to his mattress, and Josh's weight had popped open a floorboard. As Josh knelt to press the board back, he smelled the odor of decaying flesh, and seen something wet and gleaming down in the gloom. He'd reached into the hole and brought up a severed human hand, with most of the fingers gnawed away. And at that moment DeLorean's face had cracked open, revealing something black and reptilian underneath. The man had sat up screaming, and as he'd realized his hoard of food had been discovered, he'd crawled across the floor, snapping at Josh with sharp little fangs. Swan had looked away before the rest of the man's Job's mask had cracked apart, but Josh had grabbed him by the back of his neck and flung him head first through the door. Their last sight of DeLorean was as he fled toward the woods, clutching his hands to his face. There was no way to tell how many bodies had been torn apart and hidden under the shed's floorboards, or who the people had been. DeLorean's shocked neighbor said he'd always been a quiet, soft-spoken man who wouldn't have hurt a fly. At Swan's suggestion, Josh had set fire to the shed and burned it to the ground. On returning to Glory's shack, Josh had spent the better part of an hour scrubbing his hands until he got the slime of DeLorean off his skin. Swan touched the Job's mask that covered the lower half of Sister's face and clung to her skull. It, too, was hot with fever. "What do you think she looks like deep inside?" Swan asked Paul. "Huh?" "Her real face is about to show through," Swan said, and her dark blue eyes, with their glints of many colors, met his own. "That's what's underneath the Job's mask, the face of a person's soul." Paul scratched his beard. He didn't know what she was talking about, but when she spoke he listened to her, just like everybody else did. Her voice was gentle, but it conveyed a power of thought and command that was far older than her years. Yesterday he'd worked out in the field with some of the others, helping to dig holes and watching Swan plant the apple cores she'd gathered after the big apple-eating festival. She'd explained carefully exactly how deep the holes should be and how far apart. Then, as Josh had followed along behind her with a wheelbarrow full of apple cores, Swan had picked up handfuls of dirt, spat into them, and rubbed the dirt all over each core before placing them in the ground and covering them. And the crazy thing about it was that Swan's presence had made Paul want to work, though digging holes in the cold ground was not his idea of how to spend the day. She'd made him want to dig each hole as precisely as possible, and a single word of praise from her put energy in him like a charge into a weakening battery. He'd watched the others, too, and seen that she had the same effect on them. He believed that she could grow apple trees from each seed-filled core that went into the ground, and he was proud to dig holes for her until Gideon's trumpet blared New Orleans jazz. He believed in her, and if she said that Sister's real face was about to show through, he believed that too. "What do you think she looks like deep inside?" Swan asked him again. "I don't know," he finally replied. "I never met anyone with as much courage. She's one hell of a woman. A lady," he said. "Yes, she is." Swan looked at the knotty surface of the Job's mask. Soon, she thought. Very soon. "She'll be all right," she said. "Do you need to get some rest?" "No, I'm going to stay here with her. If I get sleepy, I can stretch out on the floor. Everybody else asleep?" "Yes, it's late." "I guess so. You'd better get some sleep yourself." "I will. But when it happens, I'd like to see her."
"I'll call you," Paul promised, and then he thought he heard Sister say something again, and he leaned forward to hear. Her head slowly moved back and forth, but she made no other sounds, and she lay still again. When Paul looked up, Swan had gone. Swan was too keyed up to sleep. She felt like a child again on the night before Christmas. She went through the front room, where the others slept on the floor around the stove, and then opened the door. Cold wind swept in, fanning the stove's coals. Swan quickly stepped out, hugging her coat around her shoulders, and closed the door behind her. "Mighty late for you to be up," Anna McClay said. She was sitting on the porch steps next to an ex-Pittsburgh steel worker named Pulowski, and both of them were wearing heavy coats, caps, and gloves, and armed with rifles. At dawn, another pair of guards would take over for a few hours, and the rotating shifts continued all day and night.
"How's Sister doing?"
"No change yet." Swan looked at the bonfire that burned in the middle of the road. The wind whipped through it, and a shower of red sparks wheeled into the sky. About 20 people were sleeping around the bonfire, and several more were sitting up, staring into the flames or talking to one another to pass the night. Until she knew where the man with the scarlet eye was, Sister had demanded that the shack be guarded at all times, a demand to which Josh and the others had readily agreed. The volunteers also stayed around the bonfires in the field all night, watching the cornstalks and the new area where the apple cores had been planted. Swan had told Josh and Sister about facing the man with the scarlet eye in the crowd that day, and she thought that maybe, just a little bit, she understood why he struck out to cause such suffering in human beings. She knew also that he'd almost taken the apple, but at the last second his unthinking rage and pride had won, and she'd seen that he hated her, and hated himself for wanting to take a step beyond what he was, but he'd been afraid of her too, and as she'd watched him stagger away, Swan had realized that forgiveness crippled evil, drew the poison from it like lancing a boil. What might have happened if he'd taken the apple she didn't know, but the moment was gone. Still, she didn't fear the man with the scarlet eye as she had before, and since that day she hadn't been looking over her shoulder to see who was coming up from behind. She walked to the corner of the porch where Mule was hitched to the support post. The horse was kept warm by several blankets, and there was a pail of spring water for him to drink from. Finding food for him was a problem, but Swan had saved him a dozen apple cores, and was feeding him those, as well as roots and some straw that had been stuffed inside Mr. Pulowski's mattress. He liked horses, and had offered to help feed and water Mule. The horse didn't generally take to strangers, but he seemed to accept Mr. Pulowski's attention with a minimum of crankiness. Mule's head had been drooping, but his nose twitched as he caught Swan's aroma, and instantly his head came up, his eyes open and alert. She scratched between his eyes and then down at the soft, velvety skin of his muzzle, and Mule nibbled at her fingers with unabashed delight. Swan suddenly looked over toward the fire and saw him standing there, silhouetted by flames and sparks. She couldn't see his face, but she could feel him staring at her. Her skin broke out in goosebumps under her patchwork coat, and she quickly looked away, concentrating only on rubbing Mule's muzzle. But her eyes slid back toward Robin, who had come a few feet closer to the porch's edge. Her heart boomed like a kettle drum, and again she looked away. From the corner of her eye she watched him approach, then stop and pretend to be examining something on the ground with the toe of his boot. "It's time to go back in now," she told herself. "Time to check on Sister again." But her legs didn't want to move. Robin was coming nearer, and then he stopped again and peered out beyond the fire, as if something else had taken his attention. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his coat, seemed to be trying to decide whether to return to the bonfire's warmth or not.
Swan didn't know if she wanted him to come closer or go away, and she felt as jumpy as a grasshopper on a hot rock. Then he took another step forward. His mind was made up. But Swan's nerve broke, and she started to turn away and go back inside. Mule decided the issue by choosing that instant to playfully clamp his teeth on Swan's fingers, holding her prisoner for the few seconds it took Robin to reach her. "I think your horse must be hungry," he said. Swan pulled her fingers free. She started to turn away again, her heart pounding so strongly that she was certain he must hear it, like distant thunder over the horizon. "Don't go." Robin's voice softened. "Please." Swan stopped. She thought he didn't resemble at all the movie stars in the magazines her mother used to read, because there was nothing clean-cut and Hollywood handsome about him. He looked nothing like the well-scrubbed teenage boys in the soap operas Darlene Prescott had watched. His face, for all its hard lines and angles, was young, but his eyes were old. They were the color of ashes, but looked capable of fire. She met his gaze, saw that he'd loosened his mask of toughness. His eyes were soft, maybe even tender, as he stared up at her. "Hey," Anna McClay said, "you go on about your business. Swan doesn't have time for you." His tough mask tightened again. "Who made you her keeper?" "Not keeper, smart-ass. Protector. Now why don't you just be a good little boy and go on?" "No," Swan interrupted. "I don't need a keeper or a protector. Thank you for being concerned about me, Anna, but I can take care of myself." "Oh, sorry. I just thought he was bothering you again." "He's not bothering me. It's all right, really." "You sure?" "I used to see his type stroll in the Midway, looking for pockets to pick." "I'm sure," Swan replied. Anna gave Robin another warning glare, then returned to her conversation with Mr. Pulowski. "That's telling her," Robin said, smiling gratefully. "It's about time she got her butt kicked." "No, it's not. You might not like Anna, and she sure doesn't like you, but she's doing what she thinks is best for me, and I appreciate that. If you were bothering me, I would let her run you off." Robin's smile faded. "So you think you're better than everybody else?" "No, I didn't mean it like that." Swan felt flustered and nervous, and her tongue was getting tangled between her thoughts and her words. "I just meant Anna is right to be careful." "Uh-huh. So am I bothering you by being friendly?" "You were a little too friendly when you came into the shack and woke me up that way," she replied crisply. She could feel her face reddening, and she wanted to go back to the beginning and start the conversation all over again, but it was out of control now, and she was half scared and half angry. "And I wasn't offering you that apple the other day either." "Oh, I get it. Well, my feet are on solid ground. They're not up on a pedestal like some people's are. And maybe I couldn't help it that I kissed you. And maybe when I saw you standing there with an apple in your hand, and your eyes big and wide, I couldn't help but take it either. When I first saw you, I thought you were okay. I didn't know you were a stuck-up little princess." "I'm not." "No? Well, you act like one. Listen, I've been around. I've met a lot of girls. I know stuck-up when I see it. And—" Stop, she thought. Stop right now. But she couldn't, because she was scared inside, and she didn't dare let him know how much. "And I know a crude, loud-mouthed fool when I see one." "Yeah, I'm a fool, all right." He shook his head and laughed without humor. "I'm sure a fool for thinking I might like to get to know the Ice Princess better, huh?" He stalked away before she could reply. All she could think to say was, "Don't bother me again." Instantly she felt a pang of pain that sliced her open from head to toe. She clenched her teeth to keep from calling him. If he was going to act like a fool, then he was one. He was a baby with a bad temper, and she wanted nothing more to do with him. But she knew also that a kind word might call him back. One kind word, that was all. And was that so hard? He'd misunderstood her, and maybe she'd misunderstood him as well. She felt Anna and Mr. Pulowski watching her, and she sensed that Anna might be wearing a faint, knowing smile. Mule rumbled and exhaled steam into Swan's face. Swan pushed aside her swollen pride and started to call Robin, and as she opened her mouth, the shack's door opened, and Paul Thorson said excitedly, "Swan, it's happening!" She watched Robin walking toward the bonfire, and then she followed Paul into the shack. Robin stood at the edge of the fire. Slowly he balled up a fist and placed it against his forehead. "Dum, dum, dum, dum," he said as he hit himself in the head. He still didn't know what had happened. He just knew he'd been scared to death, even speaking to someone as beautiful as Swan. He'd wanted to impress her, but now he felt like he'd just walked barefoot through a cow pasture. "Dum, dum, dum," he kept repeating. Of course he hadn't met a lot of girls. In fact, he hardly had met any girls. He didn't know how to act around them. They were like creatures from another planet. How did you talk to them without coming off like a loud-mouthed fool, which was exactly what he knew he was? Well, he told himself, everything's sure messed up now. He was still shaking inside, and he felt sick down in the pit of his stomach. And when he shut his eyes, he could still see Swan standing before him, as radiant as the most wonderful dream he'd ever known. Since the first day he'd seen her, lying asleep on the bed, he hadn't been able to get her out of his mind. "I love her," he thought. He'd heard about love, but he'd had no idea love made you feel giddy and sick and shaky all at the same time. "I love her," and he didn't know whether to shout or cry, so he just stood staring into the flames and seeing nothing but Swan's face. "I believe I just heard 2 arrows hit a couple of rear ends," Anna told Mr. Pulowski, and they looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 73. The man with a face like a skull stood up in his jeep and lifted an electric bullhorn. His jagged teeth parted, and he bellowed, "Kill them! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Macklin's roar mingled with the shout of engines firing, and was finally drowned out by the thunder of machinery as more than 600 armored cars, trucks, jeeps, and vans began to move across the parking lot toward the Savior's fortress. Dawn's gray light was further dirtied by banners of drifting smoke, and fires burned on the parking lot, consuming the 200 vehicles that had been wrecked or destroyed during the first 2 assault waves. The broken bodies of AOE soldiers lay dead or dying on the cracked concrete, and there were new screams of agony as the wheels of the 3rd wave rolled over the wounded. "Kill them! Kill them all!" Macklin continued to shout through the bullhorn, waving the monster machines on with his black-gloved right hand. The nails protruding from its palm glinted with the fires of destruction. Hundreds of soldiers, armed with rifles, pistols, and Molotov cocktails, moved on foot behind the advancing vehicles, and in a semicircle around the shopping mall, 3 densely packed rows of American Allegiance trucks, cars, and vans awaited the onslaught, just as they'd waited for and repulsed the previous 2. But piles of Allegiance dead littered the parking lot as well, and many of their vehicles blazed, still exploding as the gas tanks ruptured. Flames leaped, and bitter smoke filled the air, but Macklin looked toward the Savior's fortress and grinned, because he knew the Allegiance could not stand before the might of the Army of Excellence. They would fall, if not in the 3rd attack, then in the 4th, or 5th, or 6th, or 7th. The battle was winnable, Macklin knew. Today he would be the victor, and he would make the Savior kneel and kiss his boot before he smashed the Savior's face. "Closer!" Macklin shouted to his driver, and Judd Lowry flinched. Lowry couldn't stand to look at Macklin's face, and as he drove the jeep nearer to the advancing line of vehicles, he didn't know whom he feared most, the leering, ranting thing that Colonel Macklin had become, or the American Allegiance sharpshooters. "Onward, onward, keep moving!" Macklin commanded the soldiers, his eyes sweeping the ranks, watching for any signs of hesitation. "They're about to break!" he shouted. "Onward! Keep going!" Macklin heard a horn blare, and looked back to see a bright red, rebuilt Cadillac with an armored windshield roaring across the lot, weaving through and around other vehicles to get to the front. The driver had long, curly blonde hair, and a dwarf was crouched up in the Cadillac's roof turret, where the snout of a machine-gun protruded. "Closer, Lieutenant," Macklin ordered. "I want a front-row seat." Oh, Jesus, Lowry thought. His armpits were sweating. It was one thing to attack a bunch of farmers armed with shovels and hoes, and something else entirely to storm a brick fortress where the fuckers had heavy artillery. But the American Allegiance held their fire as the AOE's trucks and vans rolled steadily forward. Macklin knew all his officers were in place, leading their battalions. Roland Croninger was on the right, in his own command jeep, urging 200 men and more than 50 armored vehicles into battle. Captains Carr, Wilson, and Satterley, Lieutenants Thatcher and Myers, Sergeants McCowan, Arnold, Benning, and Buford, all of his trusted officers, were in their places, and all of them had their minds fixed on victory. Breaking through the Savior's defense was a simple matter of discipline and control, Macklin had concluded. It didn't matter how many AOE soldiers died or how many AOE vehicles exploded and burned. This was a test of his personal discipline and control, and he swore that he'd fight to the last man before he let the Savior beat him. He knew that he'd gone a little crazy when that stuff had cracked open, when he picked up a lantern and looked into a mirror at himself. But he was all right now, because after his madness had passed, Colonel Macklin had realized he now wore the face of the shadow soldier. They were one and the same now. It was a miracle that told Macklin God was on the side of the Army of Excellence. He grinned and roared, "Keep moving! Discipline and control!" through the bullhorn in the voice of a beast. Another voice spoke. It was a hollow-sounding boom, and Macklin saw the flash of orange light by the mall's barricaded entrance. There was a high shrieking noise that seemed to pass right over Macklin's head. About 70 yards behind him, an explosion threw up pieces of concrete and the twisted metal of an already wrecked van. "Onward!" Macklin commanded. The American Allegiance might have tanks, he thought, but they didn't know shit about shell trajectories. Another round whistled through the air, exploding back in the encampment, and then there was a ripple of fire along the massed defenses of the American Allegiance, and bullets struck sparks from the concrete and ricocheted off the armored vehicles. Some of the soldiers fell, and Macklin shouted, "Attack! Attack! Open fire!" The order was picked up by other officers, and almost at once the machine guns, pistols, and automatic rifles of the Army of Excellence began to stutter and crack, aiming a barrage at the enemy's defensive line. The AOE's lead vehicles lunged forward, gathering speed to smash through to the mall. A third tank shell exploded in the parking lot, throwing a plume of smoke and rubble and making the ground tremble. And then some of the Allegiance's heavy vehicles were gunning forward, their engines screaming, and as the trucks and armored cars of both armies slammed together, there was a hideous cacophony of shrieking tires, bending metal, and ear-cracking explosions. "Attack! Kill them all!" Macklin kept shouting at the advancing soldiers as Judd Lowry jinked the wheel back and forth to avoid corpses and wrecked hulks. Lowry's eyes were about to pop from his head, beads of cold sweat covering his face. A bullet glanced off the edge of the windshield, and Lowry could feel its vibration like the snap of a tuning fork. Machine-gun fire zigzagged across the parking lot, and half a dozen AOE soldiers spun like demented ballet dancers. Macklin threw aside the bullhorn, wrenched his Colt .45 from his waist holster, and shot at Allegiance soldiers as they stormed over the defensive line into the maelstrom of bodies, skidding vehicles, explosions, and burning wrecks. So many cars and trucks were slamming together, backing up and charging one another again, that the parking lot resembled a gargantuan demolition derby. 2 trucks crashed right in front of the Jeep, and Lowry hit the brakes and twisted the wheel at the same time, throwing the Jeep into a side-swiping skid. 2 men were struck down beneath its wheels, and whether they were AOE or Allegiance soldiers, Lowry didn't know. Everything was confused and crazy, the air full of blinding smoke and sparks, and over the screaming and shouting Judd Lowry could hear Macklin laughing as the colonel fired at random targets. A man with a pistol was suddenly framed in the Jeep's headlights, and Lowry ran him down. Bullets thunked against the Jeep's side, and to the left an AOE car exploded, sending its driver tumbling through the air, still gripping a fiery steering wheel. Between the crashing and skidding vehicles, the infantrymen were locked in savage hand-to-hand combat. Lowry swerved to avoid a burning truck. He heard the shrill whistle of an approaching shell, and his groin shriveled. As he screamed, "We gotta get out of here!" he twisted the wheel violently to the right and sank his foot to the floorboard. The Jeep surged forward, running over 2 soldiers grappling on the concrete. A tracer bullet whacked into the Jeep's side, and Lowry heard himself whimper. "Lieutenant!" Macklin shouted. "Turn the jeep back!" And that was all he had time to say, because the earth suddenly shook, and there was a blinding, white-hot blast about 10 feet in front of the jeep. The vehicle shuddered and reared up on its back tires like a frightened horse. Macklin heard Lowry's strangled scream, and then Macklin jumped for his life as the scorching shock wave of the explosion hit him and almost ripped the uniform off his body. He struck the concrete on his shoulder and heard the shriek of tires and the crash of the jeep as it was flung into another car. The next thing he knew, Macklin was on his feet, his uniform and coat hanging in tatters around him, and he was looking down at Judd Lowry. The man was sprawled on his back amid the wreckage of the jeep, and his body was twitching as if he were trying to crawl to safety. Judd Lowry's head had been smashed into a misshapen mass of gore, and his broken teeth were clicking together like castanets. Macklin had his gun in his left hand. The false right hand, with its palmful of nails, was still attached to the wrist by strong adhesive bandages. Blood was streaming down his right arm and dripping down the black-gloved fingers to the concrete. He realized he'd scraped his arm open from shoulder to elbow, but other than that he seemed to be okay. The soldiers swirled around him, fighting and firing, and a bullet dug up a chunk of parking lot about 4 inches from his right boot. He looked around, trying to figure out how to get back to the AOE's camp. Without transportation, he was as helpless as the lowest infantryman. There was so much screaming, shouting, and gunfire that Macklin couldn't think. He saw a man pinning an AOE soldier to the ground, repeatedly stabbing him with a butcher knife, and Macklin pressed the .45's barrel against the man's skull and blew his brains out. The shock of the recoil thrumming up his arm and the sight of the body keeling over cleared the haze out of Macklin's head. He knew he had to get moving, or he would be just as dead as the Allegiant soldier in front of him. He heard another shell coming down, and terror clutched the back of his neck. Ducking his head, he started running, avoiding the knots of fighting men and leaping over sprawled and bleeding bodies. The explosion rained pieces of concrete down on him. He tripped, fell, crawled frantically behind the shelter of an overturned AOE armored car. Waiting for him was a body with most of the face shot away. Macklin thought it might have been Sergeant Arnold. Shaken, the colonel took the clip from his .45 and replaced it with a fresh one. Bullets whined off the armored car, and he crouched against the concrete, trying to find enough courage to continue his race back to the encampment. Over the tumult, the cries of "Retreat! Retreat!" reached him. The third assault had failed. He didn't know what had gone wrong. The Allegiant should have broken by now. But they had too many men, too many vehicles, too much firepower. All they had to do was sit tight in that damned mall. There had to be a way to get them out. There had to be. Trucks and cars started racing across the parking lot, heading away from the mall. Soldiers followed them, many hobbling and wounded, stopping to fire a few shots at their pursuers and then stagger on. Macklin forced himself to get up and run, and as he broke from cover he felt a tug at his coat, and knew a bullet had passed through. He squeezed off 4 wild shots without aiming, and then he fled with the rest of his army of excellence as machine-gun bullets marched across the concrete and more men died around him. When Macklin made it back to camp, he found Captain Satterley already getting reports from the other surviving officers, and Lieutenant Thatcher was assigning scouts to guard the perimeter against an Allegiance counterattack. Macklin climbed on top of an armored car and stared at the parking lot. It looked like a slaughterhouse floor, hundreds of bodies lying in heaps around the burning wreckage. Already the Allegiance scavengers were running amid the corpses, gathering weapons and ammunition. From the direction of the mall he heard cheers of victory. "It's not over!" Colonel Macklin roared. "It's not over yet!" He fired the rest of his bullets at the scavengers, but he was shaking so much he couldn't aim worth a damn. "Colonel!" It was Captain Satterley. "Do we prepare another attack?" "Yes, immediately. It's not over yet. It's not over until I say it's over." "We can't take another frontal assault," another voice contended. "It's suicide." "What?" Macklin snapped, and he looked down at whoever dared to question his orders. It was Roland Croninger, his coat spattered with blood. It was someone else's blood, though, because Roland was unhurt, the dirty bandages still wrapped around his face. Blood streaked the lenses of his goggles. "What did you say?" "I said we can't stand another frontal assault.
We've probably got less than 3,000 men able to fight. If we run head-on into those guns again, we'll lose another 500, and we still won't get anywhere." "Are you saying we don't have the willpower to break through? Or are you speaking for yourself?" Roland drew a deep breath, tried to calm down. He'd never seen such slaughter before, and he'd be dead right now if he hadn't shot an Allegiance soldier at point-blank range. "I'm saying we've got to think of another way into that mall. And I say we attack again, right now, before they can organize their defenses again." "They never were disorganized, damn it!" Roland shouted. There was silence, except for the moaning of the wounded and the crackle of flames. Macklin stared fiercely at Roland. It was the first time Roland had ever dared to shout at him, and there he was, disputing Macklin's orders in front of the other officers. "Listen to me," Roland continued before the colonel or anyone else could speak. "I think I know a weak spot in that fortress, more than one. The skylights." Macklin didn't answer for a moment. His gaze burned balefully at Roland. "The skylights," he repeated. "The skylights. They're on the roof. How do we get to the fucking roof? Fly?" Laughter interrupted their argument. Alvin Mangrum was leaning against the crumpled hood of the red Cadillac. Steam hissed from the cracked radiator. Bullet holes pocked the metal, and rivulets of blood had leaked from the turret's view slit. Mangrum grinned, his forehead gashed by metal splinters. "You want to get to that roof, Colonel? I can put you there." "How?" He held up his hands and wiggled his fingers. "I used to be a carpenter," he said. "Jesus was a carpenter. Jesus knew a lot about knives, too. That's why they crucified him. When I was a carpenter, I used to build dog-houses. Only they weren't just ordinary old dog-houses. Oh, no. They were castles, like the knights used to live in. See, I used to read books about castles and shit like that, 'cause I wanted those dog-houses to be real special. Some of those books said interesting things." "Like what?" Roland asked impatiently. "Oh, like how to get to roofs." He turned his attention to Colonel Macklin. "You get me some telephone poles, barbed wire, and good sturdy lumber, and let me take a few of these wrecked cars apart. I'll put you on that roof." "What are you planning on building?" "Creating," Mangrum corrected. "Only it'll take me a while. I'll need help, as many men as you can spare. If I can get the right parts, I can finish it in 3 or 4 days." "I asked you what you were planning on building." Mangrum shrugged and dug his hands into his pockets. "Why don't we go to your trailer and I'll draw you a picture? Might be some spies hanging around here." Macklin's gaze ran the length of the Savior's fortress. He watched the scavengers shooting some of the wounded AOE soldiers, then stripping the bodies. He almost screamed with frustration. "It's not over," he vowed. "It's not over until I say it is." And then he climbed down from the armored car and said to Alvin Mangrum, "Show me what you want to build." Chapter 74. "Yes," Josh said. "I think we can build it back." He felt Glory's arm clinging to him, and she leaned her head against his shoulder. He put his arm around her, and they stood together next to the burned-out ruins of the church. "We can do it," he said. "Sure we can. I mean, it won't be tomorrow or next week, but we can do it. It probably won't look like it used to, and it might be worse than it was, but it might be better, too." He squeezed her gently. "Okay?" She nodded. "Okay," she said without looking at him, and her voice was choked with emotion. Then she lifted her tear-streaked face. Her hand came up, and her fingers slowly moved across the surface of his Job's mask. "You're a beautiful man, Josh," she said softly. "Even now, even like this, even if it never cracked open, you'd still be the most beautiful man I've ever known." "Oh, I'm not so hot. I never was. You should have seen me when I used to wrestle. Know what my name was? Black Frankenstein. I'd sure fit the bill now, wouldn't I?" "No, and I don't think you ever did." Her fingers traced the hard ridges and ravines, and then she let her hand drift down again. "I love you, Josh," she said, and her voice trembled, but her copper-colored eyes were steady and true. He started to reply, but he thought of Rose and the boys. It had been so long, so long. Were they wandering somewhere, searching for food and shelter, or were they ghosts that only lived in his memories? It was torture not knowing whether they were dead or alive, and as he looked into Glory's face, he realized he would probably never know. Would it be heartless and disloyal to cut out the hope that Rose and his sons might be alive? Or was it just being realistic? But he was sure of one thing. He wanted to stay in the land of the living, instead of roaming the vaults of the dead. He put his arms around Glory and held her tight. He could feel the sharpness of her bones through her coat, and he longed for the day when the harvest would be gathered. He longed also to be able to see through both eyes, and to be able to breathe deeply again. He hoped his Job's mask would crack soon, like Sister's had last night. But he was afraid as well. What would he look like, he wondered? What if it was the face of someone he didn't even know? But for now he felt fine, not even a trace of fever. It was the only time in his life he'd ever wanted to be laid low. Josh saw something lying on the ground in a frozen puddle about 4 feet away. His stomach clenched, and he said quietly, "Glory, why don't you go on back home now? I'll be along in a few minutes." She pulled back, puzzled. "What is it?" "Nothing. You just go on. I'm going to walk around for a little while and try to figure out how we can put this place back together." "I'll stay with you." "No," he said firmly. "Go home. I want to be by myself for a while, all right?" "All right," she agreed. She started back to the road, then turned to him again. "You don't have to say you love me," she told him. "It's okay if you don't. I just wanted you to know what I was feeling." "I do," he said, his voice strained and tight. Glory's gaze lingered on him for a few more seconds, and then she started home. When she was gone, Josh bent down and grasped what was lying in the puddle. The ice cracked as he pulled it free. It was a piece of plaid wool, blotched with dark brown stains. Josh knew what it was from. Gene Scully's coat. He gripped the bloody cloth in his hand and straightened up. Tilting his head to one side, he searched the ground around him. Another fragment of plaid cloth lay a few feet away, deeper into the alley that ran alongside the ruins. He picked that one up, too, and then he saw a third and a fourth fragment, both blood-stained, ahead of him. Little pieces of Gene Scully's coat lay scattered like plaid snow all over the ground. An animal got him, Josh thought. Whatever it was must have torn him to shreds. But he knew no animal had gotten Gene Scully. It had been a different kind of beast, maybe masquerading as a cripple in a child's red wagon, or as a black man with a silver tooth in the front of his mouth. Scully had either found the man with the scarlet eye, or had been found. "Go get help," Josh told himself. "Go get Paul and Sister, and for God's sake find a rifle." But he kept following the little bits of plaid coat as his heart pumped violently, and his throat went dry. There was other trash on the ground, and as Josh went deeper into the alley, a rat the size of a Persian cat waddled in front of him, gave him a beady-eyed glare, and then squeezed into a hole. Josh heard little squeakings and rustlings all around him, and he knew this part of Mary's Rest was infested with vermin. He saw frozen splatters of blood on the ground. He followed them for about 15 more feet, and stopped at a circular piece of tin that lay up against the rough brick foundations of the ruined church. More frozen blood streaked the tin, and Josh could see other bits of shredded plaid around his boots. He put his foot against the piece of tin, which was about the size and shape of a manhole cover, drew a breath, and slowly let it out. Then, abruptly, he shoved the tin aside and leaped back. Exposed underneath it was a hole burrowed down below the church's foundations. A cold, sour reek rose from it that made his flesh crawl. "Found you," was Josh's first thought. His second was, "Get the hell out of here. Run, you flat-footed fool." But he hesitated, staring at the hole. There was no sound from within, no movement. "It's empty," Josh realized. "He's gone." He took a tentative step toward the hole, then a second and a third.
He stood over it, listening. Still no sound, no movement. The lair was empty. The man with the scarlet eye had gone. After Swan had faced him down, he must have left Mary's Rest. "Thank God," Josh whispered. There was a rustling behind him. Josh whirled around, his arms up to ward off a blow. A rat sat atop a cardboard box, baring its teeth. It began to squeal and chatter like an irate landlord. Josh said, "Be quiet, you little bast—" 2 hands, one black, one white, shot out of the hole and grasped Josh's ankles, jerking him off his feet. Josh had no time to cry out before he slammed to the ground, the air whooshing from his lungs. Dazed, he tried to scrabble free, tried to dig his fingers into the frozen earth around the hole, but the hands gripped his ankles like iron bands and began to draw him into the depths. Josh was halfway into the hole before he fully registered what had happened. He started fighting, thrashing and kicking, but the fingers only tightened. He smelled burning cloth, twisted his body, and saw blue flames dancing over the man's hands. Josh's skin was beginning to scorch, and he felt the man's hands wet and oozing like wax gloves melting. But in the next second, the flames weakened and went out. The man's hands were freezing cold again, and they yanked Josh down into darkness. The hands left his ankles. Josh kicked, felt his left boot connect. A cold, heavy form fell on him, more like a sack of ice than a body. But the knee that pressed against his throat was solid enough, trying to crush his windpipe. Blows that almost broke his bones smashed into his shoulders, chest, and rib cage. He got his hands up around a clammy throat and dug his fingers into what felt like cold putty. The thing's fists pounded his head and face, but couldn't inflict damage through the Job's mask. Josh's brain was rattled in his skull, and he was close to passing out. He knew he had 2 choices, fight like hell or die. He struck out with his right fist, his knuckles flattening against the angular line of a jawbone, and instantly he brought his left fist around to crash it into the man's temple. There was a grunt, more of surprise than of pain, and the weight was off Josh. He struggled to his knees, his lungs dragging in air. A freezing arm snaked around his throat from behind. Josh reached back, grabbed the fingers, and twisted them at a vicious angle. But what had been bones a second before was now like coat-hanger wire. It would bend, but would not break. With sheer strength, Josh lifted himself up from the floor and hurled himself backward, catching the man with the scarlet eye between himself and the church's foundation wall of rough bricks. The freezing arm slithered away, and Josh tried to scurry out of the hole. He was caught and hauled down again, and as they fought in the dark like animals, Josh saw the man's hands flicker, about to burst into flames. But they wouldn't catch, as if something had gone haywire with his ignition switch. Josh smelled an odor halfway between a struck match and a melting candle. But he kicked into the man's stomach and knocked him back. As Josh got to his feet again, a blow hammered across his shoulder, almost dislocating his arm, and flung him onto his face in the dirt. Josh twisted around to face him, his mouth bleeding and his strength running out fast. He saw the flicker of fire, and then both the man's hands grew flame again. By their blue light he could see the man's face, a nightmare mask, and in it a gibbering, elastic mouth that spat dead flies like broken teeth. The flaming hands came toward Josh's face, and suddenly one of them sputtered and went out, like a live coal doused with water. The other hand began to burn out as well, little tongues of fire rippling along the fingers. Something lay beside Josh in the dirt. He saw a bloody pile of flesh and twisted bones, and around it a number of coats, pairs of pants, sweaters, shoes, and hats. Nearby was a child's red wagon. Josh looked back at the man with the scarlet eye, who had also been Mr. Welcome. The burning hand was almost extinguished, and the man stared at the dying flame with eyes that in a human face might have been called insane. He is not as strong as before, Josh realized, and Josh lunged for the wagon, picked it up, and smashed it into the thing's face. There was an unholy bellow. The last of the flame went out as the man staggered back. Josh saw gray light and crawled for the hole. He was about 3 feet from it when the crumpled red wagon was slammed down across the back of his head. Josh had a second to remember being thrown from a ring in Gainesville and how it felt to hit a concrete floor, and then he lay still. He awakened. How much later it was he didn't know, to the sound of high-pitched giggling.
He couldn't move, and he thought every bone in his body must have snapped. The giggling was coming from 10 or 15 feet away. It faded out, replaced by a snorting noise that became a language of some kind. German, Josh thought it might be. He made out fragments of other tongues, Chinese, French, Danish, Spanish, and more dialects that tumbled out one after the other. Then the harsh, awful voice began to speak in English, with a deep southern drawl. Always walked alone. Always walked alone. Always. Always. Josh mentally explored his body, probing to find out what worked and what didn't. His right hand felt dead, maybe broken. Bands of pain throbbed at his ribs and across his shoulders, but he knew he'd been lucky. The blow he'd just survived might have crushed his skull if the Job's mask hadn't been so thick. The voice changed, skittering into a sing-song dialect Josh couldn't understand, then returned to English with a flat Midwestern accent. The bitch, she'll die, but not by my hand. Oh, no, not by my hand. Josh slowly tried to turn his head. Pain shot through his spine, but his neck still worked. He gradually got his head turned toward the raving thing crouched in the dirt on the other side of the lair. The man with the scarlet eye was staring at his right hand, where weak blue flames popped along the fingers. The man's face was hung between masks. Fine blonde hair mingled with coarse black. One eye was blue and the other brown, one cheekbone sharp and the other sunken. Not by my hand, he said. I'll make them do it. His chin lengthened, sprouted a black stubble that turned into a red beard within seconds, and just as quickly disappeared again into the writhing matter of his face. I'll find a way to make them do it. The man's hand trembled, began to curl into a tight fist, and the little blue flames went out. Josh gritted his teeth and started crawling for the gray light at the top of the hole, slowly and painfully, an inch at a time. He stiffened when he heard the man's voice again, singing in a whisper. Here we go round the mulberry bush, mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush, so early in the... It trailed off into muttered gibberish. Josh pushed himself forward, closer to the hole, closer. Run, the man with the scarlet eye said in a thin and weary voice. Josh's heart pounded, because he knew the monster was speaking to him in the darkness. Go on, run. Tell her I'll make a human hand do the work. Tell her. Josh crawled upward toward the light. Tell her I've always walked alone. And then Josh pulled himself out of the hole, quickly drawing his legs up after him. His ribs were killing him, and he was fighting to stay conscious, but he knew he had to get away or he was dead meat. He kept crawling as rats scurried around him. A bitter cold had leached to his bones, and he expected and dreaded the grip of the man with the scarlet eye, but it didn't come. Josh realized his life had been spared, either because the man with the scarlet eye was weakened, or because he was worn out, or because he wanted a message sent to Swan. Tell her I'll make a human hand do the work. Josh tried to stand, but fell on his face again. It was another minute or two before he could find the strength to heave himself to his knees, and then he was finally able to stand up like a tottering, decrepit old man. He staggered along the alley to the road and started walking toward the bonfire that burned in front of Glory's shack. But before he made it, his strength gave out. He toppled like a redwood to the ground, and he did not see Robin and Mr. Pulowski running toward him. Part 13. A Five-Star General. The Wasteland, Roland's Prize, What the Junkman Saw, Friend, Swan's Decision, Robin Being Cool, Bitter Ashes, The Tide of Death and Destruction, Iron Claws, The Masters of Efficiency. Chapter 75. Roland Croninger lifted a pair of binoculars to his goggled eyes. Snow was whirling through the freezing air, and had already covered most of the corpses and wrecked vehicles. Fires were burning around the mall's entrance, and he knew the Allegiance soldiers were keeping watch as well. He heard the slow rumble of thunder up in the clouds, and a spear of blue lightning streaked through the snow.
He swept his gaze across the parking lot, and his binoculars revealed a frozen hand reaching from a mound of snow, a pile of bodies locked together in icy death, the gray face of a young boy staring at the dark. The wasteland, Roland thought. Yes, the wasteland. He lowered the binoculars and leaned against the armored car that shielded him from sniper fire. The sound of hammers at work was carried past him by the wind. The wasteland. That's what God's prayer for the final hour was about. He'd been trying to remember where he'd heard it before, only it hadn't been a prayer then, and it wasn't Sir Roland who'd heard it. It was a memory from the child Roland's mind. But it wasn't a prayer. No, not a prayer. It had been a poem. He'd awakened that morning on the bare mattress in his black trailer and thought of Miss Edna Merritt. She was one of those spinster English teachers who must have been born looking 60 years old. She'd taught advanced freshman English back in Flagstaff. As Roland had sat up on his mattress, he'd seen her standing beside the hand-crusher, and she was holding an open copy of the New Oxford Book of English Verse. "I am going to recite," Miss Edna Merritt announced, in a voice so dry it made dust seem damp, and cutting her eyes left and right to make sure the advanced freshman English class was attentive, she'd begun to read. "Here is Belladonna, the Lady of the Rocks, the Lady of Situations. Here is the man with 3 staves, and here the wheel. And here is the one-eyed merchant, and this card, which is blank, is something he carries on his back, which I am forbidden to see. I do not find the hanged man. Fear death by water." And when she'd finished, she'd announced that the entire class was going to do a research paper on some facet of T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland, a small portion of which she had just recited. He'd made an A on the term paper, and Miss Edna Merritt had written in red on the title page, "Excellent. Shows interest and intelligence." He'd thought that it showed he was a superfine bullshitter. Bet old Miss Edna's down to the bones by now, Roland mused as he stared across the parking lot. Bet the worms ate her from the inside out. 2 possibilities intrigued him. One, that Brother Timothy was crazy and had been leading the American allegiance to West Virginia in search of a fever dream, and 2, that there was somebody on Warwick Mountain who called himself God and spouted poetry. Maybe he had some books up there or something. But Roland recalled a puzzling thing that Brother Gary had said back in Sutton. God showed him the black box and the silver key and told him how the world will end. The black box and the silver key, Roland thought. What did that mean? He let the binoculars dangle on their strap around his neck, and he listened to the music of hammering. Then he turned around to look beyond the encampment, where Alvin Mangram's creation was being constructed by the light of bonfires about a mile away, and out of the line of sight of Allegiance sentries. The work had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, and Colonel Macklin had supplied everything that Mangram needed. Roland couldn't see it through the heavy snowfall, but he knew what it was. It was a damned simple thing, but he wouldn't have thought of it, and even if he had, he wouldn't have known how to put one together. He didn't like or trust Alvin Mangram, but he had to admit that Mangram had brains. If such a thing was good enough for a medieval army, it was certainly good enough for the Army of Excellence. Roland knew the Savior must be getting jittery by now, wondering when the next attack would come. They must be in there singing their chants good and loud by... Searing pain tore through Roland's face, and he pressed his palms against the bandages. A shuddering moan escaped his lips. He thought his head was going to explode. And then, beneath his fingers, he felt the growths under the bandages move and swell outward, like pressure seething below the crust of a volcano. Roland staggered with pain and terror as the entire left side of his face bulged outward, almost ripping the bandages loose. Frantically, he pressed his hands against his face to keep it from coming apart. He thought of the cracked fragments on the king's pillow, and what had been revealed beneath, and he whimpered like a child. The pain ebbed. The movement of the bandages stopped, and then it was over. And Roland was all right. His face hadn't cracked apart. He was all right. This time the pain hadn't lasted as long as usual, either.
What had happened to Colonel Macklin was a freak thing, Roland told himself. It wouldn't happen to him. He was content to wear these bandages for the rest of his life. He waited until he'd stopped shaking. It wouldn't do for anyone to see him that way. He was an officer. Then he began walking briskly across the camp toward Colonel Macklin's trailer. Macklin was seated behind his desk, going over reports from Captain Satterley about how much fuel and ammunition remained. The supplies were rapidly dwindling. "Come in," he said when Roland knocked at the door. Roland entered, and Macklin said, "Close the door." Roland stood before his desk, waiting for him to look up, but dreading it too. The skeletal face, with its jutting cheekbones, exposed veins, and muscles, made Macklin look like walking death. "What do you want?" Macklin asked, busy with his merciless figures. "It's almost ready," Roland said. "The machine?" "Yes. What about it?" "We'll attack when it's finished, won't we?" The colonel put aside his pencil. "That's right. If I can have your permission to attack, Captain." Roland knew he was still stung from their disagreement. It was time now to mend the rift, because Roland loved the king, and also because he didn't want Alvin Mangrum to be in the king's favor and himself cast out in the cold. "I want to apologize," Roland said. "I spoke out of turn." "We could have broken them," Macklin snapped vengefully. "One more attack was all we needed. We could have broken them right then and there." Roland kept his eyes lowered in submission, but he knew damned well that another frontal attack would only have slaughtered more AOE soldiers. "Yes, sir." "If anybody else had spoken to me like that, I would have shot them down on the spot." "You were wrong, Captain. Look at these goddamn figures." He shoved the papers at Roland, and they flew from the desk. "Look how much gasoline we've got left. Look at the ammunition inventory. You want to see how much food we have? We're sitting here starving, and we could have had the Allegiance's supplies 3 days ago, if we'd attacked then." He slammed his black-gloved hand down on the desk, and the oil lantern jumped. "And it's your fault, Captain, not mine. I wanted to attack. I have faith in the Army of Excellence. Go on, get out." Roland didn't move. "I gave you an order, Captain." "I have a request to make," Roland said quietly. "You're in no position to make requests." "I'd like to request," Roland continued doggedly, "that I lead the first assault wave when we break through." "Captain Carr's leading it." "I know you gave him permission, but I'd like to ask you to change your mind. I want to lead the first wave." "It's an honor to lead an assault wave. I don't think you're deserving of an honor, do you?" He paused and then leaned back in his chair. "You've never asked to lead an assault wave before. Why now?" "Because I want to find someone, and I want to capture him alive." "And who might that be?" "The man who calls himself Brother Timothy," Roland replied. "I want him alive. We're not taking prisoners. They're all going to die, every one." "The black box and the silver key," Roland said. "What?" "God showed Brother Timothy the black box and the silver key, and told him how the world will end. I'd like to know more about what Brother Timothy says he saw on that mountaintop. Have you lost your mind, or did they brainwash you when you went in there?" "I agree that Brother Timothy is probably insane," Roland said, keeping his composure. "But if he's not, then who's calling himself God? And what's the black box and the silver key?" "They don't exist." "Probably not. There might not even be a Warwick Mountain. But if there is, Brother Timothy could be the only one who knows how to find it. I think capturing him alive might be worth the effort." "Why? Do you want the Army of Excellence to go looking for God, too?" "No, but I want to lead the first assault wave, and I want Brother Timothy taken alive." Roland knew it sounded like an order, but he didn't care. He stared fixedly at the king. There was silence. Macklin's left hand squeezed into a fist, then slowly unclenched. "I'll think about it." "I'd like to know right now." Macklin leaned forward, his mouth curved into a thin and terrible smile. "Don't push me, Roland. I won't stand to be pushed, not even by you." "Brother Timothy," Roland said, "is to be taken alive. We can kill everyone else, but not him. I want him able to answer questions, and I want to know about the black box and the silver key." Macklin rose like a dark cyclone, slowly unfurling. But before he could answer, there was another knock at the trailer's door. "What is it?" Macklin shouted. The door opened, and Sergeant Benning came in. He immediately felt the tension. I've brought a message from Corporal Mangrum, sir." "I'm listening." "He says it's ready. He wants you to come see it." "Tell him I'll be there in 5 minutes." "Yes, sir." Benning started to turn away. "Sergeant," Roland said, "tell him we'll be there in 5 minutes." Yes, sir." Benning glanced quickly at the colonel, and then got out as fast as he could. Macklin was filled with cold rage. "You're walking close to the edge, Roland, very close." "Yes, I am. But you won't do anything. You can't. I helped you build all this. I helped you put it together. If I hadn't amputated your hand in Earth House, you'd be dust by now. If I hadn't told you to use the drugs to trade with, we'd still be dirt warts. And if I hadn't executed Freddie Kemke for you, there'd be no Army of Excellence. You ask my advice, and you do what I say. That's how it's always been. The soldiers bow to you, but you bow to me." The bandages tightened as Roland smiled. He'd seen the flicker of uncertainty, no, of weakness, in the king's eyes, and he realized the truth. "I've always kept the brigades operating for you, and I've even found the settlements for us to attack. You can't even allocate the supplies without going to pieces." "You little bastard," Macklin managed to say. "I should have you shot." "You won't. You used to say I was your right hand, and I believed it. But that was never true, was it? You're my right hand. I'm the real king, and I've just let you wear the crown. Get out! Get out! Get out!" Macklin felt dizzy, and he grabbed the edge of the desk to steady himself. "I don't need you. I never did." "You always did. You do now." "No, no, I don't. I don't." He shook his head and looked away from Roland, but he could still feel Roland's eyes on him, probing to his soul with surgical precision. He remembered the eyes of the skinny kid who'd been sitting in Earth House's town hall during the newcomer's orientation, and he remembered seeing something of himself in them. Determined, willful, and, above all, cunning. "I'll still be the king's knight," Roland said. "I like the game, but from now on we won't pretend it's you who makes the rules." Macklin suddenly lifted his right arm and started to swipe the nail-studded palm across Roland's face. But Roland didn't move, didn't flinch. Macklin's skeletal face was twisted with rage, and he trembled, but did not deliver the blow. He made a gasping sound like a punctured balloon, and the room seemed to spin crazily around him. In his mind he heard the hollow, knowing laughter of the shadow soldier. The laughter went on for a long time, and when it was over, Macklin's arm dropped to his side. He stood staring at the floor, his mind on a filthy pit where only the strong survived. "We should go see Mangrum's machine now," Roland suggested, and this time his voice was softer, almost gentle, the voice of a boy again. "I'll give you a ride in my jeep, all right?" Macklin didn't answer, but when Roland turned and walked to the door, Macklin followed like a dog, humbled by a new master. Chapter 76. Headlights darkened. 3 rows of Army of Excellence vehicles moved slowly across the parking lot as howling winds blew snow and blinding cross-currents. Visibility was cut to 9 or 10 feet in all directions, but the blizzard had given the AOE a chance to clear some of the debris off the parking lot with 2 of its 3 bulldozers. They shoved the frozen corpses and twisted metal into huge heaps on either side of what the AOE infantrymen now called Death Valley. Roland rode in his jeep at the center of the first row, with Sergeant McCammon behind the wheel. Under his coat he wore a shoulder holster with a .38 in it, and at his side was an M16. On the floorboard behind his right boot were a flare gun and 2 red flares. He knew it was going to be a very good day.
Soldiers rode on the hoods, trunks, and fenders of the vehicles, adding weight to help traction. Behind the advancing waves followed 1,200 more AOE soldiers. Captain Carr controlled the left flank, and on the far side of Roland's jeep, Captain Wilson was in command of the right. Both of them, along with the other officers involved in Operation Crucify, had gone over the plans with Roland several times, and Roland had told them exactly what he expected. There was to be no hesitation when the signals were given, and the maneuvers had to be done precisely as Roland had outlined. There was to be no retreat, Roland had told them. The first man who shouted a retreat was to be shot on the field. And as the orders were given and the plan gone over and over again, Colonel Macklin had sat silent behind his desk. Oh, yes, Roland thought, delirious with a keen mingling of excitement and fear. It's going to be a good day. The vehicles continued to advance, foot by foot, the noise of their engines covered by the shriek of the wind. Roland wiped snow from his goggles. Down the first line of trucks and cars, soldiers began to slide off the hoods and fenders and scrabble forward on their hands and knees across the snow. They were members of the recon brigade that Roland had organized, small, fast men who could get up close to the Allegiance defensive line without being seen. Roland strained forward in his seat, watching for the Allegiance's bonfires. Even now, he knew, the recon brigade soldiers were taking up positions on the far left and right flanks, and they would be the first to open fire when the signals were given. If the recon brigade successfully drew enemy attention to the far left and far right of the defensive line, there might be a hole of confusion right in the center, and it was there that Roland planned to pierce. Orange light flickered ahead, firelight glowing from one of the bonfires on the defensive line. Roland cleared his goggles again, saw the glint of another bonfire to the left and maybe 30 yards away. He picked up the flare gun and loaded one flare into the breech. Then, with the second flare in his gloved left hand, he stood up in the jeep and waited for the assault wave to close another 5 yards. Now, Roland decided, and he aimed the flare gun just over the windshields of the vehicles on the left flank. He squeezed the trigger, and the gun coughed. The brilliant crimson flare streaked away, and the first signal had been delivered. The vehicles on the left side began to pivot, the entire line veering further left. Roland quickly reloaded and delivered the second signal on the right flank. The vehicles on that side slowed and began to veer to the right. Sergeant McCammon, too, cut the wheel to the right side. The tires skidded over the snow for a few seconds before they responded. Roland was counting the time down. 8, 7, 6. He saw quick white flashes of gunfire from the far left flank, right up on the Allegiance's defensive line, and he knew the recon brigade on that side had gone to work. 5, 4. Gunfire erupted on the far right flank. Roland saw sparks fly as bullets ricocheted off metal. 3, 2. On the left side, the AOE vehicles suddenly turned on their headlights, the blinding shafts of light spearing through the snow and into the eyes of the Allegiance sentries not more than 10 yards away. A fraction of a second later, the headlights on the right side came on. Machine-gun bullets, fired in blind panic by a sentry, threw up plumes of snow 6 feet in front of Roland's jeep. 1, Roland counted. And the massive thing, half machine and half a construction from a medieval nightmare that had been following 30 feet behind the command jeep, suddenly roared forward, its treads flattening corpses and debris, its steel scoop raised to shield against gunfire. Roland watched the huge war machine as it swept past, gaining speed, heading for the center of the enemy's defenses. "Go!" Roland shouted. "Go! Go!" Mangram's brainchild was powered by the third bulldozer, its driver inside an armor-plated cab, but towed by steel cables behind the bulldozer was a wide wooden platform with truck axles and wheels attached. Rising from the platform was an intricate wooden framework, made from sturdy telephone poles bolted and lashed together to support a central staircase that ascended more than 70 feet into the air. The stairs had been taken from houses in the dead residential district around the shopping center. The long staircase curved slightly forward at the pinnacle and ended in a ramp that could be unhinged and dropped outward like the drawbridge of a castle. Barbed wire and scavenged pieces of metal from wrecked cars covered the outside surfaces, with gun ports cut here and there on several of the staircase landings. To help support the weight, some of the telephone poles had been driven onto iron spikes bolted to the bulldozer, and they thrust upward to hold the war machine steady. Roland knew what it was. He'd seen pictures of them in books. Alvin Mangrum had built a siege tower, like medieval armies had used to storm fortified castles. And then the bulldozer's upraised scoop crashed into the mailman's armored truck that was covered with graffiti like "Love the Savior" and "Kill in the Name of Love," and began to shove it backward, out of the defensive line. The mailman's truck slammed into a car, and the car was crushed between it and an armored Toyota van as the bulldozer pressed forward, its engine screaming and the treads throwing back wakes of snow. The siege tower shivered and creaked like arthritic bones, but it was built strong, and it held. Gunfire flared from the left and right flanks of the Allegiance's defenses, but the soldiers who manned the center were forced back in confusion, some of them being crushed to death at once as the bulldozer came powering through. Through the hole the bulldozer had opened rushed a swarm of shouting AOE infantrymen, dealing out more death from their guns. Bullets whined and sparked off metal, and further down the line a gas tank was hit and exploded, lighting up the battleground with a hellish glare. The bulldozer pushed the wreckage aside and kept going. When its steel shovel slammed against the fortress's wall, the driver cut his engine and locked the brakes. A truck loaded with soldiers and 10 drums of gasoline roared through the hole the bulldozer and siege tower had broken open and skidded to a stop alongside. As other infantrymen supplied a covering fire, some of the soldiers began to unload the gasoline drums, while the rest, who carried coils of rope, ran to the siege tower and started up the steps. At the top they unlocked the ramp and shoved it forward. On the underside of the ramp were hundreds of long nails, which dug into the snow on the mall's roof as the ramp fell into place. Now there was a 7-foot-long wooden bridge connecting the tower and the roof. One by one the soldiers ran across it, and once on the roof they began to drop the ends of their ropes to the men who were rolling the gasoline drums against the wall. The ropes were already looped and knotted, and as one was slipped around the end of a drum, another was tied to the other end. The drums of gasoline were hauled up to the roof, one after the other, in quick succession. More soldiers streamed up the siege tower, took their places at the gun ports, and fired down at the mass of Allegiance infantry, who were retreating toward the mall's entrance. And then the soldiers on the rooftop began to roll the gasoline drums through the central skylight and down into the densely packed midst of the American Allegiance, many of whom had been sleeping and still didn't know what was going on. As the drums hit bottom, the soldiers took aim and fired with their rifles, puncturing the drums and spewing gasoline into the air. The bullets threw sparks, and with a tremendous whoomp, the gasoline ignited. Standing up in his jeep, Roland saw flame leap into the night through the shattered skylight. "We've got them!" he shouted. "Now we've got them!" Beneath the skylight, in the shopping mall's crowded atrium, men, women, and children were dancing to Roland Croninger's tune. More gasoline drums plummeted through the skylight, exploding like napalm bombs in the conflagration. Within 2 minutes the entire floor of the atrium was awash with blazing gasoline. Hundreds of bodies were charring as hundreds more tried to fight free, trampling their brothers and sisters, clawing for a breath of air in the firestorm. Now the rest of the Army of Excellence vehicles were crashing into the Allegiance's defensive line, and the air burned with bullets. A flaming figure ran past Roland's jeep and was broken like a straw doll beneath the wheels of an oncoming truck. The Allegiance soldiers were panicking, not knowing which way to run, and the ones who tried to fight were slaughtered. Smoke was streaming from the mall's entrance, and still the men on the rooftop continued to drop the gasoline drums. Roland heard the explosions even over the screams and gunfire. Army of Excellence soldiers were breaking into the mall. Roland picked up his M16 and jumped from the jeep, running through the confusion of bodies toward the entrance. A tracer bullet streaked past his face, and he tripped and fell over mangled bodies, but he got up again and kept going. His gloves had turned crimson, and somebody's blood covered the front of his coat. He liked the color. It was the color of a soldier. Inside the mall he was surrounded by dozens of AOE infantry, who were shooting at enemy soldiers in the stores. Grey smoke churned through the air, and people on fire came running down the corridor, but most of them crumpled before they got very far. The floor shook with the blasts as the final gasoline drum blew, and Roland felt a sickening wave of heat from the atrium ahead. He smelled the intoxicating reek of burning flesh, hair, and clothes. More explosions jarred the floor, and Roland thought it must be the Allegiance's ammunition going off. Allegiance soldiers started throwing aside their guns and coming out of the stores, begging for mercy. They received none. "You, and you!" Roland shouted, pointing out 3 soldiers. "Follow me!" He raced in the direction of the bookstore. The atrium was a solid mass of flame. The heat was so terrible that the hundreds of corpses were beginning to liquefy, oozing and melting together. Searing winds screamed around the walls. Roland's coat was smoking as he ran past the atrium into the corridor that led to the bookstore. The 3 soldiers followed right behind. But Roland suddenly stopped, his eyes widening with terror. One of the Allegiance's tanks, the Love Bug, was parked in front of the B. Dalton store. The soldier behind him said, "Oh, gee!" The tank's main cannon fired. There was an ear-cracking boom that blew the rest of the glass from the store's windows. But the cannon's elevation was too high, and the shell's hot wake threw Roland and the other men to the ground as it passed 4 feet overhead. It pierced the roof at the end of the corridor without exploding and blasted like a thunderclap about 50 feet in the air, killing most of the soldiers who had dropped the gasoline drums. Roland and the soldiers opened fire, but their bullets pinged harmlessly off armor. The tank jerked forward, began to grind toward them, and then stopped, backed up, and started turning to the right. Its turret began to rotate, and then the cannon went off again, this time knocking a truck-sized hole through the brick wall. There was a noise of gears grinding and stripping, and with a backfire that gouted gray smoke, the multi-million-dollar machine shuddered and stopped. Either the driver doesn't know what he's doing, Roland thought, or the tank's a lemon. The hatch opened. A man popped up with his arms raised. "Don't shoot!" he shouted. "Please don't—" He was interrupted by the force of bullets passing through his face and neck, and he slithered back into the tank. 2 Allegiance soldiers with rifles appeared at the B. Dalton entrance and started shooting. The AOE infantryman to Roland's right was killed, but in another few seconds the firefight was over, and the 2 Allegiance men lay riddled. The way into the bookstore was clear. Roland dove to the floor as a shot rang out, closely followed by a second. The other 2 men fired repeatedly into the gloom at the back of the store, but there was no more enemy resistance. Roland kicked the storeroom door open and leapt to one side, ready to fill the room with bullets if any more soldiers were in there guarding the Savior. But there was no movement, no sound. A single oil lantern glowed within the storeroom. His rifle ready, Roland darted in and crouched on the floor. The Savior, wearing a lime-green coat and beige slacks with patched knees, was sitting in his chair. His hands gripped the armrests. His head was tilted back, and Roland could see the fillings in his molars. Blood was trickling from a bullet hole between his eyes. A second bullet hole was black and scorched against the lime-green coat over his heart. As Roland watched, the Savior's hand suddenly opened and closed in a convulsion. But he was dead. Roland knew very well what a dead man looked like. Something moved just beyond the light. Roland aimed his rifle. "Come out, now, your hands above your head." There was a long pause, and Roland almost squeezed off a few rounds, but then the figure stepped into the light, hands upraised. In one hand was a .45 automatic. It was Brother Timothy, his face ashen, and Roland knew he'd been right. He was sure the Savior wouldn't let Brother Timothy very far from his side. "Drop the gun," Roland ordered. Brother Timothy smiled faintly. He brought his hands down, turned the .45's barrel toward his own temple, and squeezed the trigger. "No!" Roland shouted, already moving forward to stop him. But the .45 clicked, and clicked, and clicked. "I was supposed to kill him," Brother Timothy said, as the .45 continued clicking on an empty clip. "He told me to. He said the heathen had won, and that my last act was to deliver him from the hands of the heathen, and then to deliver myself."
That's what he told me. He showed me where to shoot him in 2 places.
Put it down, Roland said. Brother Timothy grinned, and a tear streaked from each eye. But there were only 2 bullets in the gun. How was I supposed to deliver myself if there were only 2 bullets in the gun? He continued clicking the trigger until Roland took the gun, and then he sobbed and crumpled to his knees. The floor shook as the atrium's roof, weakened by the flames, 7 years of neglect, and the tons of water from melted snow, collapsed onto the burning corpses. Most of the gunfire had stopped. The battle was almost over, and Roland had won his prize. Chapter 77. One afternoon, as new snow drifted across Mary's Rest, a panel truck with a sagging suspension entered town from the north. Its backfiring engine immediately made it the center of attention, but new people were coming in almost every day now, some in beat-up old cars and trucks, some in horse-drawn wagons, and most on foot, with their belongings in cardboard boxes or suitcases, so newcomers didn't draw the curiosity they once had. Painted in big red letters on both sides of the truck was the junk man. The driver's name was Volcevic, and he and his wife, 2 sons and daughter, had been following the pattern of a new society of wanderers, staying in a settlement long enough to find food and water and rest, and then realizing there must be a better place somewhere else. Volcevic was a former bus driver from Milwaukee, who'd been laid low with a flu bug the day the city was destroyed, and whether that was good fortune or bad, he still hadn't decided. For the past 2 weeks he'd been hearing rumors from people they'd met on the road. Ahead was a town called Mary's Rest, and in that town there's a spring with water as sweet as the fountain of youths. They've got a cornfield there, and apples fall from the sky, and they've got a newspaper, and they're building a church. And in that town, so the rumor had gone, there's a girl named Swan, who has the power of life. Volcevic and his family had the dark hair, eyes, and olive complexions of generations of gypsy blood. His wife was particularly attractive, with a sharply chiseled, proud face, long black hair streaked with gray, and dark brown eyes that seemed to sparkle with light. Less than a week before, the helmet of growths that had covered her face and head had cracked open, and Volcevic had left a lantern burning for the Virgin Mary in the midst of a snow-shrouded forest. As Volcevic drove deeper into town, he did indeed see a water-hole right out in the middle of the road. A bonfire burned just past it, and further along the road people were reconstructing a clapboard building that might have been a church. Volcevic knew this was the place, and he did what he and his family had done in every settlement they'd come across. He stopped the truck in the road, and then his 2 boys opened the truck's sliding rear panel and started hauling out the boxes full of items for sale or trade, among which were many of their father's own inventions. Volcevic's wife and daughter set up tables to display the goods on, and by that time Volcevic had an old megaphone to his lips and had started his salesman's spiel. "Come on, folks, don't be shy. Step right up and see what the junk man's brought you. Got handy appliances, tools, and gadgets from all across the country. Got toys for the kiddies, antiques from a vanished age, and my own inventions, specially designed to aid and delight in this modern age. And God knows we all need a little aid and delight, don't we? So step right up. Come one, come all." People began to crowd around the tables, gawking at what the junk man had brought. Gaudy women's clothing, including spangled party dresses and color-splashed bathing suits, high-heeled shoes, penny loafers, saddle oxfords, and jogging sneakers, men's short-sleeved summer shirts by the boxful, most of them still with their department store tags, can openers, frying pans, toasters, blenders, clocks, transistor radios, and television sets, lamps, garden hoses, lawn chairs, umbrellas, and bird feeders, yo-yos, hula hoops, boxed games like Monopoly and Risk, stuffed teddy bears, little toy cars and trucks, dolls, and model airplane kits. Volcevic's own inventions included a shaving razor that ran on the power of wound-up rubber bands, eyeglasses with little rubber band-powered windshield wipers on the lenses, and a small vacuum cleaner run by a rubber band-operated motor. "What'll you take for this?" a woman asked, holding up a glitter-covered scarf. "Got any rubber bands?" he inquired, but when she shook her head he told her to go home and bring back what she had to trade, and maybe they could do business. "I'll trade for whatever you've got," he told the crowd. "Chickens, canned food, combs, boots, wristwatches, you bring 'em and let's deal." He caught a fragrant aroma in the air and turned to his wife. "Am I going crazy?" he asked her. "Or do I smell apples?" A woman's hand took an object off the table in front of Bolsevik. "That's a one-of-a-kind item right there, lady," Bolsevik said. "Yes, ma'am, you don't see craftsmanship like that any more. Go ahead, shake it." She did. Tiny snowflakes flew over the roofs of a town within the glass ball she held. "Pretty, huh?" Bolsevik said. "Yes," the woman answered. Her pale blue eyes watched the glittery flakes fall. "How much is it?" "Oh, I'd say 2 cans of food at least. But, since you like it so much—" He paused, examining his potential customer. She was square-shouldered and sturdy, and she looked like she could spot a lie a mile off. She had thick gray hair trimmed just above her shoulders and brushed back from a widow's peak at her forehead. Her skin was smooth and unlined, like a newborn baby's, and it was hard to judge how old she was. Maybe her hair was prematurely gray, Bolsevik thought. But then again, something about her eyes was old, as if they'd seen and remembered a lifetime of struggle. She was a handsome woman, with even, lovely features, a regal look, Bolsevik decided, and he imagined that before the 17th of July she might have worn furs and diamonds and had a mansion full of servants. But there was kindness in her face, too, and he thought in the next second that maybe she'd been a teacher, or a social worker, or maybe a missionary. She held a leather satchel securely under her other arm. A businesswoman, Bolsevik thought. Yeah, that's what she used to be. Probably owned her own business. "Well," he said, "what have you got to trade, lady?" He nodded toward the satchel. She smiled slightly, her eyes meeting his. "You can call me sister," she said. "And I'm sorry, but I can't give up what I've got in here." "Can't hold on to things forever," Bolsevik said, with a shrug. "Got to pass them along. That's the American way." "I guess so," Sister agreed. But she didn't loosen her grip on the satchel. She shook the glass ball again and watched the snowflakes whirl. Then she returned it to the table. "Thank you," she said. "I'm just looking." "Well, now—" Someone beside her reached into a box and lifted out a tarnished stethoscope. "Talk about relics." Hugh Ryan hooked it around his neck. "How do I look?" "Very professional." "I thought so." Hugh couldn't help but stare at her new face, though he'd seen it often enough in the last 2 days. Robin had taken a few men back to the cave after Hugh and the rest of the boys had brought all of them to live in Mary's Rest. "What'll you take for this?" Hugh asked Bolsevik. "A valuable thing like that? It depends. You know, I might run into a doctor some day who really would need it. I can't be selling that to just anybody. What'll you trade for it?" "I think I can get you a few rubber bands." "Sold." A giant figure stepped beside Sister, and Bolsevik looked up at a gnarled, growth-covered face as Hugh moved away. He flinched only a little bit, because he was used to such sights. The giant's arm was in a sling, and his broken fingers were bandaged and splinted with popsicle sticks, courtesy of the town's new physician. "How about this?" Josh asked Sister, holding up a long black dress covered with shining spangles. "Do you think she'd like it?" "Oh, yes. She'd look great at the next opera opening." "I think Glory would like it," he decided. "I mean, even if she didn't, she could use the material, couldn't she?" "I'll take this," he told Bolsevik, laying the dress across the table. "And this, too." He picked up a green plastic toy tractor. "Good choice. What have you got to trade?" Josh hesitated. Then he said, "Wait a minute. I'll be right back." And he walked toward Glory's shack, limping on his left leg. Sister watched him go. He was as strong as a bull, But the man with the scarlet eye had almost killed him. He had a badly sprained shoulder, a bruised left kneecap, 3 broken fingers, and a fractured rib, and he was covered with abrasions and cuts that were still healing. Josh was very lucky to be alive. But the man with the scarlet eye had vacated his lair under the burned-out church. By the time Sister had gotten there, along with Paul, Anna, and a half-dozen men with rifles and shotguns, the man had gone, and though the hole had been watched around the clock for 4 days, he had not returned. The hole had been filled up, and work was proceeding on rebuilding the church. But whether he'd left Mary's Rest or not, Sister didn't know. She remembered the message Josh had brought back. "I'll make a human hand do the work." People pushed in around her, examining the items as if they were fragments of an alien culture. Sister browsed through the stuff, junk now, but years ago things no household would have been without. She picked up an egg timer and let it fall back into the box, along with rolling pins, cookie molds, and kitchen tools. A multicolored cube lay on the table, and she recalled that such things had been known as Rubik's cubes. She picked up an old calendar, illustrated with a pipe-smoking fisherman fly-casting into a blue stream. "That's only 8 years old," Bolsevik told her. "You can figure out the dates from it if you count backwards. I like to keep up with the days myself. Like today. It's the 11th of June. Or the 12th. Anyway, one or the other." "Where'd you get all this?" "Here and there. We've been traveling for a long time. Too long, I guess. Hey, interested in a nice silver locket? See?" He flipped it open, but Sister glanced quickly away from the small, yellowed photo of a smiling little girl inside it. "Oh," Bolsevik said, and he knew his salesmanship had gotten away from him. "Sorry." He closed the locket. "Maybe I shouldn't sell this, huh?" "No. You should bury it." "Yeah." He put it away and regarded the low, dark snow clouds. "Some morning in June, huh?" He gazed around at the shacks while his 2 sons dealt with the customers. "How many people live here?" "I'm not sure. Maybe 500 or 600. New people are coming in all the time." "I guess so. Looks like you've got a good water supply here. The houses aren't so bad. We've seen plenty worse. Know what we heard on the road coming here?" He grinned. "You've got a big cornfield, and apples fall out of the sky. Isn't that the funniest thing you've ever heard?" Sister smiled. "And there's supposed to be a girl here named Swan, or something like that, who can make crops grow. Just touch the dirt, and they spring up. How about that? I tell you, the whole country would be dead if it wasn't for imagination." "Are you planning on staying here?" "Yeah, for a few days at least. It looks okay. I'll tell you, we wouldn't go north again. No, ma'am." "Why? What's north?" "Death," Bolsevik said. He scowled, shook his head. "Some people have gone off their rockers. We heard that there's fighting going on up north. There's some kind of damned army up there, just this side of the Iowa line. Or what used to be Iowa. Anyway, it's damned dangerous to go north, so we're heading south." "An army?" Sister remembered Hugh Ryan telling her and Paul about the battle lands. "What kind of army?" "The kind that killed you, lady. You know, men and guns. Supposed to be 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers on the march up there, looking for people to kill. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Little tin bastards. Crap like that got us in the mess we're in." "Have you seen them?" Bolsevik's wife had been listening, and now she stepped to her husband's side. "No," she told Sister, "but we saw the lights of their fires one night. They were in the distance, like a burning city. Right after that we found a man on the road, all cut up and half dead. He called himself Brother David, and he told us about the fighting. He said the worst of it was near Lincoln, Nebraska, but that they were still hunting down the Savior's people. That's what he said, and he died before we could make sense of it. But we turned south and got out of there." "You'd better pray they don't come through here," Bolsevik said to Sister. "Little tin bastards." Sister nodded, and Bolsevik went over to dicker with somebody about a wristwatch. If an army was indeed on the march this side of the Iowa line, it meant they might be within 100 miles of Mary's Rest. My God, she thought, if 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers swept into Mary's Rest, they'd smash it to the ground. And she thought also of what she'd been seeing lately in the glass ring, and she went cold inside. Almost at the same instant she felt a frigid wave of, yes, she thought, of hatred wash over her, and she knew he was behind her, or beside her, or somewhere very near. She felt his stare on her, like a claw poised at the back of her neck. She whirled quickly around, her nerves screaming an alarm. But all the people around her seemed interested only in what lay on the tables or in the boxes. There was no one staring at her, and now the frigid wave seemed to be ebbing, as if the man with the scarlet eye, wherever or whoever he was, had begun to move away. Still his cold presence lingered in the air. He was close, somewhere very close, hidden in the crowd. She caught a sudden movement to her right, sensed a figure reaching for her. A hand was outstretched, about to touch her face. She turned and saw a man in a dark coat, standing too close for her to escape. She cringed backward, and then the man's slender arm glided past her face like a snake. "How much for this?" he asked Bolsevik. In his hand was a little wind-up toy monkey, chattering and banging 2 small cymbals together. "What do you have?" The man dug out a pocket-knife and handed it over. Bolsevik examined it closely, then nodded. "It's yours, friend." The other man smiled and gave the toy to a child who stood beside him, waiting patiently. "Here," Josh Hutchins said as he came through the crowd back to the table. In his good hand he was carrying something wrapped up in brown cloth. "How about this?" He put the cloth down on the table next to the spangled black dress. Bolsevik opened the cloth and stared numbly at what was inside. "Oh, my God," he whispered. Lying in front of him were 5 ears of golden corn. "I figured you might want one for each of you," Josh said. "Is that all right?" Bolsevik picked one of them up as his wife stared spellbound over his shoulder. He smelled it and said, "It's real. My God, this is real. It's so fresh I can still smell the earth on it." "Sure. We've got a whole field of corn growing not too far from here." Bolsevik looked as if he might keel over. "Well?" Josh asked. "Do we have a deal or not?" Yes, sure. Take the dress, take whatever you want. My God, this is fresh corn." He looked over at the man who wanted the wristwatch. "Take it," he said. "Hell, take a handful. Hey, lady, you want that scarf? It's yours." I can't believe this." He touched Josh's good arm as Josh carefully picked up Glory's new dress. "Show me," he begged. "Please show me. It's been so long since I've seen anything growing. Please." "All right. I'll take you out to the field." Josh motioned for him to follow. "Boys, watch the merchandise," Bolsevik told his sons. And then he looked around at the faces of the crowd, and he said, "Hell, give them whatever they want. They can have any of it." He and his wife and daughter started following Josh out to the field, where the golden corn was ripening by the basketful. Shaken and nervous, Sister was still aware of the cold presence. She began walking back to Glory's house, holding the satchel tightly under her arm. She still felt as if she were being watched, and if he was indeed out there somewhere, she wanted to get into the house and away from him. She was almost at the porch when she heard a shouted, "No!" and an instant later the noise of the truck's engine roaring to life. She whirled around. The junkman's truck was backing up, running over the tables and smashing the boxes of merchandise. People screamed and fled out of its path. Bolsevik's 2 sons were trying to climb up to get at the driver, but one of them stumbled and fell, and the other wasn't quick enough. The truck's tires ran over a woman who had fallen to the ground, and Sister heard her back break. A child was in the way, but was pulled to safety as the truck roared backward along the road. Then the truck swerved and veered, crashing into the front of another shack, and it started to turn around. The tires threw snow and dirt as the vehicle lurched forward, backfired, and sped along the road out of Mary's Rest, heading north. Sister got her feet moving, running to help some of the people who had fallen and narrowly missed being crushed. The junk man's delights, antiques, and inventions lay all over the street, and Sister saw things flying out of the rear of the truck as it rocketed away, skidded around a curve, and went out of sight. "He stole my dad's truck!" one of Volcevic's sons was shouting, almost hysterical. "He stole my dad's truck!" The other boy ran off to get his father. Sister had a feeling of dread that hit her in the stomach like a punch. She ran to the boy's side and grabbed his arm. He was still stunned, tears of anger streaming from his dark eyes. "Who was it?" she asked him. "What did he look like?" "I don't know. His face? I don't know." "Did he say anything to you? Think." "No." The boy shook his head. "No, he just was there, right in front of me, and I saw him smile. Then he picked them up and ran to the truck." "Picked them up? Picked what up?" "The corn," the boy said. "He stole the corn, too." Sister released his arm and stood staring along the road, staring toward the north, where the army was. "Oh, my God," Sister said hoarsely. She held the leather satchel in both hands and felt the circle of glass within it. For the last 2 weeks she'd gone dream-walking in a nightmare land, where the rivers ran with blood, and the sky was the color of open wounds, and a skeleton on a skeletal horse reaped a field of humanity. "I'll make a human hand do the work," he'd promised. A human hand. Sister looked back at Glory's house. Swan was standing on the porch, wearing her patchwork coat of many colors, her gaze also directed to the north. Then Sister started walking toward her, to tell her what had happened, and what she feared was about to happen, when the man with the scarlet eye reached that army and showed them the fresh corn. When he told them about Swan, and made them understand that a march of 100 miles was nothing to find a girl who could grow crops out of dead earth. Enough crops to feed an army. Chapter 78. "Bring him in," Roland Croninger ordered. The 2 sentries escorted the stranger up the steps to Colonel Macklin's trailer. Roland saw the stranger's left hand caress one of the demonic faces carved into the wood. In his right hand, the stranger carried something wrapped in brown cloth. Both sentries had their pistols pointed at the stranger's head, because he refused to give up the package, and he'd already snapped the arm of one soldier who'd tried to take it from him. He'd been stopped 2 hours before by a sentry on the southern edge of the AOE's camp, and immediately taken to Roland Croninger for questioning. Roland had taken one look at the stranger, and realized that he was an extraordinary man. But the stranger had refused to answer any questions, saying that he'd speak only to the army's leader. Roland couldn't get the package away from him, and no badgering or threats of torture made any impression on the stranger. Roland doubted that any man who wore nothing but faded jeans, sneakers, and a brightly colored, summery, short-sleeved shirt in freezing weather would be bothered very much by torture. Roland stepped aside as they brought the man in. Other armed guards stood around the room, and Macklin had summoned Captains Carr and Wilson, Lieutenant Thatcher, Sergeant Benning, and Corporal Mangrum. The colonel sat behind his desk, and there was a chair at the center of the room reserved for the stranger. Next to it was a small table on which rested a burning oil lamp. "Sit down," Roland said, and the man obeyed. "I think all of you can see for yourselves why I wanted you to meet this man," Roland said quietly, the lamplight sparking red in his goggles. "This is exactly what he was wearing when he was found. He says he won't talk to anybody but Colonel Macklin." "Okay, mister," he told the stranger. "Here's your chance." The stranger glanced around the room, examining each man in turn. His gaze lingered a bit longer on Alvin Mangrum. "Hey," Mangrum said, "I know you from somewhere, don't I?" "It's possible." The stranger had a hoarse, raspy voice. It was the voice of someone just overcoming an illness. Macklin studied him. The stranger looked to be a young man, maybe 25 or 30. He had curly brown hair and a pleasant blue-eyed face, and he was beardless. On his shirt were green parrots and red palm trees. Macklin hadn't seen a shirt like that since the day the bombs fell. It was a shirt made for a tropical beach,
not for a 30-degree afternoon. "Where the hell did you come from?" Macklin asked him. The young man's eyes found his. "Oh, yes," he said. "You'd be in charge, wouldn't you?" "I asked you a question." "I've brought you something." The young man suddenly tossed his present toward Macklin's desk, and at once 2 guards were sticking rifle barrels in his face. Macklin cringed, had a mental image of a bomb ripping him apart, and started to dive to the floor, but the package hit the desktop and came open. What was inside rolled over his maps of Missouri. Macklin was silent, staring at the 5 ears of corn. Roland crossed the room and picked one of them up, and a couple of the other officers crowded around as well. "Get those out of my face," the young man told the guards, but they hesitated until Roland ordered them to lower their rifles. "Where'd you get these?" Roland demanded. He could still smell the dirt on the ear of corn in his hand. "You've asked me enough questions. Now it's my turn. How many men are out there?" He nodded toward the trailer's wall, beyond which sprawled the camp and its dozens of bonfires. Neither Roland nor the colonel answered him. "If you're going to play games with me," the stranger said, smiling thinly, "I'll take my toys and go home. You don't really want me to do that, do you?" It was Colonel Macklin who finally broke the silence. "We've got about 3,000. We lost a lot of soldiers back in Nebraska." "All those 3,000 are able-bodied men?" "Who are you?" Macklin asked. He was very cold, and he noted Captain Carr blowing into his hands to warm them. "Are those 3,000 able to fight?" "No. We've got about 400 sick or wounded, and we're carrying maybe 1,000 women and children." "So you've only got 1,600 soldiers?" The young man clenched his chair's armrests. Macklin saw something change about him, something almost imperceptible, and then he realized the young man's left eye was turning brown. "I thought this was an army, not a Boy Scout troop." "You're talking to officers of the Army of Excellence," Roland said, quietly but menacingly. "I don't give a shit who you—" And then he saw the brown eye, too, and his throat seized up. "Some great army," the other man sneered. "Fucking great." His complexion was reddening, and his jowls seemed to be swelling up. "You've got a few guns and trucks, and you think you're soldiers? You're shit!" He almost screamed it, and the single blue eye bled pallid gray. "What's your rank?" he asked Macklin. Everyone was silent, because they'd seen too. And then Alvin Mangrum, smiling and cheerful and already in love with the stranger, said, "He's a colonel." "A colonel," the stranger echoed. "Well, Colonel, I think the time has come for the Army of Excellence to be led by a 5-star general." A streak of black rippled through his hair. Alvin Mangrum laughed and clapped his hands. "What are you feeding your 1,600 soldiers?" The stranger stood up, and the men around Macklin's desk retreated, bumping into one another. He snapped his fingers when Macklin didn't reply fast enough. "Speak!" Macklin was dumbfounded. No one but the Kong guards at the prison camp a lifetime ago had ever dared to speak to him like this. Ordinarily he would have slashed the offender to shreds for this kind of disrespect. But he could not argue with a man who had a face like a molting chameleon and wore a short-sleeved shirt when others were shivering in fleece-lined overcoats. He felt suddenly weakened, as if this young stranger was sucking the energy and willpower right out of him. The stranger commanded his attention like a magnet, and his presence filled the room with waves of cold that had begun to crisscross like frigid tides. He looked around for some kind of help from the others, but saw that they were mesmerized and impotent too. And even Roland had backed away, his fists clenched at his sides. The young stranger lowered his head. He remained that way for about 30 seconds. When he lifted his face again, it was pleasant, and both eyes were blue once more. But the black streak remained in his curly brown hair. "I'm sorry," he said, with a disarming smile. "I'm not myself today.
Really, though, I'd like to know. What are you feeding your troops? We captured some canned food from the American Allegiance, Macklin said at last. Some cases of canned soup and stew, some canned vegetables and fruit. How long will that supply last? A week? 2 weeks? We're marching east, Roland told him, getting himself under control. To West Virginia. We'll raid other settlements on the way. To West Virginia? What's in West Virginia? A mountain, where God lives, Roland said. The black box and the silver key. Brother Timothy's going to lead us. Brother Timothy had been tough, but he'd cracked under Roland's attentions and the black trailer. According to Brother Timothy, God had a silver key that he had inserted into a black box, and a doorway had opened in solid stone. Within Warwick Mountain, so Brother Timothy had said, were corridors and electric lights and humming machines that made spools of tape spin around, and the machines had spoken to God, reading off numbers and facts that had been way over Brother Timothy's head. And the more Roland had thought about that story, the more he'd come to believe a very interesting thing, that the man who called himself God had shown Brother Timothy a room full of mainframe computers still hooked up to a power source. And if there were mainframe computers still in operation under Warwick Mountain, West Virginia, Roland wanted to find out why they were there, what information they held, and why somebody had made sure they'd keep functioning even after a total nuclear holocaust. A mountain where God lives, the stranger repeated. Well, I'd like to see that mountain myself. He blinked, and his right eye was green. No one moved, not even the guards with the rifles. Look at the corn, the stranger urged. Smell it. It's fresh. Picked right off the stalk a couple of days ago. I know where there's a whole field of corn growing. And pretty soon there'll be apple trees growing there, too. Hundreds of them. How long has it been since any of you tasted an apple? Or cornbread? Or smelled corn frying in a pan? His gaze crept around the circle of men. I'll bet way too long. Where? Macklin's mouth was watering. Where's the field? Oh, about 120 miles south of here. In a little town called Mary's Rest. They've got a spring there, too. You can fill up your bottles and kegs with water that tastes like sunshine. His eyes of different colors glinted, and he walked to the edge of Macklin's desk. There's a girl who lives in that town, the young man said. He planted his palms on the desk and leaned forward. Her name is Swan. I'd like you to meet her, because she's the one who made that corn grow out of dead earth, and she planted apple seeds, and they're going to grow too. He grinned, but there was rage in it, and dark pigment rose like a birthmark across his cheek. She can make crops grow. I've seen what she can do. And if you had her, then you could feed your army while everybody else starved. Do you see what I mean? Macklin shivered from the cold that came off the man's body, but he couldn't look away from those gleaming eyes. Why are you telling me this? What's in it for you? Oh, let's just say I want to be on the winning team. The dark pigment disappeared. We're marching to Warwick Mountain, Roland contended. We can't go 120 miles out of our way. The mountain will wait, the stranger said softly, still staring at Macklin. First I'll take you to get the girl. Then you can go find God or Samson and Delilah if you want to. But first the girl and the food. Yes, Macklin nodded, his eyes glazed and his jaw sagging. Yes, first the girl and the food. The young man smiled, and slowly his eyes became the same shade of blue. He was feeling so much better now, so much stronger. Fit as a fiddle, he thought. Maybe it was being here, among people he sensed had the right ideas. Yes, war was a good thing. It trimmed the population, and made sure only the strong survived, so the next generation would be better. He'd always been an advocate of the humane nature of war. Maybe he was also feeling stronger because he was away from that girl. That damned little bitch was tormenting those poor souls in Mary's Rest, making them believe their lives were worth living again, and that sort of deception would not be tolerated. He picked up the map of Missouri with his left hand and held it up before him, while his right hand snaked down behind it. Roland saw a blue wisp of smoke rise and smelled a burning candle, and then a scorched circle began to appear on the map, about 120 miles south of their present position. When the circle was complete, the stranger let the map slide back onto the desk in front of Macklin. His right hand was clenched into a fist, and a haze of smoke hung around it. "That's where we're going," he said. Alvin Mangrum beamed like a happy child. "Right on, bro." For the first time in his life, Macklin felt faint. Something had spun out of control. The gears of the great war machine that was the Army of Excellence had begun to turn of their own accord. He realized in that moment that he didn't really care about the Mark of Cain, or about purifying the human race, or about rebuilding to fight the Russians. All that had been what he'd told the others to make them believe the AOE had a higher cause, and make himself believe it too. Now he knew all he'd ever wanted was to be feared and respected again, like he'd been when he was a younger man fighting in foreign fields before his reflexes had slowed down. He'd wanted people to call him sir, and not have a smirk in their eyes when they did it. He wanted to be somebody again, instead of a drone locked in a flabby bag of bones and dreaming of the past. He realized he'd crossed a point of no return, somewhere along the current of time that had swept him and Roland Croninger out of Earth House. There was no going back now, no going back ever. But part of him, deep inside, suddenly screamed and cowered in a dark hole, waiting for something fearsome to come lift the lid and offer him food. "Who are you?" he whispered. The stranger leaned forward until his face was only inches from Macklin's. Deep in the man's eyes, Macklin thought he saw slits of scarlet. The stranger said, "You can call me friend." Chapter 79. "They're going to come," Sister said. "I know they are. My question is, what are we going to do when they get here?" "We shoots their damned heads off," a skinny black man said, standing up from the rough-hewn bench. "Yes, sir. We gots us enough guns to make 'em turn tail." "Right," another man agreed, on the other side of the church. "We're not going to let the bastards come in here and take whatever they want." There was a murmur of angry agreement in the crowd of more than 100 people who jammed into the half-built church, but many others shouted a dissent. "Listen," a woman said, rising from her seat. "If what she says is true, and there are a couple of thousand soldiers on the way here, we're crazy to think we can stand up to them. We've got to pack up whatever we can carry and get—" "No!" a gray-bearded man thundered from the next row. He stood up, his face streaked with burn scars, and livid with rage. "No, by God! We stay here, where our homes are. Mary's Rest didn't used to be worth spit on a griddle, but look at it now. Hell, we've got a town here. We're building things back." He looked around at the crowd, his eyes dark and furious. About 8 feet over his head, oil lamps hung from the exposed rafters and cast a muted golden light over the assembly. Smoke from the lanterns rose up into the night, because there was no roof yet. "I got a shotgun that says me and my wife are going to stay right here," he continued, "and we're going to die here if we have to. We ain't running from nobody no more." "Wait a minute. Just everybody hold on now." A big-boned man in a denim jacket and khaki trousers stood up. "What's everybody going crazy for? This woman tacks up these things." He held up one of the crudely printed bulletin sheets that said, "Emergency meeting tonight, everybody come." "And we all start jabbering like a bunch of idiots. So she stands up there at the front and says some kind of damned army is going to be marching through here, and—" He glanced at Sister. "How long did you say it'd be?" "I don't know. 3 or 4 days, maybe. They've got trucks and cars, and they're going to be moving fast once they get started." "Uh-huh. Well, you get up there and start on about an army coming this way, and we all shit our britches." "How do you know that?" "And what are they after? I mean, if they want to fight a war, They sure could find a better place. We're all Americans here, not Ruskies.
What's your name? Sister asked him.
Bud Royce. That is Captain Bud Royce, ex-Arkansas National Guard. See, I know a little about armies myself.
Good. Captain Royce, I'll tell you exactly what they're after. Our crops. And our water, too, most likely. I can't tell you how I know so you'd understand it, but I do know they're coming, and they're going to tear Mary's Rest to the ground. She held the leather satchel, and within it was the glass circle that had taken her dream-walking on a savage landscape, where the skeleton on his mount of bones held sway. She looked at Swan, who sat beside Josh in the front row and was listening carefully, and then back to Bud Royce. "Just believe it. They're going to be here soon, and we'd better decide right now what to do."
"We fight!"
a man at the back shouted.
"How can we fight?"
an old man who supported himself on a cane asked in a quavering voice.
"We can't stand up against an army. We'd be fools to even try such a thing."
"We'd be damned cowards if we didn't," a woman said over on the left.
"Yeah, but better live cowards than dead heroes,"
a young bearded man sitting behind Josh contended.
"I'm getting out."
"That's a crock of buttered bullshit," Anna McClay roared, standing up from her bench. She put her hands on her wide hips and regarded the crowd, her upper lip curled in a sneer.
"God a'mighty, what's the point of living if you don't fight for what you hold dear? We work our butts to the bone cleaning this town up and building this church back, and we're going to run at the first sniff of real trouble?"
She grunted and shook her head in disgust.
"I remember what Mary's Rest used to be, and most of you folks do too. But I see what it is now, and what it can be. If we were to run, where would we go? Some other hole in the ground? And what happens when that damned army decides to come marching in our direction again? I say if we run once, we're as good as dead anyway, so we might as well go down fighting."
"Yeah, that's what I say too," Mr. Pulowski added.
"I've got a wife and kids,"
Volcevic said, his face stricken with fear.
"I don't want to die, and I don't want them to die either. I don't know anything about fighting."
"It's time you learned, then." Paul Thorson stood up and walked along the aisle to the front.
"Listen," he said, standing beside Sister. "We all know the score, don't we? We know where we used to be, and we know where we are now. If we give up Mary's Rest without a fight, we'll all be wanderers again, and we'll know we didn't have the guts to even try to keep it. I, for one, am pretty damned lazy. I don't want to go on the road again, and so I'm sticking right here."
As the people shouted out their opinions, Sister looked at Paul and smiled faintly.
"What's this? Another layer on the shit cake?"
"No," he said, his eyes electric blue and steely.
"I believe my cake's about baked, don't you?"
"Yes, I guess it is."
She loved Paul like a brother, and she'd never been prouder of him. And she'd already made her own decision, to stay and fight while Josh got Swan to safety, a plan that Swan didn't yet know about. Swan was listening to the tumult of voices, and in her mind was something she knew she should stand up and say, but there were so many people crowded in there, and she was still shy about speaking before strangers. Still, the thought was important, and she knew she had to speak her mind before the chance passed. She drew a deep breath and stood up. "Excuse me," she said, but her voice was drowned out by the cacophony. She walked to the front, stood beside Paul, and faced the crowd. Her heart was fluttering like a little bird, and her voice trembled as she said, just a little louder, "Excuse me, I want to—" The tumult started to die down almost at once. In another few seconds there was silence, but for the wail of the wind around the walls and the crying of an infant at the back of the church. Swan looked out at all of them. They were waiting for her to speak. She was the center of attention, and it made her feel as if ants were running up and down her backbone. At the back of the church more people pressed around the door, and maybe 200 others were assembled out on the road, hearing what was said as it was passed back through the crowd. All eyes were on Swan, and she thought for a second that her throat had closed up. "Excuse me," she managed, "but I'd like to say something."
She hesitated, trying to arrange her thoughts. It seems to me," she began tentatively, "that we're all worried about whether we're going to be able to fight the soldiers off or not, and that's the wrong thing to be thinking of. If we have to fight them here, in Mary's Rest, we're going to lose, and if we run and leave everything to them, they'll destroy it all, because that's what armies do." She saw Robin standing over on the right side of the church, surrounded by several of his highwaymen. Their eyes met and held for a few seconds. "We can't win if we fight," Swan continued, "and we can't win if we run either. So it seems to me that what we should be doing is thinking about stopping them from getting here." Bud Royce laughed harshly. "How the hell do we stop an army if we don't fight 'em?" "We make it cost too much for them to get here. They might decide to turn back." "Right," Royce smiled sarcastically. "What do you suggest, Missy?" "That we turn Mary's Rest into a fort, like the cowboys used to do in the old movies, when they knew the Indians were coming. We build walls around Mary's Rest. We can use dirt, fallen trees, sticks, even the wood from this place. We can dig ditches out in the forest, and cover them over with brush for their trucks to fall into, and we can block the roads with logs so they'll have to use the woods." "Ever heard of infantry?" Royce asked. "Even if we did build traps for their vehicles, the soldiers would still crawl right over the walls, wouldn't they?" "Maybe not," Swan said, "especially if the walls were covered with ice." "Ice?" A sallow-faced woman with stringy brown hair stood up. "How are we supposed to conjure up ice?" "We've got a spring," Swan reminded her. "We've got buckets, pails, and wash-tubs. We've got horses to pull wagons, and we've got 3 or 4 days. Swan walked up the aisle, her gaze moving from face to face. She was still nervous, but not so much now, because she sensed that they wanted to listen. "If we start working right now, we could build a wall around Mary's Rest, and we could figure out a system to get the water to it. We could start pouring water onto the wall even before it's finished, and as cold as it is, it wouldn't take long for the water to freeze. The more water we use, the thicker the ice. The soldiers won't be able to climb over." "No way," Royce scoffed. "There's no damn time to do a job like that." "Oh, we gots to try," the skinny black man said. "Ain't no choice." Other voices rose and fell, and arguments sparked. Sister started to shout them down, but she knew it was Swan's moment, and it was Swan they wanted to hear. When Swan spoke again, the argument ceased. "You could help more than anybody," she said to Bud Royce. "Since you were a captain in the National Guard, you could figure out where to put the ditches and traps, couldn't you?" "That'd be the easy part, Missy. But I don't want to help. I'm getting the hell out of here at first light." She nodded, staring at him serenely. If that was his choice, so be it. "All right," she said. And she looked again at the crowd. "I think whoever wants to go should leave tomorrow morning. Good luck to all of you, and I hope you find what you're searching for." She glanced again at Robin. He felt a thrill of excitement course through him, because her eyes seemed to be aflame. "I'm staying," she said. "I'm going to do what I can to stop the soldiers from destroying what we've done. All of us, each and every one. Because it wasn't just me who grew the corn, it was everybody. I put the seeds in the ground and covered them with dirt, but somebody else built the bonfires that kept the dirt and the air warm. Other people kept the bobcats and crows away, and more people picked the corn. How many of you helped dig the spring out? Who helped gather the apple cores and worked to put this building back together?" She saw they were all listening, even Bud Royce, and she had the sensation of drawing strength from them. She kept going, powered by their belief. "It wasn't just me. It was everybody who wanted to build things back again. Mary's Rest isn't just a bunch of old shacks full of strangers anymore. People know each other and work together and take an interest in the hardships everybody else has, because we know we're not so different from one another. We all know what we've lost, and if we give it up and run, we'll lose it all over again. So I'm staying right here," she said. "If I live or die, that's all right, because I've decided to stop running." There was a silence. "That's all I've got to say." She went back to sit beside Josh. He put a hand on her shoulder and felt her trembling.
The silence stretched. Bud Royce was still on his feet, but his eyes weren't as hard as they had been, and his forehead was creased with thought. Sister didn't speak either. Her heart swelled with pride for Swan, but Sister knew full well that the army wasn't coming just for the crops and the fresh water. They were coming for Swan, too. The man with the scarlet eye was leading them there, and he was going to use the human hand to crush her. "Walls covered with ice," Royce mused aloud. "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Hell, it's so crazy it might just work." "Might," I said. "It won't stop the soldiers very long if they want to come over bad enough. Depends on what kind of weapons they've got. We break enough suspensions and axles in vehicle traps, and they might think twice." "Then it can be done?" Sister asked. "I didn't say that, lady. It'd be a mighty big job, and I don't know if we've got the manpower to do it." "Manpower my ass," Anna McClay told him. "What about woman power? And we've got plenty of kids who can work, too." Her rowdy voice drew shouts of assent. "Well, we wouldn't need too many people and guns to hold the walls," Royce said, "especially if we leveled the woods and didn't leave those bastards any cover. We don't want 'em sneaking up on us." "We can fix it so they won't," a small voice said. A brown-haired boy of about 10 or 11 stood up on the bench. He'd filled out since Sister had seen him last, and his cheeks were windburned. She knew that under his coat there would be a small round scar just below his heart. Bucky said, "If they're north of here, we can take a car and go find 'em." He drew a long-bladed knife from the folds of his coat. "It wouldn't be nothing to hide in the woods and pop a few of their tires when they wasn't looking." "It sure would help," Royce agreed. "Anything we can do to slow 'em down would give us more time to dig and build. Wouldn't be a bad idea to post lookouts about 50 miles up the road, either." "I doubt you've had much time behind the wheel," Paul told Bucky. "If I can get a car that doesn't sound like an elephant in heat, I'll do the driving. I've had a little experience in hunting wolves." "I've got an axe," another man said. "It ain't too sharp, but it'll get the job done." Other people stood up, volunteering. "We can tear down some of the empty shacks and use that wood, too," a Hispanic man with a pale violet keloid on his face suggested. "Okay. We'll have to round up all the saws and axes we can find," Bud Royce told Sister. "Jesus, I guess I always was half nuts. I might as well go the whole shell. We'll have to assign the work details and thrash out the schedules, and we'd better get started right now." "Right," Sister said. "And everybody who doesn't want to help should leave and stay out of the way, starting this minute." About 15 people left, but their places were instantly filled by others from outside. As the crowd settled down again, Sister glanced at Swan and saw the determination in her face. She knew that Swan had indeed made her decision, and she knew also that Swan was not going to be persuaded to flee Mary's Rest and leave everyone else there to face the soldiers. "So," Sister thought, "we take it one step at a time. One step, and then the next, gets you where you're going." "We know what we have to do," she told the crowd. "Let's get to work and save our town." Chapter 80. Their hurting sound echoed through the freezing air, and Swan flinched. She pulled back on the rope bridle, checking Mule to a walk, and steam burst from Mule's nostrils, as if he too had heard and been disturbed by the noise. More hurting sounds came to her, like the quick high whine of notes played on a steel guitar, but Swan knew she had to endure them. They were the sounds of living trees being chopped down, to be added to the 4-foot-high wall of logs, brush, and dirt that encircled Mary's Rest and the crop field. Over the hurting sounds, Swan heard the steady chipping of axes at work. She said, "Go on, Mule," and she guided the horse along the wall, where dozens of people were piling up more brush and timbers. All of them looked up and paused for a second as she passed, then returned to work with renewed urgency. Bud Royce had told her, Sister, and Josh that the wall needed to be at least 6 feet tall before the water was poured onto it, but time was getting short. It had taken over 20 hours of non-stop back-breaking labor to get the wall to its present height and circumference. Out on the rapidly receding edge of the forest, Work crews headed by Anna McClay, Royce, and other volunteers were busy digging a network of trenches, then hiding them under a latticework of sticks, straw, and snow. Ahead of her was a group of people packing stones and dirt into chinks in the wall, their breath wisping up into the air. Among them was Sister, her hands and clothes grimy, her face reddened by the cold. A length of sturdy twine was draped around her neck and looped to the handle of the leather satchel. Nearby, Robin was unloading another wheelbarrow full of dirt. Swan knew he'd wanted to go with Paul, Bucky, and 3 other young highwaymen when they'd headed north the day before in a gray Subaru, but Sister had told him they needed his muscle on the wall. Swan reined mule in and got off. Sister saw her and scowled. "What are you doing out here? I thought I told you to stay in the shack." "You did." Swan scooped up a double handful of dirt and jammed it into a chink. "I'm not going to stay there while everybody else works." Sister lifted her hands to show Swan. They were crisscrossed by bleeding gashes made by small, sharp-edged stones. "You've got to save your hands for better things. Go on now." "Your hands will heal. So will mine." Swan packed more dirt and rocks into a hole between 2 logs. About 20 yards away, a number of men were wrestling more logs and brush into position as the wall grew higher. Robin looked up at the low, ugly sky. "It'll be dark in another hour. If they're anywhere near, we might be able to see their fires. Paul'll let us know if they're getting close." She hoped. She knew that Paul had volunteered for a very dangerous job. If the soldiers caught him and the boys, they were as good as dead. She glanced at Swan, her fear for Paul nagging at her. "Go on, Swan. There's no need for you to be out here tearing your hands up." "I'm not different, damn it!" Swan suddenly shouted, straightening up from her work. Her eyes flashed with anger, and crimson burst in her cheeks. "I'm a person, not some piece of glass on a damned shelf. I can work as hard as anybody, and you don't need to make it easy on me." Sister was amazed at Swan's outburst, and aware that the others were watching as well. "I'm sorry," Swan said, calming down, "but you don't have to shut me away and protect me. I can take care of myself." She looked around at the others, at Robin, and then her gaze returned to Sister. "I know why that army's coming here, and I know who's bringing them. It's me they want. It's because of me the whole town's in danger." Her voice cracked and her eyes teared up. "I want to run. I want to get away. But I know that if I do, the soldiers will still come. They'll still take all the crops, and they won't leave anybody alive. So there's no need to run. But if everybody here dies, it's because of me. Me. So please let me do what I can." Sister knew Swan was right. She, Josh, and the others had been treating Swan like a fragile piece of porcelain, or yes, she thought, like one of those sculptures back in the Steuben glass shop on Fifth Avenue. All of them had focused on Swan's gift of stirring life from dead earth, and they'd forgotten that she was just a girl. Still, Sister feared for Swan's hands, because those were the instruments that might yet make life bloom from the wasteland. But Swan was strong-minded and tough far beyond her years, and she was ready to work. "I wish you'd find a pair of gloves, but I guess those are hard to come by." Sister's own pair had already worn out. "Well," she said, "let's get to work, then. Time's wasting." She returned to her task. A pair of tattered woolen gloves was held up before Swan's face. "Take them," Robin urged. His own hands were now bare. "I can always steal some more." Swan looked into his eyes. Behind his tough mask there was a spark of gentle kindness, as if the sun had suddenly glinted through the snow clouds. She motioned toward Sister. "Give them to her." He nodded. His heart was racing, and he thought that if he did something stupid this time, he would crawl in a hole and just cover himself over. Oh, she was so beautiful. "Don't do something stupid," he warned himself. "Be cool, man. Just be cool." His mouth opened. "I love you," he said. Sister's eyes widened. She straightened up from her work and turned toward Robin and Swan. Swan was speechless. Robin wore a horrified grin, as if he realized his vocal cords had worked with a will of their own, but now those words were out in the air, and everybody had heard.
"What did you say?" Swan asked. His face looked like he'd been weaned on ketchup. I've got to get some more dirt," he mumbled. "Out in the field. That's where I get the dirt, you know?" He backed toward the wheelbarrow and almost fell into it. Then he wheeled it rapidly away. Both Sister and Swan watched him go. Sister grunted. "That boy's crazy." "Oh," Swan said softly. "I hope not." And Sister looked at her and knew. "I imagine he might need some help with the dirt," Sister suggested. "I mean, somebody really ought to help him. It'd be faster if two people worked together, don't you think?" "Yes." Swan caught herself and shrugged. "I guess so. Maybe." "Right. Well, you'd better go on, then. We can take care of the work here." Swan hesitated. She watched him walking toward the field and realized she knew very little about him. She probably wouldn't care for him at all if she got to know him. No, not at all. And she was still thinking that when she took Mule's reins and started walking after Robin. "One step at a time," Sister said quietly. But Swan was already on her way. Josh had been hauling logs for 8 hours straight, and his legs were about to give out as he staggered to the spring for a dipper of water. Many of the children, including Aaron, had the responsibility of carrying buckets of water and dippers around to the work crews. Josh drank his fill and returned the dipper to its hook on the large barrel of water that stood next to the spring. He was weary, his sprained shoulder was killing him, and he could hardly see anything through the slit of his Job's mask. His head felt so heavy it took tremendous effort just to keep it from lolling. He'd forced himself to haul wood over the objections of Sister, Swan, and Glory. Now, though, all he wanted to do was lie down and rest. Maybe an hour or so, and then he'd feel good enough to get back to work, because there was still so much to be done, and time was running out. He'd tried to talk Glory into taking Aaron and leaving, maybe hiding in the woods until it was over, but she was determined to stay with him. And Swan, too, had made up her mind. There was no use trying to change it. But the soldiers were going to come, and they wanted Swan, and Josh knew that this time he was powerless to protect her. Underneath the Job's mask, pain tore through his face like an electric shock. He felt weak, close to passing out. "Just an hour's rest," he told himself. "That's all. 1 hour, and then I can get back to work, broken fingers and busted ribs or not. Good thing that face-changing bastard gave up. I would have killed him." He started walking toward Glory's shack, his legs like dragging lengths of lead. "Man," he mused, "if those fans could see old Black Frankenstein now, they'd really hoot and holler." He unbuttoned his coat and loosened his sweat-damp shirt collar. The air must be getting warmer, he thought. Sweat was running down his sides, and the shirt was stuck to his chest and back. "Lord, I'm burning up." He stumbled and almost fell going up the steps, but then he was inside the shack and peeled his coat off, letting it slip to the floor. "Glory?" he called out weakly before he remembered that Glory was out digging trenches with one of the work crews. "Glory," he whispered, thinking about how her amber eyes had lit up and her face had shone like a lamp in the dark when he'd given her the spangle-covered dress. She'd hugged it to herself and run her fingers all over it, and when she'd looked at him again he'd seen a tear stealing down her cheek. In that instant he'd wanted to kiss her, had wanted to press his lips against hers and nuzzle her cheek with his own, but he couldn't, not with this damned shit all over his face. But he'd peered at her through the narrowing slit of his one good eye, and it had come to him that he had forgotten what Rose looked like. The faces of the boys, of course, remained in his mind as clearly as snapshots, but Rose's face was fading away. He'd given Glory the dress because he'd wanted to see her smile, and when she had smiled, it was like a glimpse of another, better world. Josh lost his balance and stumbled against the table. Something fluttered to the floor, and he bent over to pick it up. But suddenly his entire body seemed to give way like a house of cards, and he fell forward onto the floor. The entire shack trembled with the crash. "Burning up," he thought. "Oh, God, I'm burning up."
He had something between his fingers, the thing that had fluttered down off the table. He held it closer to his eye and made out what it was. The tarot card, with the young woman seated against a landscape of flowers, wheat, and a waterfall. The lion and the lamb lay at her feet, and in one hand she grasped a shield with a phoenix on it, rising in flame from the ashes. On her head was what looked like a glass crown shining with light. "The Empress," Josh read. He stared at the flower, looked at the glass crown, and then at the young woman's face, looked closely and carefully as fever seemed to surge through his head and body like the opening of volcanic floodgates. "Have to tell Sister," he thought. "Have to tell Sister that the glass ring in her bag is a crown. Have to show her this card, because Swan and the Empress have the same face." And then the fever seared all thoughts from his mind, and he lay motionless, with the tarot card clenched in his hand. Chapter 81. On the fourth night fire burned in the sky. Robin saw it as he filled buckets and barrels full of water to be loaded onto wagons and carried out to the wall. Every possible container, from plastic pails to washtubs, was being utilized, and the workers around the spring had no sooner filled one wagon or truck than another pulled up to accept a load. Robin knew that the light glowing off the bellies of low clouds to the north was coming from the torches and bonfires of the army's camp, maybe 15 miles away. They would reach Mary's Rest the next day, and the glaze of ice that now covered the completed 7-foot-high wall had to be thickened in these last hours with an all-out effort. His shoulders ached, and every pail, bucket, and pot that he dipped in the spring felt as if it weighed 50 pounds. But he thought of Swan, and he kept working. She'd caught up with him that day and walked at his side, and she helped him with the dirt just like any ordinary person. Their hands had been cut and calloused just the same, and as they'd worked, Robin had told her all about himself, about the orphanage and his years with the highwayman. Swan had listened to him without judgment, and when he was finished with his story, she'd told him her own. He didn't mind the pain in his body, had pushed aside the weariness like an old blanket. All he had to do was think of Swan's face, and he was recharged with new strength. She had to be protected, like a beautiful flower, and he knew he would die for her if that was how it had to be. He saw the same strength in the other faces, too, and realized that everyone was pushing far beyond their limits, because they all knew, as he did, that tomorrow was the hinge of the future. Glory stood on her porch, staring toward the north, and put her hand on Aaron's shoulder. "I'm going to give 'em a knock," Aaron vowed, swinging Crybaby like a bludgeon. "You're going to stay in the house tomorrow," she told him. "Do you understand me?" "I want to be a soldier," he protested. She gripped his shoulder hard and spun him around. "No," she said, her amber eyes furious. "You want to learn how to kill and take what belongs to other folks? You want to make your heart like a stone so you can stomp people down and think it's right? Boy, if I thought you were going to grow up that way, I'd bust your head open right this minute. So don't you ever, ever say you want to be a soldier. You hear me?" Aaron's lower lip trembled. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "But if there ain't any good soldiers, how do you keep the bad soldiers from winning?" She couldn't answer him. His eyes searched hers. Was it always going to be true, she wondered, that soldiers marched the land under different flags and leaders? Was there never really any end to war, no matter who won? And there her own son stood before her, asking the question. "I'll think about it," she said, and that was the best she could do. She looked out along the road to where the church had been. It was gone now, the wood used to fortify the wall. All the guns, axes, shovels, picks, hoes, knives, anything and everything that could be used as weapons, had been counted and distributed. There wasn't much ammunition to go around. The junk man had even offered to make supersonic slingshots, if enough rubber bands could be found. Paul Thorson and the boys had not returned, and Glory doubted they ever would. She went inside, back to the room where Josh lay on the bed in a feverish coma. She looked down at the gnarled Job's mask, and knew that beneath it was Josh's true face. In his hand was a tarot card. His fingers gripped the Empress so tightly that none of them, not even Anna, had been able to pry his hand open. She sat down beside him and waited. At the northern rim of the wall, one of the outlooks who perched atop a jerry-built ladder suddenly shouted, "Somebody's coming!" Sister and Swan, working together to pour water over their section of the wall, heard the cry. They hurried over to the lookout station. "How many?" Sister asked. They weren't ready yet. It was too soon. "2. No, wait. 3, I think." The lookout cocked his rifle, trying to see through the dark. 2 on foot. I think one of them's carrying the 3rd. It's a man and 2 kids. Oh, God! Sister's heart leapt. "Bring a ladder." She called to the next lookout along the wall. "Hurry!" The second ladder was lowered over the other side. First up was Bucky, his face streaked with dried blood. Sister helped him down, and he put his arms around her neck and clung tightly. Paul Thorson came over, a 3-inch-long gash in the side of his head, his eyes circled with gray shock. He was carrying over his shoulder one of the boys who'd helped Sister and himself make the trip to Mary's Rest. The boy's right arm was covered with dried blood, and bullet holes had marched across his back. "Get him to the doctor's house," Sister told another woman, giving Bucky over to her. The small boy made a soft whimpering sound, nothing more. Paul set his feet on the ground. His knees gave out, but Sister and Swan caught him before he fell. Mr. Pulowski and Anna were running toward them, followed by several others. "Take him," Paul rasped. His beard and hair were full of snow, his face lined and weary. Pulowski and the others eased the boy off Paul's shoulder, and Sister could tell the boy was frozen almost stiff. "He'll be okay," Paul said. "I told him I'd get him back." He touched the cold blue face. "Told you, didn't I?" They took him away, and Paul shouted after them, "You be careful with him. Let him sleep if he wants to." One of the other men uncapped a flask of hot coffee and gave it to Paul. He started drinking it so frantically that Sister had to restrain him, and he winced with pain as the hot liquid spread warmth through his bones. "What happened?" Sister asked. "Where are the others?" "Dead." Paul shivered, drank more coffee. "All dead. Oh, Jesus, I'm freezing." Someone brought a blanket, and Swan helped wrap him up. They led him to a nearby bonfire, and he stood for a long while getting the blood circulating in his hands again. Then he told them the story. They'd found the Army's camp on the second day out, about 60 miles north of Mary's Rest. The boys were born stalkers, he said. They'd been able to creep into camp and take a look around, and while they were there they'd punctured a few of the truck's tires. But there were a lot of cars and trucks, Paul said, and most of them were covered with metal plate and had gun turrets. There were soldiers all over the place, carrying machine guns, pistols, and rifles. The boys had gotten out all right, and they and Paul had kept in front of the Army as it advanced the next day. But tonight something had gone wrong. There were flares and gunshots, and only Bucky and the other boy had gotten back. "We were trying to get away in the car," Paul said, his teeth still chattering. "We'd made it to about 7 or 8 miles from here. All of a sudden the woods were full of them. Maybe they'd been tracking us all day, I don't know. A machine gun went off. Bullets hit the engine. I tried to get off the road, but the car was finished. We ran. I don't know how long they kept after us." He stared into the fire, his mouth working for a moment, but making no sounds. "They kept after us," he said finally. "I don't know who they are, but they know their business." He blinked heavily and looked at Sister. "They've got a lot of guns. Flares, maybe grenades, too. A lot of guns. You tell him to be easy with that kid. He's tired. I told him I'd get him back." "You did get him back," Sister said gently. "Now I want you to go to Hugh's house and rest." She motioned Anna over to help him. "We're going to need you tomorrow." "They didn't take it," Paul said. "I wouldn't let them kill me and get it." "Get what?" He smiled wanly and touched the magnum lodged in his belt. "My old buddy." "Go on now. Better get some rest, okay?" He nodded and allowed Anna to help him stagger away. Sister suddenly lunged up the ladder, and her face filled with blood as she shouted toward the north. "Come on, you fucking killers! Come on! We see what you do to children. Come on, you son of a bitching cowards!" Her voice cracked and gave out, and then she just stood at the top of the ladder with steam bellowing from her mouth and nostrils, and her body shaking like a lightning rod in a tempest. The freezing wind blew into her face, and she thought she smelled bitter ashes. There was no use standing up here and raving like a New York City bag lady, she told herself. No, there was still a lot of work to be done, because the soldiers were going to be there very soon. She descended the ladder, and Swan touched her arm. "I'm all right," Sister said hoarsely, and both of them knew death was on its way, grinning like a skull and slashing down everything in its path. They returned to their places in the wall and went back to work. Chapter 82. The day came. Somber light revealed the finished wall, glazed with 3 inches of ice and studded here and there with sharp wooden stakes that encircled Mary's Rest and the crop field. Except for the occasional howling of dogs, the town was silent, and there was no movement on the stump-stubbled land that lay between the wall and the forest's edge 40 yards away. About 2 hours after dawn, a single shot rang out, and a sentry on the eastern section of the wall toppled off his ladder, a bullet hole in his forehead. The defenders of Mary's Rest waited for the first attack, but it did not come. A lookout at the western section of the wall reported seeing movement in the woods, but she couldn't tell how many soldiers were there. The soldiers slipped back into the forest, and there was no gunfire. An hour after that, another lookout on the eastern side passed the word that he heard what sounded like heavy machines in the distance, moving through the forests and getting closer. "Trucks coming!" one of the sentries on the northern section cried out. Paul Thorson climbed up a ladder and looked for himself. He heard the scratchy, weirdly merry sound of recorded calliope music. What appeared to be an armored good-humor truck with 2 loudspeakers mounted on its cab, an armored windshield, and a sheet-metal gun turret rumbled slowly along the road from the north. The music stopped, and as the truck continued to move forward, a man's voice boomed from the 2 speakers. "People of Mary's Rest, listen to the law of the Army of Excellence." The voice echoed over the town, over the field where the corn was growing, and the new apple trees were taking root, over the foundations where the church had stood, over the bonfires, and over the shack where Josh lay sleeping. "We don't want to kill you. Every one of you who wants to join us is welcome. Just come over that wall and join the Army of Excellence. Bring your families, your guns, and your food. We don't want to kill any of you." "Right," Paul muttered under his breath. He had his magnum cocked and ready. "We want your crops," the voice commanded from the speakers as the good-humor truck rumbled nearer to the north wall. "We want your food and a supply of water. And we want the girl. Bring us the girl called Swan, and we'll leave the rest of you in peace. Just bring her to us, and we'll welcome you with loving, open—" "Oh, shit!" And at that instant the vehicle's front tires plunged into one of the hidden trenches, and as the rear tires spun in empty air, the truck turned on its side and crashed into the ditch. There was a shout of victory from the other sentries. A minute later 2 men scrambled up from the trench and began running in the direction from which they'd come. One of them was limping, unable to keep up, and Paul aimed the magnum at the center of his spine. He wanted to pull the trigger, knew he should kill the bastard while he had the chance. But he didn't, and he watched as both of the soldiers disappeared into the woods. A machine gun chattered off to the right. Bullets zigzagged across the wall, cracking through the ice and thunking into the logs and dirt. Paul ducked his head, heard shouting from the eastern section, then the noise of more gunfire, and he knew the first attack had begun. He dared to lift his head, saw about 40 more soldiers taking cover at the edge of the woods. They opened fire, but their bullets couldn't penetrate the wall. Paul kept his head down and held his fire, waiting for a chance to tag one of them when they started across the open ground. On the eastern side of Mary's Rest, the sentries saw a wave of perhaps 200 soldiers coming out of the forest. The AOE infantry shouted and surged forward, and then they began tumbling into the network of hidden trenches, many of them breaking their ankles and legs as they hit bottom. The sentries, all armed with rifles, picked off their targets at random. 2 of the sentries were shot and fell, but as soon as they hit the ground, others were climbing up the ladders to take their places. The AOE soldiers, their formation in disarray and men falling everywhere, began to turn back for the cover of the woods, and toppled into more ditches and pits. The wounded were crushed under the boots of their companions. At the same time, more than 500 soldiers burst from the forest on the western edge of Mary's Rest, along with dozens of armored cars, trucks, and 2 bulldozers. As they rushed forward in a shouting mass, the trenches opened under their feet. One of the bulldozers plunged down and overturned, and an armored car following right behind hit the bulldozer and exploded in a red fireball. Several of the other vehicles were snagged on tree stumps and unable to go either forward or backward. Scores of men tumbled into the ditches, breaking their bones. The lookouts fired as fast as they could select targets, and AOE soldiers fell dead in the snow. But most of the soldiers and vehicles kept coming, storming the western section of the wall, and behind them was a second wave of another 200 troops. Machine gun, rifle, and pistol fire began to chip at the wall, but still the bullets were turned aside. "Step up and open fire!" Bud Royce shouted. And a line of men and women stepped up on the 2-foot-high bank of dirt that had been built along the wall's base, aimed their guns, and started shooting. Anna McClay ran along the wall, shouting, "Step up and give 'em hell!" A blaze of gunfire erupted along the western wall, and the first wave of AOE soldiers faltered. The second wave crashed into them, and then the vehicles were running men down as they scattered. Officers in armored cars and jeeps shouted commands, but the troops were panicked. They fled toward the forest, and as Captain Carr stood up in his jeep to order them back, a bullet pierced his throat and slammed him to the ground. The attack was over in another few minutes, as the soldiers drew back deeper in the woods. Around the walls the wounded crawled on the ground, and the dead lay where they'd fallen. A victorious shout rang up from the defenders along the western wall, but a figure on horseback called out, "No! Stop it! Stop it!" Tears were streaming down Swan's cheeks, and the gunfire still echoed in her head. "Stop it!" she shouted as Mule reared with her and pawed the air. She wheeled the horse toward Sister, who stood nearby with her sawed-off shotgun. "Make them stop," Swan said. "They just killed other people. They shouldn't be glad about that." "They're not glad about killing other people," Sister told her. "They're just glad they weren't killed." She motioned toward a man's corpse that lay 10 feet away, shot through the face. Someone else was already taking the dead man's pistol and bullets. "There are going to be more of those. If you can't take what you see, you'd better get inside." Swan looked around. A woman was sprawled on the ground, moaning, as another woman and man bound up her bullet-shattered wrist with strips torn from a shirt. A few feet away, a dark-haired man lay contorted and dying, coughing up blood, as other people tried to comfort him. Swan flinched with horror, her eyes returning to Sister. Sister was calmly reloading her shotgun. "You'd better go," she suggested. Swan was torn. She knew she should be out there with the people who were fighting to protect her, but she couldn't stand watching the death. The noise of gunfire was 1,000 times worse than all the hurting sounds she'd ever experienced. But before she could decide to go or stay, there was the throaty growl of an engine beyond the wall. Someone shouted, "Jesus Christ, look at that!" Sister hurried to the wall and stepped up on the mound of dirt. Just emerging from the forest, about 20 yards to Sister's left, was a tank. Its wide treads crunched over the wounded and dead alike. The snout of its gun was aimed directly at the wall, and dangling all over the tank, like grotesque hood ornaments, were human bones tied to wires. Legs, arms, rib cages, hip bones, vertebrae and skulls, some still bearing scalps. The tank stopped right at the edge of the woods, its engine idling like a beast's snarl. The tank's hatch popped open. A hand emerged, waving a white handkerchief. "Hold your fire," Sister told the others. "Let's see what they want first." A helmeted head came up. The face was bandaged, the eyes covered with goggles. "Who's in charge over there?" Roland Croninger called toward the row of faces he could see, like disembodied heads perched atop that damned wall. Some of the others looked at Sister. She didn't want the responsibility, but she guessed she was it. "I am. What do you want?" "Peace," Roland replied. He glanced at the bodies on the ground. "You people did a pretty good job." He grinned, though inwardly he was shrieking with rage. Friend had said nothing about trenches and a defensive wall. How the hell had these goddamned farmers put together such a barricade? "Nice wall you've got there," he said. "Looks pretty sturdy, is it?" "It'll do." "Will it? I wonder how many rounds it would take to knock a hole through it and blow you to hell, lady." "I don't know." Sister had a rigid smile on her face, but sweat was running down her sides, and she knew they had no chance at all against that monstrous machine. "How much time do you have?" "A lot. All the time in the world." He patted the cannon's snout. It was too bad, he thought, that there were no shells for the cannon, and even if there were, none of them would know how to load and fire it. The second tank had broken down only a few hours out of Lincoln, and this one had to be driven by a corporal who'd once made his living hauling freight through the Rocky Mountains in a tractor-trailer rig. But even he couldn't keep control of the big bastard all the time. Still, Roland liked riding in it, because the inside smelled like hot metal and sweat, and he could think of no better war-horse for a king's knight. "Hey, lady," he called, "why don't you people give us what we want, and nobody else will get hurt, okay?" "It looks to me like you're the ones getting hurt." "Oh, this little scrape?" "Lady, we haven't started yet. This was just an exercise. See, now we know where your trenches are. Behind me are 1,000 soldiers who'd really like to meet all you fine people. Or I might be wrong. They could be over on the other side, or circling down to the south. They could be anywhere." Sister felt sick. There was no way to fight against a tank. She was aware of Swan standing beside her, peering over the wall. "Why don't you just go on about your business and leave us alone?" Sister asked. "Our business won't be done until we've gotten what we came for," Roland said. "We want food, water, and the girl. We want your guns and ammunition, and we want them now. Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly," she answered, and then she lifted her shotgun and squeezed the trigger. The distance was too great for an accurate shot, but pellets rang off Roland's helmet as he ducked his head through the hatch. The white handkerchief was riddled with buckshot, and a half-dozen pellets had punctured his hand. Cursing and shaking with rage, Roland fell down into the bowels of the tank. The back of Sister's neck crawled. She tensed, waiting for the first blast of the cannon, but it didn't come. The tank's engine revved, and the vehicle backed over the bodies and tree stumps toward the woods again. Sister's nerves didn't stop jangling until the tank had moved out of sight in the underbrush, and only then did she realize that something must be wrong with the tank. Otherwise, why hadn't they just blown a hole right through the wall? A red flare shot up into the sky from the western woods and exploded over the cornfield. "Here they come again!" Sister shouted grimly. She glanced at Swan. "You'd better get out of here before it starts." Swan looked along the wall at the others who stood ready to fight, and she knew where she should be. "I'll stay." Another flare rose from the eastern woods and burst like a smear of blood against the sky. Gunfire swept the western wall, and Sister grabbed Swan to pull her behind cover. Bullets slammed against the logs, chips of ice and splinters spinning through the air. About 20 seconds after the first barrage had begun, the AOE soldiers massed in the forest on the eastern side of Mary's Rest started firing, their bullets doing no major damage but keeping the defenders' heads down. The shooting continued, and soon bullets were blasting chinks in the walls, some of them ricocheting off the ground, but others hitting flesh. And on the southern perimeter, the defenders saw more armored cars and trucks emerge from the forest, along with 50 or 60 soldiers. The Army of Excellence rushed the wall. Hidden trenches stopped several vehicles and toppled 20 or more men, but the rest of them kept coming. 2 trucks got through the maze of ditches and tree stumps and crashed into the logs. The entire southern section of the wall trembled, but it held. Then the soldiers had covered the open ground and reached the wall, trying to climb over it. Their fingers couldn't grip the ice, and as they slipped back, the defenders fired on them point-blank. Those without guns swung axes, picks, and sharpened shovels. Mr. Pulowski climbed up on a dead sentry's ladder, firing his pistol as fast as he could aim. "Drive them back!" he shouted. He took aim at an enemy soldier, but before he could pull the trigger, a rifle bullet plowed into his chest, and a second caught him in the side of the head. He fell off the ladder, and at once a woman plucked the pistol from his hand. "Fall back! Fall back!" Lieutenant Thatcher commanded, as bullets whined around his head and soldiers were wounded and killed on every side. Thatcher didn't wait for the others to obey. He turned and ran, and with his third stride a .38 slug hit him in the small of his back and propelled him into a ditch on top of 4 other men. The charge had been broken, and the soldiers retreated. They left their dead behind. "Hold your fire!" Sister shouted. The shooting died away, and in another minute it ceased over on the eastern wall as well. "I'm out of bullets," a woman with a rifle said to Sister, and further down the line there were more calls for ammunition. But Sister knew that once the bullets everyone had for his own weapons were gone, there would be no more. "They're baiting us," she thought, "getting us to waste ammunition, and when the guns were useless they would storm the walls in a tide of death and destruction." Sister had 6 more shells for her own shotgun, and that was all. "They're going to break through," she realized. "Sooner or later they're going to break through." She looked at Swan and saw in the girl's dark eyes that Swan had reached the same conclusion. "They want me," Swan said. The wind blew her hair around her pale, lovely face like the fanning of brilliant flames. "No one else, just me." Her gaze found one of the ladders that leaned against the wall. Sister's arm shot out. Her hand caught Swan's chin and pulled her head back around. "You get that out of your mind," Sister snapped. "Yes, they want you. He wants you. But don't you think for 1 minute that it would be over if you went out to them." "But if I went out there, maybe I could—" "You could not," Sister interrupted. "If you went over that wall, all you'd be doing is telling the rest of us that there's nothing worth fighting for." "I don't—" She shook her head, sickened by the sights, sounds, and smells of war. "I don't want anyone else to die." "It's not up to you any more. People are going to die. I may be dead before the day's over, but some things are worth fighting and dying for. You'd better learn that right here and now if you're ever going to lead people." "Lead people? What do you mean? You really don't know, do you?" Sister released Swan's chin. "You're a natural-born leader. It's in your eyes, your voice, the way you carry yourself, everything about you. People listen to you, and they believe what you say, and they want to follow you. If you said everyone should put down their guns right this minute, they'd do it, because they know you're somebody very special, Swan. Whether you want to believe that or not, you're a leader, and you'd better learn how to act like one." "Me? A leader? No, I'm just a girl." "You were born to lead people, and to teach them, too," Sister affirmed. "This says you were." She touched the outline of the glass ring in the leather satchel. "Josh knows it. So does Robin. And he knows you were, just like I do." She motioned out beyond the wall, where she was certain the man with the scarlet eye must be. "Now it's time you accepted it, too." Swan was puzzled and disoriented. Her childhood in Kansas, before the 17th of July, seemed like the life of another person 100 years ago. "Teach them what?" she asked. "What the future can be," Sister answered. Swan thought of what she'd seen in the circle of glass, the green forests and meadows, the golden fields, the fragrant orchards of a new world. "Now get on that horse," Sister said, "and ride around the walls. Sit up tall and proud, and let everybody see you. Sit like a princess," she said, drawing her own self up straight, "and let everybody know there's still something worth dying for in this damned world." Swan looked at the ladder again. Sister was right. They wanted her, yes, but they wouldn't stop if they had her. They'd just keep killing like rabid dogs in a frenzy, because that was all they understood. She walked to Mule's side, grasped the rope reins, and swung up onto his back. He pranced around a little bit, still unnerved by the uproar, and then he settled down and responded to Swan's touch. She urged him forward with a whisper, and Mule began to canter along the wall. Sister watched Swan ride away, her hair streaming behind her like a fiery banner, and she saw the others turn to look at her as well, saw them all stand a little straighter, saw them check their guns and ammunition after she'd passed by, saw new resolve in their faces, and knew that they would all die for Swan and their town, if it came to that. She hoped it would not, but she was certain the soldiers would return stronger than ever, and right now, at least, there was no way out. Sister reloaded her shotgun and stepped back up on the dirt bank to await the next attack. Chapter 83. With darkness came the bone-numbing cold. The bonfires chewed up wood that had been the walls and roofs of shacks, and the defenders of Mary's Rest warmed themselves, ate and rested in hour-long shifts before they returned to the wall. Sister had 4 shells left. The soldier she'd killed lay about 10 feet from the wall, the blood icy and black around what had been his chest. On the northern perimeter, Paul was down to 12 bullets, and during one brief skirmish, just before dark, the 2 men who had been fighting on either side of him had been killed. A ricocheting slug had driven wood splinters into Paul's forehead and right cheek, but otherwise he was okay. On the eastern side of Mary's Rest, Robin counted 6 shells left for his rifle. Guarding that section of the wall, along with Robin and about 40 other people, was Anna McClay, who'd long ago run out of bullets for her own rifle, and now carried a little .22 pistol she'd taken from a dead man. The attacks had continued all day, with lulls of an hour or 2 in between. First one side of the barricade would be hammered at, then another sprayed with gunfire. The wall was still holding strong, and it deflected most of the fire, but bullets were knocking chinks between the logs and occasionally hitting someone. Bud Royce's knee had been shattered by a rifle bullet that way, but he was still hobbling around on the southern edge, his face bleached with pain. The word had gone out to save ammunition, but the supply was dwindling, and the enemy seemed to have enough to waste. Everyone knew that it was just a matter of time before the walls were stormed by massive force, but the question was, on what side would it come? All this Swan knew as she rode Mule across the cornfield. The heavy-laden stalks swayed as the wind hissed through them. In a clearing ahead was the largest of the bonfires, around which 50 or 60 people rested and ate hot soup, ladled from steaming wooden buckets. She was on her way to check on the many wounded who had been taken to shelter inside the shacks for Dr. Ryan to help, and as she passed the bonfire, a silence fell over the people who'd gathered around it. She didn't look at any of them. She couldn't, because even though she knew Sister was right, she felt as if she'd signed their death warrants. It was because of her that people were being killed, wounded, and maimed, and if being a leader meant having to take that kind of burden, it was too heavy. She didn't look at them, because she knew that many of them would be dead before daylight. A man shouted, "Don't you worry. We won't let the bastards in." "When I run out of bullets," another man vowed, "I'll use my knife, and when that breaks, I've still got teeth." "We'll stop 'em," a woman called. "We'll turn 'em back." There were more shouts and calls of encouragement, and when Swan finally did look toward the bonfire, she saw the people watching her intently, some silhouetted by the flame and others illuminated by it, their eyes full of light and their faces strong and hopeful. "We ain't afeard to die," another woman said, and other voices agreed with her. "It's quittin' that scares the tar out of me, and by God, I ain't a quitter." Swan reined Mule in and sat staring at them, her eyes filled with tears. The skinny black man who had been so vehement at the town meeting approached her. His left arm was bound up with bloody cloth, but his eyes were fierce and courageous. "Don't you cry now," he scolded her softly, when he got close enough. "It ain't for you to be crying. Lord, no. If you ain't strong, who's going to be?" Swan nodded and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Thank you," she said. Thank you." "For what?" He smiled wistfully. "For letting me hear that sweet music again," he said, and he nodded toward the cornfield. Swan knew what music he meant, because she could hear it too. the wind moving between the rows and stalks like fingers brushing harp-strings. "I was born right close to a cornfield," he said. "Heard that music at night, just before I slept, and first thing in the morning when I woke up. Didn't think I'd ever hear it again, after them fellows messed everything up." He looked up at Swan. "I ain't afraid to die now. See, I always figured it's better to die on your feet than live on your knees. I'm ready, and that's my choice. So don't you worry about nothing. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, and his frail body seemed to sway to the rhythm of the corn. Then he opened them again, and he said, "You take care now, hear?" He returned to the bonfire, offering his hands to the heat. Swan urged Mule forward, and the horse trotted across the field. As well as looking in on the wounded, Swan wanted to check on Josh. The last time she'd seen him, early that morning, he'd still been deep in a coma. She was almost across the field when bright flashes of light leaped over the eastern wall. Flames gouted, and mingled with the blasts was the high sewing machine chatter of guns. Robin was on that side of the wall, she realized. She cried out, "Go!" and flicked the reins. Mule took off at a gallop. Behind her, at the western wall, Army of Excellence infantry and vehicles were surging from the woods. "Hold your fire," Sister warned, but the people around her were already shooting, wasting ammunition. And then something hit the wall about 15 yards away, and flames leapt, fire rippling over the icy glaze. Another object struck the wall a few yards closer. Sister heard glass shatter, and she smelled gasoline an instant before a burst of orange flame dazzled her. "Bombs," she thought. "They're throwing bombs at the wall." People were shouting and firing in a bedlam of noise. Bottles full of gasoline, with wicks of flaming cloth jammed down into them, sailed over the wall and exploded amid the defenders. Glass broke almost at Sister's feet, and she instinctively flung herself to the ground as a sheet of fiery gasoline spewed in all directions. On the eastern side, dozens of Molotov cocktails were being thrown over the wall. A man near Robin screamed as he was hit by flying glass and covered with flames. Someone else threw him to the ground, tried to put out the fire with snow and dirt. And then, through the maelstrom of leaping flames and explosions, machine gun, pistol, and rifle bullets hit the wall so hard the logs jumped, and slugs ricocheted through gaps between them. "Let 'em have it!" Anna McClay thundered. The orange firelight showed her hundreds of soldiers between the wall and the forest, crawling forward, ducking into trenches, hiding behind wrecked vehicles, and then firing or flinging their homemade bombs. As others around her fell back to get away from the flames, she shouted, "Stay where you are! Don't run!" A woman to her left staggered and went down, and as Anna turned to retrieve the wounded woman's gun, a rifle bullet zipped through a hole in the wall and hit her in the side, knocking her to her knees. She tasted blood in her mouth, and knew she'd bought the farm this time, but she stood up with a gun in each hand and lurched to the wall again. The storm of bombs and gunfire rose in intensity. A section of the wall was aflame, the wet wood popping and smoking. As bombs burst on all sides and glass fragments whirled through the turbulent air, Robin kept his position at the wall, firing over it at the advancing soldiers. He hit 2 of them, and then a bomb exploded on the other side of the wall right in front of him. The heat and flying glass drove him back, and he tripped over the body of a dead man behind him. Blood streamed down his face from a gash at his hairline, and his skin felt seared. He wiped blood out of his eyes, and then he saw something that drove a freezing bolt of fear into his stomach. A metal claw attached to a heavy rope suddenly flew over the wall. The rope was drawn taut, and the tongs of the crude grappling hook dug between the logs. Another hook came over, lodging nearby. A 3rd grappling hook was thrown, but it didn't find a purchase and was rapidly reeled back to be tossed again. A 4th and a 5th grappling hook dug into the wall, and the soldiers started hauling at the ropes. Robin realized at once that the entire section of the wall, already weakened by bullets and flames, was about to be pulled down. More grappling hooks were coming over, their tongues jamming tightly between the logs, and as the ropes went taut, the wall cracked like a rib-cage being torn apart. He scrambled to his feet, ran toward the wall, and grabbed one of the hooks, trying to wrench it loose. A few yards away, a husky, gray-bearded man was hacking at one of the ropes with an axe, and beside him a slim black woman was sawing at another rope with a butcher knife. Still the bottle bombs exploded along the wall, and more grappling hooks strained. To the right of Robin's position, Anna McClay had emptied both of her guns, and now she saw the grappling hooks and ropes coming over the wall. She turned, looking for another weapon, heedless of the bullet in her side and a second in her right shoulder. Rolling a dead man over, she found a pistol, but there was no ammunition for it. Then she discovered a meat cleaver that someone had dropped, and she used it to slash at the ropes. She cut through one and had almost severed a second, when the top 3 feet of the wall was pulled down in a crash of logs and flames. A half-dozen soldiers rushed at her. "No!" she screamed, and she flung the cleaver at them. A fusillade of machine-gun bullets spun her around in a macabre pirouette. As she fell to the ground, her last thought was of a carnival ride called the Mad Mouse, its little rattling car rocketing around a bend in the tracks and taking off into the night sky, up and up, with the fiery lights of the carnival burning in the earth below her and the wind whistling past her ears. She was dead before she came down. "They're breaking through!" Robin heard someone shout, and then the wall in front of him collapsed with a noise like a human groan, and he was standing exposed in a space that a tractor-trailer truck could have driven through. A wave of soldiers was coming right at him, and he leapt aside an instant before bullets tore through the air. He aimed his rifle and shot the first soldier who rushed through. The others scurried back or hit the ground as Robin blasted away at them. And then his rifle was empty, and he couldn't see the soldiers any more for the smoke that whirled off the burning logs. He heard more cracks and groans as other sections of the wall were pulled down, and flames leapt high as the bombs exploded. He was aware of figures running all around him, some of them firing and falling. "Kill the son of a bitches!" He heard a man shout off to the left, and then a figure in a grayish-green uniform ran out of the haze. Robin planted his feet, turned the rifle around to use it like a club, and struck the soldier in the skull as the man passed him. The soldier fell, and Robin discarded his rifle in favor of the other man's .45 automatic. A bullet sang past his head. 20 feet away a bottle bomb exploded, and a woman with burning hair, her face a mask of blood, staggered out of the smoke. She fell before she got to Robin. He aimed at the figures flooding over the broken wall, firing the rest of the .45's clip. Machine-gun bullets plowed across the ground a few feet from him, and he knew there was nothing more he could do there. He had to get away, to find another place to defend from. The wall on the eastern side of Mary's Rest was being destroyed, and soldiers were pouring through the holes. He ran toward town. Dozens of others were running as well, and the battlefield was littered with the bodies of the dead and wounded. Small bands of people had stopped to make their own desperate stands, but they were quickly shot down or scattered. Robin looked back and saw 2 armored cars coming through the smoke, their turret guns flashing fire. "Robin! Robin!" Someone was calling over the chaos. He recognized the voice as Swan's, and he knew she must be somewhere close. "Swan!" he shouted. "Over here!" She heard Robin's answer and wheeled Mule to the left, in the direction she thought his voice had come from. The smoke stung her eyes, made it almost impossible to see the faces of people until they were a few feet away. Explosions were still blasting just ahead, and Swan knew the enemy soldiers had broken through the eastern wall. She saw that people were wounded and bleeding, but they were stopping to turn and fire the last of their bullets. Still others, armed only with axes, knives, and shovels, ran forward to fight at close quarters. A bomb exploded nearby, and a man screamed. Mule reared up on his hind legs and pawed the air. When he came down again, he kept side-slipping, as if one half of him wanted to run in one direction and the other half the opposite way. "Robin!" she shouted. "Where are you?" "Over here." He still couldn't see her. He tripped over the corpse of a man whose chest was riddled with bullet holes. The dead man was grasping an axe, and Robin spent a few precious seconds working it loose from the hand. When he stood up, he was face to face with a horse, and it was a toss-up as to who was most startled. Mule whinnied and reared again, wanting to break loose and run, but Swan quickly got him under control. She saw Robin's blood-smeared face and held out her hand to him. "Get on! Hurry!" He grasped her hand and pulled himself up behind her. Swan kicked her heels into Mule's flanks, wheeled him toward town, and let him run. They came out of the thick smoke, and Swan suddenly reined Mule in. He obeyed, his hooves plowing into the ground. From this position, Swan and Robin could see fighting going on all around Mary's Rest. Fires blazed on the southern side, and over on the west they saw soldiers streaming through huge holes in the wall, followed by more armored cars and trucks. The noise of gunfire, shouting and screaming, was whipped back and forth in the wind, and at that instant Swan knew Mary's Rest had fallen. She had to find Sister, and fast. Her face tight and strained, and her teeth clenched with anger, Swan urged Mule forward. Mule started running like a thoroughbred, his head held low and his ears laid back. There was a high chattering noise, and hot currents of air seemed to sweep around her. Swan felt Mule shudder and heard him grunt as if he'd been kicked, and then Mule's legs went out from under him. The horse fell, throwing Robin free, but trapping Swan's left leg under him. The breath was knocked out of Swan, and she lay stunned as Mule desperately tried to stand up. But Robin had already seen the bullet holes in Mule's belly, and he knew the horse was finished. An engine growled. He looked up and saw a Chevy Nova with an armored windshield and a rooftop gun turret coming. He bent to Swan's side and tried to pull her free, but her leg was firmly pinned. Mule was still struggling to get up, steam and blood spraying from his nostrils, his sides heaving. His eyes were wide with terror. The Chevy's gun turret fired, and bullets ripped across the ground dangerously near Swan. Robin realized with sickening certainty that he didn't have the strength to free her. The armored car's radiator grinned like a mouthful of metal teeth. Robin's grip tightened around the axe handle. Swan grasped his hand. "Don't leave me," she said, dazed and unaware that Mule was dying on top of her. Robin had already decided. He pulled free and sprinted toward the armored car. "Robin!" she cried out, and then she lifted her head and saw where he was going. He zigzagged as the turret's gun chattered again. Bullets kicked up snow and dirt at his heels. The Chevy veered toward him and away from Swan, just as he'd hoped it would. "Move your lazy ass," he told himself as he dove to the ground, rolled, and scrambled up again to throw off the gunner's aim. The Chevy picked up speed, steadily closing the range. He jinked to both sides, heard the machine gun speak, and saw the hot streaks of slugs zip through the air. "Oh, shit," he thought, as a searing pain ripped across his left thigh. He knew he'd been tagged, but it wasn't too bad, and he kept going. The armored car followed him into the smoke. On the northern perimeter, Paul Thorson and 40 other men and women were surrounded by soldiers. Paul had only 2 bullets left, and most of the others had run out of ammunition a long time before. They wielded clubs, pickaxes, and shovels, and dared the soldiers to charge. A jeep pulled up behind the protective barrier of AOE infantry, and Colonel Macklin rose to his feet. His coat was draped over his shoulders, and the deep-set eyes in his skeletal face fixed on the group of defenders who'd been pushed back against the wall. "Is she with them?" he asked the man occupying the rear seat. Friend stood up. He wore an Army of Excellence uniform, and a gray cap pulled over his thin, dark brown hair. Today his face was plain and nondescript, soulless and without character. His watery hazel eyes ticked back and forth for a few seconds. "No," he said finally in a toneless voice. "She's not with them." He sat back down again. "Kill them all," Macklin told the soldiers. Then he ordered his driver on as the Army of Excellence troops sprayed the trapped men and women with machine-gun bullets. Among them, Paul squeezed off a shot and saw one of the soldiers stagger, and then he himself was hit in the stomach, and a second bullet broke his collarbone. He fell on his face, tried to get up, and shivered as a third and fourth bullet hit his side and pierced his forearm. He pitched forward and lay still. 300 yards away, the armored Chevy Nova was searching through the smoke, its turret gun firing at every hint of motion. The tires crunched over corpses, but one of the bodies that lay sprawled on the ground suddenly pulled in his arms and legs as the vehicle passed right over him. When the armored car had cleared his body, Robin sat up and grasped the axe that had been hidden underneath him. He stood up, took 3 running strides, and jumped onto the Nova's rear fender. He kept going until he stood on the roof, and then he lifted the axe and smashed it down with all his strength on the sheet-metal turret. It crumpled inward, and the gunner tried to swivel his weapon, but Robin jammed it by placing his boot against the barrel. He battered down on the turret, his axe ripping through the sheet metal and slamming into the gunner's skull. There was a strangled cry of agony, and the driver put his foot down on the accelerator. As the Nova shot forward, Robin was thrown off the roof to the ground. He'd lost his grip on the axe. and when he scrambled to his feet he could see the axe's handle still sticking rigidly up in the air, its business end about 2 inches deep in the gunner's head. Robin expected the car to come at him again, but the driver had panicked, veering erratically. The Nova kept going, and disappeared in the smoke. Mule was dying, steam rising from his nostrils and the bullet holes in his belly. Swan's head had cleared enough for her to realize what had happened, but she knew there was nothing she could do. Mule still twitched, as if trying to stand with willpower alone. Swan saw more soldiers coming, and she pulled at her leg, but it was jammed tight. Suddenly someone bent down beside her and worked his arms under Mule's side. Swan heard the muscles and sinews crack in his shoulders as he heaved upward, supporting some of the horse's weight and easing the terrible pressure on Swan's leg. "Pull yourself out," he said, his voice strained with the effort. "Hurry!" She wrenched at her leg and worked it a few more inches toward freedom. Then Mule shifted again, as if using his last strength to help, and with an effort that almost dislocated her thigh from its socket, she pulled her leg out. The stinging blood immediately rushed back into it, and she gritted her teeth as the pain hit her. The man withdrew his arms. His hands were blotched with white and brown pigment. She looked up into Josh's face. His skin had returned to its rich dark umber color. He had a short gray beard, and almost all of his tight cap of hair had turned white. But his nose, which had been broken so many times and been so misshapen, was straight-bridged and strong again, and the old scars of football and wrestling had been wiped clean. His cheekbones were high and sharp, as if chiseled from dark stone, and his eyes were a soft shade of gray that shone with the translucent wonder of a child. She thought that, next to Robin, he was the most handsome man she'd ever seen. Josh saw the soldiers coming, and adrenaline pumped through his body. He'd left Glory and Aaron in the house to search for Swan, and now he had to get all of them to safety. Where Sister was, he didn't know, but he understood all too well that the soldiers were breaking through the walls on all sides of Mary's Rest, and soon they'd be in the alleys, setting the shacks on fire. He picked Swan up in his arms, his sprained shoulder and his ribs aflame with pain. At that instant, Mule's body trembled, and a burst of steam came from the horse's nostrils, pluming up into the sky like a tired soul finding release. And Josh knew that no beast of burden deserved rest as much as Mule. There would never be another horse as fine or as beautiful. Mule's eyes were already beginning to glaze over, but Swan understood that what Mule had been was already gone. "Oh," she whispered, and then she was unable to speak. Josh saw Robin running out of the smoke. "This way!" Josh shouted. Robin ran toward them, limping a little and holding his left thigh. But the soldiers had seen too, and one of them started firing a pistol. A bullet plowed up dirt, about 4 feet from Robin, and another whined past Josh's head. "Come on!" Josh urged, and he started running toward town with Swan in his arms, his lungs working like a bellows in a metal forge. He saw another group of soldiers on the left. One of them shouted, "Halt!" but Josh kept going. He looked quickly back to make sure Robin was following. Robin was right on his heels, wounded leg and all. They were almost to the warren of alleys when 4 soldiers stepped into their path. Josh decided to barrel through them, but 2 of the men lifted their guns. He stopped, skidding in the mud and looking for a way out like a fox trapped by hounds. Robin whirled to the right, and about 10 feet away were 3 more soldiers, one of them already leveling his M16. More soldiers were approaching from the left, and Josh knew that within seconds they were going to be cut to pieces in a crossfire. Swan was about to be killed in his arms. There was no way out now, and only one chance to save her, if indeed she could be saved. He had no choice, and no time to ponder the decision. "Don't shoot!" he shouted. And then he had to say it, to keep the soldiers from firing. "This is Swan. This is the girl you're looking for. Stand where you are," one of the soldiers commanded, aiming a rifle at Josh's head. The other men formed a circle around Josh, Swan, and Robin. There was a brief discussion among several of the soldiers, one of whom seemed to be in charge, and then 2 of the men headed off in opposite directions, obviously going to find someone else. Swan wanted to cry, but she dared not let a tear show, not in front of these men. She kept her features as calm and composed as if sculpted from ice. "It's going to be okay," Josh said quietly, though the words sounded hollow and stupid. "At least for the moment she was alive. You'll see, we'll get out of this some—" "No talking, nigger," a soldier shouted, pointing a .38 in Josh's face. He gave the man the best smile he could muster. The noise of gunfire, explosions, and screams still drifted over Mary's Rest like the residue of nightmares. Our asses are grass, Robin thought, and there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. 2 rifles and 4 pistols were aimed at him alone. He looked out toward the blazing eastern wall, then toward the west, way over beyond the cornfield, where trucks and armored cars seemed to be grouping to make camp. In 5 or 6 minutes, one of the soldiers who'd left returned, leading an old brown United Parcel Service truck in their direction. Josh was ordered to put Swan down, but she still had difficulty standing and had to lean against him. Then the soldiers conducted a thorough and rough body search. They let their hands linger on Swan's budding breasts. Josh saw Robin's face redden with anger, and he cautioned, "Be cool. What's this shit?" The tarot card that had been in the pocket of Josh's jeans was held up. "Just a card," Josh replied. "Nothing special." "Damn straight." The man tore it into fragments and let the Empress fall in pieces to the ground. The rear door of the UPS truck was opened. Josh, Robin, and Swan were shoved inside with 30 other people. When the door was slammed shut and bolted again, the prisoners were left in total darkness. "Take him to the chicken coop," the sergeant in charge ordered the driver, and the UPS truck carried away its new load of parcels. Chapter 84. Swan clasped her hands over her ears, but she could still hear the terrible hurting sounds, and she thought her mind would crack before they stopped. Out beyond the chicken coop, which was a wide circle of barbed wire surrounding the 262 survivors, now prisoners, the soldiers were going through the cornfield, shearing the stalks off with machetes and axes, or wrenching them up, roots and all. The stalks were being piled up like corpses in the backs of trucks. No bonfires were allowed within the coop, and the armed guards who stood around the wire were quick to fire warning shots that dissuaded people from huddling together. Many of the wounded were freezing to death. Josh flinched at the laughter and singing of the troops in town. He looked toward the shacks with weary eyes and saw a large fire burning in the middle of the road near the spring. Parked around Mary's Rest were dozens of trucks, armored cars, vans, and trailers, and other bonfires blazed to keep the victors warm. Bodies were being stripped of clothes and left in macabre, frozen heaps. Trucks moved around collecting the clothes and guns. Whoever the bastards were, Josh thought, they were masters of efficiency. They wasted nothing but human life. There was the air of a wicked carnival over Mary's Rest, but Josh consoled himself with the fact that Swan was still alive. Also nearby, sitting as close as the guards would allow, were Glory and Aaron. She was shocked beyond tears. Aaron lay curled up, his eyes open and staring, and the thumb of one hand jammed into his mouth. The soldiers had taken Crybaby and thrown it onto a bonfire. Robin walked along the barbed wire like a caged tiger. There was only one way in or out, through a barbed wire gate the soldiers had hastily built. Off in the distance were more rapid gunshots, and Robin figured the bastards had found somebody still alive. He'd counted only 6 of his highwaymen inside the coop, and 2 of them were badly wounded. Dr. Ryan, who'd survived an attack on his makeshift hospital, had already told Robin those 2 were going to die. Bucky had made it, though he was sullen and would not speak. But Sister was missing, and that really twisted Robin's guts. He stopped and stared across the wire at a guard. The man cocked his pistol, aimed it at Robin, and said, "Move on, you piece of shit." Robin grinned, spat on the ground, and turned away. His groin crawled as he waited for the bullet to slam into his back. He'd seen prisoners shot down for no apparent reason other than to amuse the guards, and so he didn't breathe easily again until he'd gotten far away from the man. But he walked slowly. He wasn't going to run. He was through running. Swan took her hands from her ears. The last of the hurting sounds were drifting away. The cornfield was a stubble ruin, and the trucks rumbled away, fat and happy as cockroaches. She felt sick with fear, and she longed for the basement where she and Josh had been trapped such a long time ago. But she forced herself to look around at the other prisoners and to absorb the scene. The moaning and coughing of the wounded, the babbling of those who'd lost their minds, the sobbing and wailing of the death dirges. She saw their faces, their eyes dark and turned inward, all hope murdered. They'd fought and suffered for her, and here she was sitting on the ground like an insect, waiting for a boot to smash down. Her fists clenched. "Get up," she told herself. "Damn it, get up!" She was ashamed of her own frailty and weakness, and a spark of rage leapt within her, as if thrown off by an iron wheel grinding flint. She heard 2 of the guards laughing. "Get up!" she screamed inwardly, and the rage grew, spread through her, and burned the sick fear away. "You're a leader," Sister had said, "and you'd better learn how to act like one." Swan didn't want to be, had never asked to be, but she heard an infant crying not too far away, and she knew that if there was to be a future for any of these people, it had to start right here, with her. She stood up, took a deep breath to clear away the last cobwebs, and walked among the other prisoners, her gaze moving left and right, meeting theirs and leaving the impression of a glimpse into a blast furnace. "Swan!" Josh called, but she paid no attention and kept going, and he started to get up and go after her, but he saw how stiff her back was. It was a regal posture, full of confidence and courage, and now the other prisoners were sitting up as she passed them, and even the wounded were struggling to rise from the dirt. Josh let her go. Her left leg was still stiff and aching, but at least it was unbroken. She, too, was aware of the energizing effect she was having on the others, but she did not know that around her they could have sworn they felt a radiance that briefly warmed the air. She reached the crying infant. The child was held in the arms of a shivering man with a swollen purple gash on the side of his head. Swan looked down at the child, and then she began to unbutton her coat of many colors and shrug out of it. She knelt down to wrap it around the man's shoulders and enfold the infant in it. "You!" one of the guards shouted. "Get away from there!" Swan flinched, but she kept at what she was doing. "Get away!" a woman prisoner urged. "They'll kill you!" A warning shot was fired. Swan arranged the folds of the patchwork coat to keep the child warm, and only then did she stand up. "Go back to where you were and sit down," the guard ordered. He was holding a rifle braced against his hip. Swan felt everyone watching her. The moment hung. "I won't tell you again. Move your ass." God help me, she thought. And then she swallowed hard and started walking toward the barbed wire, and the guard with the rifle. Immediately he lifted his weapon to a firing position. "Halt!" another guard warned, off to the right. Swan kept going, step after step, her eyes riveted to the man with the rifle. He pulled the trigger. The bullet whined past her head, and she knew it must have missed her by 3 inches or less. She stopped, wavered, and then took the next step. "Swan!" Josh shouted, standing up. "Swan, don't!" The guard with the rifle took a backward step as Swan approached. "The next one is right between your eyes," he promised. But the girl's merciless stare pierced him. Swan stopped. "These people need blankets and food," she said, and she was surprised at the strength in her voice. "They need them now. Go tell whoever's in charge that I want to see him." "Fuck you," the guard said. He fired. But the bullet went over Swan's head, because one of the other guards had grabbed the rifle barrel and up-tilted it. "Didn't you hear her name, dumbass?" the second man asked. "That's the girl the colonel's looking for. Go find an officer and report." The first guard had gone pale, realizing how close he'd come to being skinned alive. He took off at a run toward Colonel Macklin's command center. "I said," Swan repeated firmly, "that I want to see whoever's in charge." "Don't worry," the man told her. "You'll get to see Colonel Macklin soon enough." Another truck stopped over by the chicken coop's gate. The rear door was unbolted and opened, and 14 more prisoners were herded into the containment area. Swan watched them come in, some of them badly wounded and hardly able to walk. She went over to help, and an electric thrill shot through her, because she'd recognized one of the new arrivals. "Sister!" she cried out, and she ran toward the dirty woman who'd stumbled through the gate. "Oh, dear God," Sister sobbed as she put her arms around Swan and held her. They clung together for a moment, silent, each just needing to feel the other's heart beating. "I thought you were dead," Sister finally said, her vision blurred by tears. "Oh, dear God, I thought they'd killed you." "No, I'm all right. Josh is here, and so are Robin, Glory, and Aaron. We all thought you were dead." Swan pulled back to look at Sister. Her stomach clenched. Burning gasoline had splattered onto the right side of Sister's face. Her eyebrow on that side had been burned off, and her right eye was almost swollen shut. Her chin and the bridge of her nose had both been gashed by flying glass. Dirt was all over the front of her coat, and the fabric was charred and torn. Sister understood Swan's expression, and she shrugged. "Well," she said, "I guess I was never meant to be pretty." Swan hugged her again. "You're going to be okay. I don't know what I would have done without you." "You'd get along fine, just like you did before Paul and I showed up." She glanced around the area. "Where is he?" Swan knew who she meant, but she said, "Who?" "You know who. Paul." Sister's voice tightened. "He is here, isn't he?" Swan hesitated. "Where is he? Where's Paul?" "I don't know," she admitted. "He's not here." "Oh, my God." Sister clasped a dirt-caked hand to her mouth. She was dizzy, and this new blow almost finished her. She was weary and sick of fighting, and her bones ached as if her body had been snapped apart and rearranged. She'd retreated from the western wall as the soldiers overran it, had found a discarded butcher knife, and killed one of them in hand-to-hand fighting, then had been forced across the field by a wave of attacking troops. She'd hidden under a shack, but when it was set afire over her head, she'd had no choice but to surrender. "Paul," she whispered. "He's dead. I know he is." "You don't know that. Maybe he got away. Maybe he's still hiding." "Hey, you!" the guard shouted. "Break it up and move on." Swan said, "Lean on me." And she started helping Sister back to where the others were. Josh was coming toward them, followed by Robin, and suddenly Swan realized that Sister no longer had the leather satchel. "The glass ring! What happened to it?" Sister put a finger to her lips. A jeep roared up. Its two passengers were Roland Croninger, still wearing a helmet and with mud spattered across his bandaged face, and the man who called himself Friend. Both of them got out while the driver kept the engine idling. Friend stalked along the wire, his brown eyes narrowed as he searched among the prisoners, and then he saw her, supporting an injured woman. "There!" he said excitedly, and he pointed. "That's her!" "Bring the girl out," Roland told the nearest guard. Friend paused, staring at the woman who leaned on Swan's shoulder. The woman's face was unfamiliar, and the last time he'd seen Sister she'd been disfigured. He thought he recalled seeing that woman the day he'd overheard the junk man talking about the Army of Excellence, but he hadn't paid any attention to her. That was back when he was sick, and details had escaped him. But now he realized that if indeed the woman was Sister, she no longer had that damned bag with the circle of glass in it. "Wait," he told the guard. "Bring that woman out, too. Hurry." The guard motioned for another to help him, and they entered the containment area with their rifles ready. Josh was just about to reach out for Sister when the guards ordered Swan to halt. She looked over her shoulder at the two rifle barrels. "Come on," one of the men said. "You wanted to see Colonel Macklin? Here's your chance. You too, lady." "She's hurt," Josh objected. "Can't you see—" The guard who'd spoken fired his rifle into the ground at Josh's feet, and Josh was forced back. "Let's go." The guard prodded Swan with his rifle. "The colonel's waiting." Swan supported Sister, and they were bracketed by the two guards as they were escorted to the gate. Robin started after them, but Josh grabbed his arm. "Don't be stupid," Josh warned. The boy angrily wrenched free. "You're just going to let them take her? I thought you were supposed to be her guardian." "I used to be. Now she'll have to take care of herself." "Right," Robin said bitterly. "What are we going to do, just wait?" "If you have a better suggestion, and one that won't get a lot of people killed, including yourself and Swan, I'd just love to hear it." Robin had none. He watched helplessly as Swan and Sister were herded toward the jeep where the two men waited. As they neared the jeep, both Swan and Sister felt their skin crawl. Sister recognized the one with the bandaged face from her confrontation with the tank, and she knew the other as well. It was in his eyes, or his smile, or the way he cocked his head or held his hands and fists at his sides. Or maybe it was the way he trembled with excitement. But she knew him, and so did Swan. He did not look at Swan. Instead, he strode forward and ripped the collar of Sister's coat away from her neck. Exposed underneath was a brown scar in the shape of a crucifix. "Your face is different," he said. "So is yours." He nodded, and she saw a quick glint of red deep in his eyes. There and then gone, like a glimpse of something monstrous and unknown. Where is it? Where is what? The ring, the crown, or whatever the fuck it is. Where? Don't you know everything? You tell me. He paused, and his tongue flicked across his lower lip. You didn't destroy it. I know that for sure, for sure. You hid it somewhere. Oh, you think you're just a cutie pie, don't you? You think you shit roses just like— He almost turned his head, almost let himself look at her, but he did not. The muscles of his neck were as taut as piano wires. Just like she does, he finished. What crown? Roland asked. Friend ignored him. I'll find it, he promised Sister. And if I can't persuade you to help me, my associate, Captain Croninger, has a wonderful way with tools. Do you forgive me now? Swan realized he was speaking to her, though he still stared at Sister. I said, do you forgive me now? When Swan didn't reply, his smile broadened. I didn't think so. Now you have a taste of what hate is. How do you like it? I don't. Oh, he said, not yet trusting himself to even glance at her. I think you'll learn to enjoy the flavor. Shall we go, ladies? They got into the jeep, and the driver headed toward Colonel Macklin's trailer. Out by the broken northern wall, where flames still gnawed and trucks rumbled back and forth with their cargoes of guns, clothing, and shoes, a solitary figure found a group of corpses that the scavenger brigades hadn't yet gotten to. Alvin Mangrum rolled the body of a dead man over and examined the ears and nose. The nose was too small, he decided, but the ears would do just fine. He withdrew a bloody butcher knife from a leather holder at his waist and went to work severing both the ears. Then he dropped them into a cloth bag that hung around his shoulder. The bottom of it was soggy with blood, and inside it were more ears, noses, and a few fingers he'd already liberated from other bodies. He was planning on drying the objects out and stringing them into necklaces. He knew Colonel Macklin would like one, and he thought it might be a good way to barter some extra rations. In this day and age, a man had to use his mind. He recalled a tune from a long time ago, part of a shadowy world. He remembered holding a woman's hand, a rough, hard, and hateful hand, covered with calluses, and going to a theater to see a cartoon movie about a lovely princess who shacked up with 7 dwarves. He'd always liked the tune that the dwarves whistled as they worked in the mine, and he began to whistle that song as he carved off a woman's nose and dropped it into the bag. Most of the music he was whistling went out through the hole where his own nose had been, and it occurred to him that if he found a nose the right size, he could dry it and use it to plug the hole. He went to the next corpse, which was lying on its face. The nose would probably be smashed, Alvin thought, but he grasped the corpse's shoulder and rolled it over anyway. It was a man with a gray-streaked beard. And suddenly the corpse's eyes opened, bright blue and bloodshot against the grayish-white flesh. "Oh, wow," Alvin Mangrum said. Paul lifted his magnum, pressed the barrel against the other man's skull, and blew his brains out with the last bullet. The dead man fell over Paul's body and warmed him, but Paul knew he was dying, and he was glad now that he'd been too gutless to put the gun against his own head and take the easy way out. He didn't know who the dead man was, but the bastard was history. He waited. He'd lived most of his life alone, and he wasn't afraid to die alone. No, not afraid at all, because the fearsome thing had been getting to this point. It was a piece of cake from here on. The only thing he regretted was not knowing what had happened to the girl. But he knew that Sister was a tough old bird, and if she'd survived all this, she wasn't going to let any harm come to Swan. Swan, he thought. Swan. Don't let them break you. Spit in their eyes and kick their asses, and think sometimes of a good Samaritan, okay? He decided he was tired. He was going to rest, and maybe when he woke up it would be morning. It would be so wonderful to see the sun. Paul went to sleep. Part 14. Prayer for the Final Hour. The Master Thief, Buried Treasure, A Feat of Magic, The Way Out, The Greatest Power, Roland's Good Long Look, Realm of God, The Machine, Swan's Death Knell, A Place to Rest, The Vow. Chapter 85. Yellow lamplight fell upon the visage of death, and in its presence Swan drew herself up tall and straight. Fear fluttered inside her ribs like a caged butterfly, but Swan met Colonel Macklin's gaze without cringing. He was the skeletal rider, Swan realized. Yes, she knew him, knew what he was, understood the ravenous power that drove him, and now he'd scythed down Mary's rest, but his eyes were still hungry. On the desk before Colonel Macklin was a piece of paper. Macklin lifted his right arm and slammed his hand down, impaling the casualty report on the nails. He pulled them loose from the scarred desktop and offered his palm to Swan. The Army of Excellence has lost 468 soldiers today, probably more when the reports are updated. He glanced quickly at the woman who stood beside Swan, then back to the girl. Roland and 2 guards stood behind them, and standing at Macklin's right was the man who called himself friend. "Take it," Macklin said. "Look for yourself. Tell me if you're worth 468 soldiers." "The people who killed those soldiers thought so," Sister spoke up. "And if we'd had more bullets, you'd still be outside the walls getting your butts kicked." Macklin's attention drifted to her. "What's your name?" "She's called Sister," Friend said, "and she's got something I want." "I thought you wanted the girl." "No, she's nothing to me, but you need her. You saw the cornfield for yourself. That's her work." He smiled vacantly at Sister. "This woman's hidden a pretty piece of glass that I'm going to have. Oh, yes, I'm going to find it, believe me." His eyes probed deeply into Sister's, down through flesh and bone to the storehouse of memory. The shadows of her experiences flew like startled birds within her mind. He saw the jagged ruins of Manhattan, and Sister's hands uncovering the circle of glass for the first time. He saw the watery hell of the Holland Tunnel, the snow-covered highway that wound through Pennsylvania, the prowling packs of wolves, and 1,000 other flickering images in the space of seconds. "Where is it?" he asked her, and at once he saw the image of an uplifted pickaxe in her mind, as if silhouetted by lightning. She felt him picking at her brain like a master thief at a safe's lock, and she had to scramble the tumblers before he got in. She closed her eyes, squeezed them tightly shut, and began to lift the lid of the most terrible thing, the thing that had sent her screaming over the edge and turned her into Sister Creep. The lid's hinges were rusted, because she hadn't looked inside it for a long time. But now she got the lid up and forced herself to see it, just as it had been that rainy day on the turnpike. The man with the scarlet eye was blinded by a blue light spinning around, and he heard a male voice saying, "Give her to me, lady. Come on, let me have her." The image cleared and strengthened, and suddenly he was holding a little girl's body in his arms. She was dead, her face smashed and distorted, and nearby was an overturned car with steam hissing from its radiator. On the bloody concrete a few feet away were fragments of glass and little bits of sparkle. "Give her to me, lady. We'll take care of her now," a young man in a yellow rain-slicker was saying as he reached for the child. "No," Sister said softly, painfully, deep within the awful moment. "I won't let you have her." Sister's voice sounded slurred and drunken. He drew back, out of the woman's mind and memory. He resisted the urge to reach out and snap her neck. Either she was much stronger than he'd thought, or he was weaker than he knew, and he could feel that damned little bitch watching him, too. Something about her, her very presence, drained the power out of him. Yes, that was it. Her rampant evil was making him weak. One blow was all it would take, one quick blow to her skull, and it would all be over. He balled up his fist, and then he dared to look her in the face. "What are you staring at?" She didn't answer. His face was fearsome, but it had a wet plastic sheen. Then she said, as calmly as she could, "Why are you so afraid of me?" "I'm not afraid," he bellowed, and dead flies fell from his lips. His cheeks reddened. One of his brown eyes turned jet black, and the bones shifted under his face like the rotten foundations of a papier-mâché house. Wrinkles and cracks shot from the corners of his mouth, and he aged 20 years in an instant. His red, wrinkled neck quivered as he pulled his gaze away from her and back to Sister. "Groninger," he said, "go get Brother Timothy and bring him here." Roland left the trailer without hesitation. "I could have someone shot every 60 seconds until you tell me." Friend leaned closer to Sister. "Who should we start with?" "That big nigger? How about the boy? Shall we just pick and choose? Draw straws or names out of a hat?" "I don't give a shit." "Where'd you hide it?" Again, all he could see was a spinning blue light and the scene of an accident. A pickaxe, he thought, a pickaxe. He looked at the woman's dirty clothes and hands, and he knew. "You buried it, didn't you?" There was no emotion on Sister's face. Her eyes remained tightly closed. "You buried it," he whispered, grinning. "What do you want with me?" Swan asked, trying to divert his attention. She looked at Colonel Macklin. "I'm listening," she prompted. "You made the corn grow, is that right?" "The ground made the corn grow." "She did it," Friend said, turning away from Sister for the moment. "She put the seeds in the dirt and made them grow. Nobody else could have done that. The ground is dead, and she's the only one who can bring it back. If you take her with you, the Army of Excellence will have all the food it needs. She could make a whole field grow from one ear of corn." Macklin stared at her. He didn't think he'd ever seen a girl as lovely as her, and her face was strong, very strong. "Is that right?" he repeated. "Yes," she replied, "but I won't grow food for you. I won't grow crops for an army. There's no way you can force me." "Yes, there is," Friend hissed over Macklin's shoulder. "She's got friends out there. A big nigger and a boy. I saw them myself just a little while ago. You bring them with us when we march, and she'll grow the crops to save their throats." "Josh and Robin would rather die." "Would you rather they died?" He shook his head, and his other eye turned sea-green. "No, I don't think so." Swan knew he was right. She couldn't refuse to help them if Josh's and Robin's lives were at stake. "Where are you marching to?" she asked tonelessly. "Here," Friend said. "Here's our Brother Timothy. He'll tell you." Roland and Brother Timothy were just entering the trailer. Roland had a firm grip on the skinny man's arm, and Brother Timothy walked as if in a state of trance, his shoes shuffling along the floor. Swan turned toward the two men and flinched. The new arrival's eyes were staring circles of shock, surrounded by deep purple. His mouth was half open, the lips gray and slack. Friend clapped his hands together. "Simon says, tell the little bitch where we're marching to, Brother Timothy." The man made a groaning, garbled sound. He shuddered, and then he said, "To Warwick Mountain, to find God." "Very good. Simon says, tell us where Warwick Mountain is." "West Virginia. I was there. I lived with God for 7 days and 7 nights. "Simon says, what does God have up on Warwick Mountain?" Brother Timothy blinked, and a tear ran down his right cheek. "Simon's about to get angry, Brother Timothy," Friend said sweetly. The man whined. His mouth opened wider, and his head thrashed back and forth. "The black box and the silver key," he said, his words rushing and tangling together. "The prayer for the final hour. Fear death by water, fear death by water." "Very good. Now count to 10. Brother Timothy held up both hands in the lamplight. He began to count on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He stopped, puzzled, and Swan had already seen that the other 4 fingers of his right hand had been chopped off. "I didn't say Simon says," Friend told him. The veins stuck out from Brother Timothy's neck, and a pulse beat rapidly at his temple. Tears of terror filled his eyes. He tried to back away, but Roland's grip tightened on his arm. "Please," Brother Timothy whispered hoarsely,
Don't hurt me any more. I'll take you to him, I swear I will. Just don't hurt me any more."
His voice was broken by sobbing, and he cringed as Friend approached. "We won't hurt you." Friend stroked the other man's sweat-damp hair. "We wouldn't dream of it. We just wanted you to show these ladies what the power of persuasion can do. They'd be very stupid if they didn't do what we said, wouldn't they?"
"Stupid,"
Brother Timothy agreed with a zombie grin.
"Very stupid."
"Good dog." Friend patted the top of his head. Then he returned to Sister's side, grabbed the back of her neck, and twisted her head toward Brother Timothy. With his other hand he roughly forced one of her eyes open. "Look at him," he shouted, and he shook her. His touch spread unbearable cold through her body. Her bones ached, and she had no choice but to look at the maimed man who stood before her. "Captain Croninger has a very nice playroom." His mouth was right up against her ear. "I'm going to give you until dawn to remember where that trinket is. If your memory's still deficient, the good captain's going to start picking people out of the chicken coop to play games with him, and you're going to watch, because the first game will be to cut your eyelids off." His hand squeezed like a noose. Sister was silent. The blue light continued to spin in her mind, and the young man in the yellow rain-slicker kept reaching for the dead child in her arms. "Whoever she was," he whispered, "I hope she died hating you." Friend felt Swan watching him, felt her eyes probing to his soul, and he removed his hand before blind rage made him break the woman's neck. Then he could stand it no longer, and he whirled toward her. Their faces were about 6 inches apart. "I'll kill you, bitch!" he roared. Swan used every shred of willpower to keep herself from shrinking back. She held his gaze like an iron hand trapping a snake. "No, you won't," she told him. "You said I didn't mean anything to you, but you were lying." Brown pigment streaked across his pale flesh. His jaw lengthened, and a false mouth opened like a jagged wound in his forehead. One eye remained brown, while the other turned crimson, as if it had ruptured and gorged with blood. "Smash her," he thought. "Smash the bitch dead." But he did not, could not, because he knew, even through the vile entanglement of his own hatred, that there was a power in her beyond anything he could understand, and something deep within him yearned like a diseased heart. He despised her, and wanted to grind her bones, but at the same time he dared not touch her, because her fire might sear him to a cinder. He backed away from her. His face became Hispanic, then Oriental, and finally it caught somewhere in mid-change. "You're going with us when we march," he promised. His voice was high and raspy, rising and tumbling through octaves. "We're going to West Virginia first, to find God." He sneered the word. "Then we're going to find you a nice farm with plenty of land, and we're going to get the seeds and grain for you, too. We'll find what you need in silos and barns along the way. We're going to build a big wall around your farm, and we'll even leave some soldiers to keep you company." The mouth in his forehead smiled, then sealed up. "And for the rest of your life you're going to be growing food for the Army of Excellence. You'll have tractors, reapers, all kinds of machines, and your own slaves, too. I'll bet that big nigger could really pull a plow." He glanced quickly at the 2 guards. "Go get that black bastard out of the chicken coop. And a boy named Robin, too. They can share Brother Timothy's quarters. You don't mind, do you?" Brother Timothy grinned slyly. "Simon didn't say speak." "Where can we put these 2 ladies?" Friend asked Colonel Macklin. "I don't know. A tent, I guess." "Oh, no. Let's at least give the ladies mattresses. We want them comfortable while they think. How about a trailer?" "They can go into Sheila's trailer," Roland suggested. "She'll watch them for us, too." "Take them there," Friend ordered. "But I want 2 armed guards on duty at that trailer's door. There will be no mistakes, understood?" "Yes, sir." He withdrew his pistol from its waist holster. "After you," he told Swan and Sister, and as they went out the door and down the carved steps, Swan clenched Sister's hand. Friend stood at the doorway and watched them go. "How long before dawn?" he asked.
3 or 4 hours, I think, Macklin said. Swan's face remained impressed in Macklin's mind, as clearly as a photograph. He ripped the casualty report off the nails in his palm. The numbers were organized by brigade, and Macklin tried to concentrate on them, but he couldn't get past the girl's face. He'd not seen such beauty in a long, long time. It was beyond sexual. It was clean, powerful, and new. He found himself staring at the nails in his palm, and at the filthy bandages taped around his wrist. For an instant he could smell himself, and the odor almost made him puke. He looked up at Friend in the doorway, and Macklin's mind suddenly cleared like clouds blown away by a scorching wind. My God, he thought, I'm in league with... Friend turned his head slightly. Is anything on your mind? He inquired. No, nothing. I'm just thinking, that's all. Thinking gets people in trouble. Simon says... Isn't that right, Brother Timothy? Right, the man chirped, and he clapped his mangled hands together. Chapter 86. I'm an entertainer, the woman who sat on a pile of dirty pillows in the corner suddenly said. It was the first time she'd spoken since they'd been shoved into the filthy trailer more than an hour before. She'd just sat there and watched them as Swan lay on one of the bare mattresses and Sister paced the room. Do you two like to party? Sister stopped pacing, stared at her incredulously for a few seconds, and then continued. There were 9 steps from wall to wall. Well, she shrugged, if we're going to bunk together, we should at least know one another's names. I'm Sheila Fontana. Good for you, Sister muttered. Swan sat up and regarded the dark-haired woman with closer scrutiny. By the light of the trailer's single kerosene lamp, Swan saw that Sheila Fontana was thin to the point of emaciation, her yellowish flesh drawn and sunken over her facial bones. The scalp showed at the crown of her head, and her black hair was dirty and lifeless. Around her on the floor was a scatter of empty food cans, bottles, and other trash. The woman wore stained and dirty clothes under a heavy corduroy coat, but Swan had also seen that Sheila's fingernails, though broken and gnawed down to the quick, had been meticulously polished bright red. On first entering the trailer, Swan had noticed the dresser covered with makeup jars, tubes of lipstick and the like, and now she glanced over at the mirror where the clipped photographs of young, fresh-faced models were taped up. I used to be an entertainer, too, Swan offered. In the travelin' show with Josh and Rusty. Mostly I just stayed in the wagon, though. Rusty was a magician. He could make things disappear and appear again, just like that. She snapped her fingers, lost in a memory of the past. She focused her attention on Sheila again. What do you do? A little of everything, honey. Sheila smiled, showing gray and shrunken gums. I'm an R.L. An R.L.? What's that? Recreation lady. I ought to be out on the stroll right now, too. A good R.L. can score till she's sore after a battle. It makes the men want to fuck. Huh? She means she's a whore, Sister explained. Jesus, it smells in here. Sorry, I'm fresh out of Airwick. You can spray some of that perfume around if you want. She motioned toward the gummy dried-up bottles on the dresser. No, thank you. Sister broke her rhythm and strode to the door. She twisted the handle, opened the door, and faced the 2 guards who were just outside. Both of them held rifles. One of the guards said, Get back in there. I'm just getting some fresh air, do you mind? A rifle barrel was pushed against her chest. Back inside, the man ordered. He shoved her, and Sister slammed the door shut. Men are beasts, Sheila said. They don't understand that a woman needs her privacy. We've got to get out of here. Sister's voice quavered on the edge of panic. If he finds it, he's going to destroy it. And if I don't let him find it, he's going to start executing people. Find what? Sheila drew her knees up against her chest. It's going to be dawn soon, Sister continued. Oh, God. She leaned against the wall, hardly able to stand. He's going to find it. I can't stop him from finding it. Hey, lady, Sheila said. Anybody ever tell you you were crazy? Sister was close to falling apart, Swan knew. She was, too, but she would not let herself think about what was ahead. "How long have you been with them?" Swan asked the dark-haired woman. Sheila smiled thinly, a horrible smile on that emaciated, life-drained face. "Forever," she replied. "Oh, Christ, I wish I had some blow, or pills. If I had just one Black Beauty, I'd slice that bastard into little bitty pieces and fly high for a fucking week. You don't have any dope on you, do you?" "No, I didn't think so. Nobody's got any. I guess it's all been smoked, snorted, and popped by now. Oh, shit." She shook her head sadly, as if bemoaning the death of a lost culture. "What's your name, honey?" "Swan." Sheila repeated it. "That's a nice name. An unusual name. I used to know a girl named Dove. She was hitching a ride up near El Cerrito, and Rudy and I pulled—" She stopped. "Listen," she whispered urgently. "Do you hear that?" Swan heard some men laughing nearby, and in the distance were the sounds of gunshots. "The baby!" Sheila's right hand went to her mouth. Her eyes were pools of darkness. "Listen, can't you hear the baby crying?" Swan shook her head. "Oh, Jesus!" Sheila was almost choked with terror. "The baby's crying. Make it stop crying, please." She put her hands over her ears, and her body began to curl into a fetal shape. "Oh, God, please make it stop." "She's out of her mind," Sister said. But Swan got up from the mattress and approached the woman. "Better leave her alone," Sister warned. "She looks pretty far gone." "Make it stop. Make it stop. Oh, Jesus, make it stop." Sheila was raving, curled up in the corner. Her face gleamed with sweat in the lamplight, and the woman's body odor almost repulsed Swan. But Swan stood over her and finally bent down at her side. She hesitated, then reached out to touch the other woman. Sheila's hand found Swan's and gripped it with painful pressure. Swan did not pull away. "Please, make the baby stop crying," Sheila begged. There's no baby here. There's no one here but us." "I hear the crying. I hear it." Swan didn't know what kind of torment this woman had lived through, but she couldn't bear to watch her suffer. She squeezed Sheila's hand and leaned closer to her. "Yes," she said softly. "I hear the crying, too. A baby crying. Isn't that right?" "Yes, yes. Make it stop before it's too late." "Too late? Too late for what?" "Too late for it to live." Sheila's fingers dug into Swan's hand. "He'll kill it if it doesn't stop crying." "I hear it," Swan told her. "Wait, wait. The baby's stopping now. The sound's going away." "No, it's not. I can still hear—" "The sound's going away," Swan repeated, her face only a few inches from Sheila's. "It's getting quieter now. Quieter. I can hardly hear it at all. Someone's taking care of the baby. It's very quiet now, very quiet. The crying's gone." Sheila drew a sharp, sudden breath, held it for a few seconds, and let it out in a soft, agonized moan. "Gone?" she asked. "Yes," Swan answered. "The baby's stopped crying. It's all over." Is the baby still alive?" That seemed very important to her. Swan nodded. Still alive. Sheila's mouth was slack, and a thin thread of saliva broke over the lower lip and trailed down into her lap. Swan started to work her hand free, but Sheila wouldn't let her go. "You need some help?" Sister offered, but Swan shook her head. Sheila's hand came up very slowly, and the tips of her fingers touched Swan's cheek. Swan couldn't see the woman's eyes, just two dark craters in the chalky flesh. "Who are you?" Sheila whispered. "Swan. My name is Swan, remember?" "Swan," Sheila repeated, her voice gentle and awed. "The baby never stopped crying before. Never stopped crying until it was dead. I never even knew if the baby was a boy or girl.
It never stopped crying before. Oh, you're so pretty."
Her dirty fingers moved across Swan's face.
"So pretty. Men are beasts, you know. They take pretty things, and they make them ugly."
Her voice cracked. She began to cry softly, her cheek resting against the girl's hand.
"I'm so tired of being ugly," she whispered. "Oh, I'm so tired."
Swan let her cry, and she stroked the woman's head. Her fingers touched scabs and sores. After a while, Sheila lifted her head.
Can I ask you something?"
"Yes?" Sheila wiped her eyes and snuffled her nose.
"Will you let me brush your hair?"
Swan stood up and helped Sheila to her feet. Then she went to the dressing-table and sat down before the mirror. Sheila took a tentative step after her, followed by another. She reached the dresser and picked up a brush that was clotted with hair. Then Sheila's fingers smoothed out Swan's mane, and she began to brush it, long and slow, stroke after stroke.
"Why are you here?" Sheila asked. "What do they want with you?"
Her tone was hushed and reverent. Sister had heard it before, when other people in Mary's Rest had talked to Swan. Before the girl could answer, Sister said, "They're going to keep us here. They're going to make Swan work for them." Sheila stopped brushing.
"Work for them? Like as an RL?"
"In a way, yes." She paused for a few seconds, then continued slowly brushing Swan's hair.
"Such a pretty thing," she whispered,
and Sister saw her blink heavily, as if trying to grapple with thoughts that she'd rather shut out. Sister knew nothing about the woman, but she watched the way Sheila gently used the brush, her fingers moving dreamlike through Swan's hair to loosen tangles. She saw how Sheila kept admiring Swan's face in the mirror, then hesitantly lifting her gaze to her own shriveled, worn-out features, and Sister decided to take a chance. "It's a shame," she said quietly, "that they're going to make her ugly." The brush stopped. Sister glanced quickly at Swan, who had begun to realize what the older woman was trying. Then Sister came up to stand behind Sheila. "Not all men are beasts," she said, "but those men are. They're going to use Swan and make her ugly. They're going to crush her and destroy her." Sheila looked at Swan in the mirror and then at herself. She stood very still. "You can help us," Sister said. "You can stop them from making her ugly."
"No."
Her voice was weak and listless, like that of a weary child.
"No, I can't. I'm nobody."
"You can help us get out of here. Just talk to the guards, get their attention, and move them away from that door for 1 minute, that's all."
No.
Sister put her hand on the woman's shoulder. "Look at her. Go ahead. Now look at yourself." Sheila's eyes shifted. "Look what they've made you into."
"Ugly," Sheila whispered. "Ugly, ugly, ugly."
"Please help us get away." Sheila didn't reply for perhaps a minute, and Sister was afraid that she'd lost her. Suddenly the other woman began brushing Swan's hair again. "I can't," Sheila said. "They'd kill all of us. It wouldn't matter to them, because they like to use their guns. They won't kill us. The Colonel doesn't want us hurt. They'd hurt me. Besides, where would you go? Everything's fucked up. There's no place to hide." Sister cursed inwardly, but Sheila was right. Even if they did manage to escape the trailer, it would only be a matter of time before the soldiers caught them again. She looked at Swan in the mirror, and Swan shook her head a fraction to communicate the message that it was no use pursuing that tactic. Sister's attention fell on the glass bottles of perfume atop the dresser. Now she had very little to lose. "Sheila," she said, "you like pretty things, don't you?"
"Yes."
"So far, so good. Here comes the kicker. Would you like to see something that's really pretty?" Sheila looked up. "What?" "It's a secret, a buried treasure. Would you like to see it?"
I know all about buried treasure. Roland buried the stash. He killed the fat man, too."
Sister disregarded her raving and stuck doggedly to the point. "Sheila," she said in a confiding tone, "I know where the treasure's buried, and it's something that could help us. If you're an R.L., she quickly amended, the guards wouldn't stop you from leaving. Like you said, you ought to be on the stroll right now, but you've never seen anything as beautiful as this treasure is, and if you went where I said and brought it back here, you'd be helping Swan. Isn't that right, Swan?" "Yes, that's right." "It would have to be our secret, though," Sister continued, carefully watching Sheila's slack, emotionless face. "You couldn't let anybody know where you were going, and you couldn't let anybody see you digging it up or bringing it back here. You'd have to hide it under your coat. Could you do that?"
"I don't know. I just did my nails."
"The buried treasure can stop them from making her ugly," Sister said, and she saw the thought register with slow power on the woman's face. "But it'll be our secret, just between us roommates, okay?" Still Sheila didn't answer, and Sister said, "Please help us." Sheila stared at her reflection in the mirror. She hardly recognized the monster who peered back. The Colonel didn't need her, she realized, had never needed her, except to use and abuse. Men are beasts, she thought, and she remembered the Colonel's map of a new America with its sprawling gray prison area. That was not a country she wanted to live in. She put the brush down. She felt Swan watching her in the mirror, and Sheila knew she could not, must not, let them make such a beautiful thing as ugly as herself. "Yes," she answered finally. "I'll help you." Chapter 87. "Stop!" he roared, and as the jeep skidded in the plowed-up icy mud of the ruined cornfield, the man with the scarlet eye leapt over the vehicle's side and ran through the stubble. "I've got it now," he thought. "It's mine, and whatever it is, ring of light, mystic gift, or crown, I'm going to break it into bits right in front of her eyes." The mud clung at his boots as he ran, and he tripped over the corn stubble and almost fell in his fury to get there. Gray, murky light painted the clouds. In the wind he could smell fire and blood, and he stepped on the naked corpses in his way. Oh, she thought she was so clever, he raged. So clever! Well, now she would understand that he was not to be denied, not to be fucked with. She would understand that it was still his party, after all the smoke had cleared and the bodies were counted. At the first tinge of light, the guards had brought Sister to the Colonel's trailer, and she'd been placed in a chair at the center of the room. He'd sat down in a chair before her, while Roland and Macklin had watched. And then he'd leaned his oriental face close to hers, and he'd said in a southern drawl, "Where'd y'all bury it?" She'd gathered up her saliva and spat in his face. But that was all right. Oh, yes, that was just fine. He'd wanted her to fight him, to block her memory with that damned blue light spinning around, so he could press both hands against her cheeks until blood spurted from her nostrils. And then, through the haze of her pain, he'd seen the pickaxe in her mind again, had seen it uplifted and slammed down into the dirt. She'd tried to barricade herself behind the blue light again, and blind him with it, but he was too fast for her, and he'd slipped into her mind with ease, since the little bitch wasn't there to distract him. And there it was. There it was. The plank of wood that had rusty weathers carved into it. She'd buried the glass ring in the cowboy's grave. He'd almost killed her when he saw it, but he wanted her alive to watch him break the glass to pieces. The grave was just ahead, in the clearing between the stubble and the rows of apple-tree seedlings that had been scooped up from the earth and loaded on another truck. He ran toward the area where he knew the cowboy had been buried. The ground under his boots had been chewed up by truck tires and the feet of soldiers, and the mud tried to grip and hold him. He was in the clearing, and he looked around for the makeshift grave marker. But it was not there. Tire tracks interwove across the clearing like the plaid on the coat of the man he'd ripped apart. He looked in all directions, and decided he was not yet in the correct place. He ran on about 30 more yards to the west, stopped and hunted again. Nude corpses littered the clearing. He picked them up and flung them aside like broken dolls as he searched for any sign of the grave. After about 10 minutes of frenzied search, he found the grave marker, but it was lying flat and covered with mud. He got down on his knees and started clawing at the ground around the marker, digging the dirt up and throwing it behind him like a dog after a mislaid bone. His hands only found more dirt. He heard voices and looked up. 4 soldiers were prowling the field for anything the scavenger brigades might have missed. "You! Start digging!" he shouted at them, and they stared stupidly at him until he realized he'd spoken in Russian. "Dig!" he commanded, finding his English again. "Get down on your hands and knees and dig this whole fucking field up." One of the men ran. The other 3 hesitated, and a soldier called, "What are we digging for?" "A bag, a leather bag. It's here somewhere. It's—" And then he abruptly stopped and gazed around at the muddy, ravaged clearing. Armored cars and trucks had been moving across it all night. Hundreds of soldiers had marched through the clearing and the cornfield. The marker might have been knocked down an hour, 3 hours, or 6 hours earlier. It might have been dragged under the wheels of a truck, or kicked aside by the boots of 50 men. There was no way to tell where the grave had actually been, and frantic rage sizzled through him. He lifted his head and screamed with anger. The 3 soldiers fled, tumbling over one another in their panic to get away. The man with the scarlet eye picked up the nude corpse of a man by the neck and one stiff, outstretched arm. He swung it away, and then he kicked the head of another body like a football. He fell upon a 3rd corpse and twisted its head until the spine snapped with a noise like off-key guitar strings. Then, still seething with rage, he got on all 4s like an animal and searched for someone living to kill. But he was alone with the dead. "Wait," he thought. "Wait!" He sat up again, his clothes filthy and his shifting face splattered with black mud, and he grinned. He began to giggle, then to chuckle, and finally he laughed so loud that the few remaining dogs that slinked through the alleys heard and howled in response. If it's lost, he realized, no one else can have it either. The earth swallowed it up. It's gone, and nobody will ever find it again. He kept laughing, thinking about how stupid he'd been. The glass ring was gone forever, and Sister herself was the one who'd thrown it away in the mud. He felt a lot better now, a lot stronger and more clear-headed. Things had worked out just as they should. It was still his party, because the little bitch belonged to Macklin. The human hand had destroyed Mary's rest, and Sister had consigned her treasure to the black, unforgiving dirt, where it would lie forever next to a cowboy's charred bones. He stood up, satisfied that the grave was lost, and began striding across the field where his driver waited with the jeep. He turned back for one last look, and his teeth glinted white against his mud-smeared face. It would take a feat of magic, he mused, to make that damned glass ring reappear, and he was the only magician he knew. "Now we march," he thought. "We take the little bitch with us, and we take Sister, that big nigger, and the boy, too, to keep her in line. The rest of the dogs can live in these miserable shacks until they rot, which won't be very long. Now we go to West Virginia and Warwick Mountain to find God." He smiled, and the driver who was waiting just ahead saw that awful inhuman grimace and shuddered. The man with the scarlet eye was very eager to meet God. Very eager indeed. After that, the little bitch would go to her prison farm, and then, who knows? He liked being a 5-star general. It was a task he seemed particularly well suited for, and as he swept his gaze across the plain of heaped-up corpses, he felt like the king of all he surveyed, and very much at home. Chapter 88. At the crash of the dinner gong, Josh started salivating like an animal. The guard was beating on the truck's rear door with his rifle butt, signaling the 3 prisoners to move to the far end of their cell on wheels. Josh, Robin, and Brother Timothy knew that noise very well. Robin had held out the longest, refusing to eat any of the watery gruel for 4 days, until Josh had held him down and force-fed him, and afterward, when Robin wanted to fight, Josh had knocked him flat and told him he was going to live whether he liked it or not. "What for?" Robin had asked, aching to fight, but too smart to charge the black giant again. "They're just going to kill us anyway." "I don't really give a crap whether you live or not, you pissant punk," Josh had told him, trying to make the boy mad enough to stay alive. "If you'd been a man, you would have protected Swan. But they're not going to kill us today. Otherwise they wouldn't have wasted the food. And what about Swan? You're just going to give up and leave her to the wolves? Man, you're a jive fool. She's probably already dead, and Sister too." "No way. They're keeping Swan and Sister alive, and us too. So from now on you'll eat, or by God I'll shove your face in that bowl and make you suck it up your nostrils. Understand?" "Big man," Robin had sneered, crawling away into his customary corner and wrapping his dirty, threadbare brown blanket around himself. But from that day on he'd eaten his food without hesitation. The truck's metal rear door was perforated with 37 small round holes. Both Josh and Robin had counted them many times, and they had devised a mental connect-the-dots-type game with them, which let in dim gray light and air. They were useful peepholes, too, through which to see what was going on in the camp and the landscape they were passing over. But now the door was unbolted, and it slid upward on its rollers. The guard with the rifle, who Robin less than affectionately called Sergeant Shitpants, barked, "Buckets out!" 2 more guards stood by with guns aimed and ready, as first Josh, then Robin and Brother Timothy brought their waste buckets out. "Step down," Sergeant Shitpants ordered. "Single file. Move it." Josh squinted in the hazy light of morning. The camp was gearing up to move again. Tents were being packed up, vehicles being checked over and gassed up from drums on the back of supply trucks. Josh had noted that the number of gas drums was dwindling fast, and the Army of Excellence had left many broken-down vehicles behind. He looked around at the land as he walked about 10 yards away from the truck and dumped his bucket into a ravine. Dense thicket and leafless woods lay on the far side of the ravine, and in the misty distance were snow-covered, hard-edged mountains. The highway they'd been traveling on led up into those mountains, but Josh didn't know exactly where they were. Time was jumbled and confused. He thought it had been 2 weeks since they'd left Mary's Rest, but he wasn't even sure of that. Maybe it was more like 3 weeks. Anyway, by this time they'd left Missouri far behind, he figured. And Glory and Aaron as well. When the soldiers had come to take him and Robin out of the chicken coop, Josh had had time only to pull Glory against him and say, "I'll be back." Her eyes had looked right through him. "Listen to me," he'd said, shaking her. And finally she'd let her mind return and had focused on the handsome black man who stood before her. "I'll be back. You just be strong, you hear? And take care of the boy as best you can." "You won't be back. No, you won't." "I will. I haven't seen you in that spangled dress yet. That's worth coming back for, isn't it?" Glory had gently touched his face, and Josh had seen that she wanted desperately to believe. And then one of the soldiers had thrust a rifle barrel at his injured ribs, and Josh had almost doubled up with agony. But he'd forced himself to remain standing and to walk out of the chicken coop with dignity. When the trucks, armored cars, and trailers of the Army of Excellence had finally rolled out of Mary's Rest, about 40 people followed on foot for a while, calling Swan's name, sobbing and wailing. The soldiers had used them for target practice, until the last 15 or so turned back. "Return buckets," Sergeant Shitpants thundered, after Robin and Brother Timothy had emptied theirs. The 3 prisoners took their buckets back into the truck, and the Sarge commanded, "Bowls ready." They brought out the small wooden bowls they'd all been given, and about that time a cast-iron pot arrived from the field kitchen. A bland soup, made of canned tomato paste and fortified with crumbled saltines, was ladled into their bowls. The menu was usually the same, delivered twice a day, except sometimes the soup had slivers of salt pork or spam floating in it. "Cups out." The prisoners offered their tin cups, as another soldier poured water from a canteen. The liquid was brackish and oily, certainly not water from the spring. This was water from melted snow, because it left a film in the mouth, made the back of the throat sore, and caused ulcers on Josh's gums. He knew there were big wooden kegs of spring water on the supply trucks, and he knew also that none of them would get a drop of it. "Back up," Sergeant Shitpants ordered, and as the prisoners obeyed, the metal door was pulled down and bolted shut, and feeding time was over. Inside the truck, each found his own space to eat in, Robin in his corner, Brother Timothy in another, and Josh toward the center. When he was finished, Josh pulled his tattered blanket around his shoulders, because the unlined metal interior of the truck's storage space always stayed frigid. Then he stretched out to sleep again. Robin got up, pacing back and forth to burn off nervous energy. "Better save it," Josh said, hoarse from the contaminated water. "For what?" "Oh, yeah, I guess we're going to make our break today, huh?" "Sure. I'd really better save it." He felt sluggish and weak, and his head ached so much he could hardly think. He knew it was a reaction to the water after his system had been cleaned out by the spring and Mary's Rest, but all he could do to keep from going crazy was move around. "Forget trying to escape," Josh told him, for about the 50th time. "We've got to stay near Swan. We haven't seen her since they threw us in here. Man, there's no telling what the bastards have done to her. I say we've got to get out, and then we can help Swan get away. It's a big camp. Even if we could get out, which we couldn't, how would we find her? No, it's best to stay right here, lay low, and see what they've got planned for us." "Lay low?" Robin laughed incredulously. "If we lay any lower, we'll have dirt on our eyelids. I know what they've got planned. They're going to keep us in here till we rot, or shoot us on the side of the road somewhere." His head pounded fiercely, and he had to kneel down and press his palms against his temples until the pain had passed. "We're dead," he rasped finally. "We just don't know it yet." Brother Timothy slurped at his bowl. He licked the last of it from the sides. He had a patchy dark beard now, and his skin was as white as the lightning streak that marked his oily black hair. "I've seen her," he said matter-of-factly, the first utterance he'd made in 3 days. Both Josh and Robin were shocked silent. Brother Timothy lifted his head. One lens of his spectacles was cracked, and electrical tape held the glasses together on the bridge of his nose. "Swan," he said. "I've seen her." Josh sat up. "Where? Where'd you see her?" "Out there, walking around one of the trailers. That other woman, sister, was there too. The guards were right behind them. I guess that was their exercise break." He picked up the tin cup and sipped the water as if it were liquid gold. "I saw them day before yesterday, I think. Yes, day before yesterday, when I went out to read the maps." Robin and Josh moved around him, watching him with new interest. Lately the soldiers had been coming for Brother Timothy and taking him to Colonel Macklin's command center, where old maps of Kentucky and West Virginia were tacked to the wall. Brother Timothy answered questions from Captain Croninger, Macklin, and the man who called himself Friend. He'd shown them the Warwick Mountain Ski Resort on the map, over in Pocahontas County, just west of the Virginia line and the dark crags of the Alleghenies. But that wasn't the place he'd found God, he'd told them. The ski resort lay in the foothills on the eastern side of Warwick Mountain, and God lived in the heights on the opposite side, way up where the coal mines were. The best that Josh could determine from Brother Timothy's rambling, often incoherent tale was that he'd been in a van with either his family or another group of survivors heading west from somewhere in Virginia. Someone was after them. Brother Timothy said their pursuers rode motorcycles and had chased them for 50 miles. The van either ran off the road or had a blowout, but they'd made it on foot to the shuttered Warwick Mountain Hotel, and there the motorcycle riders had trapped them, attacking with machetes, butcher knives, and meat cleavers. Brother Timothy thought he recalled lying in a snowdrift on his belly. Blood was all over his face, and he could hear thin, agonized screaming. Soon the screaming stopped, and smoke began to curl from the hotel's stone chimney. He ran and kept going cross-country through the woods. Then he had found a cave large enough to squeeze his body into during the long freezing night, and the next day he'd come upon God, who had sheltered him until the motorcycle riders stopped searching for him and went away. "Well, what about her?" Robin prompted irritably. "Was she all right?" "Who?" "Swan. Was she okay?" "Oh, yes. She seemed to be fine." "A little thin, maybe. Otherwise, A-OK." He sipped water and ran it over his tongue. "That's a word God taught me." "Look, you crazy fool." Robin grasped the collar of his grimy coat. "What part of the camp did you see her in?" "I know where they're keeping her. In Sheila Fontana's trailer, over in the R.L. district." "R.L.? What's that?" Josh asked. "Red light, I think. Where the whores are." Josh pushed aside the first thought that came at him, that they were using Swan as a prostitute. But no, they wouldn't do that. Macklin wanted to use Swan's power to grow crops for his army, and he wasn't going to risk her getting hurt or infected with disease. And Josh pitied the fool who tried to force himself on Sister. "You don't think—" Robin's voice trailed off. He felt breathless and sick, as if he'd been kicked in the stomach, and if he saw any indication that Josh thought it might be true, he knew he was going to lose his mind in that instant. "No," Josh told him, "that's not why she's here." Robin believed it, or wanted to very badly. He let go of Brother Timothy's coat and crawled away, sitting with his back against the metal wall and his knees drawn up to his chest. "Who's Sheila Fontana?" Josh asked. "A prostitute?" Brother Timothy nodded and returned to slowly sipping his water. "She's watching them for Colonel Macklin." Josh looked around their makeshift prison and felt the walls pressing in on him. He was sick of the cold metal, sick of the smell, sick of those 37 holes in the door. "Damn! Isn't there any way out of here?" "Yes," Brother Timothy replied. That got Robin's attention again, and brought him back from his memory of awakening Swan with a kiss. Brother Timothy held up his tin cup. He ran a finger along a small, sharp edge that had broken loose from the handle. "This is the way out," he said softly. "You can use it on your throat, if you like." He drank the rest of the water and offered the cup to Josh. "No thanks, but don't let me stop you." Brother Timothy smiled slightly. He put the cup aside. "I would if I were without hope, but I'm not." "How about spreading the cheer around, then?" Robin said. "I'm leading them to God." Robin scowled. "Excuse me if I don't jump right up and dance." "You would if you knew what I do." "We're listening," Josh prompted. Brother Timothy was silent. Josh thought he was going to refuse to answer, and then the man leaned his back against the wall and said quietly, "God told me that the prayer for the final hour will bring down the talons of heaven upon the heads of the wicked. In the final hour, all evil will be swept away, and the world will be washed clean again. God told me he was going to wait on Warwick Mountain." "Wait for what?" Robin asked. "To see who won," Brother Timothy explained, "good or evil. And when I lead Colonel Macklin's Army of Excellence up Warwick Mountain, God will see for himself who the victors are. But he won't permit evil to conquer. Oh, no." He shook his head, his eyes dreamy and blissful. "He'll see that it's the final hour, and he'll pray to the machine that calls down the talons of heaven." He looked at Josh. "You understand?" "No, what machine?" "The one that speaks and thinks for hour after hour, day after day. You've never seen such a machine as that. God's army built it a long time ago, and God knows how to use it. You wait, and you'll see." "God doesn't really live on top of a mountain," Robin said. "If there's anybody up there, it's just a crazy man who thinks he's God." Brother Timothy's head slowly swiveled toward Robin. His face was tight, his eyes steady. "You'll see. At the final hour you'll see. Because the world will be washed clean again, and all that is will be no more. The last of the good must die with the evil. Must die, so the world can be reborn. You must die,
And you.
He looked at Josh.
And me. And even Swan.
Sure, Robin scoffed. But the man's sincerity gave him the creeps. I'd hate to be in your skin when old Colonel Mack finds out you've been jiving him along.
Soon, young man, Brother Timothy told him.
Very soon. We're on Highway 60 right now, and yesterday we passed through Charleston. There hadn't been much left, only burned out and empty buildings, a brackish, contaminated river, and maybe 200 people living in wood and clay hovels. The Army of Excellence had promptly taken all their guns, ammunition, and clothing, and their meager supply of food. The AOE had raided and destroyed 5 settlements since leaving Mary's Rest. None of them had given even the slightest resistance. "We'll keep following this highway to the junction of 219, Brother Timothy continued, "and then we'll turn north. There'll be a ghost town called Slaty Fork within 40 or 50 miles. I hid there for a while after I left God. I hoped he'd call me back, but he didn't. A road goes east from that town up the side of Warwick Mountain, and that's where we'll find God waiting." His eyes shone. "Oh, yes. I know the way very well, because I always hope to come back to him. My advice to both of you is to prepare yourselves for the final hour, and to pray for your souls." He crawled away into his corner, and for a long time afterward Josh and Robin could hear him muttering and praying in a high sing-song voice. Robin shook his head and lay down on his side to think. Brother Timothy had left his tin cup behind. Josh picked it up and sat thoughtfully for a moment. Then he ran his finger along the handle's sharp edge. It drew a fine line of blood. Chapter 89. "Please," Sheila Fontana said, touching Sister's shoulder, "can I hold it again?" Sister was sitting on a mattress on the floor, drinking the vile soup that the guards had brought in a few minutes before. She looked over at Swan, who sat nearby with her own bowl of watery breakfast, and then she lifted the thin blanket that was draped across the lower end of the mattress. Underneath the mattress had been slashed open, and some of the stuffing pulled out. Sister reached up into the hole, her fingers searching. She withdrew the battered leather satchel and offered it to Sheila. The other woman's eyes lit up, and she sat down on the floor the way children had once done on Christmas morning. Sister watched as Sheila hurriedly unzipped the satchel. Sheila reached into it, and her hand came out, gripping the circle of glass. Dark blue fire rippled through it, brightened for a few seconds, and then faded away. The somber blue picked up Sheila's rapid heartbeat. "It's brighter today," Sheila said, her fingers gently caressing the glass. Only one of the glass spikes remained. "Don't you think it's brighter today?" "Yes," Swan agreed. "I think it is." "Oh, it's pretty, so pretty." She held it out to Sister. "Make it be bright." Sister took it, and as her hand closed on its cool surface, the jewels flared and fire burned along the embedded filaments. Sheila stared at it transfixed, and in its wonderful glow her face lost its hardness, the lines and cracks softening, the toil of the years falling away. She'd done just as Sister had said that first night. She'd gone out into the field and searched for the grave marker that said Rusty Weathers. Trucks and armored cars were rolling over the field, and soldiers called mockingly to her, but none of them bothered her. At first she couldn't find the marker, and she'd wandered back and forth across the field in search of it. But she'd kept looking until she'd found it, still planted in the earth, but leaning crazily to one side and all but ripped loose. Tire tracks had zigzagged all around it, and there was a dead man lying near it with most of his face shot away. She'd gotten down on her knees and begun to dig through the churned-up dirt, and then finally she'd seen the edge of the leather satchel sticking up, and she'd worked it loose. She had not opened the satchel, but had hidden it up under her coat so no one would take it from her. Then she'd done the last thing that Sister had said. She'd pulled the marker out of the ground, and had taken it far away from where it originally was, and there she'd left it lying in the mud. And keeping the satchel in the folds of her heavy coat, and hiding her muddy hands, she'd returned to the trailer. One of the guards had called out, "Hey, Sheila, did you get paid, or was it another freebie?" The other one had tried to grab at her breasts, but Sheila had gotten inside and shut the door in his leering face.
"So pretty,"
Sheila whispered, as she watched the jewels shine.
"So pretty."
Sister knew that Sheila was entranced by the circle of glass, and she'd kept their secret very well. During the time they'd been together, Sheila had told Sister and Swan about her life before the 17th of July, and how she and Rudy had been attacked by Colonel Macklin and Roland Croninger and the Dirtwort land on the edge of the Great Salt Lake. She didn't hear the infant crying much any more, and Rudy no longer crawled after her in her nightmares. Whenever the baby did start to cry, Swan was always there, and she made the baby stop.
"So pretty," she whispered.
Sister stared at her for a moment, and then she snapped off the last glass spike. "Here," she said, and it rippled with bright emerald green and sapphire blue as she held it toward Sheila. The other woman just looked at it. "Take it," Sister offered. "It's yours."
"Mine?"
"That's right. I don't know what's ahead for us. I don't know where we'll be tomorrow, or a week from tomorrow, but I want you to have this. Take it." Slowly Sheila lifted her hand. She hesitated, and Sister said, "Go ahead." Then Sheila took it, and at once the colors darkened again to the somber blue, but down deep inside the glass there was a small ruby-red glint, like the flame of a candle.
"Thank you, thank you,"
Sheila said, almost overcome. It didn't occur to her that it would have been worth many hundreds of thousands of dollars in the world that had used to be. She lovingly moved her fingers over the tiny red glint. "It'll get brighter, won't it?" she asked hopefully. "Yes," Sister replied. "I think it will." And then Sister turned her attention to Swan, and she knew it was time. She remembered something the junk man had told her when he'd wanted to see what was inside the satchel. "Can't hold on to things forever. Got to pass them along." She knew what the circle of glass was, had known it for a long time. Now, with the last spire broken off, it was even more clear. Beth Phelps had known, long ago in the ruined church, when it had reminded her of the Statue of Liberty. "It could be a crown, couldn't it?" Beth had asked. The man with the scarlet eye had realized as well when he'd asked her where it was. "The ring, the crown," he'd said. The crown. And Sister knew to whom that crown belonged. She'd known it ever since she'd found Swan in Mary's Rest, and seen the new corn growing. Can't hold on to things forever, she thought. But oh, she wanted to so very, very badly. The glass crown had become her life. It had lifted her off her feet and made her go on, one step at a time, through the nightmare land. She'd clung to the crown with the jealous fervor of a New York City bag lady, and she'd both shed and taken blood to protect it. And now it was time. Yes, now it was time. Because for her the dream-walk path had ended. When she looked into the glass, she saw beautiful jewels and threads of gold and silver, but nothing more. Her dream-walking was done. It was for Swan to take the next step. Sister got up off the mattress and approached Swan, holding the shining circle of glass before her. Swan realized it was the image she'd seen in Rusty's magic mirror. "Stand up," Sister said, and her voice quavered. Swan did. "This belongs to you," Sister said. "It always belonged to you. I've just been its keeper." Her fingers traced a filament of platinum, and it sizzled within the glass. "But I want you to remember one thing, and hold it fast. If a miracle can make sand into something like this, then just think, just dream of what people can be." And she placed the crown on Swan's head. It was a perfect fit. Golden light suddenly flared around the crown, receded and flared again. The brilliant glow made both Sister and Sheila squint, and down deep within the gold more colors bloomed like a garden in sunlight. Sheila put a hand to her mouth, her eyes overflowed, and she began laughing and crying at the same time as the colors washed over her face. Sister felt heat radiating from the glass, as startling and strong as if she'd caught a faceful of sun. It was getting so bright that she had to retreat a step, her hand rising to shield her eyes. "What's happening?" Swan asked. aware of the brightness and a tingling sensation of warmth in her scalp. She was getting scared, and she started to take the crown off, but Sister said, "No, don't touch it." The golden fiery light had begun to ripple through Swan's hair. Swan stood as rigidly as if balancing a book on her head, scared to death, but excited too. The golden light flared again, and in the next instant Swan's hair seemed to be on fire. The light was spreading over her forehead and cheeks in tendrils, and then Swan's face became a mask of light. A wonderful and terrifying sight that almost knocked Sister to her knees. The fierce glow spread over Swan's throat and neck, and began to wind like golden smoke around her shoulders and arms, rippling down over her hands and around each finger. Sister reached toward Swan. Her hand entered the radiance and touched Swan's cheek, but it felt like armor plate. Though she could still see the faint impression of Swan's features and the girl's eyes, Sister's fingers could not reach Swan's skin, not her cheeks, her chin, her forehead, not anywhere. Oh, God, Sister thought, because she had realized the crown was weaving an armor of light around Swan's body. It had covered her almost to the waist. Swan felt as if she were standing at the center of a torch, but the warmth was not unpleasant, and she saw the fiery reflection on the walls and the faces of Sister and Sheila, with vision only slightly tinged golden. She looked down at her arms, saw them ablaze. She curled her fingers, and they felt fine. No pain, no stiffness, no sense of anything around them at all. The light moved with her, cleaving to her flesh like a second skin. The fire had begun to crawl down her legs. She moved, cocooned by light, to the mirror. The sight of what she was becoming was too much for her. She reached up, grasped the crown, and lifted it off her head. The golden glow faded almost at once. It pulsed, and the armor of light evaporated like drifting mist. Then Swan was as she had been before, just a girl holding a ring of sparkling glass. She couldn't find her voice for a minute. Then she held the crown to Sister and said, I think you'd better keep it for me." Slowly, Sister lifted her hand and accepted it. She returned the crown to the satchel and zipped it up. Then, moving like a sleepwalker, she pulled up the blanket and put the satchel back in the mattress. But her eyes still buzzed with golden fire, and as long as she lived, she'd never forget what she'd just witnessed. She wondered what might have happened if, as an experiment, she'd balled up her fist and tried to strike Swan in the face. She didn't want to suffer broken knuckles to find out. Would the armor have turned away the blade of a knife, a bullet, a bomb's shrapnel? Of all the powers the circle of glass held, she knew this was one of the greatest, and it had been saved for Swan alone. Sheila held her own piece of the crown up before her face. The red glint was stronger, she was sure of it. She got up and hid that in the mattress, too. And perhaps 30 seconds later there was a loud banging at the door. "Sheila," a guard called. "We're getting ready to move out." "Yeah," she answered. "Yeah, we're ready." "Everything okay in there?" "Yeah, fine." "I'll be driving the rig today. We'll be hitting the road in about 15 minutes. A chain rattled as it was being fastened around the doorknob and across the door. Then there was the solid click of a padlock. "Now you're nice and tight." "Thanks, Danny," Sheila said, and when the guard had gone, Sheila knelt on the floor beside Swan and pressed the girl's hand against her cheek. But Swan was lost in thought. Her mind had turned to the visions of green fields and orchards. Were those images of things that would be, or things that could be? Were they visions of the prison farm, the fields tended by slaves and stuttering machines, or were they places free of barbed wire and brutality? She didn't know, but she understood that each mile they traveled brought her closer to the answer, whatever it was to be. In Macklin's command center, preparations were being made to get under way. The fuel allocation reports from the mechanical brigade lay on his desk, and Roland stood next to Friend in front of the West Virginia map tacked to the wall. A red line marked their progress along Highway 60. Roland got as close to Friend as he could. He was tortured with fever, and the cold that came off the other man comforted him. Last night the pain in his face had almost driven him crazy, and he swore he'd felt the bones shift under the bandages.
"We're down to 9 drums," Macklin said. "If we don't find any more gasoline, we're going to have to start leaving vehicles behind." He looked up from his reports. "That goddamned mountain road will make the engines strain. They'll use more gas. I still say we give it up and go find fuel." They didn't answer. "Did you hear me? We've got to have more gas before we start up that—" "What's wrong with Nell McCrean today?" Friend turned toward him, and Macklin saw with a start of horror that the man's face had changed again. The eyes were slits, the hair black and plastered down. His flesh was pale yellow, and Macklin was looking at a mask that took him back to Vietnam, and the pit where the Kong guards had dropped their refuse on him. "Nell McCrean got the plubrum?" Macklin's tongue had turned to lead. Friend came toward him, his Vietnamese face grinning. "Only plubrum Nell McCrean gots is getting us where we wants go." His accent changed from pidgin English back to a husky American voice. "So you get rid of the trucks and shit. So what?" "So? We can't carry as many soldiers or supplies if we leave trucks behind. I mean, we're losing strength every day." "Well, what do you say we do, then?" Friend pulled another chair toward him, turned it around, and sat down with his arms crossed on the chair's back. "Where do we go to find gasoline?" "I don't know. We'll have to search for—" "You don't know. And so far, the towns you've raided were 0 for gas, right? So you want to backtrack and fuck around until every truck and car is running on empty?" He cocked his head to one side. "What do you say, Roland?" Roland's heart jumped every time Friend addressed him. The fever had slowed his mind, and his body felt sluggish and heavy. He was still the king's knight, but he'd been wrong about something. Colonel Macklin was not the king, and neither was he his own king. Oh, no. The man who sat in the chair before Macklin's desk was the king. The undisputed, the one and only king, who did not eat or drink, and whom he'd never seen either crap or piss either. As if he didn't have time for such mundane things. "I say we keep going on." Roland knew many armored cars and trucks had already been left behind. The tank had broken down 2 days out of Mary's Rest, and several $1 million worth of Uncle Sam's machinery had been abandoned on the Missouri roadside. "We go on. We've got to find out what's on that mountain." "Why?" Macklin asked. "What's it to us? I say we—" "Silence," Friend commanded. The slitted Vietnamese eyes bored into him. "Must we go around about this again, Colonel?" "Roland feels that Brother Timothy saw an underground complex on Warwick Mountain, complete with an operating electrical supply and a mainframe computer. Now, why is the power still on up there? And what purpose does the complex serve? I agree with Roland that we should find out." "There might be some gasoline up there, too," Roland added. "Right. So going to Warwick Mountain might solve your problem. Yes?" Macklin kept his gaze averted. In his mind he saw the girl's face again, achingly beautiful. He saw her face at night, when he closed his eyes, like a vision from another world. He could not stand his own smell when he awakened. "Yes," he answered in a small, quiet voice. "I knew you'd see the light, brother," Friend said, in the high, careening voice of a Southern revival preacher. A ripping noise made Friend's head swivel. Roland was falling. He'd reached out for support and was taking half the map with him. He hit the floor. Friend giggled. "Fall down, go boom." In that instant Macklin almost lunged forward and slammed the palm of his right hand into the monster's skull, almost drove the nails deep into the head of the beast that had taken his army from him and made him into a snuffling coward. But as that thought thrilled through him and he tensed for action, a small slit opened in the back of Friend's head, about 4 inches above the nape of the neck. In the slit was a staring scarlet eye with a silver pupil. Macklin sat very still, his lips drawn back from his teeth in a grimace. The scarlet eye suddenly shriveled and disappeared, and Friend's head turned toward him again. He was smiling cordially. "Please don't take me for a fool," he said. Something hit the roof of the Airstream trailer. Bump. Then another. Bump, bump. Followed in the next few seconds by a bumping noise that seemed to sweep the length of the trailer and gently rock it from side to side. Macklin got up on rubbery legs and went around the desk to the door. He opened it and stood looking out at golf-ball-sized hail whirling down from the leaden sky, bumping and clattering on the windshields, hoods, and roofs of the other vehicles parked around. Thunder echoed in the clouds like a bass drum in a barrel, and an electric blue spear of lightning struck somewhere in the distant mountains. In the next minute the hail stopped, and sheets of black cold rain began falling over the encampment. A boot thrust out and hit him in the small of the back. He lost his balance and tumbled down to the bottom of the steps, where the armed guard stared at him in stunned surprise. Macklin sat up on his knees as the rain struck him in the face and crawled through his hair. Friend stood in the doorway. "You're riding in the truck with the driver," he announced. "This is my trailer now." "Shoot him!" Macklin bawled. "Shoot the bastard!" The guards hesitated. One of them lifted his M16 and took aim. "You'll die in 3 seconds," the monster promised. The guard wavered, looked down at Macklin, and then looked at Friend again. He abruptly lowered the rifle and stepped back, rubbing rain from his eyes. "Help the colonel out of the rain," Friend commanded. "Then spread the word. We're moving out in 10 minutes. Anyone who's not ready will be left behind." He closed the door. Macklin shrugged off help as he got to his feet. "It's mine," he shouted. "You won't take it from me?" The door remained shut. "You won't take it from me?" Macklin said, but no one was listening any more. Engines began to mutter and growl like awakening beasts. The smell of gasoline and exhaust was in the air, and the rain reeked of brimstone. "You won't," Macklin whispered, and then he started walking toward the truck that hauled the command center as the rain beat down like hammer blows on his shoulders. Chapter 90. The Army of Excellence left a trail of broken-down armored cars, trucks, and trailers in its wake as it turned north onto Highway 219 and began to climb along the steep western ridge of the Allegheny Mountains. The land was covered with dead forests, and an occasional ghost town crumbled alongside the ribbon of road. There were no people, but a scouting party in a jeep pursued and shot 2 deer near the ruins of Friar's Hill, and they came across something else that was worth reporting, an ebony frozen lake. At its center was the tail section of a large aircraft jutting up from the depths. 2 of the scouts started across the lake to investigate it, but the ice cracked under them, and they drowned, crying for help. Rain alternated with snow flurries as the Army of Excellence climbed past Dead Hillsboro, Mill Point, Siebert, Buckeye, and Marlington. A supply truck ran out of gas 12 feet from a rusted green sign that said "Entering Pocahontas County," and the vehicle was pushed into a ravine to let the others pass. The column was stopped 3 miles over the county line by a storm of black rain and hail that made driving impossible. Another truck went into the ravine, and a tractor-trailer rig choked on its last swallow of gasoline. As the rain and hail battered down on the Airstream trailer's roof, Roland Croninger awakened. He'd been flung into a corner of the room like a sack of laundry, and his first realization was that he'd messed his breeches. The second was that what looked like lumps of clay and torn, grimy bandages lay on the floor around his head. He was still wearing the goggles. They felt very tight. His face and head throbbed, gorged with blood, and his mouth felt funny, kind of twisted. "My face," he thought, "my face has changed." He sat up. A lantern glowed on the desk nearby. The trailer shuddered under the storm. And suddenly Friend knelt down in front of him, and a pale, handsome mask with close-cropped blonde hair and ebony eyes peered curiously at him. "Hi there," Friend said with a gentle smile. "Have a nice sleep?" "I hurt," Roland answered. The sound of his voice made his skin creep. It had been a diseased rattle. "Oh, I'm sorry. You've been sleeping for quite some time. We're just a few miles away from that town Brother Timothy told us about. Yes, you really got your beauty sleep, didn't you?" Roland started to lift his hands to touch his new face, and his heartbeat deafened him. "Let me," Fred said, and he held up one hand. In it was a broken piece of mirror. Roland saw, and his head jerked away. Friend's other hand shot out, cupping the back of Roland's neck. "Oh, don't be bashful," the monster whispered. "Take a good long look." Roland screamed. Internal pressure had buckled the bones into hideous, protruding ridges and collapsed gullies. The flesh was sickly yellow, cracked and pitted like an atomic battleground. Red-edged craters had opened in his forehead and his right cheek, exposing the chalky bone. His hair had receded far back on his head and was coarse and white, and his lower jaw jutted forward as if it had been brutally yanked from its sockets. But the most terrible thing, the thing that made Roland begin to wail and gibber, was that his face had been twisted so that it was almost on the side of his head, as if his features had melted and dried hideously askew. In his mouth, the teeth had been ground down to stubs. He flailed at Friend's hand, knocked the glass aside, and scurried into the corner. Friend sat back on his haunches and laughed, while Roland gripped the goggles with both hands and tried to pull them off. The flesh tore around them, and blood ran down to his chin. The pain was too much. The goggles had grown into his skin. Roland shrieked, and Friend shrieked with him in unholy harmony. Finally, Friend snorted and stood up, but Roland grasped his legs and clung to him, sobbing. "I'm a king's knight," he gibbered. "King's knight! Sir Roland! King's knight! King's knight!" Friend bent down again. The young man was wasted, but he still had talent. He was actually a wonderful organizer of the last gasoline supplies and the food, and he'd made Brother Timothy sing like a castrato. Friend ran a hand through Roland's old man hair. "King's knight," Roland whispered, burrowing his head into Friend's shoulder. Tumbling through his mind were scenes of Earth House, the amputation of Macklin's hand, the crawl through the tunnel to freedom, the Dirtwort land, the murder of Freddie Kemke, and on in a vicious panorama. "I'll serve you," he whimpered. "I'll serve the king. Call me Sir Roland." "Yes, sir. I showed him how a king's knight gets even. Yes, sir, yes, sir." "Shh," Friend said, almost crooning. "Hush now, hush." Finally, Roland's sobbing ceased. He spoke drowsily. Do you love me?" "Like a mirror," Friend answered, and the young man said no more. The storm slacked off within an hour. The Army of Excellence struggled onward again, through the deepening twilight. Soon the scout jeep came back along the mountain road, and the soldiers reported to General Friend that there were clapboard buildings about a mile ahead. On one of those buildings was a faded sign that read, "Slaty Fork General Store." Chapter 91. They came at first light. Josh was awakened by the banging of a rifle butt on the truck's rear door, and he got up off the metal floor, his bones aching, to move back with Robin and Brother Timothy. The door was unbolted and rolled up on its casters. A blond man with ebony eyes stood looking in, flanked by two soldiers with rifles. He wore an Army of Excellence uniform with epaulets and what appeared to be Nazi medals and insignia on his chest. "Good morning, all," he said cheerfully, and as soon as he spoke, both Josh and Robin knew who he was. "How did we sleep last night?" "Cold," Josh answered tersely. "We'll have a heater for you on the plantation, Sambo." His gaze shifted. "Brother Timothy? Come out, please." He crooked an inviting finger. Brother Timothy cringed, and the two soldiers came in to haul him out. Josh started to jump one of them, but a rifle barrel was thrust at him, and the moment passed. He saw two jeeps parked nearby, their engines rumbling. In one of them were three people. A driver, Colonel Macklin, and a soldier with a machine-gun. And the other was also a driver, another armed soldier, a slumped-over figure wearing a heavy coat and hood, and Swan and Sister, both thin and wan-looking. "Swan!" Robin shouted, stepping toward the opening. She saw him too and cried out, "Robin!" as she rose from her seat. The soldier grabbed her arm and pulled her down again. One of the guards shoved Robin back. He rushed at the man, his face contorted with rage, and the soldier lifted his rifle butt to smash Robin's skull. Josh suddenly lunged out and caught the boy, holding him as he thrashed. The soldier spat on the floor, and when he stepped down from the truck, the rear door was slid into place and bolted once more. "Hey, you bastard!" Josh shouted, peering through one of the 37 punctures. "Hey, I'm talking to you, creepshow!" He realized he was bellowing in his old wrestler's voice. Friend shoved Brother Timothy toward the first jeep and then turned regally. "What do you need Swan and Sister for? Where are you taking them?" "We're all going up Warwick Mountain to meet God," he answered. "The road's not good enough for anything heavier than the jeeps. That satisfy the old negroid curiosity?" "You don't need them. Why don't you leave them here?" Friend smiled vacantly and strolled closer. "Oh, they're too valuable for that. Suppose some crafty old fox decided he wanted a little more power and snatched them away while we were gone. That wouldn't do." He started to return to the jeep. "Hey, wait!" Josh called, but the man with the scarlet eye was already getting into the jeep beside Brother Timothy. The two vehicles moved away and out of sight. "Now what?" Robin asked him, still seething. "Do we just sit here?" Josh didn't answer. He was thinking of something Brother Timothy had said. The last of the good must die with the evil, must die so the world can be reborn. You must die, and you, and me, and even Swan. "Swan won't come back," Robin said tonelessly. "Neither will Sister. You know that, don't you?" "No, I don't." "He'll pray to the machine that calls down the talons of heaven," he remembered Brother Timothy saying. "Prepare yourselves for the final hour." "I love her, Josh," Robin said. He grasped Josh's arm tightly. "We've got to get out of here. We've got to stop whatever it is that's going to happen." Josh pulled free. He walked to the far corner of the cell and looked down. On the floor beside Brother Timothy's bucket was the tin cup with its sharp metal handle. He picked it up and touched the ragged edge. It was too small and awkward to use as a weapon, and Josh had already dismissed that possibility. But he was thinking of an old wrestler's trick, something that was done with a hidden razor when the promoter wanted more juice. It was a common practice, and it always made the violence look more real. Now it might give the illusion of something else as well. He started to work. Robin's eyes widened. "What the hell are you doing?" "Be quiet," Josh cautioned. "Just get ready to start yelling when I say so." The two jeeps were about a quarter-mile away, slowly climbing a winding snow- and rain-slicked mountain road. At one time the road had been paved, but the concrete had cracked and slid apart, and underneath was a layer of mud. The jeep's tires slipped, and the vehicles fishtailed as the engines roared for traction. In the second jeep, Sister gripped Swan's hand. The hooded figure sitting in the front suddenly turned his head toward them, and they had a heart-stopping glimpse of his deathly yellow, cratered face. The goggled eyes lingered on Swan. The drivers fought for every foot. To the right stood a low steel guardrail, and just beyond it was a rocky drop-off that fell 70 feet into a wooded ravine. Still the road ascended as the broken plates of concrete shifted beneath the jeep's wheels. The road curved to the left and was blocked by an 8-foot-high chain-link fence and gate. On the gate was a metal sign, surprisingly free of corrosion. "Warwick Coal Mining Company. Trespassers will be prosecuted." 10 feet beyond the fence was a brick enclosure where a guard might once have stood duty. A sturdy-looking chain and padlock secured the gate, and Friend said, "Get that thing open," to the soldier with the machine-gun. The man got out, walked to the gate, and reached out to test the padlock before he blasted it off. There was a sizzling like fat being fried in a pan. The soldier's legs began to boogie, with his hand sealed to the chain and his face bleached and grimacing. The machine gun chattered on its own, spraying bullets into the ground. His clothes and hair smoked, his face taking on a blue cast. Then the muscle tension snapped the soldier backward, and he fell, still jerking and writhing, to the ground. The smell of scorched flesh and electricity wafted through the air. Friend whirled around and clamped his hand to Brother Timothy's throat. "Why didn't you say it was an electric fence?" he bellowed. I didn't know. It was broken open the last time. God must have fixed it." Friend almost set him afire, but he could see that Brother Timothy was telling the truth. The electrified fence also told him that the power source, whatever it was still active. He released the man, got out of the jeep, and strode to the gate. He reached through the chain-link mesh and grasped the padlock. His fingers worked it, trying to break it open. Both Swan and Sister saw his sleeve beginning to smoke, the flesh of his hand getting as soft as used chewing gum. The padlock resisted him, and he could feel the little bitch watching and sucking all the strength out of him. In a rage, he gripped the mesh with the fingers of both hands and wrenched at the gate like a child trying to break into a locked playground. Sparks popped and flew. For an instant he was outlined in an electric blue glow, his Army of Excellence uniform smoking and charring, the shoulder epaulets bursting into flame. Then the gate's hinges gave way, and Friend hurled the gate aside. "Didn't think I could, did you?" he shouted at Swan. His face had gone waxy, most of his hair and his eyebrows singed away. Her expression remained placid, and he knew it was a good thing she was going to a prison camp, because the bitch would have to be broken under a whip before she learned respect. He had to concentrate harder than usual to get his oozing hands solid again. His epaulets were still burning, and he tore them away before he retrieved the dead soldier's machine gun and returned to the first jeep. "Let's go," he ordered. 2 fingers on his right hand remained scorched and twisted, and they would not reform. The 2 jeeps moved through the opening and continued up the mountain road, winding between dense stands of lifeless pines and hardwood trees. They came to a second brick guard station, where a rusted sign commanded "Present Identification." Atop the structure was what appeared to be a small videotape camera. "They had pretty tight security up here for a coal mine," Sister observed, and Roland Croninger growled, "No talking." The road emerged from the forest into a clearing. There was a paved parking lot empty of cars, and beyond it stood a complex of 1-story brick buildings and a larger aluminum-roofed structure built right into the mountainside. Warwick Mountain continued upward about another 200 feet, covered with dead trees and boulders, and at its peak Sister saw 3 rusted towers, antennas, she realized, that disappeared in the swirling gray clouds. "Stop," Friend said. The driver obeyed, and a second later the other jeep halted. He sat looking around the complex for a moment, his eyes narrowed and his senses questing. There was no movement, no life as far as he could see. The chilly wind blew across the parking lot, and thunder rumbled in the clouds. A black drizzle began to fall. Friend said, "Get out," to Brother Timothy. "What?" "Get out," Friend repeated. "Walk ahead of us, and start calling him." "Go on!" Brother Timothy climbed out of the jeep and started walking across the parking lot through the black rain. "God!" he shouted, and his voice echoed off the walls of the large metal-roofed building. "It's Timothy. I've come back to you." Friend got out and followed behind him a few yards, the machine gun resting on his hip. "God, where are you? I've come back." "Keep going," Friend told him, and the other man walked forward with the rain beating in his face. Sister had been waiting for the right moment. Everyone's attention was fixed on the 2 men. The woods lay about 30 yards away, and if she could keep the rest of them busy, Swan might have a chance to make it. They wouldn't kill her, and if she could reach the woods, Swan might be able to escape. She squeezed Swan's hand, whispered, "Get ready," and tensed to slam her fist into the face of the guard at her side. Brother Timothy shouted joyously, "There he is!" She looked up. High above, a figure stood on the sloping aluminum roof. Brother Timothy fell to his knees, his hands upraised, and his face torn between terror and rapture. "God," he called, "it's the final hour. Evil's won. Cleanse the world, God. Call down the talons of he—" Machine-gun bullets ripped across his back. He fell forward, his body still kneeling in an attitude of prayer. Friend swung the smoking barrel up toward the roof. "Come down," he ordered. The figure stood motionlessly, but for the billowing of a long, ragged coat around his thin body. "I'll tell you once more," Friend warned, "and then we'll see what color God's blood is." Still the figure hesitated. Swan thought the man with the scarlet eye was going to shoot. But then the figure on the roof walked over near the edge, lifted a hatch, and began to descend a metal-runged ladder bolted to the building's wall. He reached the ground and walked to Brother Timothy, where he bent to examine the dead man's features. Friend heard him mutter something, and God shook his gray-maned head in disgust. Then he stood up again, approached Friend, and stopped about 2 feet away. Above the dirty, tangled mat of his gray beard, the man's eyes were sunken deep in purple craters, his flesh ivory and covered with intersecting cracks and wrinkles. A brown-ridged scar sliced across his right cheek, narrowly missing the eye, cutting through the thick eyebrow and up into the hairline, where it divided into a network of scars. His left hand, dangling from the folds of his overcoat, was brown and withered to the size of a child's. "You bastard!" he said, and with his right hand he slapped Friend across the face. "Help!" Robin Oakes was shouting. "Somebody help! He's killing himself!" Sergeant Shitpants emerged from a nearby trailer, cocked his .45 automatic, and ran through the rain to the truck. Another guard with a rifle came from a different direction, and a third soldier followed. "Hurry!" Robin yelled frantically, looking through one of the punctures. "Somebody help him!" Sergeant Shitpants thrust the pistol's barrel up at Robin's face. "What's going on?" "It's Josh. He's trying to kill himself. Open the door." "Right. Fuck that." "He's cut his wrists, you dumbass," Robin told him. "He's bleeding all over the floor in here." "That trick was old in silent movies, you little prick." Robin pushed 3 fingers through one of the holes, and Sergeant Shitpants saw the crimson smear of blood all over them. "He slashed his wrists with a cup's handle," Robin said. "If you don't help him, he's going to bleed to death." "Let the nigger die, then," the guard with the rifle said. "Shut up." Sergeant Shitpants was trying to figure out what he should do. He knew the consequences if anything happened to the prisoners. Colonel Macklin and Captain Croninger were bad enough, but the new commander would cut off his balls and use them as hood ornaments. "Help him!" Robin shouted. "Don't just stand there." "Step back from the door," the other man ordered. "Go on, get back, and if you make one move I don't like, I swear to God you're dead meat." Robin retreated. The door was unbolted and shoved upward about 8 inches. "Throw it out. The cup. Throw the damn thing out." A bloody tin cup was slid through the opening. The sergeant picked it up, felt the ragged metal edge, and tasted the blood to make sure it was real. It was. "Damn it," he raged, and he pushed the door up the rest of the way. Robin stood at the back of the truck, away from the door. Curled on the floor near him was the body of Josh Hutchins, lying on his right side with his face averted. Sergeant Shitpants climbed into the truck, his gun aimed at Robin's head. The guard with the rifle climbed up as well, and the third man stayed on the ground with his pistol unholstered and ready. "Stay back and keep both hands up," Sergeant Shitpants warned Robin as he approached the black man's body. Blood gleamed on the floor. The sergeant saw blood all over the black man's clothes, and he reached down to touch one outthrust wrist. His own fingers came away bloody. "Jesus," he said, realizing he was tailbone deep in trouble. He holstered his .45 and tried to turn the man over, but Josh was way too heavy for him. "Help me move him," he told Robin, and the boy bent down to grasp Josh's other arm. Josh gave a low, guttural groan, and 2 things happened at once. Robin picked up the bucket of waste lying beside Josh's arm and hurled its contents into the face of the guard with the rifle, and Josh's body came to life, his right fist smashing into Sergeant Shitpants's jaw and snapping it crooked. The man gave a scream as his teeth tore into his tongue, and then Josh was wrenching the .45 out of its holster. The blinded guard fired his rifle, and the bullet sang past Robin's head as the boy lunged at him, grabbing the rifle and kicking him in the groin. The third soldier fired at Josh, but the bullet hit Sergeant Shitpants in the back and drove him into Josh like a shield. Josh wiped the blood out of his eyes and shot at the soldier, but the man was already running through the rain, shouting for help. Robin kicked the guard again, tumbling him out of the truck to the ground. Josh knew they would only have a minute or so before the place was swarming with soldiers, and he started digging through Sergeant Shitpants's pockets, looking for the truck's key. Blood was streaming down his face from 3 slashes across his forehead, inflicted with the ragged edge of metal. He'd smeared his wrists with blood and gotten it all over his clothes to make it appear as if he'd cut his veins. In the wrestling ring, a small sliver of razor blade, hidden in a bandage, had often been drawn across the forehead to create a superficial but nasty-looking wound, and in this case the gore was needed for a similarly theatrical purpose. 2 soldiers were running toward the truck. Robin took aim and shot one of them down, but the other fell onto his stomach and crawled under a trailer. Josh couldn't find a key. "Look in the ignition," he shouted, and he fired shots at random as Robin jumped to the ground and ran around to the truck's cab. He opened the door and reached up to the dashboard, his fingers searching. There was no key in the ignition. The soldier under the trailer squeezed off 2 shots that ricocheted dangerously around Josh, who flung himself flat. Another soldier opened up with an automatic rifle, over to the left. The air turned hot above Josh's head, and he heard bullets whack off the inside of the truck like hammers beating garbage can lids. Robin searched under the seat and found nothing but empty cartridges. He opened the glove compartment. There! Inside was a tarnished key and a snub-nosed .38. He fit the key into the ignition, turned it, and jammed his foot down on the accelerator. The engine coughed and racketed, then roared to life, the entire truck quaking. He gaped at the gearshift. Shit, he thought. One thing he'd forgotten to tell Josh while they were planning their escape was that his experience in driving had been very limited. Still, he knew you had to press the clutch down to engage the gears. He did, and he forced the gearshift into first over the transmission's objections. Then he put his foot to the floor on the accelerator and let up suddenly on the clutch. The truck shot forward as if it were rocket-powered. Josh was propelled to the edge of the truck's bed, and he kept himself from flying out by grabbing the upraised track of metal on which the door slid up and down. Robin jammed the gearshift into second. The truck bucked like a wild stallion as it tore through the encampment, grazing a parked car and scattering a half-dozen soldiers who had been alerted by the noise. A bullet shattered the windshield and sent wasps of glass flying around Robin's head and face, but he shielded his eyes and kept going. Robin shifted upward as the truck gained speed. Glass glittered in his tangled hair like wet diamonds. He reached over for the .38, popped its cylinder open, and found it held 4 bullets. He veered past another parked vehicle, almost crashed into a trailer, and then the truck was out on the open road, speeding away from the camp. Just ahead was the turnoff to the right that Robin knew must lead up the side of Warwick Mountain. He could see the tracks of the jeep's tires in the mud as he slowed the truck enough to take the sharp turn. In the rear of the truck, Josh lost his grip and was battered against the opposite wall with bone-jarring force. Had it occurred to him that this was surely going to be a day to remember? But they had to reach Sister and Swan before the final hour, whatever and whenever that was. Robin was driving like hell up the mountain road, the tires skidding back and forth, the truck careening from one side of the road to the other. Josh hung on as best he could, and he saw sparks fly as the truck grazed the right-hand guardrail. A plate of concrete suddenly slipped out from under the rear tires, and the wheel tore itself from Robin's hands. The truck hurtled toward the cliff's edge. He threw all his weight against the wheel to twist it around, his foot fighting the brake. The tires threw up plumes of mud, and the front fender dented the guardrail about 6 inches before the truck came to a stop. Then he felt the tires starting to slide back over the broken concrete, mud and snow. He pulled up the emergency brake, but there was no traction to lock the tires. The truck slid in reverse, quickly gathering speed as Robin tried to jam the gearshift into first again. But he knew it was the end of the line. He opened the door, shouted, "Jump!" and did so. Josh didn't wait to be told twice. He jumped from the rear of the truck, hit the mud, and rolled aside as the vehicle fishtailed past him. It kept going. the front of the truck sliding around as if the vehicle was trying to spin in a circle, and then a jeep carrying 5 Army of Excellence soldiers suddenly veered around the curve, heading uphill and going too fast to stop. Josh saw the expression of stark terror on the driver's face. The soldier instinctively threw up his arms as if to hold back metal with muscle and bone. The runaway truck and the jeep crashed together, and the truck's weight shoved the smaller vehicle through the guardrail and followed it over the cliff's edge like an anvil. Josh looked over the rail in time to see human bodies tumbling through space. There was a chorus of high screams, and then the bodies disappeared in the ravine, and either the jeep or truck exploded in a burst of flame and black smoke. Josh and Robin had no time to ponder how close they'd come to taking a one-way flight. Josh still gripped the automatic in his hand, and Robin had the .38 with 4 bullets in it. They would have to go the rest of the way on foot, and they had to hurry. Josh took the lead, his boots skidding over the tortured surface, and Robin followed him upward toward the realm of God. Chapter 92. In the aftermath of the slap, Friend curled his hand into the man's collar, drawing him close. God wore the dirty rags of a blue-checked shirt and khaki trousers under his coat. On his feet were leather moccasins, and he wore emerald-green socks. Sister realized that the unkempt, wild-eyed man would have fit right in among the street people of Manhattan before the 17th of July. "I could hurt you," Friend whispered. "Oh, you don't know how I could hurt." The man gathered a mouthful of saliva and spat in Friend's waxy face. Friend threw him to the ground and kicked him in the ribs. The man curled up, trying to protect himself, but Friend kept kicking him in a frenzy. He grasped God by the hair and slammed his fist into the man's face, breaking his nose and splitting his lower lip open. Then he hauled God up again and held him for the others to see. "Look at him," Friend crowed. "Here's your God. He's a crazy old man who's got shit for brains. Go on, look at him." He grasped the man's beard and angled his bloody face toward Swan and Sister. "He's nothing." And as emphasis, Friend drove his fist deep into the man's belly, but held him upright even as his knees buckled. Friend started to strike him again, and a calm, clear voice said, "Leave him alone." Friend hesitated. Swan was standing up in the second jeep, the rain running through her hair and across her face. She couldn't bear to watch the old man being beaten, and she couldn't sit in silence. "Let him go," she said, and the man with the scarlet eye grinned incredulously. "You heard me. Take your hand off him." "I'll do as I please," he roared, and he laid his fingers alongside the man's cheek. His nails began to tear through the skin. "I'll kill him if I want." "No," Roland protested. "Don't kill him. I mean, we've got to find the black box and the silver key. That's what we came here for. Then you can kill him." "You don't tell me what to do," Friend shouted. "It's my party." He shot a challenging glare at Colonel Macklin, who did nothing but sit and stare blankly ahead. Then Friend's gaze met Swan's, and their eyes locked. For a second he thought he could see himself through her unflinching eyes, an ugly, hateful thing, a small face hidden behind an oversized Halloween mask, like a cancer under gauze. "She knows me," he thought. That fact made him afraid, just as he'd feared the glass ring when it went black in his grip. And something else speared him, too, his memory of the offered apple, and his desire to accept it. Too late, too late. He saw, just for an instant, who and what he was, and in that brief space of time he knew himself, too, in a way that he'd shoved aside a long, long time before. Self-loathing uncoiled within him, and suddenly he feared that he was going to see too much, and he would start to split at the seams, unravel like an old suit, and blow away in the wind. "Don't look at me!" he screamed, his voice shrill, and he lifted one hand to shield his face from hers. Behind his hand his features churned like muddy water disturbed by a stone. He could still feel her there, drawing the strength out of him, like the sunlight drawing the wet from rotten timber. He flung God to the ground, backed away, and kept his face averted. Now the truth was coming back to him. It was not himself he should loathe. It was her. She was the ruin and enemy of all creation, because she— Too late, he thought, still backing away. Because she wanted to prolong the suffering and misery of humankind. She wanted to give them false hope, and watch them writhe when it was wrenched away. She was too late, too late. The worst kind of evil, because she masked cruelty with kindness and love with hate. And too late, too late, too late, he whispered, and he lowered his hand. He'd stopped retreating, and he realized then that Swan had gotten out of the jeep and was standing over the gray-bearded old man. He saw the others watching, and he caught a thin, mocking smile on Macklin's skull of a face. "Stand up," Swan told the old man. Her spine was rigid, her bearing proud, but inside her nerves were knotted with tension. God blinked at her, wiped the blood from his nostrils, and looked fearfully at the man who'd struck him. "It's all right," Swan said, and she offered him her hand. "She's just a girl," Friend realized. "She's not even worth a rape. And she'd like me to rape her, too. She'd like me to stick it in hard and grind up to my ankles." God hesitated uncertainly, and then he put his hand into Swan's. "I'll rape her," Friend decided. "I'll show her it's still my party. I'll show her right fucking now." He advanced on her like a juggernaut, and every step he took made his crotch bulge larger. He was leering, and she saw that leer and knew what was behind it, and she waited for him without moving. The hollow, booming echo of an explosion drifted from the distance. Friend stopped in his tracks. "What was that?" he shouted to everyone and no one. "What was that?" "Came from the road," one of the soldiers said. "Well, don't sit there. Get off your ass and find out what it was. All of you, go!" The 3 soldiers left the jeeps and ran across the parking lot. They disappeared around the heavily wooded bend, their weapons ready. But Friend's weapon was shriveling. He could not look at the bitch without thinking of the apple, and he knew she'd planted some kind of evil, soul-destroying seed right in him, too. But it was still his party, and it was too late for turning back, and he would rape her and crush her skull when she was 80 years old, and her fingers were worked to the bones. But not today. Not today. He aimed his machine gun at Sister. "Get out! You stand over there with the little bitch." Swan let her breath out. His attention was on other things now, but he was still as dangerous as a mad dog in a butcher's shop. She helped the old man to his feet. He staggered, still hurting from the blow that had shattered his nose, and looked around at the malformed faces of Macklin and Roland. "It is the final hour, isn't it?" he asked Swan. "Evil's won. It's time for the final prayer, isn't it?" She couldn't answer. He touched her cheek with spavined fingers. "Child, what's your name?" "Swan." He repeated it. "So young," he said sadly. "So young to have to die." Roland got out of his jeep, but Macklin stayed where he was. His shoulders stooped now that Friend was in control again. "Who are you?" Roland asked the old man. "What are you doing up here?" "I'm God. I fell to earth from heaven. We landed in water. The other one lived for a while, but I couldn't heal him. Then I found my way here, because I know this place." "What's your power source?" God extended a finger and pointed to the earth at his feet. "Underground?" Roland asked. "Where? In the coal mine?" God didn't reply, but instead lifted his face toward the sky and let the rain beat down. Roland drew his pistol from the holster at his waist, cocked it, and placed it to the man's head. "You answer when I ask you a question, you old fuck. Where's that power coming from?" The man's insane eyes met Roland's. "All right," he said, and he nodded. "A-OK. I'll show you if you want to see." "We do." "I'm sorry, child," he told Swan. "Evil's won, and it's time for the final prayer. You do understand, don't you?" "Evil hasn't won. Not everybody is like they are." "It's the final hour, child. I fell from heaven in a whirlwind of fire. I knew what had to be done, but I waited. I couldn't make myself pray the last prayer. But now I can. because I see that the world has to be cleansed." He said to the others, "Follow me." And he started walking toward the large building with the metal roof. "Colonel," Friend prompted, "we're waiting for you." "I'll stay here." "You'll come with us." Friend swung the machine gun's barrel up at him. "Roland, take the colonel's pistol away from him, please." "Yes, sir," Roland answered at once, and he approached Macklin. He held out his hand for the other man's weapon. Colonel Macklin didn't move. The rain was falling harder, hammering on the jeeps and streaming down Macklin's face. "Roland," Macklin said in a strengthless voice, "we created the Army of Excellence together, both of us. We're the ones who made plans for the new America, not that thing over there." He motioned toward Friend with his nail-studded right hand. "He just wants to destroy it all. He doesn't care about the Army of Excellence, or the new America, or feeding the troops. He doesn't care about the girl. All he wants to do is put her on that prison farm, out of his way. And he doesn't care about you either, Roland. Please, don't follow him. Don't do what he says." He reached out to touch Roland, but the young man stepped back. "Roland, I'm afraid," Macklin whispered. "Give me your gun." In that moment Roland despised the cringing dog who sat before him. He'd seen that weakness before, back when Macklin was delirious after his hand had been amputated. But now Roland knew the weakness went soul-deep. Macklin had never been a king, only a coward hiding behind a warrior's mask. Roland pressed the barrel of his own weapon against the colonel's head. "Give me your gun," he repeated. "Please, think about what we've been through, you and me together." "I have a new king now," Roland said flatly. He looked at Friend. "Should I kill him?" "If you like." Roland's finger tightened on the trigger. Macklin knew death was very near, and its oily perfume energized him to action. His spine stiffened, and he sat up ramrod straight. "Who do you think you are?" he said vehemently. "You're nothing. I was fighting for my life in a Viet Cong POW camp when you were shitting your diapers. I'm Colonel James B. Macklin, United States Air Force. I fought for my life and for my country, boy. Now you get that fucking gun away from my head." Roland faltered. "Did you hear what I said, mister? If you want my weapon, you ask for it with the respect I deserve." Every muscle in his body tightened as he waited for the gun to go off. Still Roland didn't move. Friend laughed quietly, and God was waiting for them about 10 yards beyond Swan and Sister. Slowly Roland took the pistol away from Macklin's head. "Give me your gun, sir," he said. Macklin removed it from his holster and flung it to the ground, and then he stood up and got out of the jeep, but unhurriedly, at his own pace. "Let's go, kiddies," Friend said. He motioned toward Swan and Sister with the machine gun, and they followed God to the metal-roofed building. Inside, it was apparent that the building was nothing more than a huge shed protecting the entrance to the Warwick Mountain coal mine. The floor was of hard-packed dirt, and a few naked light bulbs that hung from the ceiling gave off a dirty yellow illumination. Bundles of cables and wires lay around, as well as old pieces of steel track, piles of rotting timber, and other bits of refuse that suggested Warwick Mountain had once boasted a thriving coal business. A steel stairway ascended to a series of catwalks, and at the far end of the building, where the structure abutted Warwick Mountain, was the dark square of the mine's entrance. God led them up the stairway and along one of the catwalks to the mine shaft. A few light bulbs gave off a meager yellow glow within the mine, which slanted downward at a steep angle. Resting on tracks inside the shaft was a large wire mesh cage, about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide, its wheels like those of a railroad car. Inside it were padded benches and straps to hold the riders in place. God opened the rear of the cage and waited for them to enter it. "I'm not getting in that damned thing," Sister balked. "Where are you taking us?" "Down there." God pointed along the mine shaft, and the yellow light winked off something metallic in the sleeve of his blue-checked shirt. Sister realized the old man was wearing cufflinks.
He looked at Friend. "Isn't that where you want to go?" "What's in there?" Roland asked, all his bluff and bluster gone. "The power source you're looking for, and other things you might be interested in seeing. Do you want to go or not?" "You get in first," Friend told him. "A-OK." God turned toward the rock wall, where there was a panel with 2 buttons on it, one red and the other green. He punched the green button, and the sound of humming machinery echoed up the shaft. Then he climbed into the cage, sat down on one of the benches, and buckled himself in. "All aboard," he said cheerfully. "We'll start moving in 10 seconds. Friend was the last one in. He crouched at the rear of the cage, his face averted from Swan's. The machinery got steadily louder, and then there were 4 clicks as the brakes on each wheel disengaged. The cage began to descend along the tracks, its speed restrained by a steel cable that had snapped taut and was reeling out behind it. "We're going down more than 300 feet, God explained. "This used to be a working mine about 30 years ago. Then the United States government bought it. Of course, all this rock is reinforced with concrete and steel." He waved his arm at the walls and roof, and Sister saw the cufflink glitter again. Only this time she was close enough to see that it looked very familiar, and it had writing on it. "You'd be amazed to know what the engineers can do," he continued. "They put in ventilation ducts and air pumps, and even the light bulbs are supposed to last for 7 or 8 years. But they're starting to burn out now. Some of the same people who put this place together worked on Disney World." Sister caught his sleeve and looked closer at the cufflink. On it was a very recognizable blue, white, and gold emblem, and the much-polished lettering said, "Seal of the President of the United States of America." Her fingers had gone numb, and she let his arm go. He stared impassively at her. "What's down in here?" she asked him. "Talons," he said. "The talons of heaven." They went through a long area where there were burned-out light bulbs, and when they approached the illumination again, the President's eyes burned with inner fever as he stared across the cage at Friend. "You want to see a power source?" he asked, his breath wisping out in the chilly air. "You will. Oh, yes, I promise you will." In another minute the brakes engaged again and shrieked along the tracks as the conveyance shuddered and slowed. It bumped against a thick foam rubber barrier and stopped. The President unbuckled his seat-belt, opened the front section of the cage, and stepped out. "This way," he said, motioning them on like a demented tour guide. Roland shoved Swan ahead of him, and they entered a passageway that led off to the right of the tracks. Bulbs burned fitfully overhead, and suddenly the passageway ended at a wall of rough-edged rocks. "It's blocked," Roland said. "It's a dead end." But Friend shook his head. He'd already seen the small black box embedded in the rock wall at about chest height. The upper half of the black box seemed to be some sort of display screen, while the bottom was a keyboard. The President reached up to his throat with his good hand and lifted off a braided length of leather that had been hanging around his neck. On it were several keys, and the President chose one that was small and silver. He kissed it, and then he started to insert it into a lock in the black box. "Hold it," Friend said. "What does that thing do?" "It opens the door," the man replied. He fit the key into the lock and twisted it to the left. Instantly pale green letters appeared on the screen. "Hello. Enter code within 5 seconds." Swan and Sister watched as the President punched 3 letters on the keyboard. A-OK. "Code accepted," the screen replied. "Have a nice day." Electric tumblers whirred, and there was the muffled sound of locks opening in rapid-fire succession. The false wall of rock cracked open like the door of a massive vault, hissing on hydraulic hinges. The President pulled it wide enough to admit them, and clean white light glowed from the room beyond. Roland started to reach up for the silver key, but the old man said, "No, leave that alone. If it's disturbed while the door's open, the floor's electrified." Roland's fingers stopped an inch away from the key. "You go first," Friend shoved the man through the opening. Sister and Swan were pushed in. Macklin followed, then Roland, and finally the man with the scarlet eye. They all squinted in the bright light of a white-walled, antiseptic-looking chamber where 6 mainframe computers quietly conversed, their data tapes slowly turning behind windows of tinted glass. The floor was coated with black rubber, and there was the polite rumble of the air-purifying system, drawing cleansed air through small metal grills in the walls. At the center of the room, sitting atop a rubber-coated table, and connected by thick bundles of cables to the mainframe computers, was another small black box with a keyboard, about the size of a telephone. Roland was delirious at the sight of the machines. It had been so long since he'd seen a computer, he'd forgotten how beautiful they were. To him, the mainframes were the Ferraris of computers, pulsing brain matter squished into sleek plastic and metal skins. He could almost hear them breathing. "Welcome to my home," the president said, and then he walked to a metal panel on the wall. There was a small lever that you could fit your finger into and pull upward on, and above it a little red plastic danger sign. He hooked his finger into the lever's notch and wrenched it up. The door slammed shut, and instantly the electronic locks bolted themselves. On this side of the false wall was a sheet of stainless steel. Swan and Sister had turned to face him. Friend had his finger on the machine-gun's trigger, and Macklin stood staring numbly at the old man. "There," the president said. "There." He stepped back from the metal panel, nodding with satisfaction. "Open that door," Macklin demanded, his flesh crawling. The walls were closing in on him, and this place was too much like Earth House. "I don't like to be shut up. Get that damned door open." "It's locked," the other man replied. "Open it!" Macklin shouted. "Please open it," Swan said. The president shook his gray-maned head. "I'm sorry, child. Once you lock the door from in here, it's locked for good. I lied about the key. I just didn't want him to pull it out. See, you can open it from the inside if you have the silver key. But now the computer's locked it, and there's no way out." "Why?" Sister asked, her eyes wide. "Why'd you lock us in here?" "Because we're going to stay here until we die. The talons of heaven are going to destroy all the evil, every bit of it. The world will be cleansed, and the world can begin again, fresh and new. You see?" Colonel Macklin attacked the stainless steel door, hammering at it with his good hand. The insulation in the room soaked up the noise like a sponge, and Macklin couldn't even put a dent in the steel. The door had no handles, nothing to grab hold of. He turned on the old man and charged at him with his deadly right hand upraised for a killing blow. But before Macklin reached him, Friend stopped the colonel with a short, sharp blow to the throat. Macklin gagged and fell to his knees, his eyes bright with terror. "No," Friend said, like an adult chastising a naughty child. Then he lifted his gaze to the old man. "What is this place? What are these machines for, and where's the power coming from?" "Those gather information from satellites." The president motioned toward the mainframes. "I know what space looks like. I've looked down on the Earth. I used to believe it was such a good place." He blinked slowly as the memory of falling through the flaming whirlwind again stirred like a recurrent nightmare. "I fell to Earth from heaven. Yes, I fell. And I came here, because I knew I was close to this place. There were 2 men here, but they're not here now. They had food and water, enough to last them for years. I think one of them died. I don't know what happened to the other one. He just went away." He paused for a moment, and then his mind cleared again. He stared at the black box on the rubber-coated table and approached it reverently. "This," he said, "will bring down the talons of heaven." "The talons of heaven? What's that mean?" "Talons," the president said, as if the other man should know. "Tactical long-range nuclear sanitizer. Watch, and listen." He punched his code into the keyboard. A-OK. The mainframes began to spin their data tapes faster. Roland watched, fascinated. A woman's voice, soft and seductive, as cool as balm on an open wound,
filtered through speakers in the walls.
"Hello, Mr. President. I'm waiting for your instructions."
The voice reminded Sister of a New York social worker who'd politely explained that there was no more room in the women's shelter on a freezing January night. The President typed, "Here is Belladonna, the Lady of the Rocks, the Lady of Situations.
Here is the man with 3 staves, and here the wheel,"
the disembodied computer voice answered.
"Wow,"
Roland breathed. "And here is the one-eyed merchant, and this card,
which is blank, is something he carries on his back,"
the President typed, "which I am forbidden to see."
"What are you doing?" Sister shouted, close to panic.
Swan squeezed her hand. "I do not find the hanged man," the President typed into the black box.
"Fear death by water,"
the feminine voice replied. There was a pause, then,
"Talon's armed, sir. 10 seconds to abort."
He pressed 2 letters on the keyboard. "No."
"Initial abort sequence denied. Talon's firing procedure activated, sir."
The voice was as cool as the memory of lemonade on a scorching August afternoon.
"Talons will be in target range in 13 minutes and 48 seconds.
Then the computer voice was silent. "What's happened?" Friend was keenly interested. "What did you do?"
"In 13 minutes and 48 seconds, the President said, 2 satellites will enter the atmosphere over the North Pole and Antarctica. Those satellites are nuclear missile platforms that will each fire 30 25-megaton warheads into the ice caps." He glanced over at Swan and looked quickly away, because her beauty made him yearn. "The blasts will throw the earth off its axis and melt the ice. The world will be cleansed, don't you see? All the evil will be washed away by the talons of heaven. And someday things will start over again, and they'll be good, like they used to be." His face wrinkled with pain. "We lost the war," he said. "We lost, and now we have to start all over again." "A doomsday machine," Friend whispered, and a grin skittered across his mouth. The grin stretched into a laugh, and the eyes danced with malignant glee. "A doomsday machine!" he shouted. "Oh, yes, the world must be cleansed. All the evil must be washed away. Like her." He pointed a finger at Swan. "The last of the good must die with the evil," the President replied. "Must die, so the world can be reborn." "No, no," Macklin croaked, clutching at his bruised throat. Friend laughed, and he directed his attention to Sister, though he really spoke to Swan. "I told you," he crowed. "I told you I'd make a human hand do the work." The cool feminine voice said, 13 minutes to detonation." Chapter 93. Josh and Robin came upon the dead soldier at the broken open gate, and Josh bent down beside the corpse. Robin heard a hissing, sputtering noise, but couldn't figure out where it was coming from. He reached out to touch the chain-link fence. "No!" Josh said sharply, and Robin's fingers stopped just short of the metal mesh. "Look at this." Josh opened the dead man's right hand, and Robin could see the chain-link design burned into the corpse's flesh. They went through the opening where the gate had been, while the fence's broken connections hissed like a nest of vipers. It was raining harder, and gray sheets of water whipped through the dead trees on either side of the road. Both of them were drenched and shivering, and the torn-up surface beneath them alternately gripped their boots in mud and then skidded them over icy patches. They moved as fast as they could, because both of them knew that Swan and Sister were somewhere ahead, at the mercy of the man with the scarlet eye, and they sensed time ticking rapidly toward the final hour. Coming around a curve, Josh stopped, and Robin heard him say, "Damn it!" 3 soldiers, all but obscured by the rain, were descending the road and heading right at them. 2 of them saw Josh and Robin and stopped less than 10 yards away. The third kept going a few more steps until he stopped as well.
and gaped stupidly at the two figures in front of him. Perhaps 4 seconds passed, and Josh thought he and the others had frozen into lead-boned statues. He couldn't figure out what to do, and suddenly the choice was made for him. Like two bands of rival gunfighters meeting on a street at high noon, they started shooting without taking aim, and the next few seconds were a blur of motion, nerve-frazzling panic, and flashes of gunfire as bullets screamed toward their targets. 10 minutes to detonation, the voice announced, and it struck Sister that the woman who'd made that tape was probably long dead. "Stop it," Swan said to the scarred man who'd once been the President of the United States. "Please." Her face was calm, but for the rapid beating of a pulse at her temple. "You're wrong. Evil hasn't won." The President was sitting on the floor, his legs crossed beneath him and his eyes closed. Colonel Macklin had gotten to his feet and was beating weakly at the steel door, while Roland Croninger walked amid the computers, babbling to himself about being a king's knight, and lovingly running his fingers over the mainframes. "Evil doesn't win unless you let it," Swan said quietly. "People still have a chance. They could bring things back. They could learn to live with what they have. If you let this thing happen, then evil will win." He was silent, like a brooding idol. Then he said, with his eyes still closed, "It used to be such a beautiful world. I know. I saw it from the great dark void, and it was good. I know what it used to be. I know what it is now. Evil will perish in the final hour, child. All the world will be made clean again by the talons of heaven." "Killing everyone won't make the world clean. It'll just make you part of the evil." The President didn't move or speak. Finally his mouth opened to say something, but then it closed again, as if the thought had submerged itself. 9 minutes to detonation, the voice of a dead woman said. "Please stop it." Swan knelt beside the man. Her heart was pounding, and the cold claws of panic gripped the back of her neck. But she could also feel the man with the scarlet eye watching her, and she knew she must not give him the satisfaction of seeing her break. "There are people outside who want to live. Please." She touched the thin shoulder of his withered arm. "Please give them the chance." His eyes opened. "People can tell the difference between good and evil," Swan said. "Machines can't. Don't let these machines make the decision, because it's going to be the wrong one. If you can, please stop the machines." He was silent, staring at her with dead, hopeless eyes. "Can you?" she asked him. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and stared into hers. He nodded. "How?" "Code word," he answered. "Code word ends the prayer. But evil must be destroyed. The world must be cleansed. Code word can stop the detonation. But I won't speak it, because the talons of heaven must be released. I won't speak it. I can't." "You can. If you don't want to be part of the evil, you have to." His face seemed to be contorted from within by currents of pressure. For an instant Swan saw a flicker of light in the dark craters of his eyes, and thought he was going to stand up, go to that keyboard, and type in the code word. But then the light died, and he was insane again. "I can't," he said. "Not even for someone as beautiful as you." The computer voice said, 8 minutes to detonation. Across the room, Friend waited for Swan to crack. "The power source," Roland said, part of his mind comprehending what was about to happen and shunting it aside, another part repeating over and over that he was a king's knight, and that he had finally, at long last, come to the end of an arduous journey. But he was with the true king, and he was happy. "Where's the power source for all this?" The President stood up. "I'll show you." He motioned toward another door on the far side of the chamber. It was unlocked, and he led Roland through. As the door opened, Swan heard the roaring sound of water, and she went through to see what lay beyond it. A passageway led to a concrete platform with a waist-high metal railing, which stood about 20 feet over an underground river. The water rushed from a tunnel along a concrete-lined spillway, dropped off a sloping embankment, and turned a large electric turbine before it streamed away through another tunnel cut into solid rock. The turbine was connected by a network of cables to 2 electric generators that hummed with power, and the air smelled of ozone. 7 minutes to detonation, the voice echoed from the other chamber. Roland leaned over the railing and watched the turbine going around. He could hear the crackling of power through the cables, and he knew that the underground river supplied an inexhaustible source of electricity, plenty to drive the computers, the lights, and the electric fence. "The miners found this river a long time ago," the president said. "That's why the complex was built here." He cocked his head, listening to the river's noise. "It sounds so clean, doesn't it? I knew it was here. I remembered after I fell from heaven. Fear death by water." He nodded, lost in his memories. "Yes, fear death by water." Swan was about to ask him to type in the code word again, but she saw his blank expression, and she knew it was useless. There was a movement from the corner of her eye, and the grinning monster in a human mask came through the doorway onto the platform. "God?" Friend called, and the president turned from the railing. "There's no other way to stop the satellites, is there? You're the only one who could, if you wanted to. Isn't that right?" "Yes." "Good." Friend lifted the machine gun and fired a burst of bullets, the sound deafening in the cavern-like room. The slugs marched up the president's stomach and chest, and knocked him back against the railing, where he clawed at the air and danced to the gun's deadly rhythm. As Swan put her hands to her ears, she saw the bullet slam into the man's head and knock him off his feet. He toppled over the railing as Roland Croninger gave a scream of hysterical laughter. The machine gun choked on an empty clip, and the president hit the water and was swept into the tunnel and out of sight. "Bang, bang!" Roland shouted merrily, leaning over the blood-spattered railing. "Bang, bang!" Tears burned Swan's eyes. He was gone, and so was the last hope of halting the prayer for the final hour. The man with the scarlet eye tossed the useless weapon over the railing into the water and left the platform. 6 minutes to detonation, the voice echoed. "Keep your head down," Josh shouted. A bullet had just ricocheted off the tree Robin crouched behind. Josh fired across the road at the other 2 soldiers, but his shot went wild. The 3rd soldier lay on the road, writhing in pain, his hands clenched around a stomach wound. Josh could hardly see anything through the rain. A bullet had plucked at his sleeve as he dove for cover, and he thought he'd wet his pants, but he wasn't sure, because he was already so wet. He didn't know either if he or Robin had shot the 3rd soldier down. For a few seconds bullets had been whizzing past as thick as flies at a garbage men's convention. But then he'd leapt into the woods, and Robin had followed an instant later, as a ricocheting slug grazed his left hand. The 2 soldiers fired repeatedly, and both Josh and Robin stayed under cover. Robin finally dared to lift his head. One of the men was running to the left to reach higher ground. He wiped rain from his eyes, took careful aim, and squeezed off his last 2 shots. The soldier grabbed at his ribs, spun like a top, and fell. Josh shot at the remaining man, who returned the fire and then leapt to his feet, sprinting wildly along the edge of the road toward the electrified fence. "Don't shoot!" he screamed. "Don't shoot!" Josh aimed at his back, had a clear and killing shot, but he held his fire. He'd never shot a man in the back, not even an Army of Excellence trooper, and he was damned if he'd start now. He let the man go, and in another moment he stood up and motioned Robin on. They started up the road again. Sister closed her eyes as the voice announced 5 minutes to detonation. She was dizzy, and she reached out to the wall for support, but Swan grasped her arm and held her steady. "It's finished," Sister rasped. "Oh, my God, everyone's going to die. It's finished." Her knees started to buckle, and she wanted to slide down to the floor, but Swan wouldn't let her. "Stand up." Still the other woman's body sagged. "Stand up, damn it!" Swan said angrily, and she pulled her up. Sister looked blankly at her and felt the twilight haze that she'd lived in as Sister Creep beginning to close around her. "Oh, let her fall,"
the man with the scarlet eye said, standing across the chamber. "You'll die all the same, whether you're on your knees or your feet. Do you wonder how it'll happen?" Swan didn't give him the satisfaction of answering. "I do," he went on. "Maybe the whole world will split apart and go spinning off in pieces, or maybe it'll be as quiet as a gasp. Maybe the atmosphere will rip like an old sheet, and everything, mountains, forests, rivers, what's left of cities, will be flung off like dust. Or maybe gravity'll smash everything flat." He crossed his arms and leaned casually against the wall. "Maybe it'll shrivel and burn, and only a cinder will be left. Well, nobody can live forever." "How about you?" she had to ask. "Can you live forever?" He laughed, softly this time. "I am forever." 4 minutes to detonation," the cool voice promised. Macklin was crouched on the floor, breathing like an animal. As the 4-minute mark was passed, a terrible, mournful moan came from his injured throat. "There's your death knell, Swan," the man with the scarlet eye said. "Do you still forgive me?" "Why are you so afraid of me? I can't do anything to hurt you." He didn't reply for a few seconds, and when he spoke his eyes were fathomless. "Hope hurts me," he said. "It's a disease, and you're the germ that spreads it. We can't have disease at my party. Oh, no, it won't be allowed." He was silent, staring at the floor, and then a smile skittered across his mouth as the computer voice said, 3 minutes to detonation." Rain smashed against the aluminum roof as Josh and Robin reached the long shed-like structure. They'd passed the jeeps and the corpse of Brother Timothy, and now they saw the entrance to the mine shaft and the dim yellow light. Robin ran ahead up the steps and along the catwalk, while Josh followed. Just before Josh got to the shaft, he heard a thunder of what sounded like baseball-sized hailstones slamming on the roof, and he thought the whole damned place was about to cave in. But the din abruptly ceased, as if a mechanism had been switched off. It was so silent Josh could hear the shriek of the wind outside the walls. Robin looked down the slanting mine shaft and saw the tracks. Some kind of conveyance was at the bottom. He looked around and found the metal plate with the red and green buttons. He pressed the red one, but nothing happened. A touch of the green button, and at once machinery rumbled in the walls. The long metal cable that stretched down the tracks began to reel itself up. 2 minutes to detonation. Colonel James B. Macklin heard himself whimper. The walls of the pit were closing around him, and from far away he thought he heard the shadow soldier laughing. But no. He had the face of the shadow soldier now, and he and the shadow soldier were one and the same, and if anyone was laughing, it was either Roland Croninger or the monster who called himself friend. He clenched his left fist and beat against the sealed door, and there in the stainless steel he saw the skull staring back. In that instant he clearly saw the face of his soul, and he teetered on the edge of madness. He hammered at that face, trying to smash it and make it go away, but it did not. The frozen fields where dead soldiers lay heaped and broken moved through his mind in a grisly panorama. The smoldering ruins of towns, burning vehicles, and charred bodies lay before him like an offering on the altar of Hades, and he knew in that moment what the legacy of his life would be, and where it had led him. He'd escaped from the pit in Vietnam, had left his hand in the pit in Earth House, had lost his soul in the pit carved into the dirt-wart land, and now would lose his life in this four-walled pit. And instead of crawling from the mud and standing on his feet after the 17th of July, he'd chosen to wallow in filth, to live from pit to pit, while the greatest and most hideous pit of all opened within himself and consumed him. He knew with whom he was in league. He knew. And he knew also that he was damned, and the final pit was about to close over his head. "Oh, the waste, the waste," he whispered, and tears ran down from the staring eyes. "God forgive me. Oh, God forgive me." He began to sob, as the man who called himself friend laughed and clapped his hands. Someone touched Colonel Macklin's shoulder. He lifted his head. Swan did her best not to flinch from him, because there was a tiny flicker of light deep in his eyes, just as there'd been a small flame in Sheila Fontana's bit of glass. For a soul-awakening instant, Macklin thought he saw the sun in her face, thought he saw all that the world could have been. Now all was lost. All was lost. "No," he whispered. The pit hadn't closed over him yet. Not yet. And he rose to his feet like a king and turned toward the mainframe computers that were about to destroy the wounded world. He attacked the nearest machine, battering frenziedly at it with his nail-studded palm, trying to shatter the smoked glass and get at the spinning data tapes. The glass cracked, but it was reinforced with tiny threads of metal and would not let his hand through. Macklin fell to his knees and started ripping at one of the cables on the floor. "Roland!" Fran snapped. "Stop him! Now!" Roland Croninger stepped behind Macklin and spoke one word. "Don't!" That went unheeded. "Kill him!" Fran shouted, coming forward like a whirlwind before the nails in Macklin's palm tore through the rubber cable into the wiring. The true king had spoken. Roland was a king's knight, and he must follow the word of the king. He lifted his .45. His hand was shaking. And then he fired 2 bullets into Colonel Macklin's back at point-blank range. The colonel fell onto his face. His body twitched, and then he lay still. "Bang, bang," Roland wailed. He tried to laugh, but the sound came out strangled. 1 minute to detonation. Chapter 94. Friend smiled. All was in hand. It had turned out to be a fine party, and now it was to be finished with a fireworks display. But the place to watch such a show was not here, in the basement seats. He saw that Sister and the little bitch were down on their knees, clinging together, because they knew it was almost finished. It was a pleasant sight, and he had nothing else to prove here. 50 seconds, the countdown continued. He let his gaze move over Swan's face. Too late, he thought, and he swept the weakness aside. Outside this place there would still be bands of people, more settlements to visit. The fireworks display might crack the world in an eye blink, or it might be a slow decay and consumption. He didn't fully understand all that nuclear shit, but he was always ready to party. In any case, she would be here, out of his way. The glass ring, or crown, or whatever it was lost. Sister had given him a good run, but she was on her knees now, broken. "Swan," he said, "do you forgive me?" She didn't know what she was going to say until she said it, but as she opened her mouth he put his finger to his lips and whispered, "Too late." His already charred uniform had begun to smoke. His face had started melting. 40 seconds, the computer's voice said. The flame that was consuming the man with the scarlet eye was a cold burning. Both Sister and Swan shrank away, but Roland stood awed, his teeth chattering and his eyes gleaming behind the goggles. False flesh sizzled away and laid open what was beneath the mask, but Swan averted her eyes at the last second, and Sister cried out and shielded her face. Roland watched and saw a face that no human being had ever witnessed and lived to tell about. It was a suppurating sore with reptilian eyes, a seething and diseased mass that pulsed and rippled with volcanic fury. It was a maddening glimpse into the end of time, at worlds of fire and the universe in chaos, black holes yawning in the fabric of time, and civilizations scorched to ashes. Roland fell to his knees at the feet of the true king. He lifted his hands toward the cold flame and begged, "Take me with you." What might have been a mouth opened in that nightmarish, apocalyptic face, and the ancient voice answered, "I've always walked alone." Freezing fire leapt out of the uniform and sizzled over Roland's head like a bolt of electricity. It slammed upward through a small air vent in the wall, leaving a hole in the metal grill that was at the same time burned and rimmed with dirty ice. The empty Army of Excellence uniform, still molded in the shape of a man, collapsed to the floor, ice crackling in its folds. 30 seconds, the seductive voice intoned. Sister saw her chance and knew what she must do. She shrugged off the shock and lunged toward Roland Croninger. Her fingers gripped the wrist of his gun hand. He looked up at her, now totally insane. She shouted, "Swan, stop the machine!" and tried to wrench the gun loose. But his other fist struck her in the face. She hung onto his wrist with all her strength, and the young knight of an infernal king fought her in a maniacal frenzy, getting his arm around her throat and squeezing. Swan started to help Sister, but Sister was buying them precious seconds, and she must do what she could to stop the countdown. She bent to the floor and tried to rip up one of the cables. Roland released Sister's throat and slammed his fist into her mouth. His teeth snapped at her cheek, but she warded him off with an elbow and hung on. The gun fired, its bullet whining off the opposite wall. They fought for the weapon, and then Sister rammed her elbow into his chest and leaned forward, sinking her teeth into his thin wrist. He howled in pain. His fingers opened, and the gun fell to the floor. Sister reached for it, but Roland's hand gripped her face, and his fingernails dug toward her eyes. Swan couldn't get the cable loose. It was sealed to the floor, and the rubber was too thick to tear through. She looked up at the black keyboard on the table at the room's center, and remembered what the old man had said about a code word. But whatever it was had died with him. Still, she had to try. She jumped over the fighting figures and reached the keyboard. 20 seconds. Roland clawed at Sister's face, but she twisted her head away, and her fingers closed on the butt of the gun. As she picked it up, a fist hammered across the back of her neck, and she lost her grip. Trying to clear her mind, Swan stood over the keyboard. She typed, "Stop." Roland broke free from Sister and scrambled after the gun. He got it and twisted to fire at Sister, but she was on him like a wildcat, grabbing his wrist again and pounding at his misshapen, bleeding face. 15 seconds, the countdown continued. "End," Swan typed, all her concentration on the letters. Sister reared her arm back and smashed her fist into Roland's face. One of the goggles' lenses shattered, and he yelped with pain. But then he struck her a glancing blow on the temple, stunning her, and he flung her aside like a sack of straw. 10 seconds. "Oh, God, help me," Swan thought, as panic shot through her, and she clenched her teeth to hold back a scream. She typed, "Finish." 9. She would have only one more chance now. She couldn't waste it. The prayer for the final hour, she thought. The prayer. 8. The prayer. Sister grabbed at Roland's arm again, still fighting for the gun. He jerked free, and she saw his hideous face grin as he squeezed the trigger. Once, twice. The bullets pierced Sister's ribs and shattered her collarbone, and she was flung back to the floor as if she'd been kicked. Blood was in her mouth. 7. Swan had heard the shots, but the answer was close, and she dared not turn her attention from the keyboard. What ended a prayer? What ended— "Get away!" Roland Croninger roared, rising from the floor with blood running from his mouth and nostrils. 6. He aimed at Swan, started to pull the trigger. Something pounded like judgment on the other side of the steel door, and Roland was distracted for a vital split second. And suddenly Colonel Macklin rose, and with his last surge of life and strength he slammed the nail-studded right hand into Roland Croninger's heart. As Roland was struck, the gun went off, and the bullet whistled inches over Swan's head. 5. The nails had plunged deep. Roland fell to his knees, the scarlet blood pumping around Colonel Macklin's rigid black-gloved fingers. Roland tried to lift the gun again, shaking his head from side to side, but Macklin's weight drove him down, and he lay jittering on the floor. Macklin held him in what was almost a loving embrace. 4. Swan stared at the keyboard. What ended a prayer? She knew. Her fingers moved across the keys. She typed, "Amen." 3. Swan shut her eyes and waited for the next second to fall. Waited and waited. When the silken voice came through the speakers again, Swan almost jumped out of her skin. "Talon's detonation holding at 2 seconds. What is your next command, please?" Swan's legs were weak. She backed away from the keyboard and almost fell over the bodies of Colonel Macklin and Roland Croninger. Roland sat up. Blood bubbled in his lungs and drooled from his mouth, and his arm shot out and grasped Swan's ankle. She wrenched it free, and his body sprawled again. The bubbling noise ceased. She looked at Sister. The woman was propped up against the wall. Her eyes were watery, and a thin line of blood had spilled over her lower lip and clung to her chin. She pressed her hand against the wound in her abdomen, and managed a tired, vague smile. "We kicked some ass, didn't we?" she asked. Fighting back bitter tears, Swan knelt at her side. Again there was a pounding on the other side of the door. "Better find out who it is," Sister said. "They're not going to go away." Swan went to the door and pressed her ear against the line where the metal sealed to the stone. She could hear nothing for a moment, and then there was a muffled, distant voice. "Swan, Sister, are you in there?" It was Josh's voice, and he was probably yelling at the top of his lungs, but she could barely hear him. "Yes," she shouted, "we're here." "Shh," Josh told Robin. "I think I hear something." He bellowed, "Can you let us in?" Both of them had seen the black box with the silver key in the lock, but upon turning it to the left, Robin had been faced with a demand for a code word that flickered off after 5 seconds. It took a minute of shouting back and forth for Josh to understand what Swan was trying to tell him. He turned the key to the left and pressed A-OK on the keyboard when the code word demand came on. The door unlocked and popped open, and Robin was the first one through. He saw Swan standing before him like a dream, and he put his arms around her and held her tight, and he told himself that as long as he was alive he would never let her go. Swan clung to him too, and for a moment their hearts beat as one. Josh pushed past them. He'd seen Macklin and the other man on the floor, and then he saw Sister. Oh, no, he thought. There was too much blood. He reached her with 2 long strides and bent beside her. "Don't ask me where it hurts," she said. "I'm numb." "What happened?" "The world got a second chance," she answered. The computer's voice said, "What is your next command, please?" "Can you stand up?" Josh asked Sister. "I don't know. I haven't tried. Oh, I've made a mess here, haven't I?" "Come on, let me help you up." Josh got her to her feet. She felt light, and she left blood all over Josh's hands. "Are you going to be okay?" Robin asked her, supporting her other arm with his shoulder. "That's about the stupidest question I've ever heard." She was getting short of breath, and now the pain was lancing through her ribs. But it wasn't bad. Not bad at all for a dying old lady, she thought. "I'm going to be fine. Just get me out of this damned hole." Swan paused over Macklin's body. The dirty tape had unraveled from around his right wrist, and the hand with its nail-studded palm was almost severed from the arm. She ripped the rest of the tape away, then forced herself to work the long, bloody nails out of Roland Croninger's body. She stood up with the brutal hand clenched in her own blood-smeared fingers. They left the chamber of death and machines. The seductive voice asked, "What is your next command, please?" Swan turned the silver key to the right. The door sealed itself, and the locks clicked shut. She put the key in the pocket of her jeans. And then they helped Sister into the mineshaft's car, and Robin pressed the green button on a metal wall plate next to the tracks before he climbed in. The noise of machinery grew, and the car rose toward the top of the shaft. Sister lost all feeling in her legs as they were moving along the catwalk to the stairs. She clung tighter to Josh, who took more of her weight on him. Behind her she left a trail of blood, and now her breathing was forced and irregular. Swan knew Sister was dying. She felt about to choke, but she said, "We'll get you well." "I'm not sick. I'm shot," Sister replied. "One step at a time," she said, as Josh and Robin eased her down the stairs. "Oh, Lord, I feel like I'm about to pass out." "Hold on," Josh told her sternly. "You can make it." but her legs folded at the bottom of the stairs. Her eyelids fluttered, and she fought to stay conscious. They left the aluminum-roofed building and started across the parking lot toward the jeeps as the cold wind shrilled around them and the clouds hung low over the mountains. Sister couldn't hold her head up any more. Her neck was weak, and her skull felt as if it weighed 100 pounds. "One step," she urged herself. "One step, and then the next, gets you where you're going." But the taste of blood was thick and coppery in her mouth, and she knew where her dragging steps were taking her. Her legs locked. She'd seen something there on the broken pavement before her. It was gone now. But what had it been? "Come on," Josh said. But Sister refused to budge. She saw it again. Just a brief glimpse, and gone. "Oh, God," she said. "What is it? You hurting?" "No, no, wait, just wait." They waited while Sister's blood trickled to the pavement. And there it was, a third time. Something Sister had not seen in a very long while. Her shadow. It was gone in an instant. "Did you see it? Did you?" "See what?" Robin looked at the ground, saw nothing. But in the next moment it happened. They all felt it. Heat, like the rays of a searchlight behind the clouds, slowly sweeping across the parking lot. Sister watched the ground, and as she felt the heat spread across her back and shoulders like a healing balm, she saw her shadow take form on the pavement, saw the shadows of Josh and Swan and Robin all gathered around her own. With a mighty effort she lifted her head toward the sky, and the tears ran down her cheeks. "The sun," she whispered. "Oh, dear God, the sun's coming out." They looked up. The leaden sky was moving, plates of clouds colliding and ripping apart. "There!" Robin shouted, pointing. He was the first to see a patch of azure before the clouds closed up again. "Josh, I want to go up there." She motioned to the peak of Warwick Mountain. "Please, I want to see the sun come out." "We've got to get some help for you before—" She clenched his hand. "I want to go up there," she repeated. "I want to watch the sun come out. Do you understand me?" Josh did. He hesitated, but only for a few seconds, because he knew time was short. He lifted her in his arms and started up the side of Warwick Mountain. Swan and Robin followed as he climbed through the rough terrain of boulders and dead, twisted trees, carrying Sister up toward the turbulent sky. Swan felt the sun's touch on her back, saw the shadows of rocks and trees appear around her. She looked up and caught a hint of bright blue off to the left, and then the clouds sealed up. Robin grasped her hand, and they helped each other climb. "Hurry," Sister told Josh. "Please, hurry." Shadows scurried across the mountain. The wind was still cold and whipped violently, but the clouds were beginning to break up, and Josh wondered if that last storm hadn't been the final gasp of a 7-year winter. "Hurry," Sister pleaded. They came out of the woods and into a small clearing near the peak. Rough-edged boulders were strewn about, and from this height there was a view to all points of the compass, the landscape around them fading into the mist. "Here," Sister's voice was weakening. "Lay me down here, so I can see." Josh gently put Sister on a bed of dead leaves, with her back molded into the smooth hollow of a boulder, and her face turned toward the west. The wind swirled around them, still carrying a bite. Dead branches snapped from the trees, and black leaves flew overhead like ravens. Swan caught her breath as rays of golden light streamed through the western clouds, and for an instant the harsh landscape softened, its forlorn colors of black and gray turning to pale brown and reddish gold. But just as quickly the light was gone. "Wait," Sister said, watching the advance of the clouds. Whirlwinds and eddies moved in them like tides and currents after a storm. She could feel her life quickly ebbing away, her spirit wanting to bolt out of her tired body, but she clung to life with the same dogged tenacity that had helped her carry the glass crown mile after rugged mile. They waited. Above Warwick Mountain the clouds were drifting apart, slowly unlocking, and behind them were fragments of blue, connecting like the pieces of a huge jigsaw puzzle finally revealed.
There. Sister nodded, squinting up as the light spread over the land and up the mountainside, over dead leaves and trees and boulders, and onto her face. There. Josh shouted with joy. Huge holes were breaking open in the clouds, and through them streamed a golden light as beautiful as a promise. From down in the distant valleys and hollows below Warwick Mountain, other cries of joy echoed from the hillsides, where little communities of shacks had finally been touched by the sun. A car horn blew, followed by another, and the shouts grew and merged into a mighty voice. Swan lifted her face up and let the wonderful, stunning warmth soak into her skin. She drew a long breath and smelled sweet, uncontaminated air. The long twilight was ending. "Swan," Sister rasped. She looked down at Sister, saw her radiant with sunlight and smiling. Sister lifted her hand to Swan. She took it, grasped it tightly, and knelt down beside her. They looked at each other for a long time, and Swan put Sister's hand against her wet cheek. "I'm proud of you," Sister said. "Oh, I'm so proud of you." "You're going to be all right," Swan told her, but her throat was closing up, and a sob welled out. "You'll be fine as soon as we get you to—" "Shh." Sister ran her fingers over Swan's long, flame-colored hair. In the sunshine it gleamed with the intensity of a bonfire. "I want you to listen to me now. Listen close. Look at me, too." Swan did, but Sister's face was blurred through the tears. Swan wiped her eyes. "The summer's finally come," Sister said. "There's no telling when winter will be back. You're going to have to work while you can. Work as hard and fast as you can, while the sun's still shining. Do you hear me?" Swan nodded. Sister's fingers tightened around the girl's. "I wish I could go with you. I do. But that's not how it's going to be. You and I are going in different directions now. But that's all right." Sister's eyes sparkled, and she looked over at Robin. "Hey," she said, "do you love her?" "Yes." "How about you?" she asked Swan. "Do you love him?" "Yes," Swan said. "Then that's half the battle won right there. You two hold on to each other, and you help each other, and don't let anybody or anything pull you apart. You keep going step after step, and you do the work that has to be done while it's still summertime." She turned her head and squinted up at the black giant. "Josh," she said, "you know where you have to go, don't you? You know who's waiting for you?" Josh nodded. "Yes," he finally managed to say. "I know." "The sun feels so good," Sister said, looking up at it. Her sight was dimming, and she didn't have to squint any more. "So good. I've come a long way, and I'm tired now. Will you find a place for me to rest up here, so I can lie close to the sun?" Swan squeezed her hand, and Josh said, "We will." "You're a good man. I don't think even you knew how good you were. Swan," Sister reached up with both hands and cupped them around Swan's beautiful face, "you listen to me. Do the work. Do it well. You can bring things back, even better than they were. You're a natural-born leader, Swan, and when you walk, you hold yourself strong and proud, and remember how much I love you." Sister's hand slipped away from Swan's face, but Swan caught and held on to them. The spark of life was almost gone. Sister smiled. In Swan's eyes she could see the colors of the glass crown. Her mouth trembled and opened again. "One step," she whispered, and then she took the next.
They stayed around her as the sun warmed their backs and thawed out their muscles. Josh started to close Sister's eyes, but he didn't, because he knew how much she loved the light. Swan stood up. She walked away from them and dug her hand into her pocket. She brought out the silver key, and she climbed up on a boulder and walked to the edge of Warwick Mountain. She stood with her head held high, staring into the distance. But she was seeing more armies of fighting and frightened men, more guns and armored cars, more death and misery that would still be lurking in the minds of men like a cancer waiting to be reborn. She gripped the silver key. Never again, she thought, and she flung the key as hard and as far as she could. Sunlight winked off it as it fell through space. It bounced off the limb of an oak tree, hit the edge of a boulder, fell 50 more feet into a small green pond half hidden by underbrush. As it drifted through the water and into the leaves at the pond's bottom, it stirred up several tiny eggs that had been hidden there for a long, long time. Shafts of sunlight stroked the pond and warmed the eggs, and the hearts of tadpoles began to beat. Josh, Swan, and Robin found a place to let Sister's body rest. It was not sheltered by trees or hidden in shade, but lay where the sun could reach it. They dug the grave with their hands and lowered Sister into the earth. When the grave was filled again, each of them said whatever was on his or her mind, and they ended with, "Amen." 3 figures came down off the mountain. Chapter 95. Sunlight had touched the camp of the Army of Excellence as well, and each man, woman, and child there saw what was exposed. Faces that had been hidden in twilight now emerged monstrous. The light hit the grotesque demons on the carved steps of the Central Command trailer, fell upon the trucks with their cargoes of blood-stained clothing, illuminated the black trailer where Roland Croninger had tortured in his quest for truth, and men who'd learned to live for the sight of blood and the sound of screams shrank back from that light as if pinpointed beneath the eye of God. Panic ruled the mob. There were no leaders now, only followers, and some men fell to their knees and jabbered for forgiveness, while others crawled into the familiar darkness beneath the trailers and curled up there with their guns. 3 figures walked through the howling, sobbing mass of humanity, and many could not bear to look at the face of the girl with hair like fire. Others screamed for Colonel Macklin and the man they'd come to know as friend, but they were not answered. "Halt!" A young, hard-featured soldier leveled his rifle. 2 other men stood behind him, and a 4th came out from behind a truck to aim his pistol at Josh. Swan regarded each of them in turn, and held herself tall and proud, and when she took a step forward, all of the soldiers moved back except the man who'd spoken. "Get out of our way," Swan said, as calmly as she could manage, but she knew the man was scared, and he wanted to kill somebody. "Fuck you," the young soldier sneered. "I'll blow your head off." She tossed something to his feet, into the steaming mud. He looked down. It was the black-gloved hand of Colonel Macklin, its palm and nails smeared with dried gore. He scooped it up, and then he grinned crazily as the realization hit him. "It's mine," he whispered. "It's mine." His voice grew louder, more frantic. "Macklin's dead," he shouted, and he lifted the hand for the others to see. "It's mine now. I'm in command. I've got the power." He was shot through the forehead by the soldier with the pistol, and as the false hand fell to the mud, the other men went after it, fighting like animals for the symbol of power. But another figure leapt amid them, flinging first one man back and then another, tearing the gloved hand away and holding it in his own grasp. He stood up, and as his mud-smeared face swiveled toward Swan, she saw the shock and hatred in his eyes. He was a brutal, dark-haired man in an Army of Excellence uniform, but there were bullet holes across the front of his shirt and dried blood around the heart. The face seemed to ripple for just a fraction of a second, and then the man lifted one dirty hand to either shield himself from the sun or ward off the sight of Swan. Maybe it was him, she realized. Maybe he'd already put on a new skin and climbed into a corpse's clothes. She couldn't tell for sure,
But if it was him, she had to answer the question he'd asked her down in the mine. "The machine stopped, and the missiles aren't going to fire," she said. "Not ever." He made a low, garbled noise and stepped back, still hiding his face. "There won't be an end," Swan told him. "So yes, I do forgive you. Because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have a second chance." "Kill her!" The dark-haired man tried to shout, but his voice came out weak and sick. "Shoot her down." Josh stepped in front of Swan to protect her. The soldiers hesitated. "I said kill her!" He lifted Macklin's hand, his face averted from Swan's. "I'm your master now. Don't let her walk out of here." One of the soldiers fired at point-blank range. The rifle bullet went into the dark-haired man's chest, and the impact staggered him. Another bullet hit him, and he tripped over the dead man and fell into the mud. And already the other soldiers were leaping onto him, fighting again for the nail-pierced hand. And now more soldiers were coming, drawn by the shots, and they saw the disembodied hand and threw themselves into the fight as well. "Kill her!" the dark-haired man demanded. But he was being pressed down into the mud under the thrashing bodies, and his voice was a high whine. "Kill the little bitch!" Someone had an axe and started hacking with it. The dark-haired man was down at the bottom of the pile, and over the curses and grunts of the fighting men, Swan heard him gibbering, "It's my party! It's my party!" She saw a boot mash his face into the mud. Then the soldiers closed over him, and she could no longer see any part of him. Swan went on. Josh followed, but Robin paused. Lying on the ground was another pistol. He started to reach down and retrieve it, but he caught himself and did not touch it. Instead, he shoved it deeper into the mud as he passed. They went through the encampment, where soldiers ripped off their filthy, blood-caked uniforms and threw them into a huge bonfire. Trucks and armored cars roared past as men and women fled to destinations unknown. The shout, "The Colonel's dead! Colonel Macklin's dead!" was carried over the camp, and more shots rang out as last quarrels were settled or suicide was chosen. And finally they came to Sheila Fontana's trailer. The guards had gone, and the door was unlocked. Swan opened it and found Sheila inside, sitting at her dresser before the mirror, looking at herself and holding the shard of glass. "It's over," Swan said, and as Sheila stood up, the piece of glass pulsed with light. "I've been waiting for you," Sheila told her. "I knew you'd come back. I prayed for you." Swan walked toward her. She embraced the other woman, and Sheila whispered, "Please, please let me come with you. All right?" "Yes," Swan answered, and Sheila grasped her hand and pressed it against her lips. Swan went to the mattress, reached inside it, and brought out the battered leather satchel. She could feel the shape of the crown in it, and she pulled it to her chest. She would protect it and carry it with her for the rest of her life, because she knew the man with the scarlet eye would be back. Maybe not today or tomorrow, maybe not even next year or the year after that. But someday, somewhere, he would slip from the shadows wearing a new face and a new name, and on that day she would have to be very careful and very strong. She didn't know what other powers the crown held, didn't know where the dream-walking would lead her, but she was ready to take the first step, and that step, she knew, would take her along a path she'd never imagined when she was a child growing her flowers and plants in the trailer park dirt of Kansas, a world and a lifetime away. But she was no longer a child, and the wasteland awaited a healing touch. She pulled back from Sheila Fontana and turned toward Josh and Robin. She knew Sister was right. Finding someone you loved and someone who loved you was half the battle. And now she knew as well what she had to do to make the wonderful things she'd seen in the glass crown come true. "I think there are others who might want to go with us," Sheila said. "Other women, like me. And some of the men, too. They're not all bad men. They're just afraid, and they won't know what to do or where to go." "All right," Swan agreed. "If they put down their guns, we'll welcome them." Sheila left to gather the others, and she returned with two bedraggled-looking RLs, one a heavily made-up frightened teenager, and the other a tough black woman with a red mohawk haircut, and three nervous men, one of them wearing a sergeant's uniform. As a show of good faith, the ex-soldiers had brought knapsacks full of canned spam, corned beef hash, and soup, as well as canteens of fresh water from the spring in Mary's Rest. The black prostitute, whose name was Cleo, short for Cleopatra, she announced dramatically, brought an assortment of gaudy rings, necklaces, and trinkets that Swan had no use for, and the teenage girl, "They call me Joey," she said, her dark hair all but obscuring her face, offered Swan her prized possession, a single yellow flower in a red clay pot that she'd somehow kept alive. And as the light of the new day faded, a truck with Josh at the wheel, and carrying Robin, Swan, Sheila Fontana, the two RLs, and the three men, left the camp of the Army of Excellence, where a group of rampaging madmen had set fire to Colonel Macklin's trailer, and the last of the ammunition was exploding. Long after Josh had driven away, the wolves began to come down from the mountains, and they silently circled the remnants of the Army of Excellence. The night passed, and patches of stars came out. The truck, with one remaining headlight and not much gasoline, turned west. In the darkness, Swan cried for a while with the memory of sister, but Robin put his arm around her, and she leaned her head against the strength of his shoulder. Josh thought of Mary's Rest, and of the woman he hoped was still waiting for him with the boy at her side. Sheila Fontana slept the sleep of the innocent, and dreamed of a beautiful face looking back at her from a mirror. Sometime during the night, Cleo and one of the men jumped out of the truck with a knapsack full of food and water. Josh wished them good luck and let them go. The stars faded. A thin red line crept across the eastern horizon, and Josh almost cried when the sun peeked back through the thinning clouds. The truck coughed and ran out of gas about 2 hours after sunrise. They started off on foot, following the road that led westward. And on the afternoon of that day, as the light slanted through the trees and the blue sky was dappled with white, slowly drifting clouds, they stopped to rest their legs. But Swan stood on the edge of the road looking down into a valley where 3 small shacks were clustered around the brown stubble of a field. A man in a floppy straw hat and a woman in overalls were working in that field with a shovel and hoe, and 2 small children were on their knees, carefully planting seeds and grain from burlap sacks. It wasn't a very large field. It was surrounded by withered trees, maybe pecan or walnut trees, Swan thought, but a sparkling stream of water meandered across the valley, and it occurred to Swan that it might be a trickle from the underground river that had powered the machines in Warwick Mountain. Now, she thought, that same water could be used for life instead of death. "I'll bet they're planting beans," Josh said, standing beside her. "Maybe squash or okra, too. What do you think?" "I don't know." He smiled faintly. "Yes, you do." She looked at him. "What?" "You do know," he replied. "You know you have to start somewhere, even a field as small as that one." "I'm going back to Mary's Rest with you. That's where I'm going to start." "No," Josh said, and his eyes were gentle but pained. Across his forehead were 3 gashes that would heal into scars and forever remind him of the old wrestling trick. "We don't have enough food and water left for us all to make it back to Mary's Rest. That's a long way from here." "Not so far." "Far enough," he said, and he motioned toward the valley. "You know, there's plenty of room down there for more crops. I imagine there are a lot of other shacks in these mountains, too. Plenty of people who haven't had fresh okra, beans, or squash in a long time." His mouth watered at the thought. "Soul food," he said, and he smiled. She watched the man, woman, and children at work. "But what about the people in Mary's Rest? What about my friends?" "They made do before you got there. They'll make do until you get back." Sister was right. You need to work while it's summertime, and there's no telling how long that'll be. Maybe a month, maybe 6. But the cold will come back. I just pray to God the next winter won't last as long. "Hey! Hey up there!"
The farmer had seen them, and he lifted his hand and waved. The woman and children paused in their work and looked up toward the road. "It's time to make new friends," Josh said softly. Swan didn't reply. She watched the man waving, and then she raised her own hand and waved back. The farmer said something to the woman and started up the winding trail that connected their land with the road. "Start here," Josh told her. "Start now. I think that girl, Joey, might even be able to help you. Otherwise, how could she have kept that flower alive so long?" His heart was aching, but he had to say it. "You don't need me any more, Swan." "Yes, I do." Her lower lip trembled. "Josh, I'll always need you." "Birds gotta fly," he said, "and even a swan has to spread her wings sometime. You know where I'll be, and you know how to get there." She shook her head. "How?" she asked. "Field by field," he said. She reached for him, and he put his arms around her and held her tight. "I love you so much," Swan whispered. "Please, don't go yet. Just stay one more day." "I wish I could, but if I did, I wouldn't leave. I have to go while I still know I want to." "But," her voice cracked, "who's going to protect you?" He laughed then, but his laughter was mixed with tears. He saw the farmer coming up the trail, and Robin was walking to meet him. The others had gotten to their feet again. "No man was ever prouder of a daughter than I am of you," Josh whispered in her ear. "You're going to do wonderful things, Swan. You're going to set things right again, and long before you come back to Mary's Rest. I'll hear your name from travelers, and they'll say they know of a girl called Swan who's grown up to be a beautiful woman. They'll say she has hair like fire, and that she has the power of life inside her. And that's what you must return to the earth, Swan. That's what you must return to the earth." She looked up at the black giant, and her eyes shimmered with light. "Howdy," the farmer in the straw hat said. He was skinny, but he already had a sunburn on his cheeks. Dirt clung to his hands. "Where are you folks from?" "The end of the world," Josh said. "Yeah. Well, doesn't look like the world's going to end today, does it?" "Nope. Maybe tomorrow, but surely not today." He took off his hat, wiped his forehead with his sleeve, and squinted up at the sun. "My Lord, that's a pretty thing. I don't think I've ever seen anything prettier. Except my wife and kids, maybe." He held out his hand toward Robin. "Name's Matt Taylor. Robin Oakes." He shook the man's sturdy hand. "You folks look like you could use a drink of water and sit a spell. You're welcome to come down if you like. We ain't got much, but we're working at it. Just trying to plant some beans and okra while the sun's shining." Swan looked past him. "What kind of trees are those?" "What, those dead ones? Well, sad to say, those used to be pecan trees. Used to just about break the branches down come October. And way over there," he pointed toward another grove, "we used to have peaches in the spring and summer. Of course, that was before everything went so bad." "Oh," Swan said. "Mr. Taylor, where's the nearest town from here?" Josh asked. "Well, Amberville is just over the hill about 3 or 4 miles. Ain't much there but a few shacks and about 50 or 60 people. Got a church, though. I ought to know. I'm Reverend Taylor." "I see." Josh stared into the valley, at the figures in the field and the grove of trees that he knew were not dead, only waiting for a healing touch. "What's in the bag?" The Reverend nodded toward the satchel Swan had set at her feet. "Something wonderful," Josh answered. "Reverend Taylor, I'm going to ask you to do something for me. I'd like for you to take these folks down to your house, and I'd like for you to sit yourself in a chair and listen to what my daughter has to tell you. Will you do that?" "Your daughter?" He frowned, puzzled, and looked at Swan. Then he abruptly laughed and shrugged.
"Well, this has sure turned out to be a crazy world." "Sure," he told Josh. "Everybody's welcome to come and sit a spell." "It'll be a spell, all right," Josh replied. He went across the road and picked up one of the knapsacks full of food and a canteen of water. "Hey," Robin called, "where are you going?" Josh walked toward Robin. He smiled and grasped the young man's shoulder. "Home," he said, and then his expression went severe and menacing, one of his glowering masks from the wrestling ring. "You watch yourself, and you take care of Swan. She's very precious to me. Do you understand that?"
"Yes, sir, I do."
"Make sure you do. I don't want to come back this way to kick your butt to the moon."
But he'd already seen how Robin and Swan looked at each other, how they walked close together and talked quietly, as if sharing secrets, and he knew he wouldn't have to worry. He slapped Robin on the shoulder. "You're okay, my friend," he said. And suddenly Robin put his arm around Josh, and they embraced each other. "You take care of yourself, Josh," Robin said. "And don't you ever worry about Swan. She's precious to me, too."
"Mister," Reverend Taylor called, "aren't you going down into the valley with us?" "No, I'm not. I've got a ways to go yet, and I'd better get started. I want to make a couple of miles before dark."
The Reverend paused, obviously not understanding, but he saw that the black giant did indeed intend to continue on his way.
"Just a minute, then. Hold on."
He reached into the pocket of his canvas jacket, and his fingers came out with something. "Here," he said, "take this to carry you on your way." Josh looked at the little silver crucifix on a chain that Reverend Taylor was offering him. "Take it. A wayfarer needs a friend." "Thank you." He put the chain around his neck. "Thank you very much."
"Good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for when you get where you're going."
"I do, too." Josh started walking away, westward along the mountain road. He'd gone about 10 yards when he turned back and saw Robin and Swan standing together, watching him go. Robin had his arm around her, and she was leaning her head on his shoulder.
"Field by field,"
he called. And then he was blinded by tears, and he turned away with the beautiful image of Swan burned forever in his mind. She watched him until he was out of sight. Except for Robin, the others had already gone with Reverend Taylor down to his house in the valley. She gripped Robin's hand and turned her face toward the landscape of mountains and hollows where dead trees waited to be awakened like restless sleepers. Off in the distance she thought she heard the high, joyful song of a bird. Perhaps a bird just finding her wings. "Field by field," Swan vowed. The days passed, and high up where Warwick Mountain's peak almost touched the blue sky, tiny seeds that had been scattered by the whirlwinds and stirred to life by the fingers of a girl with hair like flame began to respond to the sunlight and send out fragile green stems. The stems searched upward through the dirt, pushed through the surface and into the warmth, and there they bloomed into flowers, red and purple, bright yellow, snow-white, dark blue, and pale lavender. They glowed like jewels in the sunshine and marked the place where Sister lay sleeping. Weeks passed, and the road lamed him. His face was grayed with dust, but the knapsack was lighter on his bowed and weary back. He kept walking, one step after the next, following the road as it wound westward across the land. Some days the sun was out in full force. Some days the clouds returned, and the rain fell. But the rain-water was sweet on his tongue, and the storms never lasted very long. Then the clouds would scatter again, and the sun would shine through. At midday the temperature felt like the height of summer, which he realized it must be, at least by the calendar of the world that used to be. But the nights were frosty, and he had to huddle up for warmth in a roadside barn or house, if he was lucky enough to find shelter. But he kept going, and he kept hoping. He'd been able to trade food for matches along the way, and when he was out in the open at night he built fires to keep the night things at bay. One night in western Kentucky he was awakened under a starry sky, and at first he didn't know what had jarred him, but then he listened and he heard it. The sound of whistling, fading in and out, as if from a great distance. He knew he must be losing his mind or coming down with fever, but he thought the tune was, "Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush, so early in the morning." After that he looked for a house or barn to spend the night in. On the road he saw signs of awakening, small green buds on a tree, a flock of birds, a patch of emerald-green grass, a violet growing from an ash-heap. Things were coming back, very slowly, but they were coming back. And not one day, and very few hours, passed that Josh didn't think of Swan, thought of her hands working the dirt, touching seeds and grain, her fingers running over the rough bark of pecan and peach trees, stirring all things to life once again. He crossed the Mississippi River on a flatbed ferry boat, captained by a white-bearded old man with skin the color of that river's mud, and his ancient wife played the fiddle all the way across and laughed at Josh's worn-out shoes. He stayed with them that night and had a good dinner of beans and salt pork, and in the morning, when he set out, he found his knapsack heavier by one pair of soft-soled sneakers that were just a little too small, but fine once the toes were sliced open. He entered Missouri, and his pace quickened. A violent thunderstorm stopped him for 2 days, and he found shelter from the deluge in a small community called, laconically, All's Well, because there was indeed a well at the center of town. In the schoolhouse he played poker against 2 teenage boys and an elderly ex-librarian, and he wound up losing $529,000 in paper clips. The sun came out again, and Josh went on, thankful that the card-sharps hadn't taken his sneakers off his feet. He saw green vines trailing through the gray woods on either side of the road, and then he rounded a bend and abruptly stopped. Something was glittering far ahead. Something was catching the light and shining. It looked like a signal of some kind. He kept walking, trying to figure out what the sparkling was coming from, but it was still far ahead, and he couldn't tell. The road unreeled beneath his feet, and now he didn't even mind the blisters. Something sparkled, sparkled, sparkled. He stopped again and drew in his breath. Far up the dusty road he could see a figure. 2 figures, one tall, one small. 2 figures waiting, and the tall one wore a long black dress with sparkles on the front that was catching the sunlight. "Glory!" he shouted, and then he heard her shout his name and saw her running toward him in the dress that she'd worn every day, day in and day out, in hopes that this would be the day he came home. And it was. He ran toward her, too, and the dust puffed off his clothes as he picked her up and crushed her to his body, and Aaron yelled and jumped around at their feet, tugging on the black giant's sleeve. Josh scooped Aaron up as well and held them both tightly in his arms as all of them surrendered to tears. They went home, and there in the field beyond the houses of Mary's Rest were apple trees loaded down with fruit, from saplings that the Army of Excellence had missed. The people of Mary's Rest came out of their homes and gathered around Josh Hutchins, and by lamplight in the new church that was going up, he told them everything that had happened, and when someone asked if Swan was ever coming back, Josh replied with certainty, "Yes, in time." He hugged Glory to him. "In time." Time passed. Settlements struggled out of the mud, built meeting halls and schoolhouses, churches and shacks, first with clapboard and then with bricks. The last of the armies found people ready to fight to the death for their homes, and those armies melted away like snow before the sun. Crafts flourished, and settlements began to trade with one another, and travelers were welcome because they brought news from far away. Most towns elected mayors, sheriffs, and governing councils, and the law of the gun began to wither under the power of the court. The tales began to spread. No one knew how they started or from where, but her name was carried across the awakening land, and it held a power that made people sit up and listen, and ask travelers what they'd heard about her, and if the stories were really true. Because more than anything they wanted to believe. They talked about her in houses and in schools, in town halls and in general stores. "She's got the power of life in her," they said. In Georgia she brought back peach orchards and apple trees. In Iowa she brought back miles upon miles of corn and wheat. In North Carolina she touched a field, and flowers sprang forth from the dirt. And now she's heading to Kentucky, or Kansas, or Alabama, or Missouri. Watch for her, they said. Follow her if you like, as many hundreds of others do, because the young woman called Swan has the power of life in her, and she's waking up the earth. And in the years to come they would talk about the blooming of the wasteland, the cultivation projects, and the work being done to dig canals for flatboat barges. They would talk about the day Swan met a boatload of survivors from the destroyed land that had been called Russia, and nobody could understand their language. But she talked to them, and heard them through the miraculous jeweled ring of glass that she always carried close at hand. They would talk about the rebuilding of the libraries and the great museums, and of the schools that taught first and foremost the lesson learned from the awful Holocaust of the 17th of July. Never again. They would talk about the 2 children of Swan and Robin, twins, a boy and a girl, and about the celebration when thousands flocked to the city of Mary's Rest to see those children, who were named Joshua and Sister. And when they would tell their own children the tale by candlelight, in the warmth of their homes, on the streets where lamps burned under stars that still stirred the power to dream, they would always begin the tale with the same magic words, "Once upon a time." End of Swan Song by Robert R. McCammon. Narrated by David Palmer in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, March 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Pocket Books, a division of Simon & Schuster, Incorporated, 1230 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10020.
End of book.